3 seconds to go. 2 seconds. 1. Sound the horn. Resist the devil and he must flee. The Avalanche have swept the season series with the New Jersey Devils, outscoring them 9-1 in 2 games tonight in Denver, Colorado by a final score of 5-1.
Another one.
Tries to put the exclamation point, you betcha. Ross Goaltending has 2 goals and an assist, and the Avalanche are going to walk away from Ball Arena and a 5-2 win over Minnesota.
Another one.
2 seconds to go. 1. Sound the horn. Colorado scores 3 in the third, and they sweep the Pittsburgh Penguins. Final score in front of a raucous crowd at Ball Arena in downtown Denver, Colorado. It's the Avalanche who hit the magic number 4, and the Penguins won.
So the Avs win again. Didn't think it was pretty yesterday, but that does make it 3 straight. Again, you're playing against a team that is one of the worst in the NHL right now. You have a giant advantage over them in basically every area of the ice. Pittsburgh still has those really talented guys who might be a little bit older. I mean, Crosby is still somebody you have to look out for. Malkin's still somebody you have to look out for. Bottom line is, you're just better than them. And for a good portion of that game, you were being outshot. You were giving up some prime opportunities. You were turning the puck over. And thankfully, Wedgwood was having a whale of a game because he was fantastic yesterday and probably saved you from that game getting out of hand early, to be honest with you. You had opportunities, too, that you couldn't finish, but that felt like a game that should have been a lot more of a Avs kind of breeze through it, and maybe that's the way that they were thinking, and then were hit with a little bit of a surprise. Again, you finish the game 4-1. It's another one that finishes, third period, you start to take off and really separate yourself. Seems to be a little bit of a theme.
Another one.
Same thing happened with the Devils game, where you hit the third period and it was 1-0, but then it got to 2-1, and then you just kind of went crazy towards the end of the game and made the score look worse than what it was. But bottom line is, just keep finding ways to win. All I want is to continue to stack up points. That's it. Keep giving me those. Because as the Avs have a really, really easy portion of their schedule here for the next 3 home games outside of the Toronto game, you need to continue to keep pace. Minnesota, who you are chasing right now for third place in the division, they got a win last night, 4-3 over Seattle, so that 2-point deficit continues to stay in that direction. Difference is Minnesota, in their next few games, they have Vancouver on Friday, which should pose a little bit more of a challenge than what you have coming up. Then they play Pittsburgh, and then it's the third game on their schedule is against you with the chance to kind of overtake them again. So all of that is still on the horizon for you, but racking up these points are incredibly important. The great thing from yesterday, I said this a few weeks after the goalie overhaul. It felt to me And it was initial, so I didn't want to get too out ahead of my skis. One thing that has been said consistently about the Avs and their chances to bring home Stanley Cups, and we've said this over and over again, is you don't need great goaltending, you just need average. And back in 2022, you got decent goaltending. The combination of Darcy Kemper mixed in with Pavel Francouz was good enough for them to win, and to win 16 out of 20 games in the postseason. You got that again. That's what it feels like. And here's the one difference. It doesn't feel like decent goaltending. It feels like really damn good goaltending. From both. I don't care which one of the Woods is between the pipes. Like, I know McKenzie's your starter and he's your number one. I felt totally fine about Wedgwood being in last night, and honestly, thank God he was. He was fantastic. First star of the game and totally deserved and earned. He had a bunch of prime opportunities, and we'll talk to Bednar about this at 8 o'clock this morning, but prime opportunities against him that he had to come up with a pretty wild save just to keep him off the board. And he did. Again, the beginning of that game was very track meet-ish. Didn't feel like a lot of defense was being played. It was puck enters one side of the ice, a good shot opportunity, rebound taken by the opposing team. They take it to their offensive zone, good shot opportunity, rebound. Other team takes possession. It was kind of like that for the first portion of that game, really the first period. Now, what was odd about that was it didn't feel like McKinnon was really involved in the game. I don't know if that was strategic from Pittsburgh to try and box him out of any good looks, but it was just tough to come by for some of your better players on that team. And Nelly, I'm curious if there's some audio for Bednar after the game, just his initial thoughts. I wonder what the overall feeling from him was, if it was kind of like what I'm talking about here, where it's glad you got the win, didn't look as impressive as I think you wanted it to, and a big reason as to why you got that W was because Scott Wedgwood was amazing. So let's go ahead and hear Jared Bednar's initial thoughts after the game.
Well, thank God we had, a handful of guys that played really well, because starting with Wedgie, he was outstanding. We did not move the puck at all tonight. So turnovers after turnovers to scoring chances against, it was ugly. And we had some compete. We had some guys play really hard in some areas to try and cover up some of those mistakes, but we beat up the puck pretty bad tonight.
I totally agree. Yeah, it's one of those, thank God you got Wedgwood between the pipes for you on that particular night, because good Lord, there was a bunch of opportunities that could have easily gone the other way. Like, that's a prime example. That's a game in which if you had your old goaltending room here, you're losing to Pittsburgh. Just the truth. If that's a Georgiev game, if that's a Anunin game, you aren't winning. Nothing against those guys. These two are better. And Wedgwood had to be really, really good last night.
Double Dipperoo.
I do miss that. But you had to be really, really good last night between the pipes, and Wedgwood was, because you had a hard time. It felt like a game in which it could have been a game of keep away if you played correctly. And they just were not able to hang on to the puck. And again, it's not like you didn't get opportunities. You did. Man, a couple of those from Val early in the game. The first couple of minutes, Val had that split the defenders, get up to the front of the net, just miss. You had a few of those opportunities. But they were few and far between because you couldn't keep possession for too long. You know, what also is great about last night, and this is, again, another example of Val Nichushkin and his impact on this roster. Any surprise that Casey Mittelstadt gets another goal when Val comes back? As he tees him up perfectly on the power play? Hits Mittelstadt kind of camping over there on the far post, just outside the reach of both the goaltender stick and also the defender. That's kind of wedged in between by the blue paint. Throws it right across the crease, gets it to Mittelstadt, he buries it. That's the kind of stuff that wasn't there. And that's what also is great about that is that was some of the second power play unit was on the ice for that. Which I don't know how many goals the second power play unit has scored in the past couple of years here, but it's few and far between. Not a lot. But him getting on the board, again, giving him maybe that extra sort of confidence boost. I'm assuming the Avs, with a couple of days here to try and figure something out at the deadline, are probably still in the market for a second-line center spot, and maybe that means Mittelstadt's name is up there. I have no idea. But it's good to see him getting at least a few points in these last couple of games in case something isn't figured out like that. You know, since Val has come back, 2 goals for Casey Mittelstadt in 3 games. I would like to see the assist numbers start to ramp up a little bit more, but for the moment, you want to give me a couple of goals in 3 games. He hasn't scored 2 and 3 since October 28th. But that's the impact that he brings to the table. I mean, throwing a little sauce on it, too, and Casey being able to handle that and throw that in, I think it's huge. By the way, Lindgren, his first sort of foray into the Avs roster, I thought he looked fine. Like, he looked like a physical defenseman that knew what he was doing. Look, it wasn't perfect. There was a few mistakes, maybe a couple turnovers here and there, but I think for the most part, for him just trying to get acclimated to their system and what they try and do, not bad. And I think it only gets better when Manson gets tossed back into the lineup. And you can kind of pick and choose who's getting what minutes and who's going to get the pairing with who on the ice and all that different stuff. You know, that's something that Bednar talked about the other day. Lindgren is somebody that they can deploy with, he's got a skill set that they can utilize in different types of ways. And depending on what kind of game that you're playing, you can stagger minutes differently with him. And I thought for his first sort of debut last night, he was good. Look, what you're looking for out of Lindgren is a very simple concept to me. Veteran defenseman who doesn't make that many mistakes. And as long as you got that, you got other guys like Taves and McCarr that can handle some bigger responsibilities on the back end. You just can't have guys that are making mistakes. There was a few last night from the defenseman. But I like it. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Reminder to you guys, there's another chance for you to win those 12 Denver Nuggets scratch tickets that were given away each day this week. We have Jared Bednar that's going to join the show at 8 o'clock. Get his thoughts on the Lindgren trade, the game last night. Also, if he thinks they're done. Are they going to do anything else in the next couple of days before the deadline hits? So we'll talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock. A lot more to get to. Stick around. Okay. I know we all have. I say it all the time, especially as a man. I don't know how this works for women. Women, you guys tell me. There's a lot of women that listen to this show. You guys tell me. But I have a long-standing thought, okay? Every man needs a vice. You need something that is not good for you, but you do that to keep you from doing worse things. If you've met somebody who doesn't have one of these things that I'm talking about, some sort of vice, check that man's closet for bodies, okay? It's the easiest thing I can tell you. There's something that every guy does that they are not supposed to be doing, but they do it. I have plenty of them. I pop nicotine pouches like they're Tic Tacs. I drink more than I should. I smoke cigars. Like I got plenty of these, okay? A lot of them that annoy the wife where it's a summer day. I'm in the garage, Nelly, and it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I got a cigar roll, and she just looks at me. She's like, really? And I was like, yeah, it's nice today. I don't know what to tell you. I like it.
Just because today is Ash Wednesday doesn't mean you need to give me a full Catholic confession.
Well,
Forgive me, Kaner, for I have sinned.
All I'm saying is everybody needs something. Now, and I'm not Catholic, but I'm Christian. I am somebody that I love the idea of Lent. I would love just for your own sanity every once in a while, you got to give something up. But here's the problem, Nelly. I don't get a lot of self-control. I'm the kind of guy, if I want something, I just kind of go and do it. And that applies to talking about Kendrick Perkins. I can't stop talking about I want to be done with this guy. I don't want to bring up every time that this guy pops on TV and says something stupid that I need to talk about this, but I have to because I have no self-control. I'm a child. Okay? That's why I bring this up. I have many vices. I told you, the nicotine pouches, drinking a little bit too much, cigars, and talking about Kendrick Perkins saying dumb things. That's probably my top 4. And I can't stop. So here you go. Kendrick Perkins yesterday. They were talking about a number of things regarding the Nuggets and specifically Nikola Jokic. But one of them came to who's the best player in the NBA. And if you're still having this discussion right now, then you're a moron. Like, what I think is insane is the idea that people think this is debatable. It's not. Nothing has been more clear-cut. It's like, and I mean this, it's like LeBron at his peak in the league. You didn't discuss who the best player in the NBA was. You might have different discussions who MVPs are in any given year. That could be a thing. But you could not talk about who the best player was. And Kendrick Perkins still thinks that there's a topic to be had on this. And is it? If it's not Jokic, you're like, well, then it's definitely Shea. That's going to be who he's going to talk about. And it's not even him. Listen to this big dummy.
Are we sure that Nikola Jokic is the best player in the league? Is that
No,
sure
Nelly, I'm going to need you to do this from your computer so we can start and stop. I can't play this thing in its entirety without staying quiet or with staying quiet the entire time. Know your teammates, Nelly. You know, once I hear that voice, there's going to be some starting and stopping.
Are we sure?
Yes. All right, continue.
Are we sure that Nikola Jokic is the best player in the league?
Stop. Yes. Yeah, it's actually, you know what? Every single piece of empirical data will point out that he is. Every piece of eye data, when you just watch things, will tell you that it is. Like, this is what I think would be, I've thought this forever, Nelly. This is the funniest thing, that if ESPN ever actually did this, I think it would be incredible. You know when they have the questions of like, hey, and sometimes they're stupid. Rumor is out that LeBron might leave the Lakers to go to the Charlotte Hornets. And then they go to one of their experts, and they're like, Shams, is that true? And they cut over to Shams. I wish they would just have one of these where it's like, no. And that was his entire input on that, and then they just cut away from him. Because you could do that with Kendrick Perkins. Right there. Are we sure Jokic is the best player in the league? Yes, Kendrick. Next topic. Nothing to be discussed. But all right, go ahead, dummy. Let's hear it.
Are we sure about that? Because I would have to argue, and I would have to say right now today, that LeBron James is the best player in the NBA. Here's why I said the best player in the NBA gets it done on both ends of the floor.
Okay, pause.
LeBron.
You want to sit here with a straight face. Straight face. And I'm tired of arguing the Jokic defensive stuff. Like, he is a very poor traditional rim protector. But I would challenge you, go look at the Nuggets defensive numbers with him on and off the floor and tell me what they look like, because you're probably wrong. But if you want to sit here with a straight face and tell me that the best argument you can make for LeBron being better than Jokic is that defensively he gets it done, go watch tape of LeBron standing in the same spot defensively and waiting for other people to do work or not hustling back down the floor after a missed shot. Go do that. Because if you can, you would have to jump into a time machine that went back a decade. Go ahead, continue.
LeBron James is getting it done at the age of 40 on both ends of the floor at a high level. He could guard 1 through 5 defensively. Offensively, we know what he could do. Damn it, he could damn near play 1 through 5. I would argue if they need him to play the center position, he's the second best center in the Western Conference behind Nikola Jokic, especially with Anthony Davis and Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively being out for the Dallas Mavericks. What LeBron James is doing at a high level on both ends of the floor still to this day, I would have to say right now, he's the best player in the NBA.
We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
I don't want to say what I want to say. Because I really try to not get into the name-calling game.
Well, here, how about this? Just turn off your mic for a second, and I'll cover you.
That was just for you, Nelly. Like, I don't know how this guy, and I got a theory towards it if you'd like to hear it. Would you like to hear my theory of why Perkins is always on this train of Jokic isn't as good as people say he is?
Regale me.
Who was Kendrick Perkins as a basketball player? And if you ask Kendrick Perkins, you're going to get the wrong answer. I remember Kendrick Perkins. He said when he was on the Oklahoma City Thunder after he left the Boston Celtics. So it was the, if you remember, the OKC team that went to the finals and lost. So it was Durant, Westbrook, Harden, Serge Ibaka, Andre Roberson, like that team. Kendrick Perkins said I was the leader of the team, in which Kevin Durant, when he saw that on Twitter, laughed at him. Because of course you weren't. But Kendrick Perkins as a basketball player was big, slow, unathletic, and very unskilled. Now, he did a few things well. He played tough defense. And, yep, that's where the list ends. He played tough defense. So what does Kendrick Perkins see in Nikola Jokic? He sees a big guy who is slow and unathletic. And I think it kills him that Jokic took all of the athletic ability that he had, which was very little, and turned that into an all-time great. I think that pisses him off because there's no other explanation that I have. I mean, the only other one is this. You're incredibly stupid. Which, again, I would never lob that at somebody. But I truly don't get why ESPN even continues to entertain this nonsense either. It's like you have somebody, and this is what's so funny about this damn sport. Basketball is so weird in the way that people talk about it. It is the one sport where people who cover it do everything in their power to actively crap on the best players that the game has. And I'm not taking anything away from LeBron. Like, I have personal feelings towards LeBron. The basketball feelings that I have, he's remarkable. Remarkable. Like, didn't he just eclipse 50,000 points last night?
Yep, he did.
You want to talk about an unbreakable record that will never even come close to being broken again? Because nobody's going to play for 22 years being healthy all the time and this good all the time. Like LeBron's numbers this year mirror the numbers from 10 years ago at the age of, what is he, 40 or 41? How old is he?
He's 40.
Nobody's doing that again.
That is crazy. Absolutely. Just the longevity he's had. When you talk about LeBron, like you said, you got to talk about LeBron the player and then LeBron the person.
Everything else.
They're very separate.
LeBron
Yes.
the entity is what I would call him.
Yes, the larger-than-life persona.
LeBron, the basketball player, I've mentioned this before, he is the best at a single thing I've ever seen in my life. I've never heard a musician that is better at music than LeBron James is at his craft, which is basketball. I mean that.
Ooh, that's a good question.
I don't think anybody's ever going to have a run like this at their profession. I really don't. For 20, whatever it is, 21, 22 years. I don't think somebody can do it at this level without dropping off ever in their life.
Somewhere in the world right now, Mark Moser is ripping out his hair and just saying Eddie Van Halen's name over and over again.
I'm just saying, though, man, like some musicians will have an album that's not as good as the last one. Every year of LeBron has been as good as the year before it. Every single one. Like, I just don't think anybody's ever done anything better than him at basketball, forgetting all the other stuff that comes with LeBron. But when it comes to Perkins talking about this specifically, Nikola Jokic has been beyond reproach for about 6 straight years. He has actively dominated the sport he's participated in and has been unquestionably, at least over the last 3 years, the best player in the sport. He's having this year, as a 3-time MVP, the best offensive season of his life, and by efficiency numbers, maybe the best offensive season that anybody's ever had. There is zero reason to pull out this card. Are we sure he's the best? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. You want to know why? Because if you guys have ever played Madden before, you can start a franchise by doing a fantasy draft where you pick nobody's on a team, everybody gets chosen by a different team, and you could have, Tom Brady could have been playing for the Bears or something like that. If you did that in the league today, if they said after this season, guess what, guys? We're breaking all this stuff up. We're doing a fantasy draft. Everybody's going to be on a new team. Do you know who the first pick would be? It would be Jokic. Or maybe Wembanyama because of his potential. But it would be Jokic. And again, I hate that I like talking about this. I really do. I don't think it's good for me. I'm not even sure it's good for you guys. I don't know if you like this stuff. You're just like, oh, Brett, move on. I can't help myself. This is a vice. Perkins says something dumb about Jokic. I talk about it. This is what happens.
Back in the Dempsey and Company days, my Dempsey and Company days, you know Chris Dempsey. He is the nicest, most level-headed, well-adjusted person that's ever worked
Yes.
at our radio station.
Incredibly kind.
The only times I ever saw him genuinely lose it on air were when national talking heads would blatantly disrespect Nikola Jokic and show us that they don't watch the game that they cover. That's the only times I ever watched Dempsey fly off the handle.
Well, and I get it with him because Dempsey loves basketball. Dempsey eats, breathes, and sleeps basketball. Dempsey's the kind of guy, he's unlike me. Dempsey would watch a Magic and Hornets game on Thursday night if the Nuggets weren't playing just because he loves basketball that much. He would do that. I wouldn't. But when you consume that much, I think it's fair to expect that the people that cover the sport that you love also do that, especially when a team is good and a player's an MVP. But you have to bring a better case to the table as to why you don't think Jokic
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again,
is not the best player in the league. Like, I think that Kendrick Perkins is just an extension of what NBA Twitter is and what they were for a long time before Jokic got his due, which was, yeah, but if I type in his highlight reel, it's what's cool about it. It's like, I don't know, the fact that he has efficiently dismantled everybody he goes against with ease, and he doesn't need to jump 50 inches on a vert in order to do it.
What was the line that Stephen A. Smith said, that he's a tub of lard who can't even jump off the curb?
Yeah, and that's the other thing. That tub of lard beats every big man down the floor on every single possession. So are the other guys lazy? Or are you not giving Jokic his credit? It's been like that forever. Anyway.
By the way, sorry, that was a horrible Stephen A. That sounded more like Rob Parker. LeBron?
We'll move on. I just have to get a little bit out of my system, okay? When I hear this stuff, I gotta go. It's a vice. We're on the golf course. Brett, you want a cigar? Yeah, I would love one, actually. There won't be a time I tell you no. So, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. Nuggets and Kings tonight. You can watch that man who is almost as good as LeBron James to Kendrick Perkins right now. At 7 o'clock tonight, and you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back after this.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Broadcast from the Backus and Shanker studios.
That's the biggest issue about watching Nuggets basketball right now. None of it's comfy. For the last 2 years, I felt comfy in the vast majority of games and series watching the Nuggets.
What we're talking about right now, Raj, is the championship tax that fans pay.
Yeah.
Before that championship was won, man, everything that was good felt unbelievable.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 in the Backus and Shanker studios. If you're injured in a serious car accident, you'll want the law firm with winning results. Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice.
Breaking news, and this one is almost... Never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Colorado. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. T&Cs apply.
Take me out to the ball game.
What are you doing?
Did you know DirecTV has the most MLB games?
So, you're singing.
Yeah, they put your favorite teams front and center right when you turn it on. Buy me some cold cuts and flapjacks.
Those aren't even the words.
I'm allergic to peanuts.
Stream DirecTV, home of the most MLB games. Visit DirecTV.com. Claim based on total games offered on national and regional sports networks. RSNs available with choice package or higher. Availability of RSNs varies by zip code and package.
Hey everyone in Denver, Colorado. It is Wednesday, March 5th. We have a free pick going for you tonight in the NBA. All you have to do is text the word WIN to the number 545454. You'll get Denver, Sacramento. No questions asked. On the text line, text the word WIN to the number 545454. But let me tell you this. Tonight is the last Wednesday of the college basketball regular season. And when I'm telling you right now that we have an absolute blowout, you know we mean it. Call us right now at 888-9-WIN-NOW. 888-994-6669. You'll get this pick in college hoops absolutely free on a recorded line. The college basketball regular season is quickly winding down. Next week, it's conference tournament action, and then we're on to the big dance. So you want this free pick tonight in college basketball that we absolutely love? It's free. It's yours. It's on a recorded line at 888-9-WIN-NOW. 888-994-6669. And if you just want the NBA pick tonight between Denver and Sacramento, text the word WIN to the number 545454. And if you hook both plays up, you have a parlay. Text the word WIN to the number 5454. For the college hoops play, give us a call at 888-994-6669.
Hey guys, this time of the year, you can't help but think about your future. And what does yours look like? Tyler Polumbus here for the electricians at International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Step up this year and go for it. Talk with the folks at IBEW about a future that includes a career, benefits, great wages, and a group of people around you that give you support, growth, and a solid future. The International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career. Go to IBEW68.com for more information.
I am here to talk realism.
Stay tuned for more Altitude Sports Talk.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less. And soon, one expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Text Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Jump on the Sean Mazda text line.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Are we sure that Nikola Jokic is the best player in the league? Are we sure about that? And I would have to say right now, today, that LeBron James is the best player in the NBA.
I have to sit here like an animal. Serenity now! Serenity now!
What is that? When my blood pressure gets too high, the man on the tape tells me to say, Serenity now!
Are you supposed to yell it?
The man on the tape wasn't specific.
What happened to the screen door? It blew off again?
I told you to fix that thing.
Serenity now!
We were just talking about the other day how shows, 90s, Friends, Seinfeld, basically everyone you can think of, they have either the live audience or the laugh track in there, right? And then The Office kind of changed that for comedies, and it was an adjustment period. And now if you have a show, can you imagine this, Nelly? Imagine a comedy show coming out that has a live audience or a laugh track in it. It would sound ridiculous.
Sometimes newer shows will still do it, but it's clearly paying tribute to classic sitcoms. Like any sitcom that Tim Allen makes is going to have a live studio audience because that's all he knows. And it definitely feels like something from a time gone by.
Yeah. So I don't know what all those new shows Tim Allen has that I've never watched. I did watch Home Improvement, thought it was good. But if you have the laugh track now, it's like Big Bang Theory has that, and I think it's insane. And I know that this isn't the way you can consume it, but I'm like, watch. They have these on YouTube, Big Bang Theory, no laugh track, and show me where the jokes are. And tell me how funny that show actually is.
I know I know Friends. The show Friends is one of my favorite shows of all time. Like, I'll watch that show any day of the week and twice on Sunday. But I've seen the same thing where people take out the laugh track, and some of the stuff that Ross says is just the most mind-numbingly horrible stuff. Like the whole episode with Unagi. Just watch the scene of him at the self-defense class without a laugh track, and he sounds like a serial killer.
So Nelly, people think I'm nuts, and I'm not talking trash. Friends was never like my kind of show. I never got into it. I understand why people did, but not my kind of thing. And now, I'm so glad The Office changed it because, like, my favorite show is It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and I couldn't imagine that show having a laugh track and still being funny.
Thing is, I don't mind a laugh track on a certain type of show. You know what? It's nice to have company. I'm happy to laugh along with the studio audience. When Kramer comes in the door and everybody cheers and hoots and hollers, I'm doing the same thing. It's nice to feel wanted.
I guess SNL is sort of the last sort of live audience thing that still happens, although that show would be absolutely bizarre without one. So, whatever. All right.
Let's get weird.
Let's get weird is right, and I don't think this is weird. This, to me, is a no-brainer. Go get Davante Adams. What are we doing here? Go get him. Jets released him yesterday. He's on the market. And I know Davante's probably going to have one of these, like, it's late in my career, I'm going to choose where I go sort of thing. And I think you're going to be behind the 8 ball. But I would try and make him one of those offer you can't refuse situations. Because here's the fear that I have. First of all, you would be adding such a dynamic weapon. And because Davante Adams is older, you sign him, I think, to like a 1 or 2 year deal. You just allow the big-bodied guy to go out there and get you something, be an extra threat on the field. Davante is still productive, even though he's older, and I have my own reservations for wide receivers who get past their 30s. But it's a little bit different for guys who are this talented and have not dropped off. To expect him to be, a 100-catch guy might be a little bit extensive. But last year, through 3 games with the Vegas Raiders and 11 games with the Jets, he totaled 85 catches for 1,060 yards and 8 touchdowns. Get me a weapon. I want it. And here's the other thing. If you don't, do you know who will? Kansas City. And here's how my general sort of outlook is. Davante Adams and how you feel about whether the Broncos should move a lot of big things if they have to go get him or not should be, if the Chiefs got him, would you be pissed? And my answer is yeah. I'd be livid. Them or the Chargers, by the way.
By the way, Eric on the text line said, you said you got to make him an offer you can't refuse. He said Denver should cut off Lucifer's head and put it in Adam's bed.
Yeah. Whatever he's got to do, man. I don't want to get hyper-focused on specific positions. I've told you guys from the very beginning, my number one thing that I'd be looking for if I was on the Broncos coaching staff in the front office is a running back. I think a running back would make the most difference for this roster. But I just want guys that you're scared of. And Davante Adams is that. And Davante Adams is so good that he is able to continue to be productive this late into his career. Now, he's old enough to where he is going to probably take his time to figure out where he's going to go. And it's probably going to be to a team that is considered like top-tier contender. And that's where the Chiefs are really scary because they need a wideout. And it just makes too much sense. But damn would I try. Like, I'm on the phone right now with his agent trying to get something worked out. The other thing that I saw was Aaron Jones seems, this from Darren Wolfson, who is an anchor and reporter in Minnesota. He said there is legit steam from the Denver Broncos in regards to Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones is a guy that I would not mind on this roster. I think that Aaron Jones is a really good back. He's also a little bit older, but the guy ran for 1,100 yards last year at 4.5 yards per carry. He did that at 30 years old. Again, you want some sort of stopgap. Make sure you got a spot filled as you try and backfill that with some younger talent. I'm cool with that too. Aaron Jones is the one guy that is in free agency that I think is an intriguing option at the running back position. I'm not a Najee Harris guy. Everybody else that's on that list, I'm not a huge fan of. Aaron Jones, I am. If you can get him, do it. I figured he was going to stay in Minnesota, but if they're not going to re-sign him, then yes, go and grab him, because here's something else that Aaron Jones does. You know what he did last year for Minnesota? He caught 51 balls out of the backfield. He can do both. An 1,100-yard rusher and a guy who catches 50 balls out of the backfield is somebody that you can play virtually every snap if you want to. And I know that they won't, and they won't have to if they do things that they want to do correctly, which is find younger talent that you trust in the backfield. But if this is true, hey, you want to give me a couple of Green Bay Packer cast-offs from a couple of years ago? I'd be down with both of them. Which guy do you want, Brett? Bofa. B-O-F-A. I'd love it. And I think it could fit the immediate need for things as you now have the ability with a whole bunch of younger pieces elsewhere to kind of slot them in behind and let them incubate and cook a little bit. So we can talk more about this in a few minutes. Got Jared Bednar is going to join the program at 8 o'clock today. The Nuggets and Kings on tonight at 7. I'll give you the key word at the top of the hour for a chance to win 12 Nuggets scratch tickets today. So stay tuned for that. You can also watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Also, you can watch the show on YouTube. Go check it out. YouTube, search for Altitude Sports Radio. We got the live program all day, 6 to 7. So go check it out on YouTube and subscribe to the channel. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
The Denver Nuggets are on 9 News and KTVD Channel 20. Tonight, the Nuggets host the Sacramento Kings. Watch on 9 News, pregame at 6:30, tip-off at 7, then tune into 9 News after the game for the latest news and weather.
Nuggets fans, let's make some noise for Denver Nuggets Scratch! With a top prize of $50,000, there's a lot to cheer about, so everybody up on your feet! Unless you're driving. In that case, keep your feet on the pedals! Play Denver Nuggets Scratch from the Colorado Lottery!
Prize is equal to at least 68.5% of sales. Odds of winning $50,000 top prize, 1 in 840,000. See coloradolottery.com for details.
Injured in a car accident? You know who to call. Backus and Shanker's been helping.
3 seconds to go. 2 seconds. 1. Sound the horn. Resist the devil and he must flee. The Avalanche have swept the season series with the New Jersey Devils, outscoring them 9-1 in 2 games tonight in Denver, Colorado, by a final score of 5-1.
Another one.
Tries to put the exclamation point, you betcha. Ross Goaltending has 2 goals and an assist, and the Avalanche are going to walk away from Ball Arena in a 5-2 win over Minnesota.
Another one.
2 seconds to go. 1. Sound the horn. Colorado scores 3 in the third, and they sweep the Pittsburgh Penguins. Final score in front of a raucous crowd at Ball Arena in downtown Denver, Colorado. It's the Avalanche who hit the magic number 4, and the Penguins won.
No Victor today. Myself and Moj last night. The Avs get another win.
Vic is on special assignment.
Yeah, I think Vic's going to be able to tell you where he's at or where he went on Monday. I'll just say this. It's somewhere where me and Moser are mad.
Yeah. Special
out of
assignment.
jealousy.
Yeah. Special
I'm
assignment.
an old man without a prostate.
So I don't know. It's like this is top secret. I don't know what he's allowed to say and what he's not. So we'll see on Monday when he comes back. But Moj, last night, the Avs win again. 3rd straight W. Need to get those. Need to get points. Minnesota wins last night. So you're still 2 back of them. The Avs did not play well yesterday, though. They didn't. They did enough at the end of the game. But I was very surprised at the amount of great looks that Pittsburgh had. And think 8 pounds, 6 ounce baby Jesus?
Yeah.
That Scott Wedgwood was phenomenal last night because he saved your ass.
I don't know what Coach Bednar is going to say. By the way, I've not listened to his postgame comments. Maybe I should have. I was otherwise preoccupied, but I knew we were going to have him on today.
8 o'clock.
Let me say what I think about that game last night. Did I like the way they played overall? No, I didn't. But what that does tell you is that this is a good hockey club.
That you can win while not playing your best game.
But you know you don't have it, but you stick it out. You grind it out. And eventually, because you're the better team, you're going to get an opportunity to win the game. Now, did you need your goalie? You're damn right you did. Well, hell, Pittsburgh needed Nedeljkovic, too, because he stoned.
Yeah, he was good, too.
I mean, you hit a post again.
Mm-hmm.
You lead the league in hit posts, by the way, if you're the Colorado Avalanche.
You keep track of that?
Yes. Stan the Man does in Toronto.
Okay.
Nedeljkovic, a couple of those blocker saves. Off the blocker, butterflies right over his head, over the net. You're like, come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some great pushes. Both goalies, I thought, were very good last night. And you know what happened to the end? The Avs found a way to get it done.
Yeah. No, it's a credit to them. Again, my issue last night was there's a lot of turnovers.
A lot
of
turnovers.
Too many.
A lot of pucks and skates.
Yep.
You know, a lot of off the marks, a lot of misses here, a lot of not winning battles, to be honest with you. You're the second one to the puck all the time. And when you're the second one to the puck, you know what you're going to do? You're going to give up chances.
Sure.
Some juicy, beefy, gorgeous chances. Now, the Penguins did the same thing.
Yeah.
But the Penguins have had a defending problem as of late. Their previous 6 games coming into last night, the Penguins, they'd given up 32 goals. You want to do the math on that? That's over 5 per game.
Yeah.
Did I help you out with that? See, 6 times 5 is 30, and they've given up 32.
Good for you, bud.
So their defending has not actually been that great as of late. But Nedeljkovic played well, and then they found a way, did Pittsburgh, to have that better energy level, better connectivity level for most of the game.
It's 5.333333 repeating.
There you go. But the Avs get it done. They had 16 giveaways last night. The Pens had 15. So it wasn't the cleanest of contests.
No, that's the thing, though, Moj. You don't often get a 2-on-0 on a penalty kill all that much, but that's what the Avs got, too. Like, here's the thing. The difference to me is Pittsburgh just isn't a good hockey team, though. They're one of the worst in the league. By goal differential, I think they went into that game, I think, third worst. Might have changed after last night. Don't know. But the first period, Moj, was like a track meet. It was puck goes into the offensive zone with relative ease. There's a great scoring opportunity. Team just misses. Rebound. Opposing team gets it. They enter the offensive zone easily. They get a great scoring chance. They miss it. It was just that back and forth for at least the first 7, 8, 9 minutes. It was like just, it's like watching a ping pong match.
Until the third period, there was relatively no hitting.
Yeah.
It was just up and down the ice, man. Let's just go. And I'm sure that for the coaching staff, that was probably some serious brain damage.
Well, you said you didn't hear Bednar last night. Here's what he said.
Thank God we had, a handful of guys that played really well, because starting with Wedgie, he was outstanding. We did not move the puck at all tonight. So turnovers after turnovers, the scoring chances against it was ugly. And we had some compete. We had some guys play really hard in some areas to try and cover up some of those mistakes, but we beat up the puck pretty bad tonight, like the worst I've seen for a while.
That was the overall thoughts of Bednar to start the
I
presser.
don't think he's completely inaccurate there.
No.
In fact, he's a little more harsh than I was, but it's his team, not mine. So he can get down and dirty with it.
I think it was fair to expect a little bit more from your team last night. They were pretty well rested, Moj, going against a team that they are clearly better than. So I think it's fair to have high expectations for last night.
What is the number one hockey question of all time that I posed, 2 years, 3 years ago, whatever it was?
Is Gabe back?
No.
Sorry, go ahead.
God, some days, I don't know how to say this to you, and I think the listeners will agree.
Yeah.
Some days you just wear me out. You know what I mean? Nelly, you agree with that?
Uh-huh.
I mean, some days are just like, oh my God.
I've been accused of that since being about 10 years old.
Yeah.
I have warned people out, yes.
Poor T. Willie, he's like, Lori.
Oh, no,
Lori.
T. Willie was in the garage smoking heaters.
Yeah, he's like, Lori, take care of the younger one.
That's
I can't
right.
do it today.
That's right.
I need some help, please.
Yes.
T. Willie and Lori are going to be in town next weekend.
I love it. Can't wait to see him. Here's what I love about what he said. Okay, but the number one question for hockey is, would you take your baby? Can you repeat the question, please?
I gotta look it up. Hang on. I want to make sure the wording is correct.
Okay, for those who don't know what the number one hockey question is of all time, Brett's going to find it because he saved it.
All right, so would you throw your baby across the top of your own crease till we got on the other side with a guy charging down the slot?
Okay, last night, that baby was in major peril. Okay? You've heard the coach talking about it. We beat up the puck.
Uh-huh.
We haven't beat the puck up that much in a long time. What does that mean? You're beating up your baby. You didn't treat that puck like your baby last night. You're like, hey, who wants this baby? Oh, you want this baby? Great. Hey, I'm going to throw this baby into your skates. How does that? I know you're set up for a one-timer, but I think it'll look really good in your skates. That's how it was. But you still found a way to win the game. I bet 2 months ago, the Avs lose that game.
Oh, I think there's no question about that. And that's one of the things that, look, I don't think they played well yesterday. It's always great to win a game in which you don't play well because it shows that your team's pretty good, that they can overcome maybe an off night. The most encouraging thing from yesterday, there's really two things. Number one, Moj, that's a guaranteed loss if that's your old goaltending room.
I think you're probably right.
Like, this is the thing. The most encouraging and why I've had the Avs above the Nuggets in this conversation for who's got a better shot at a championship this year sort of thing that we ask periodically. The reason why the Avs are at the top, to me, is because back in 2022, What was the actual year that the Cup was on? Not the year it started. What did it end? When did they win the Cup? Was it 22?
June of 22.
Yes. The narrative surrounding the Avs then was if they just got decent goaltending, then they were going to be a contender. And that's what Darcy Kemper and Francouz provided. They provided decent to above average goaltending. I think this is better. I really do think this room is better than that. And if you get that along with some of the talent that you have on this team, it makes me even more encouraged. Not to mention, I don't know what's going to happen in the next couple of days of the deadline. My guess is they're probably sniffing around for a 2C if they can find one, as a lot of teams I'm sure are. Casey Mittelstadt's got 2 goals in his last 3 games. In the last 3 games, Val Nichushkin's been on the ice. You know what I mean? And that one last night. When's the last time the second power play unit has scored, by the way? Because they don't get those very often. But they jump on the ice.
It was more of a hybrid because McKinnon stayed on.
He was still on.
Yeah.
But Val with the little saucy atop top of the crease, right to Mittelstadt where he can bury it. That's not a small detail to me that he's got 2 goals in 3 games because he hasn't done that since October.
What do you love to eat?
I love tacos.
Okay, dude. That was a tasty taco.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, what a tasty pass by Val. And Riker, I wish Riker could describe it. In fact, I don't even want to talk about it because I want Riker to describe it. Can we call him sometime this morning?
Yeah, we'll call him a little bit later.
Problem is, if you think he's awake right now, you're out of your mind.
It's going to be it got to be at least 9:20.
Yeah, incredibly tasty pass by Val Nichushkin. And Mittelstadt finished. You know what he did? He pounded it right off Nedeljkovic and in.
Mm-hmm.
The goal he scored the other night, or last week, I mean, in one motion, definitely picking it up in a backhand smash.
Yeah.
Man, that's not an easy thing to do. This guy has ability. He's a terrific passer as well. I want to see that more of that finish. You got it in the last couple, 2-3 games. So, yeah. I mean, look, this is going to be up to the front office to decide.
But it's encouraging if they can't make something happen that Mittelstadt's doing that.
Sure. And again, I don't know that they're done. I'm sure they're going to continue to sniff around here, but that's a good win last night. I mean, you didn't have your game. It wasn't a good game. It was a good win.
Yes. That, I think, is accurate. And it was a necessity. You have to keep pace here. And we've discussed this final leg of this home stretch, including last night. 3 of your last 4 games were against 3 of the worst teams in the league, and then you have Toronto mixed in between. You need at least 6. Well, you got 2 so far. After that, by the way, Minnesota, you play them next, I believe it's on Monday?
It'll be Tuesday in their joint.
Tuesday in their joint.
Yeah, Chicago comes to town on Monday, and we head straight to the airport after the game for a game in Minnesota on Tuesday. Blech.
Which is why it's even more important that you continue to get these points while you can.
The league did something kind of funky. So tomorrow night's game against San Jose was supposed to be our game, and Tuesday in Minnesota was supposed to be a national TV game. So I wasn't going to go to Minnesota. I was going to hang out with you and then fly to Minnesota because they're off Wednesday and Thursday. Fly to Minnesota on Thursday and play Friday, or fly to Calgary and play in Calgary on Friday. And then ESPN switched it up. They did the old switcheroo. We'll trade you Tuesday in Minnesota for Thursday against San Jose. And I thought, that's kind of interesting.
Wait, they're taking San Jose is going to be the national TV game?
That is correct.
Huh?
That's what I'm saying, Nelly. I don't know. I don't know. So anyway, we're going to have a couple days off in Minnesota and Calgary.
Is having an Adam Sandler off over there?
I thought we sounded like your impression of mumble rap, Brett.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of like that. So I don't know. They traded, and so because every single year, the maximum that can be taken away from us is 17 games, and they take the max every year. Now, they can also take more games. It just has to be a side-by-side. But this is the one they traded, so there you go. So we will go to Minnesota, and that's another huge matchup. Minnesota won last night. I was listening on the way home to that game.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle's
4-3, right?
Yeah, Seattle's in a bad way, and Minnesota, they've scored early and hung on.
Was Seattle's best year their first one?
Yes.
That's weird.
Yep. Well, Vegas, their best. I mean, they went to the Cup final their first year, for crying out loud.
But Vegas has been good. They've been good. Seattle was, we make the playoffs, and then they're like tapering off.
Yeah, we know what happened. We know what happened.
Anyway, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Moj, every man needs a vice. And Lord knows I got plenty. As this is Ash Wednesday, and a lot of people, Catholics, going to give up something for 40 days. I would assume it's one of your vices. I have a lot of them. I have another one that I've been able to stave off for a long time that I can't anymore. And we'll get to it next. All right, as Nelly, Catholic man, gave me a historical sort of context towards Mardi Gras and Fat Tuesday that I was actually unaware of. That it was your last sort of day to get the devil out before you give up something for Lent. And usually what you give up is a vice of some sort. I am not Catholic, Moj, but I am Christian. I love the idea of this. I've never done it before. But God, do I have plenty of vices. I'm one of those guys. And Moj, I think you're with me. A man needs to have one of these. If you meet a man without a vice, that guy has bodies buried somewhere in his yard. I'm convinced of this. I pop nicotine pouches like Tic Tacs, Moj. I drink more than I should. I smoke too many cigars. I have plenty of things that I do that are bad. I got another one. It doesn't come up as often as the others that I've mentioned. But if Kendrick Perkins says something stupid, I got to talk about it. I have to. I can't ignore it. It's not in my DNA. I can't just let the thing go. I can't not play the clip and start yelling at this guy. Now, is that something wrong with me? Yeah, probably. Is it something that shouldn't bother me? Yeah, but it does.
Well, it feels like you probably let him get too far into your brain. You're better than that. But it's not like he doesn't need to be rebutted. So you're trying to walk a very fine line here. I'm gonna give you some slack. Cut you some slack.
Okay.
Give you the benefit of the doubt.
He was on First Take yesterday, as Kendrick Perkins often is, when he discusses very ridiculous things about Nikola Jokic. And he had this to say, Nelly, I'm going to have to do the start and stop, so go ahead.
Are we sure that Nikola Jokic is the best player in the league?
Stop. The answer is yes. Can we move on?
I'm pretty damn sure of it, yeah.
Can a conversation on First Take be that quickly?
Okay, so let's do that. Let's have the conversation just as expeditiously as possible.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Go ahead, Nelly.
Are we sure about that?
Yeah, stop. Yes again. Okay, that's 2 yeses.
Yes, 2 yeses. I don't even need to explain myself. The data is there for you to consume.
You're saying too much, yes.
Go ahead.
Because I would have to argue, and I would have to say right now today, that LeBron James is the best player in the NBA. Here's why I said, the best player in the NBA gets it done on both ends of the floor. LeBron James is getting it done at the age of 40 on both ends of the floor at a high level.
You know, one thing about 40-year-old LeBron James, who he's widely renowned for multiple things. You see last night that he broke the 50,000-point barrier that I think is going to go untouched for the rest of NBA history. Did you see that, Moj?
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing I think about with LeBron at 40 is how good he is on defense. You know all those highlights of him when he's standing still or he misses a shot and doesn't get back on defense? It's the both sides of the floor thing at 40 years old for LeBron that really, what the hell is he talking about?
I have no idea.
LeBron from 10 years ago, pretty tenacious defender. Pretty good. Does not care about defense anymore. He doesn't. I'm sure if LeBron wanted to play very tough defense, he could still at this age. He doesn't do that often.
Defense requires an effort, a consistent effort that it's tough for a lot of 40-year-olds to maintain. Now, that's not to say that this 40-year-old isn't the most special 40-year-old to ever play the game, because I think he probably is.
Mm-hmm.
But he ain't the same dude on that end of the floor anymore. Let's not pretend.
Go ahead, Steve.
Because I would have to argue he could guard 1 through 5 defensively. Offensively, we know what he could do. Damn it, he could damn near play 1 through 5.
Stop. Okay. Then put LeBron on Joker one-on-one. JJ Redick, I dare you. Don't run this double triple team crap at him. If you really want to back it up, I'll tell you what, you're going to get your chance in about, a week and a half?
Yep.
You're going to get your chance in about a week and a half. Guard him one-on-one. If you can guard 1 through 5, guard the 5, and let's see how it goes.
Continue.
I would argue if they need him to play the center position, he's the second best center in the Western Conference behind Nikola Jokic, especially with Anthony Davis and Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively being out for the Dallas Mavericks. What LeBron James is doing at a high level on both ends of the floor still to this day, I would have to say right now, he's the best player in the NBA.
Okay. Here's the thing. The last part of what he's talking about, for what he's doing at his age, it's
phenomenal.
I'm going to repeat something I've said before. LeBron is the best at his profession than anybody else I've seen do another profession. Moser, you're a big music guy. I'm sure some of the bands you love, Van Halen, everybody of that era, they've had an album that wasn't as good as another album. LeBron, quite literally by the numbers, has not had a year that's worse than the year before. They've been like virtually the same for 22 straight years.
The consistency is phenomenal.
You give me somebody who's done something for 22 straight years and never had a down season or a down year before, I don't think it exists. So I'll say that about him. Here's the problem.
Don't give me that look.
Here's the problem. Jokic is a 3-time MVP who has been widely considered by everybody, maybe outside of Kendrick Perkins, the best player in the league for, I would say, about 3 years now, right?
Are we sure about that?
Yes, we are. For about 3 years, I think there's been an overall overwhelming consensus that Jokic is the best.
I'd say it's 4.
Sure, 4 years.
I mean,
let's go 4.
Look, he wins an MVP. And was he considered the best player in the league at that time? Well, when you win the MVP, that's what your title becomes.
MVP, MVP, no MVP, MVP.
But
MVP, Finals MVP, then MVP.
But it should have been MVP, 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 MVP.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
But here's the point. It's been an overwhelming consensus. He's the best player in the world for 4 straight years. He's having his best season ever this season.
Are we sure?
Yes.
The numbers say so, Perk.
And not just the best season that he's had. Moj, I would argue it's one of the best seasons the league has ever seen. 29 points, 13 rebounds, 10.5 assists on 58% from the field and 44% from 3.
You know what? You know what?
It doesn't get better than that.
He doesn't need it. He doesn't need to do it. He doesn't care about doing it. He cares about winning. But damn, do I want him to average over 30. You know what I mean? Just to sort of prove a point. You know what I mean?
Well, he proved it for a good portion of this year.
Understood. But you know, when you're sitting on, what is it you say, 29 point what?
28.9.
28.9. God, I'd love him to get just a couple more buckets per game, you know, and then by the end of the season, pump that up to 30.2 points per. Yeah, just because I just want him to put an emphasis on, yes, he's the best player in the world. Yes. Yes.
I really try, by the way, Moj, to not name call because I feel like that's a cheap way of trying to dismiss somebody's take. Like, I think you can just take it apart with logic and statistics and facts.
Sure.
Let me tell you something about this dummy. Do you know what I think I've come to the conclusion to with Kendrick Perkins on why he can't stomach the idea that Nikola Jokic is as good as he is? He looks at Jokic and he sees a slow, big, unathletic guy. And then you throw on a Kendrick Perkins highlight reel. And what you see is a slow, big, unathletic guy. And I think to him, let's just do a thought exercise for a moment. Just give me a second. Because I'm going to show you something as, again, to why I think Kendrick Perkins has the feelings that he does.
All right.
Nikola Jokic is averaging 29 points, 13 boards, 10.5 assists on 58% from the field.
Oh, what are you going to do? Give me Perk's numbers?
Perk, who has the same athletic realm as Jokic, can't move all that well, doesn't jump very high, averaged 5, 6, and 1 for his career on 53% from the field.
Are we sure about that?
That is on your ESPN bio, sir. I think it kills him that somebody athletically in the same mold as him is 4 times in almost each category better than he
But
is.
let's get real about it too. Say on that, athletically in the same mold. I mean, Joker's his drop steps, his movement around the paint.
Those are fundamentals, though.
True, but up and down the floor. Let's not act like he's got a quickness about him, Brett.
I agree.
He's got quick twitch.
You know, I'm a freak of nature, and
Yeah, he's got quick twitch muscles that absolutely fire. And by the way, he can run the floor with anybody. I mean,
that's the thing. If you
let's
want to
be honest about it.
If you want to call him unathletic, and I'm doing this just through a Perkins prism, okay? You want to call Jokic unathletic, then explain to me how he beats the opposing big man down the floor on every possession on offense.
It's almost
explain
like,
that one to me.
It's almost like, though, Perk is a flat earther, okay? And any experiment you ever do, you're not going to get him off the earth is flat. Okay? I don't know what else to say. He's always been this guy. When he ever does pay Joker a compliment, he does it through gritted teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was great last night, son of a... one of those kind of deals.
I don't know why the NBA especially has a difficult time complimenting their league. Could you imagine at the NFL? Tom Brady's an analyst now, right? They got Terry Bradshaw. They got a whole bunch of former quarterbacks. Matt Ryan's now one of them. You can go, the list goes on and on. Tony Romo. If they started giving you reasons why Mahomes isn't as good as you think.
Yeah.
No. Let's talk about the Chiefs game. Well, I got to tell you, I don't even think Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. I think it's actually
whomever,
this other guy,
Lamar or Aaron at the time, whatever.
Oh, I don't think that
Josh Allen,
bro. You're crazy. Tom Brady's not nearly as good as you think. It's the stuff around him that makes him good. Like if they started talking like that, wouldn't you think this is a weird conversation to have for somebody who's really good for your league, that makes your league look good? I just don't get it, and they're all like that.
It's if people were busting down McCarr, let's say. Well, outside
to put him in the conversation of Bobby Orr is just insanity.
If you go to Vancouver, they're always going to burn the McCarr house down as much as they can to make their guy look better.
Sure.
Okay, fine. But you're right. It doesn't seem to make sense. But nonetheless, I don't know why you bring this up unannounced, so to speak. Right?
Yeah, I don't understand either. Now, look, the Nuggets are in action tonight. They take on Sacramento. Again, this is the start of a tough stretch in Sacramento with the games you have coming up. It's a game that I feel like you need to get. And here's the problem. News yesterday, Julian Strother is going to be out for a month. So it sounds like the same sort of time frame that Peyton Watson was just going through, who is now questionable for tonight. But he's not the only one. Peyton Watson is questionable. Nikola Jokic is questionable with an ankle. Zeke Naji is questionable with an ankle. Aaron Gordon is questionable with an ankle. And if there's a good questionable on the board with Peyton Watson, Vlatko has been upgraded to questionable for tonight. So maybe Vlatko can get back in the mix.
But it's not an ankle.
No, his is a knee.
You're right. I was going to say, get a bunch of... It's like you had a wiener dog running around practice biting everybody in the ankle, right?
Yeah.
And now I have nothing.
So I don't know who's going to be in and out of the lineup tonight. You could be a little undermanned.
I can't believe the scope of games coming up here in the next 6 days. I mean,
It's
this is
huge.
This is crazy. I mean, 5 days. It really is. Kings and Phoenix. Okay, Wednesday, Friday at home, fine. But man, oh man, 7 days. Those Oklahoma City back-to-back. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take a split.
Just
you want to give me a
steal
split
one.
right now? Fine.
Yeah, just steal one.
But then home against Minnie and the Lakers, listen, they have a real opportunity here, and I'm sure everybody's aware of it. But they've got a real opportunity to show everybody something major. A real opportunity. I can't wait to talk. Monday the 17th is when we're going to be done with this particular stretch. And then they'll play at Golden State that night. But that'll be the opportunity for us to reconvene after that Laker game, because I'm not counting the Washington game.
Yeah.
They should destroy Washington on the home floor, even in the back-to-back. But after that Laker game, that first opportunity to reconvene will be then. And we'll look at this stretch of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games and see how it went.
It's huge, and I think getting a win tonight to start that off is big time. By the way, we have those Nuggets scratchers that we're giving away all week. So 12 a day goes to one person, and there's an overall top prize of $50,000. There are 25 $5,280 prizes that deepen the connection with the Mile High basketball and providing a high number of high-value winning experiences. And it's perfect if you're a Nuggets fan or a Scratcher fan. And because they are Scratchers, today's keyword is Jokic arms. They're scratched to hell. Jokic arms and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Yeah, but I've got a problem with that.
With a space in the middle, by the way. Jokic space arms.
There you go.
Yeah, not all one word, right?
No. 2 words, Jokic space arms.
Because they're scratched up like these scratchers you could win.
Yeah, that's very clever. I can't wait to see some of these texts roll in where people are they're voice texting, right? Because they're driving or whatever. And it's going to say some, like people were saying Honeybee the other day instead of Money Me.
Uh-huh.
Here comes Honeybee.
Right.
Honeybee.
My phone, by the way, whenever I try and do that in the car where I hit the button and it says, please say a command. I always say call. If I say call Mark Moser, it'll be like, there's no one.
You don't exist.
By that
That guy
name.
doesn't
It's just-
exist.
It doesn't pick up anybody in my car.
Nelly, forever, I would talk about Nikola Jokic's arms. And I would discuss how beat up they were all the time. I mean, they're heavily beat up on a nightly basis. He'll have permanent scarring on his arms. And what did I say?
That they're a baby piglet.
They were pink like baby piglets. That's exactly right.
People are texting Jokic space arms. You don't need to spell space.
And
Just
also,
Jokic arms.
I got to give some people credit. People are putting the proper accent on the C in Jokic.
Yeah,
but
and that's not picking up.
Our text system doesn't know Serbian. What do you want me to do, Jack? Get a Google Translate?
Oh, you know what? This is going to be a friggin' night. You've screwed up.
Hey,
you both screwed up because now it's not recognizing the little accent over the C. You're blowing it.
You know what? If you want to win tickets, you got to do it the right way. If you want to win these scratcher tickets.
And by the right way, we mean lazily.
Yeah.
Okay, people are putting in hyphens. Listen, if you put in a hyphen or you put in arm or you have the little accent over the C.
Oh, boy.
Hey, man, send in another text because what it's supposed to do is kick those ones that don't conform to the regular text line and then kick the good ones to a separate pile. Our text line looks like a friggin' slot machine right now. You guys really blew this. You really blew it.
Moser, guess how many people have gotten it correct in the 3 minutes since we gave that keyword?
Probably 10.
294. That's how many entries we've gotten so far.
How many do you think are screwing it up right now? It looks like 596.
So Jokic arms.
Jokic space arms. Yeah, what's this? Jokic's with apostrophe S space arms.
Yeah, the apostrophe is not going to work either, Jack. It's Jokic arms. That's what we're looking for. So figure it out.
You have all morning to text, right? So pull over and redo it, please. I'm begging you.
There's so many tiny mistakes on here.
Nelly, do they get a kickback, like saying, hey, thanks for entering?
Yes.
Okay.
If you get it right, you'll get a response, a bounce back text.
If you don't get a bounce back, that means you screwed up because Brett screwed up and Nelly screwed up. And I don't even blame you people out there for screwing up. This is a dumb thing.
But it's not, though. I don't know how to program an accent above a C.
The Groove text machine where are they based out of?
I don't know.
I always see it pop up. Wherever they're based. New York, USA. Data storage. They don't recognize the little slash above the Serbian C.
So I'm going to blame it on the system. But you know what? Continue, guys.
Look at Jeff. Now he's getting all smart alecky. Joker scratched limbs. What an ass. Jokic -space arms with a Z. You guys are idiots. Yeah. God, I wish Vic was here because I would leave. I would walk off the program right now.
Why? I did a great job.
Isn't that the Second Amendment? The right to space arms?
Yeah,
space buns.
Something like that.
Space buns.
303-504-0925. Jared Bednar in 20 minutes. Stick around.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you didn't own a Jock Jam CD, then you really missed out on an elite part.
How did you survive as a human being without hearing Jock Jams? I mean, how did you go through life and Jock Jams didn't just infiltrate? I think in the grocery store now they play Jock Jam songs, I think.
Hang on, let me see. The Jock Jam series has sold more than 6 million copies across multiple albums. The best-selling album in the series was obviously Jock Jam's Volume 1. It's pretty crazy. All right, hang on. Jock Jam's Volume 1 came out in 1995. We all remember the cover. It's the cheerleaders jumping.
Yep.
They started with Michael Buffer's Get Ready to Rumble.
Mm-hmm. Appropriately.
There it is. Tootsie Roll. Oh, yeah, Gonna Make You Sweat, Everybody Dance Now from CNC Music Factory.
Everybody dance now.
Hip Hop Hooray, Pump Up the Volume, Pump Up the Volume.
It's huge, man. Every arena in the world played that stuff. Hey, speaking of tunes, Kaner. Nelly, did you see this? How good is your band, Nelly?
I like to think we're the best in the town.
How'd your show go last night, by the way?
Oh, it went very well. Thank you to everybody who packed out Nola Jane. I felt like people were practically sitting in our laps while we were playing. It was just, people were that close to the band. It was amazing.
That's what I want. I want to sit in Nelly's lap while he plays.
Hey, man, a little saxophone, little Moser action.
Nelly, did you guys with your brass band play I put your hand up on my hip. When I dip, you dip, you dip.
We have not learned that one yet, unfortunately.
Okay.
I just saw this. Do you know who Gianni Infantino is? Gianni Infantino.
Yes, I've heard of this. Why
Is that Vic's cousin who got to pick the gelato cart?
It's
who is
not.
that?
That's Mike. But this is the FIFA president.
I got to pick the gelato cart.
So apparently, when the World Cup finals are taking place here in the United States, it's going to be at the, quote, New York, New Jersey Stadium, not MetLife. They're renaming it for the tournament. There's going to be a list of artists that are going to be performing the halftime show at the final next year.
The World Cup final?
Yes.
Okay.
So apparently what FIFA is now doing is they're going full-on Super Bowl, and they're going to have, one of these insane halftime shows.
Okay.
Okay. And they're also going to have artists at Times Square at the same time. They're going to be doing, like, multiple things.
So you got to think they're trying to get people with international appeal.
Right. I don't know who it's going to be, but guess who's leading the way? Working with FIFA to finalize the list of artists.
For the World Cup.
You might as well kill me right now.
Taylor Swift.
Nope.
It's not LeBron, is it?
No. No, it's a couple musicians.
Musician.
I got it. Ready?
Cher.
No. that would be something, though. It's Chris Martin and Phil Harvey of Coldplay.
Let's go!
Yeah. I honestly thought you're going to
You
say
might as well just have
Bono.
like a Goo Goo Dolls World Reunion tour, and then I'll slip my wrist and walk
So
into the
wait.
shallows of the
Are they
desert island.
Are they playing in it, or they're trying to find the right people?
They're getting the right people together. They're compiling the list, apparently. Like, they know.
I will say
Coldplay is picking the list.
One thing in their defense, is that when they played the Super Bowl halftime show, and I was not excited about it, they did, as their guests during their show, it was Beyonce and Bruno Mars, which was a good call.
That was of course it was a good call, because nobody wants to see Coldplay. Kill me now. Just throw me off a bridge.
Who listens to this?
People.
By choice.
Apparently Gwyneth Paltrow did.
I don't get it.
She was married to that dude.
Oh, was she?
Yeah. She's as insufferable as these guys are. That's enough of that. Thanks, Nelly. Appreciate it very much. Anyway, I had to get that in while you were on the Jock Jams. I'll tell you what, if you had just a DJ at midfield playing Jock Jams for the whole halftime,
yeah,
I'll take that. And then Frisbee Dogs, Jock jams and frisbee dogs, and I am a satisfied human being.
I went to the Mammoth game a couple of weeks ago. They had corgi races at halftime. Give me one of those. It was wonderful.
How good are corgi races?
They're awesome.
Because what you have is what looks like a normal-sized dog, but he's got the tiniest little legs in the world. And even watch him run is it just watching one corgi do his thing is fun.
Yeah.
But if you're racing corgis, now you're really onto something.
Yeah, just do this the whole time. Dun 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 dun.
Ho!
Yeah, turn it up, Nelly. Turn it up. Sorry for the people watching on Twitch or on TV. I mean, it's amazing. They should just play this the entire time. I think everybody would be happy.
I didn't want to sideswipe you here. We got Coach Bednar coming up here in about 7 minutes, so stay tuned for that. But you got on the Jock Jams. I came across that story, and I wanted to share it.
Then quickly, there's two things from that I'll get to with the Broncos and just for the next couple minutes. Number one, the Jets have released Davante Adams, and I want that. I know he's 32. That guy had 80-some catches and over 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns last year. He's still productive, and he's still a weapon.
But a lot of teams are going to want that.
I know, and that's my fear. Because you know what makes a lot of sense is him going to Kansas City. And I don't like that at all. That just makes too much sense. Kansas City does not have a threat at wide receiver. They desperately need one.
Well, they got the kid. They got the rookie.
Worthy's fast. Yeah. He hasn't proven that he's good yet. There's plenty of guys who are fast that aren't very good.
I'd rather start out fast and get good than be slow and try to get good.
Well, here's what I know for sure, Moj. If Davante Adams goes to the Chiefs, he's their best wideout. That's what I know for sure.
Agreed.
And I want that here. I do.
Did you see Max Crosby openly lobbying for Aaron to go to Vegas? Did you see that? He's like, come just give us 1 year. 1 year.
Max Crosby is desperate for any sort of good to happen in his life football-wise outside of individual success.
I don't even know that Aaron Rodgers can play the game at a high level anymore.
Me neither.
He's 41 years old. He ain't Tom Brady.
What if Davante?
Why are we thinking that Aaron Rodgers is still that guy?
So Aaron Rodgers goes to Vegas, and Davante follows him back to Vegas.
That wouldn't happen in a million years, would it? Not in a million years.
No way. Although for them, it would be quite the coup, right? Like they stunk. They got a good draft pick. They get a quarterback, and they get Davante back with the draft pick that they acquired for him. Not bad.
I'll tell you what. Now that the Broncos have made the postseason again,
maybe we can do that with Miko.
Okay. Shut your mouth.
Let's get weird.
Sorry. But I don't know about you, but now that the Broncos are good again, made the postseason at 10-7.
Yeah.
I find myself being hypersensitive to any news regarding any other team in the AFC West.
Of course. Yeah.
I'm hypersensitive. I feel a little bit of anxiety when I think about what Harbaugh wants to add to Herbert.
That's another one. If do you know who else needs a wideout?
Yeah.
Chargers do.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying not to speak it into existence.
Yeah.
And listen, I don't know if Aaron can even play the game anymore at a high level, even remotely. But you throw him in Vegas, am I going to be scared? Yeah, I'm going to be a little scared.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just I'm really, and then you talk about, it makes all the sense in the world to go to Kansas City.
It does.
Well, I'm hypersensitive to that.
I did actually forget about this. Thank you, Texter. I do forget because he was out virtually last year. Rashee Rice is a thing that exists in Kansas City.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Davante still would, I think, be the best, but Rashee Rice is very good. Anyway, we can jump back to this in a little bit because there's another former Packer that I guess is on the Broncos' radar that I like as well. So we'll do that in just a little bit, but let's take a break. Get Jared Bednar, his thoughts on the game, his thoughts on the Lindgren trade, and what happens moving forward for the Avs as they make their playoff push. Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, next.
Guys, if you're suffering with any form of erectile dysfunction, I'm sure you're probably tired of the frustration, embarrassment, all that stuff that comes with it. Well, what you should do is call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Make that resolution if you haven't done it already for 2025. You want to have a better life? You want to get your relationship back together the best it can possibly be? Maybe the pills are working okay, but they could be better. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. Your initial visit's only $99, includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, well, your office visit's totally free, but it's going to work, and you know it is. They've got an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, man, you could be better right now. So they've got 5 locations in Colorado, 4 calling to the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Every Wednesday at 8 o'clock, we head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need a Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We were joined by the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. Coach, fresh off the win yesterday, how we doing this morning?
Yeah, doing good. Yeah, feeling better about it this morning.
So
I didn't love the game last night, but we're getting to the point of the year where the results is as important as the way you play. So we'll take the win and trying to improve from there.
Kind of funny. I said it was a good win, not a good game. That's for sure. But I got in this morning and I described to Brett what I saw last night, that kind of thing, and he said, "Well, let me play you what Coach said." I'm like, "Whoa, you kind of came out of the gates firing there, Coach. I know you guys had 3 days off, but is that a symptom of that? You think?"
I think it can be. It can be, but it wasn't a day off before. I didn't love our first practice. We had a day off, a practice, and then another practice that we shortened up, and that second practice was awesome, So we're sometimes we're rusty after the days off, but we need them for the rest, and so the first practice was just so-so, but the next day's practice was high energy, intensity, and I was really liking it, and I thought we'd carry that over into last night, kind of like we did, last week, and it just didn't happen. It was a struggle for us early in that game. I will give our guys credit. Like, the guys that were going good, and they drove the bus, and we just had to get dialed in at some point to try and win that hockey game, and they did, and they scored a big power play goal, and it's a big result, and there was some resiliency there because everyone knew it was no good, and everyone was saying the right things. It just really took us a while to get our game in order last night.
How nice is it to have, it kind of reminds me of a couple of years ago when you had Darcy and you had Pavel Francouz, where you were able to be sort of interchangeable at times if you had to with both goalies, knowing you have confidence in both, because Wedgwood was fantastic last night.
He was outstanding. Yeah, he was the MVP of the game. He is the reason we won, in my opinion. That game could have been a lot worse, a lot earlier. And I thought Nedeljkovic played pretty good, too, at times during the game, although I don't think we tested him as much as they got to Wedge. I felt that was the best game Wedge has played, maybe the whole time he's been here, but certainly since his first string of games where he just looked rock solid, and it just looked like he was seeing everything, seeing it early. He was quick, he was square, he was covering everything up. I was a little nervous. He's been off for a little bit, but seeing him play, last night just gave me even more confidence in him, and we're going to need him a game a week here, probably to the end, and maybe more. So we got some back-to-backs in there, and we want to make sure that both guys are playing rested, and that gave me a lot of confidence. Should have given his team a lot of confidence because he played just a great game last night.
That's a great way to put it. If I was in front of him, I'd be going, wow, this guy's awesome tonight. I'd be pretty darn thankful and appreciative. One of those guys in front of him was number 55, Ryan Lindgren. He brought that on his first shift, laid the hit on the boards on the near side, and that's what he's going to bring. What did you think about his game overall, first in an Av sweater?
I thought he was solid, just good and solid, which is what I was hoping for. What's going to happen is as it's a little bit more dialed in our system, and let's be fair, last night if you're playing for a team for the first time, you're probably like, what is their system? That's what I'd be thinking, because it was all over the place. You're going to see a more aggressive defender and a more physical defender. He looked like he was playing it safe, and I still thought he was solid and good. Veteran guy. Our back end was probably the start of our issues last night. We struggled to move the puck, and we saw 8 skating and aggressive and doing all the things that he does. But as a group of 6, we struggled with the puck last night. We struggled to get out of our end on the breakout, and we struggled. And it started, sometimes that's a forward problem. Last night I thought it was a little bit more of a D problem. and I'm still picking through the game here, but when you're not delivering the puck into your forwards' hands on time, and the puck's getting turned back into your zone all the time, like it was at the start of the second period, and then they're executing and getting scoring chances out of it. That's the double whammy, and we had that going for a bit last night. And yet I thought his puck moving was solid. He was making smart plays, good decisions, closing plays out down low. I was impressed with his game last night compared to like some of the rest of our team. So that's a good sign, because when our team gets dialed in, I think he's going to look even better.
It reminds me of something that we did a couple of years ago. Moj had me throw up a poll question. This was March 7th of 2023. Would you throw your baby across the top of your own crease to a guy on the other side with a guy charging down the slot? And Moser said that game reminded him a bit of that one last night.
Yeah, you treat the puck like your baby. You don't throw your puck across the top of your own crease with a guy jamming down the slot. And it just you said you beat up the puck, which I love that term, because that's what you were doing last night. That poor puck is in skates, getting chopped at, getting hammered around, hand grenade style, and you still found a way to get it done. I mean, that to me, that's sort of a come around type of win for this club.
Yeah, no, for sure, because and I like some of what the guys were saying. Like guys on the bench recognized that we were struggling early. Like, I think it always starts with like me and our coaches. Like, let's go, and you're trying to get the team to put the right amount of importance on it. But then our leadership, like McKinnon especially, I thought he was awesome last night on the bench. There was a positivity to it when he felt like we needed the positivity, but then there was this, like, he was driving our team to be better and more committed in the first period. So there was about 4 minutes left in the first period. There was a whistle, and he came by the bench, like, not once but twice, and let everyone know. So we kind of got dialed in for the last 4 minutes of the first. But then we struggled to get out of our zone at the start of the second, and the scoring chances against kept coming. And then we kind of started again as a bench, and then we kind of got it turned around for a little bit. And it was a pretty good third. Like, we defended better, we created some chances, we draw the power play finally, and power play goes 1-for-1. And those guys going out there, great play by Val, great shot by Mitty. Nice to see those guys contribute in that moment. And sometimes you need the power play, and sometimes you just got to find, when it's not going your way and you don't have it the way you want to have it, you got to be resilient. You just got to grind it out and find a way to win that game. We could have easily not found a way and lost 4-1 and then been really upset tonight, but we did find a way, so you got to give them credit.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every Wednesday at 8 o'clock. You brought up a name, and you can take this, I guess, in any direction you want, but with Val Nichushkin back in the lineup, I don't think it's any coincidence that Mittelstadt has 2 goals in 3 games, is it?
No, it's not. And, I think, it's twofold. It's Val, what he's able to bring to that line for sure. There's no question. And it's the excitement that Mitty has, and knowing that, like, if you even know if it's frustrating night or it's not going great, because there's a history there of like him not producing, over a pretty long period of time now, it'd be easy to like kind of give up on it, right? But he keeps sticking with it. And I'm seeing that a little more here now with Val, knowing that he's got a guy that might be able to help him make a play and be a difference maker. And hopefully that's a good sign. Last night they stuck with it, and it was all the way to the bitter end to try and get that goal, and it was a great play. He comes to the right area. You got to get to the net, and he gets to the back door, and Val makes a play, and it was just a terrific shot. So, he's starting to do the right things more often, and hopefully he keeps getting rewarded for it, and he comes around at the right time here for us.
I don't want to take anything for granted. You mentioned Nathan McKinnon, and again, another couple helpers last night, still leads the league in scoring. I remember in Joe Sakic's days, coach, where there was a night when he didn't have it, right? But he always made a play that made a difference in the game on the nights he didn't have it to win you the game, that kind of thing. And Nate last night, he retrieves that puck behind the net, right? He gets the pass. Then, the immediate fire to Lehkonen for the first goal of the game. And he just, You can see it in 29 too. These special players, they do things that, man, it makes a difference. You know, it could be one retrieval here, one pass there, one whatever. But I don't want to take 29 for granted because he's just that dang good.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like there's games when, you know, it's not coming easy for him and he keeps working, but last night he was going. I could tell right away he was going, and it was just it was hard finding enough guys to get 5 guys on the ice last night that were going. You know, it's not a lack of desire to get going. Lots of guys just didn't have it.
Is that is that why the blender later on in the game you started looking at? Okay.
Exactly. So Nate saw Lehkonen, Drouin, Val, Nakash. You know, that's why. It's just I try to be patient and let it go, and then I just couldn't let it go anymore. I needed to start mixing it up and trying to find some chemistry and some pop, and you know, I gotta watch a bit of the game to see who I think is contributing, and it was a little bit up and down last night. But in Marty Nakash's defense, he was fighting some nausea on the bench. They had a bucket on the bench for him for a while. And then they had some flashes and some good shifts and some good scoring chances, especially in the first period. And then again, middle of the way through the second. So I was trying to keep using him, but he saw at the end of the game, he only had a couple shifts in the last 10, 12, 14 minutes, whatever. But because I just felt like it was deteriorating on him, and he just was not feeling well, you know, So sometimes when you're not feeling good and you don't have it, it can be a struggle. And so I ended up going with Val on that line, and then they were a little bit more dangerous and ended up on the power play getting that goal.
What's this year been like for you, Coach, in this sense? I saw this from Brendan yesterday, that Ryan Lindgren is the 43rd player to appear in a game for you guys this season, which is tied for the record that was set actually a couple of years ago by your squad.
Yeah.
The 43 used this season leads the NHL. What's that like, just having that many bodies mixed in?
Yeah, it's a challenge. There's no question it's a challenge because, in an ideal world, and we still got some runway left here, but even last night, you get you guys and VC's still going to come in our lineup here, and you know, deadline coming up, but it still feels like, you know, at times we're still trying to find the chemistry just because of all that movement, you know? There's teams in the league that, you know, have their lineup the way they want it and set it, and they haven't had to move it, you know? You get to know exactly what everyone's going to do in the game, what they provide, what you can expect from them, what you can trust them to do every night as a coach, as a teammate. And, you know, we've had that for short stints, but not very often. And we just kind of got our lineup full. You know, we're pretty good going into the break. You know, that last segment, the underlying numbers and analytics look really good for our team. The results were there. We come out of the break, we stumble for a couple games, and now we're getting results again. And you want it to all match up. You want to be getting the results. You want to be getting the underlying numbers that say you're a good team and that you're where you need to be for going into the playoffs. And I think with all the turmoil in lineup and everything, it's been a challenge, and I still think our team is establishing that, you know, and so I'm glad that we got the 19 games left or whatever, and because I think we need that time to play these important games to keep sort of dialing that in for you know, to get into playoffs and to be able to be organized and know exactly what we're doing come playoff time. We need this runway.
Before we get to an injury update, just one final thing on this subject, the amount of guys that have been shuffled through, because you guys have made a lot of moves already, but you're 2 days until the deadline. How active is your role in talking with Chris McFarland, the people in the front office, with these last couple of days here?
So generally, if they're looking at someone or have a choice to make, or they're thinking about someone, they'll, with the pros, like the guys that we're gonna, end up looking at off other teams here, they'll, if they're serious, if the front office is serious about something and think they may have a deal on the table, they'll Chris will ask me to watch him and get my thoughts and how would we use him, how would we deploy him, what do you think he can do for us, that kind of thing, which I think really makes sense. Those aren't my decisions, but I think you want to know, and Chris wants to know, like how do I think, just another input, like if I'm going to be the guy deploying him, then how would I use him, how can he help us, how does he improve our team, that kind of thing, from me, and sometimes our D coach and Prater, and sometimes Ray, our forward coach, like if it's a forward, like what do you think you can do, what do you like, what do you don't like, what can we improve, how can he help us, that kind of stuff, just so he gets all the information he needs to be able to make those decisions.
Last thing for me, Coach, saw 42 in practice a couple days ago, and yesterday all through skate. Seems like Manson's getting close, and will that be it? I mean, if Manson is able to go here the next week or so, does that mean that everybody's available to you?
I think so, except with the exception of Landy. I think, and it certainly has gone well here in the last week. Manson's been pushing hard, wants to get back in the lineup. He's feeling better. And so I think there's a chance that he could play tomorrow. Like they're waiting on, he's been pushing hard the last few days. How does his body respond? If he feels good today, and he'll go in for some treatment. It's a team day off today. And then, like, if he comes in tomorrow morning, skate goes well, there's a chance that he could be in the lineup tomorrow. So, and that would be a big add for us. Obviously, we know what he can provide on the back end for us, and it'd be nice to solidify that position, especially after a game like the last one from our D-Corps.
Coach, congrats on the win last night. Always appreciate the time. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every Wednesday at 8, and all conversations with the coach are brought to you by Quantum Fiber, internet that's everything you imagine, and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com.
I think he summed it up pretty dang good.
Yeah. Sound a little bit happier this morning after the initial reaction last night.
You go home and you're like, man, yeah, he's still, like you said, not enough guys had it and were throwing that puck all over the place. And so many passes and skates or through guys, right? Like, maybe it's a good pass, but it just gets through a guy. You're like, hey.
That number is pretty wild, by the way. 43rd player, Ryan Lindgren, to appear for the Avs.
The franchise record, I think, is 49.
So it's tied for the most since they relocated. I don't know what Quebec is, but
that was like 1990, I want to say. They had 49 guys used.
The funny thing is you forget 2 years ago you were dealing with the same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
We're just constantly having guys out of the lineup, having to shuffle new people in. And look, they might not be done. He just talked about VC is probably going to get in the lineup here sometime soon. And depending if they make another move here in the next couple of days, who knows? Could have even more. Always wondered that, by the way, coaches and where does their role come in towards trade deadline about guys? Because you would think, the old adage is the GM picks the groceries and the head coach uses them. But you got to at least get the input on the chef on what he's good at using, right?
Absolutely.
So,
maybe he's really awesome at souffles and you're getting him a steak.
Right.
You think about that, I can work with that steak, yeah.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Still a lot to get to. Stick around. All right. Just talked to Jared Bednar. It'll be on the podcast shortly if you guys missed it.
You see the win that they had last night, the Avalanche?
Did I see it?
Against
I watched it.
I'm talking about against the Pittsburgh team that's not having a good year this year, obviously.
Right.
But they were far from their best, and they still found a way to get it done. I need the Nuggets to start pulling some of those out.
Yeah.
I need the Nuggets to start pulling out games where they're not at their best, yet they find a way to win it.
Well, do me a favor. Let's hold on to the Nuggets for like another 15
Sure,
minutes.
I'm just saying when I'm looking towards tonight, that's what I need.
I want to mention one thing and then get your thoughts on a question I have for the Broncos offseason in a moment. But I saw these yesterday. In the world of college baseball, George Mason set a record in the top of the third inning. They scored 23 runs in an inning.
Oh, good God! Against whom?
I don't know who this is. I see the logo. I have no idea.
Presbyterian Blue Hose.
Wait, I thought it was them. It was, hold please, Holy Cross. Holy Cross.
Well, Holy Cross has been around a long time.
More like holy.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez.
Here's the thing. They did this, I believe, without hitting a home run in the inning. So here's what's wild. In that inning, 4 different pitchers. One gave up 5, another gave up 7, another gave up 8, and another gave up 3. 2 of the pitchers I have mentioned did not record an out. One pitcher pitched a third of an inning, giving up 8 earned. I've been in a game like this before. When I was playing in college, I was playing first base.
Were you on the receiving end or the giving end?
Kind of both, but mostly receiving.
Okay.
It was a day in which there were 50-mile-an-hour gusts going straight out to the left field foul pole. You hit a pop fly to third base, that thing was leaving the yard.
Even the little slap hitters are getting a piece.
After 3 innings, the score was 19-12.
Oh my gosh!
And I remember playing first base, and I want people to help me with other sports because I do think this is probably the most humiliating and boring thing that you can do in sports. Moj, when I was on first base and they had, I think it was like an 11-run inning, to watch people just trot around you for like you're out there for 25 minutes, not moving, is death. And I don't know what the equivalent is of another sport. I know that in football you can get beat up physically, and that's not any fun either. But literally, for me to just stand in place for almost half an hour and just watch the scoreboard.
And you're not touching the ball because there's no putouts, there's no nothing.
I can't actively help anything.
Right.
I'm just sitting there watching my team get repeatedly punched in the face. Is one of the worst things in the world. Worst. And I can't imagine for a single inning you give up 23. And what that had to feel like when you're on the field. I can't imagine how long that half inning was. You know, it's early in the year. Where's Holy Cross at?
I think it's in Virginia, I think.
Hang on, let me see. Holy
It's in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Oh, it's in Massachusetts. There you go.
It doesn't sound like it's going to be warm on March 3rd.
So it's probably freezing. It's probably freezing.
It's probably cold, and you're not moving, and you're just watching a parade of people walk around you. It's the worst. Worst. And there's no mercy rule in college.
A texter pointed out that in other sports, the clock will save you. You know, in basketball, you can just wait for the clock to wind down, and then you lost by 30. There you go. But in baseball, you don't have that. You just have to take it for an unlimited amount of time.
Yep.
I'm watching some of the highlights from this now. You got me interested in it. And
highlights?
Yeah, they have some highlights. Poor Holy Cross got a little bit unfortunate, too. Like, guy hits a comebacker. It goes and hits the pitcher in the groin. And then, it hits the pitcher in the groin.
That looks frigid, too.
And he can't locate the ball. And then, under another run scores and blah, blah, blah. And it's just a bunch of it was a bunch of fielders' choices, a bunch of hit by batsmen, some hits. I mean, it's just
some errors.
Errors, yeah. Balls getting away. Just craziness.
So shout out to,
by the way,
George Mason.
Poor decision making.
Yes. Here's the other question I have. I asked you earlier about Davante Adams, and I think the Broncos should be interested, but I don't know if Davante Adams sees Denver as a premier destination when he's going to have options.
What do you think his ideal place would be?
His ideal place
would obviously a chance to win, but play with a top-notch quarterback.
Top-notch quarterback that has a good opportunity to win their division and get to a Super Bowl.
Okay, the second question. Do you think all things being equal, will the money be equal depending on where he wants to go?
Probably. Like
so what's his main motivation? Is it getting paid one last time at the age of 32, or is it having an opportunity to really win?
He's never won.
No, he's not. So I don't know that this would be his choice in either regard. I mean, to go in with a second-year quarterback who showed an awful lot in year number one, and the opportunity to win.
The teams we're talking about, I think, that have the combo of should be competitive along with really high-level quarterback play. The Broncos are not above the Chiefs. They're not above the Chargers. I don't think the same way as other people that he's just going to follow Aaron Rodgers wherever he goes. I don't think that's the case. Maybe a Buffalo. Buffalo is the kind of place that maybe he would try and jump to. He's going to have a ton of options. So I'm almost like, I would love to have this. I just don't think it's possible. But here's one that is. Can I name you another former Packer from 2 years ago?
Yeah.
This comes from Darren Wolfson. He's an anchor up in Minneapolis. So Aaron Jones is a free agent. I thought he was going to be off the market because I thought the Vikings would just want him back because he still is good. He's 30 years old, pretty old for that position. But you look at his production last year, Moj. Aaron Jones ran for 1,100 yards and had 51 catches out of the backfield. He did both.
He's always been one of those backs, though, to me, he's a second-tier kind of guy. And that may be really unfair, but in my own brain, that's where I put him. That probably is unfair. But you asked me, just asked me about Aaron Jones.
What do you think of Aaron Jones?
He's a pretty good back, yeah.
He's a million times better than what you had last year.
Yeah,
a million times.
I know, and that's why I'm being unfair about it.
But Darren Wolfson, this anchor up in Minneapolis, says there is legit steam from the Denver Broncos in regards to Aaron Jones. And I would not mind the idea at all because I do believe that you're in a place where you can compete for the division this year. Obviously, you want to stay young. You want to build up a younger core. I'm not above going out and getting a veteran guy, though, like a Davante Adams or an Aaron Jones. And if they got Aaron Jones, it's an immediate, we're taken care of at this position. Now we can worry about, look, you could, if Ashton Genty drops to 20, you can still take him.
Sure.
Slot him in behind, mix some time in the backfield, give him a year to incubate, and then take over as the lead back the following year. Like, who knows? You could.
Let's look at your Lions for a second.
Sure.
They went and they got David Montgomery, correct?
Yes.
And how good is he?
Really good.
Really good back. What did they also do?
They drafted Jahmyr Gibbs at 12.
They drafted Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
And when Montgomery went out...
with a premier first-round pick.
That is correct. When Montgomery went out this year, Gibbs just got more workload. You know what he did?
Played great.
He played great.
Yeah.
It's exactly right. And so I'm going to myself, hey, man... Can you have two feature backs? The answer is yes, you can.
Sure.
They were both really good, which is partly why, again, say what you will about Jared Goff, that Lions offense is so damn prolific. It's unbelievable.
Oh, I think it's the reason. They run the football so well. I think it's the reason why their offense is good. Because everything else works off it. You get play action. You get guys running wide open downfield. Like, you got all that different stuff.
So... The Broncos are, according to this guy, what's this guy's name?
Darren Wolfson.
Darren Wolfson. The Broncos are sniffing around Aaron Jones.
I would love it. I think it's a great move.
I would take it absolutely as well.
It's just one.
I've just never thought he was like super elite, but I thought he was good. Damn good.
What do you consider elite?
I know. I'm just, Brett, it's in my head. I can't articulate how I feel.
The great thing about him is he is a back that I think fits what Peyton wants to do. He's a guy that can run the ball with some power. He's got some speed to, well, he has a lot of power. He's got some speed to him, but he also catches the ball out of the backfield. He's had, in the last 6 years, since 2019, with the exception of the year last year, his last year in Green Bay where he was hurt, he's caught 49, 47, 52, 59, and 51 balls out of the backfield.
Not bad at all. I need to look him up. Give me a second.
He's got 4,000-yard seasons in the last 6 years, which, again, one of those he was injured for. He's incredibly productive. And every year he feels like the same guy. He's still averaging 4.5 yards per carry. Like, give me the guy who is a just stalwart, relied upon, I give him the ball and I don't worry about it kind of guy, and I'll be happy.
You know what? He's played a lot of games, too. I mean, he's been there. He played in all 17 this past season.
Yeah.
So he's been there.
But anyway, I love the move. If they could go out and make that happen, I think it opens up even more possibilities for this offseason for him, I don't want them to be hyper-focused on specific things. I just want them to focus on getting really talented players no matter where they're at. And you give me some sort of combo of Aaron Jones and then somebody in the draft, cool. Let's do it. Because they still got to find the tight end. They still got to probably improve at safety. They got to get another linebacker, I think, in there. There's a lot of different spots they have to look to as well. But
if when I think about it, too, let's say you're talking about this. I think Gentzy's going to be gone at 20. But let's say he was there. Okay.
Okay.
That means both guys are not very large. Let me put it this way, not very tall running backs. But correct me if I'm wrong. I know Jahmyr Gibbs is not a tall guy. He's a powerful guy. Is Montgomery even 6 feet tall?
No.
Okay. So the Lions make it work with two guys under 6 feet.
I don't know why you keep going to this. Most running backs are under 6 feet tall.
I don't know why. I don't know why I do either.
Most are.
Listen, I'm on my own personal wish list here, okay? So, can I have my own wish list?
Name a good back in the league. They're probably under 6 foot. Gibbs is 5'9", by the way.
I'm infatuated with Derrick Henry. Always have been.
Well, he's a freak.
Understood.
Generational freak.
Yes.
So don't be infatuated with the freak.
I can't help it.
Find somebody that is attainable.
Let's say, look, man, don't like Van Halen. I mean, look, Coldplay's over here. They got a guitar player in their band, too.
No. I'll tell you what you're doing.
And I'm like, no, I'm infatuated with the guitor player.
I'll tell you exactly what you're doing. Yeah, Jokic is good, but he's only 7 feet tall. Wembanyama's 7'5". So, yeah, go find somebody who's 7'5", and I guess we can have a conversation. But anyway.
Hey, listen, I like the way you're thinking. I hadn't heard that out of David Wolfson.
Darren.
Whatever. Wolfson. Any relation to Tracy?
I don't believe so.
No.
But I'm all in. I want they've floated it out there. Now I want Aaron Jones. I want him on this roster.
See, now you're starting to do it too.
Now
that's going to be.
What am I starting to do?
Hold on. He's going to be in your head for a couple weeks now. Yeah.
A week from now is free agency.
I know.
So yeah,
and
for the next week I will be thinking.
I know.
About Aaron
either
Jones.
they're going to get him, and you're going to continue to think about him,
or they won't,
not,
and then he's dead to me.
And no, then you're going to be like, oh man, if they could have just gotten Aaron Jones.
No, and it just moves on to give me Ashton Genty or somebody in the draft.
Sure,
we can just keep the train moving. By the way, speaking of, the train moves on for the Nuggets tonight as they take on Sacramento. They have a host of questionables for tonight. We'll get to that list next.
And here we go. Westbrook throws the inbound off over to Jamal Murray. Murray puts it on the floor, throws back behind him to Jokic in a three. Boom! Shakalaka! Denver's within 4, 95-91.
Yeah. By the way, Vic is on assignment for the next 3 days.
That's what we're calling it?
We cannot tell you about the assignment. This is top secret assignment stuff. But when you find out about the assignment, I think some of you are going to go, wow, what an assignment.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
So that's all. So Vic can't talk about the Nuggets today, but we can.
Well, here's the deal. I'm a little nervous about tonight. Sacramento's a decent team. Pretty good. They have won 4 straight. They are without Sabonis. But you have an injury list that looks like this. Out for tonight and for the next month is Julian Strawther. Questionable for tonight is Aaron Gordon and Zeke Naji and Nikola Jokic. And Peyton Watson.
Is he really questionable?
And Vlatko Čančar.
Is he really, though?
I don't think that Jokic shows up on reports unless it's legitimate. They don't play this game like Tom Brady every week for the Patriots was questionable with some sort of knick-knack injury, and we knew he was playing. That's not how they do this. I don't know if he's playing tonight.
I don't know what happened to Strawther's knee, though.
I don't either. I mean, I don't know what happened to Peyton Watson's knee, but it was kind of the same thing. Knee injury, they'll reevaluate in a month and see where it's at. Now, the good news, out of the 5 names I listed for questionable, the bad ones are Gordon, Jokic, and Naji. The good ones are Peyton Watson and Vlatko Čančar because they've been out for a while, and both those guys have a chance to come back tonight. And Lord knows if you're missing, let's just say 2 of the 3 between Gordon, Jokic, and Naji, that's a lot of bigs missing from the lineup when you don't have a lot of bigs to start with.
Well, the Sacramento Kings just went through Houston. That's a quality win.
Yes.
And then to Dallas, and that's the Irving injury night. But you still, they smoked them. They smoked the Mavs.
Yes.
And you'd won 2 before that against pretty crappy opponents. But this is nothing to laugh about tonight. You got to win this game. I mean, you just have to win it.
No, here's the thing. By comparison of what the next week and a half looks like, this doesn't feel all that bad playing against Sacramento. If this was a normal schedule, you'd be like, this is a tough matchup. Just to throw this out there, for the next week and a couple of days, it's Sacramento, Phoenix, OKC, Minnesota, and the Lakers. The easiest team of the bunch is Phoenix. And I don't even know how easy that is.
Which is crazy because those guys can get off on any given night.
Right.
They're not playing well. They are under 500. They are on the outside looking in the play-in in the West, are they not? Where are they right now? Are they 10? Where are they?
Talking about Sacramento?
No, I'm talking about the Suns.
Oh, Phoenix? I think they're out. Yeah, they're outside the play-in entirely. They're 3 games out of the play-in. Now,
they're 11.
They're 3 games out of the play-in, but Dallas has nobody anymore, and they're in the 10 seed, so they're probably going to drop off in a hurry. But Phoenix has to win game. Did you see what Durant did with Budenholzer last night?
Yes.
Got into it with him, started barking at him, like threw his hand up. They're in an awful place. Awful. Phoenix is 1 game better than the Portland Trailblazers, just for perspective. So I don't know what's going on with them.
You see Memphis sitting in the 4th spot. I guess my question to you would be, again, I think your primary goal right now is to get home court, right? I'm not necessarily sure that I need to see them get back to the 2 or hang on to the 2 or whatever. I don't know that I need that. I would prefer that. But you gotta do some home court stuff here.
I think so. I think mine is that because that would translate to you're playing good basketball, and they have to start doing that on a more consistent basis against the better teams in the league. That's what needs to happen. So that stretch that I just talked about of games that they're playing, the only team under 500 is Phoenix, who is 29-33. And we know the numbers of them playing against teams above 500 this year. The Nuggets are 14-16. Not great. They beat up on the teams they're supposed to beat, and it's a very 50-50 proposition if they beat teams that are above 500. So you're having a week and a half of that coming up here. Tonight's
this is going to be, I don't want to put all the eggs in this basket, But this is going to be a very telltale week and a half of basketball for the Denver Nuggets.
I think so.
And again, I don't want to put too much emphasis on it because there's still plenty of season left after this. Okay, but you got to play well. And even if you're missing, listen, everybody is going to have guys in and out of the lineup. Look at the Sacramento Kings right now with their superstar in the middle, right, or their stud.
Yep,
he's out, and they're still finding ways to win. If you're the Denver Nuggets and you've got this quality of a lineup, starting five and guys who have discovered things off the bench, then you need to win games, period.
Right.
End of story. No excuses. In fact, I would argue to you, by the way, OKC, one of two teams in the league now with 50 wins. Pretty big.
Yep.
I would argue to you that you got to split in OKC.
I think you have to. Yeah.
I would prefer the national TV game on Sunday. The day game, I'd prefer that, but I don't care. You need to come out of OKC with a split.
The way that the Nuggets...
Well, Brett, stop real quick. Don't you feel... I know it sounds kind of unfair because they had the big winning streak and played good ball, but they beat up on a lot of teams that they should beat up on. I mean, Portland twice is a couple of bunnies. You know, same kind of story, maybe Charlotte. Do you feel like... Do they have to show you something on this stretch? Do they have
Yes.
to? Do they have to come to play so you start to believe a little bit?
I'm putting a lot of eggs in the basket of the next week and a half. Because the end of their schedule, it's not that it's easy, but it's not this. And if I'm basing the Nuggets in what I think their ceiling is off of how they compete against good basketball teams, what more could I ask for than today through March 14th, which is 2 games against OKC, a game against the Lakers, a game against Minnesota, and then Phoenix and Sacramento tonight.
I'm going to pull a Vic Lombardi. I feel like I'm emotionally regressing.
To what?
You remember when Cougar encountered the MiG at the beginning of Top Gun?
Sure.
And what happened to him?
You got smoked?
Well, no, he didn't get blown out of the sky. He just freaked
It's
him out.
over.
No, it just freaked him out, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Turned in his wings.
Mm-hmm.
Remember? Merlin says, hey, Mav, that MiG really screwed him up. That loss to the Lakers screwed me up. At first, no, let me go back. The trade screwed me up a little bit. That loss to the Lakers on the 22nd screwed me up.
You having a tough time accepting that the Lakers are legit?
Hold on. It feels so good to own those guys and to beat them and beat them every big game and da-da-da-da. And, of course, they're going to win one from time to time. But it's not just that the Lakers won that game. It's how they won that game. It's what they employed defensively in that game. They switched things up, gave teams a blueprint. I didn't like that at all, right? Yep. And they have the personnel to do it. And by the way, hey, Perk, if you want to throw LeBron out there guarding Joker in the 5 one-on-one, by all means, be my guest. I would welcome it all day and all night. But
are we sure?
Yeah, we're sure. I feel like you can't look forward to the 14th, but man, oh man, you're at home. You got to win. You got to get revenge. You got to get that one back.
See, but this is the thing.
You got to get that one back.
Right now, how about this, Moj? There is a narrative about the Nuggets that's out there right now that they are unpredictable. That they play good one night, they play bad another. They're inconsistent. Can't shoot every single night. They're inconsistent with their shooting. They're inconsistent with their defense. I actually think they're one of the more predictable teams in the NBA. They win the games they're supposed to. And when they play against a really good opponent, they don't. That needs to change. They need to prove that they can go on the road at OKC and win. They need to prove that they can beat the Lakers. They need to prove that they can beat Minnesota. They got to prove a lot of things to me. And so, yeah, I am taking a lot more stock in the next couple of weeks than I am at the end of the year. For that sole reason. They have one thing that has, I know we keep going back to this but it's the truth. When we're in March and I'm asking you what the best win of the season was, and there's not like a couple of obvious options, that's a problem.
I'm not throwing out the Pacers and the Pistons on that roadie. I'm throwing those out. Pretty good wins.
A texter says that's exactly what they are, inconsistent. That's not the case at all. They beat teams they're supposed to beat. That's not inconsistency. That actually is absolute consistency. And they often lose to teams that are considered better than them. Again, it's pretty consistent. Would you call the Broncos last season inconsistent? I think they're the most predictable team in the NFL. They won every game that they were supposed to win. And when they played against the Ravens and the Bills, what did we think would happen?
They would lose.
Probably pretty easily, right? And both times it was that. Like, this is what I feel about the Nuggets right now. And it's on them to change that narrative. Like, we play bad on prime time. Well, what's the translation there? You know, they don't play in prime time as the Hornets. Who do they play in prime time? National TV. It's Boston. It's OKC. It's the Lakers. It's those teams. I think it's pretty consistent, actually. But with that, let's get to the keys to the game for tonight.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Nuggets Kings, 7 o'clock, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It looks like we both have a key.
Let's double team this a little bit. With Sabonis out, we're going to see a healthy dose of Valanciunas, are we not?
Well, I don't know if he's going to be the key guy, but he'll be the main big man.
Okay, enough. By the way, Malik Monk's been playing well.
Malik Monk is a killer of the Nuggets. Killer.
Zach LaVine has been playing. I mean, the Kings are playing some pretty decent basketball.
That's my key. If they aren't going to have the inside presence of Sabonis, take away their main outside threat, which is Zach LaVine. If you hold him to 20 points or less, you'll win the game.
I totally agree. Number 2, big fella, let's eat.
Yeah, get yourself some.
Inside. Tear him up inside.
That is Keys to the Game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Parker Kelly now for Jack Drury. He escapes. Drury, he's going to guide it into an empty net. You've got Drury duty with 8 seconds to go in the third period. Jack Drury scores in back-to-back games for the second time this season for the Avalanche. And that's the icing on the cake. 4-1 Colorado.
Third straight win for the Avalanche, and guess what? It all coincides with one thing, Moj. What is that one thing?
I'm growing my soul patch back.
Yeah, that. Definitely.
I swear to God, dude.
Yeah!
Huge yeah.
You say that like that's an achievement.
Hold on a second. I don't know if I believe in it, but I can't disprove it. During the Four Nations, I shaved it off completely. Gone. Smooth face. What'd they do?
I mean, look, man.
I asked you what they did. They came back and lost both games out of the break. Now, different kinds of ways, but at Nash, at St. Louis.
You talk about a soul patch as if it's a Fu Manchu. It's a less than a square inch of hair on your face. Less than a square inch. It's like a couple of millimeters.
Yeah. A couple of millimeters of luckiness.
I was going to say
it's Val Nichushkin.
Yeah, they just win when he's on the ice. That move that he made early in that first period, by the way, that he just missed on was unbelievable. Split the defenders, get to the front of the net, just miss.
Riker is busy at this second, but I want to get him on. I want to get him on the show this morning because I want him to describe what he described last night on the broadcast for those who couldn't hear it about Val. It's funny. He said, Moj, when Val came by me, he was like, I could feel the breeze I could feel the breeze off him.
Yeah.
Skating by me. Like he could feel the wind.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's got so much power, Brett, and he just diced through everybody. And great save by Nedeljkovic. Great save. The 2-on-0, by the way, another great save. He fired for the 7-hole. And it just needed to be a tick higher because he caught the top of the right pad. But he was going to shoot that entire way. He was going to shoot.
But the sauce that he put on the pass to Mittelstadt on the power play goal is like top level, holy bleep stuff.
I love the way that Riker described it, which is why I don't want to talk about it until forget it. Let's talk about it. It's so hard to do what he did because he's a lefty. So he's at the side of the net. He's got to pivot. So this goes from your hands to your feet, okay? You receive the pass, but now you've got to pivot. And in that one motion, sauce it over the sticks to a waiting Mittelstadt on the other side. That quickly. Oh, baby, was that good. I mean, that was such a tasty pass. I mean, it's so high level. I hope that people, he makes it look easy. All these guys make it look easy. McKinnon does, Makar does, Val does. Heck, Mittelstadt shot. Receive that pass on the little sauce, catch it perfectly off Nedeljkovic and in.
Right.
I mean, this is high-end stuff. But I just want people to understand it. That was really, really good.
Well, it was one of those, if you guys didn't, we talked to Bednar this morning, but this was Bednar after the game last night. And I kind of agreed with him. I didn't think they played well at all yesterday, but found a way to win and did that in large part because Wedgwood was fantastic. Here's what Bednar said last night.
Thank God we had, a handful of guys that played really well because starting with Wedgie, he was outstanding. We did not move the puck at all tonight. So turnovers after turnovers, the scoring chances against it was ugly. And we had some compete. We had some guys play really hard in some areas to try and cover up some of those mistakes, but we beat up the puck pretty bad tonight, like the worst I've seen for a while.
Yeah, maybe it was just, having too many days in between games, something like that, because they didn't play since last Friday. But But this is a stretch of games that is absolutely 1,000% necessary for them to win. I said they got to get at least 6 in their final 4 games of the homestand. Well, they're 2 points on their way to 6. They got one really tough one with Toronto mixed in between.
I mean, that's going to be a good game, though. I mean, you know that, listen, when the Avalanche players see that maple leaf, you get up for it. What I want to do is I want to see them come out tomorrow night and drill San Jose. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. And they should.
And I know, listen, I know it's the San Jose Sharks, and I know they're in a full rebuild mode. I know they're last inside the Pacific and so on and so forth. They've won 2 in a row, and they've got a special kid in Macklin Celebrini. I'll tell you, what's fun to watch with young guys like that, it's what they do away from the puck, how they play away. Oh, I just got a text. So did you. How they play away from the puck, Brett?
Yeah.
Does that text make you mad? Sorry, I didn't mean to get distracted, but I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not cool.
I know. What they do away from the puck, he's going to be a very special player, is Macklin Celebrini. But you should drill these guys. You should. I mean, if you're the Colorado Avalanche, you're on the home ice. You're in the midst of a 6-game homestand.
Yep.
This is game 4. You're playing overall pretty good, but you're finding ways to win. Obviously, these first 3, you drill them, and then you say, "All right, let's bring on the Leafs," because everybody's going to be jacked to play the Leafs. It's a 5:00 puck drop on Saturday, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So that means it's going to be the first game on Hockey Night in Canada. It's because they always do the double dipperoo.
Right.
It's a big deal. Saturday's a big deal.
So before we get there, I want to remind people, if you want a chance to win those 12 Nuggets scratchers, the keyword today is Jokic Arms. So text Jokic Arms to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. You got a chance to win 12 of those Nugget scratchers. What's the problem?
Nelly, did you fix it, or is it the same as it was?
Once it's loaded, baby.
Okay,
I can't go back and add those accents.
So when you said it the first time, the amount of misspellings and the amount of dictations and the amount
Not my problem.
The little, what do you call the little thing over the C? I know it's like a little apostrophe, but it's
like
not
an accent.
It's like an accent over the C, but our computer doesn't recognize the accent over the C.
Correct.
It thinks it's a different word than Jokic.
So don't do that.
Well, please don't do that. If you have that on your phone, don't do that.
Spell it the American way. But actually, I think this is a cool sign. Like, seriously, people are putting that into their phone. They're putting Jokic in, or they're doing voice to text, Siri, your car, however, and the phone automatically puts the accent on the C for you. That means Jokic is well known enough that Siri and Alexa and Cortana, all these people know how to spell his name properly. I think that's pretty awesome.
Okay, hold on a second. And people are still don't put space, okay, joking arms, Jokic, space arms. No, it's just 2 words, Jokic, and then arms, okay? Don't put in space, don't go,
I did it.
Siri text Jokic, space arms. Don't do that.
Mine did not correct. It went straight to the lazy way of spelling it. No accents.
That's because your phone's American, Brett.
Yep, that's
American red-blooded phone.
Okay. If you don't get a bounce back text saying, hey, congratulations, you're entered, that means you screwed up. So do it again.
Correct. So Jokic Arms is what we're looking for with your first and last name. Now,
because they're scratchers.
Because they're scratchers. That's right.
I remember a time when I would talk about his arms and I would just get beaten off the show. I mean, just knock me through the door.
It's because you would say the same thing every time. You would call them baby
because
piglets.
It's incredibly noticeable. Hey, can I get out my daily wine on the National League West? Is that possible?
Sure.
Or do you want me to save it?
Actually, save it.
Okay.
Save it, because I got something real quick.
Well, what kind of wine are we talking about? Your daily Cabernet?
Wine.
Your daily Merlot?
Oh, my sadness wine.
This from ESPN.
Here we go.
End of an era. The last show for Around the Horn will take place on May 23rd. Now, I do not watch Around the Horn anymore. I used to watch it almost every day. And for people around here, Woody Page is a staple on the show. Their last show is May 23rd. 23 years that show has been on the air.
What's Tony Reali going to do?
I've wondered the same thing. That was Tony's gig.
Listen. I like reality.
I do too. I like to imagine Reale as a person he's not, which is an Italian meathead. Hey, Kevin Blackstone, what do you think about this thing over here, huh?
Let me say this. He had it pretty damn easy. Okay?
Yeah, you hit a mute button, give a couple of points here and there.
He started as a statistician, on pardon the interruption.
Yep.
What he started at. And became a host of that show and did a pretty good job. I thought he was pretty good.
See, I always thought SNL could make a really good bit out of Around the Horn, but I don't think enough people who watch SNL are aware of that show. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
SNL is pretty hesitant just to do sports sketches in general.
Because I don't think their audience gets sports.
Because if they do, it's always something like it's a pregame show for NBC or something, right? Where it's like they use their own people, and it's like, okay, this is a nationally over-the-air broadcasting
Think
product.
of the modern Saturday Night Live audience. Would they even get 1 ounce of Around the Horn?
I don't think that a lot of them would understand Woody Page, but I think you could do a great Woody Page on SNL.
You probably could. What happened to me on that show is that as it went along, they started to get people on that I didn't know who they were.
Okay.
Is that bad?
I'm glad you mentioned it, and it's nothing
like,
against the people on the show.
Right.
It's nothing against them. But I was into, who was the weird guy from San Fran? Mariotti? What was his name?
Yeah, Jay Mariotti.
Jay Mariotti, Woody Page. It was Bill Plaschke.
Who's the guy from the Boston Globe?
Bob Ryan.
I can't look at his teeth anymore.
Tim something from Dallas too. Is it Tim Ryan?
Kalishaw.
Or Tim Kalishaw. That's right. Like those guys are and then they started again. This is what happens. New media members come in and they take over. But I would describe it like this. My wife watches this show on MTV called The Challenge. You heard of this thing?
Nope.
It's an incredibly popular show.
Yeah. I've heard of it, yeah. Well, I watched The Challenge on it. Moj watches The Challenge on MTV.
I didn't say, did you watch it?
Right after the Van Halen videos.
I didn't say, did you watch the show?
Of course,
I said,
I've never even told you that. Never even heard of it, no.
Nelly, you know the show The Challenge.
Yes, but full disclosure, the only reason I've heard of it is because Mark Springer is a huge fan.
A lot of people are. They love this show. I think it's the only original show that MTV does anymore. I don't think they do anything else. But I used to watch that like 20 years ago. And then they got to people I didn't know, and I stopped watching. And my wife has begged me to watch the show with her. I'm like, I can't. I don't know who these people are. I don't care anymore. It's kind of how I felt about Around the Horn. When it got to that point where there's so much new.
Steve from the Minneapolis Tribune and, Joni from the Atlanta Constitution. I mean, they're very capable people. I just don't know
It's
them.
nothing against them in particular. It's not just, it's like if PTI continued and it wasn't Wilbon and Kornheiser.
Right, exactly.
It'd be like, okay, it's the same kind of show, but it's not the same show.
Right.
It's not the same. That's how I felt. It's just, it was a part of like my everyday routine. When I was growing up, I would always flip on Around the Horn.
I watch it. I watch that kind of it too.
The blackboard behind him, and sucks. But 23 years, what a run!
That's a heck of a run. That's a really, really, really long run.
I do wish Tony Reale would just lay on. I think he's holding back his jerseyness. I think he's holding it back.
I mean, I think Reale does a pretty good job. He
does a great job.
He fell bass-ackwards into that gig. And you know what? They said this guy can do the job, and he did it. He did a good job.
Anyway, we'll get to what's irking you about the National League West, which is a daily occurrence.
Nelly, have you ever been irked?
Yeah, I get irked every day on this show.
Yeah, good point. Why don't people... By the way, guess who I have texting me? Aleskowitz.
What does he want?
Well, he irks me. I've had enough of him already today.
What does he want?
I don't know what he wants.
Said he's texting you. What is he texting you about?
I texted him first, and now he won't stop. It's just bad.
Yeah.
But nobody uses the word irked anymore. That's like my mom used to use the word irked.
Well, you're welcome.
Does
me? I use it.
Straw poll.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
303-504-0925. Does anybody use the word irked anymore? IRKED, irked.
Just a simple yes or no.
Perturbed, annoyed.
Those are synonyms.
Yeah, synonyms, but irked. Does anybody say, that really irked me?
I don't know if Brett's irked, but he gets murked by you and Vic anytime he tries to toss the break. He gets murked.
That is true. Yes, very true.
I'll tell you what irks me next.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Circus Sports available in Colorado right now, and the Nuggets playing tonight against the Sacramento Kings. 5.5-point favorites is where you can find it. Don't forget the NCAA tournament right around the corner. And there's no better place to watch than that beautiful stadium swim that they have over at the Circus Sportsbook in Las Vegas. So get out there if you can, and if you can't, download the app because they have all of the best odds in the game, no question about it. Tight money line splits and excellent customer service. Download the app right now, Circus Sports, or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Moj, what's irking you?
Oh, he's putting in a little lip pillow right now before this take. This is about to get real here, Brett. Better hold on tight, Spider Monkey.
It's serious. It's like I can't exist without a reminder of how inequitable baseball really is. Somebody made his debut last night for the Dodgers. Talking about the new sensation, Rory Sasaki. Remember?
Yeah.
Free agent out of Japan. Oh, he can sign with anybody. Where's he going to go? Oh, heck, I don't. He might go to Cleveland. You know, I mean, I think that Cleveland's got a good shot. Of course, it's the Dodgers. Last night, he's great. 3 shutout innings. Gave up 2 hits and a walk. Also hit a guy. So that's kind of a good debut, right?
Okay.
Struck out 5 of the 13 batters he faced, 46 pitches. So his heater averaged 98. And when he gets on it, he can top 100. Okay. I don't even know how big he is. Nelly, could you look up the body, height, and weight of Rory Sasaki?
You said Google, was it Rory Sasaki hose? Is that what you said?
Yes.
He topped out at about $100 last night. Apparently, he's got a splitter that guys just simply cannot pick up.
He's listed at 6'4", 203 pounds.
Oh, my God.
It's a big fella.
Stud. This splitter apparently is unhittable. It's ridiculous. 7 whiffs on 8 swings taken against it.
So you're just being annoyed that they have another good thing? Is that it?
Well, aren't you annoyed that they have another good thing?
I'm done with it now.
What do you mean you're done with it?
We
have 162 games facing us that you're going to deal with it all season long.
I'm not going to stay mad for 7 months. I've accepted that this is the reality that we live in, and there's nothing I can do about it. I've gotten to the acceptance phase. That's all I got for you. I can't sit here and be mad about every single player on the Dodgers. I can't. It would consume too much time and energy.
Yeah. 3 Cincinnati Reds veterans with 17 combined Major League seasons. And Hall of Fame manager Terry Francona said this. Nasty. Heavy.
Yeah.
Electric.
Yep.
Impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, they get all they want and then they get more. It just doesn't seem right.
Well, I was reading something else here. So Sam Hubbard, who is a defensive end for Cincinnati, maybe not a household name, but he's a good defensive lineman, rotational defensive guy. He's got 38 and a half sacks in his career. He's 29 years old. Just retired today at 29. And I've been trying to read things as to why. So he's a unique case because he was born in Cincinnati. He went to Ohio State. He was drafted by Cincinnati. And he now finishes his career with Cincinnati. So local through and through his entire football career. And I'm trying to think at 29.
What's he saying? I'm moving to Cleveland? I mean, what?
I'm trying to figure out at 29 why you'd retire when you still have game for a guy like him. And so I'm trying to see, like, does he have head issues? Does he have something else? Or does he just want to retire before he really starts to feel it? You know what I mean?
But yeah, a lot of, I guess we're seeing more and more of that as time goes on. Some guys retired because they wanted to go do other things. Myron Rolle, didn't he become like a brain surgeon or something?
Well, yeah, he was like a Mensa guy.
Right. Who was the 49ers tight end that became a doctor?
Tight end who became a doctor.
I want to say like John Frank or something. Maybe I'm wrong about that. And some guys are saying, hey, you know what? I have enough money.
Dr. John Frank.
That's him.
He played tight end for the 49ers from 1984 to 1988.
There you go. Quit to become a doctor.
He's now a hair restoration surgeon.
Is he really?
Yeah. John Frank is a wild name. My name's Frank. John Frank.
I mean, I don't know. I think with money being is what it is nowadays, and maybe it's all relative, but I think money being is what it is, that guys probably have enough in the bank and they say, I want to go do something else. I want to fly airplanes. I want to, whatever they want to do. I want to save my head. I don't want CTE. I'm sure all this stuff is probably real.
I was wondering if he said something like that, and I haven't seen anything about it yet, because 29 retired it with a pretty good career going. Just seems like you would want to squeeze.
How would you like to have retired at 29?
Oh, I would love it. I'm just saying, you would think that they'd try and squeeze one more contract out of it, but maybe he was just happy. He's happy with where his career was. And maybe Cincinnati said, we aren't re-signing you. And he goes, all right, well, I just want to retire with my entire playing career being in Ohio. Maybe that was it. Here's the other thing that I wanted to get to. The Eagles yesterday rewarded Saquon with a 2-year, $41.2 million extension with, I believe there was $36 million of that guaranteed. So it's virtually as close to fully guaranteed as you can get in the NFL.
Well, he's now the highest paid running back in the league.
Are we in the middle of a running back renaissance in the NFL right now?
I don't think so, because I think I still can't believe the Giants let him go. I still can't believe that they would actually say, nah, why don't you go take a look around? And then he goes to Philly and wins a Super Bowl. Yeah, if I was a New York Giants fan, that would absolutely kill me.
Sure.
I think you're talking about very special guys. I mean, do you think that the Detroit Lions are ever going to give, maybe they will, but is Gibbs ever going to make $21 million per?
Well, they signed Montgomery when he was up for his second contract, and they gave him an extension last year.
Right.
I would assume if Gibbs plays at this level, they aren't going to let him go. And
but my question to you is, what's the tag? What's the ticket?
I don't know. $20 million over 2 years for a running back is really good money. Really good.
Yeah.
I more look at it through the lens, not necessarily of the cash, but there used to be this kind of art. You draft a running back in the mid to later rounds. You play him for 4 years.
Well, you use him.
Let him go.
You say you use him and abuse him.
Oh, you give him 300 carries. And I'm talking about just like 5-6 years ago, not 20. You give him 250 carries for 4 straight seasons. And then you say, you're too beat up. We can't re-sign you again. We're just going to do this over again. It's what the Niners have done forever until they got McCaffrey. They went through Raheem Mosterts and all these different guys cycling through there.
Didn't Frank Gore go there at the advanced age sometime?
Well, no, Frank Gore
started his career.
Yeah,
he started his career.
He was there for like 30 years. No, you're thinking of your Carlos Hydes, guys like that.
There you go. Yeah, guys like that.
The Broncos obviously did this in the later years of Shanahan after Terrell Davis. They would just cycle in somebody else and be like, I don't know who Olandis Gary is, but he has 1,200 rushing yards. That's weird.
Well, Mike Anderson. I mean, they had a lot of guys come through here. Tatum Bell.
I
mean, they had.
Well, who's the tiny little guy? Quentin Griffin? Is that his name?
Clinton Portis was here. Obviously, the big trade to Washington for Champ.
I think what I'm talking about is they're going to be a lot more receptive to the idea of spending high-end draft capital on them again. That's what did.
But it still blows my mind. He's the first running back making 20 per in the league, getting more than 20 per. You've got wideouts now, Brett, doubling that. Brett, you've got wideouts.
Yeah.
The top paid wideout is going to make, I mean, what's Chase going to make? 40 per?
So I'm just trying to look through running backs drafted in the first round over the years. And it's been while.
Yeah, it's dissipated.
Like there's guys who are drafted, but they're drafted like 28th or 32nd or something like that.
Not like 4 or 9.
So Bijan was an 8th overall pick, and Gibbs was 12, and that's huge. But that was 2 years ago. Before that, the first running back off the board was Breece Hall, who was a second-round pick the year before that. It was Najee Harris at 24th overall. It was Clyde Edwards-Helaire at 32nd overall. Josh Jacobs at 24th. You're looking later. And then Saquon was second overall. And people said that they were stupid for taking him there. Now they're stupid for letting him go on the second contract, right? I think the league thought running backs were a dime a dozen, and you could grab a random guy, put him on the field, and you would find production. And I think that they're realizing that's not that easy.
He's only 28 years old.
Saquon?
Yeah. It's just the
He's got a lot of miles on those tires.
The pendulum swing of running backs has been remarkable. Because again, Brett, cutting my teeth on the NFL over the years, everybody had a bell cow back or was looking for that bell cow back, period, end of story. These guys were a highly valuable commodity, even if they did get hurt too. There's plenty of injuries to guys over the years, but you had your bell cow back. Which is why Emmitt Smith's records will never be touched. Ever. Ever. Because of the longevity and everything that came with Emmitt Smith, in addition to being a very, very good player.
That's why I think I'm using Ashton Jeanty as a test case here. The only reason why Jeanty would fall to the Broncos is if they're continuing to devalue that position, because there's no other reason why you wouldn't take him.
So you're thinking that now that pendulum is swinging back and they're going to start rising up.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be back on the board. I think Jeanty's probably going top 10.
Bijan, I thought he was a great back when Atlanta drafted him 8th overall. I thought it was appropriate.
It was. Bijan's really good.
And I'm going to be honest with you. I thought, and I love Jahmyr Gibbs. You know how much I love him. What did I say to you the first time I saw him?
That he was incredible.
Total stud.
Yeah.
But I thought 12 was a reach. And I'm going to be honest with you. Obviously, I'm wrong because
I did too.
Okay, and you're a fan. So maybe it's coming back. Maybe you're right about that. But I don't think it's going to be ever like it was. It's never going to be that prolific. 1 overall, 3 overall, 6 overall.
Let me just ask you.
5 taken in the first round.
A basic question to people on how they're evaluating this. Bijan Robinson was 8th overall. Now, they have a host of other issues that I think Atlanta, if Penix can, he showed those flashes at the end of last year when he took over for Kirk Cousins, if you remember, where they were putting up 30 points a game. But just on the surface, if we're talking about value here, and here's what's funny to me, Moj, what does every single coach who coaches a football team, whether it's college or pros, say about the key to winning football games? They say, don't turn the ball over.
Right.
Run the football and stop the run.
Correct.
They all will tell you that. And then you'll ask them, all right, so would you draft a running back, 5th overall? They'll be like, no, value's not there. It's I thought you just said that the key to winning the game was to do the running thing. So the Atlanta Falcons 2 years ago spent an 8th overall pick on Bijan Robinson. And the value people out there about the NFL draft said that's stupid. Why would you do that? Let me just ask you a basic question. If you spent an 8th overall pick on a guy that would net you 1,500 rushing yards and 14 touchdowns, along with 61 catches for 431 yards and a touchdown, would you say that's worth it? Because I would.
I would too.
That's what Bijan did last year. 1,500 yards on the ground alone. You put them both together, he was almost at 2,000 total with 15 total touchdowns. That sounds like a draft pick well spent. And the one thing that they would say in response is, the advantage of first-round picks is what, Moj? You get the extra option for that 5th year.
Correct.
So what? People get so concerned about second contracts for players and whether a running back can give you 5 really good years as opposed to an edge rusher giving you 10. I'm not worried about 2035, okay? Not worried about what the team looks like then. I'm worried about 2026 and 2027 and 2028 because that's the near future of the team that you've built here.
Yeah, it's fascinating to go back and look, Brett, and I'm just kind of doing it on the fly. But to go back and look how running backs were valued at one point and where they are now. Again, 30 years ago, they more than doubled the total amount of backs taken in the draft. 1989, you had 5 first-round picks. Make that 6 because you had a supplemental draft with Bobby Humphrey for the Broncos. 1990, 6 first-round running backs.
Sure.
91, you only had one. You had 3 first-round running backs. 3 first-round running backs. 3. And it starts to dip. 3. You know what I mean? As you start to get into the 90s. Then you get to 95, and you had 5 first-round running backs.
Can I ask you a question?
It's just, but I'm looking at the numbers overall. Here's an example. In 1991, you had 41 running backs taken overall in the draft. 41.
Yeah.
In 2024, your total number of running backs was 2023 was 18. Last year was 20 total.
Yeah.
So you've more than halved what used to be. It's crazy. And not one first-round running back last year. Not one.
Here's just a question as a thought exercise. If I told you that I cloned Barry Sanders, and this is the exact same guy, this clone that I've gotten you has no flaws. It is the exact same replica of Barry Sanders, and I'm putting him in the draft this year.
I would prefer not cloning. I would prefer Oklahoma State running back Barry Sanders in Doc Brown's time machine. Put him in a DeLorean.
Fine.
I want the real dude, not some weird DNA knockoff.
We went back in time, and we got Barry Sanders, and you know what this guy is. Yep. There's no question about what his production is going to be. It's his exact same career. I put him in the draft. Is he the first pick or not?
He should be.
But do you think he is? That's what I'm asking. He should be, because I'm guaranteeing you a Hall of Fame running back who did that for 10 seasons, would they still pass on him for Cam Ward?
Or go back Eric Dickerson? Right? I mean, you different
pick.
back.
Pick.
When's Le'Veon? Tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. Will you pose that question to Jeff Legwald?
I will.
I'd be fascinated. In fact, oh man, I want him to ask his GM buddies, and I want the response tomorrow. That is a great question.
But you know what? That sounds like a good question for a straw poll.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
It's not what you guys would do. I want you to just try and project what you think the draft would look like this year.
God, that's such a good question, Brett. I'm so glad you came up with it.
I
really don't know. I don't know.
Guaranteed Hall of Famer, 10 years, guy who averaged, I think, 1,500 rushing yards a season, never had a season less than 1,000 yards. Considered, if you're smart, the greatest running back by all accounts.
How about just the joy of watching him run the ball?
And I say that guy's in the draft this year at 20. I think he was 21 years old when he came out for the draft. That guy's in the draft this year. Is he the number 1 overall pick or not? Because I don't think he would be. I think he'd be top 10, top 5 maybe. I don't think he's going number 1, even given the information.
He should be. And maybe we're biased because we saw him play, right? For some of the youngins out there, they didn't see him play. They never really saw him carry the football.
Whether you get that or not, it's just I'm giving you production.
Well, if somebody said, I never saw Jim Brown play football. I never saw, a lot of great backs.
Okay, how about this? Because this one's funny.
If somebody said, hey, you're going to put Jim Brown in this year's draft. This
is a team that needs everything, okay? They're horrible. They're awful. They don't have a rushing game. They don't have a defense. They don't have a quarterback. They have nothing. How about this one, Mose? Just quickly. I give you Barry Sanders or what Arch Manning could be. What do you think people choose?
Oh, they're probably going to choose Arch Manning. I would take Barry Sanders because I know I was blown.
Arch Kane, would you do the same thing? Or is the Manning the part that's really intriguing you?
Yeah, well, it helps a lot, man. It helps a lot.
Anyway, just a question I've wondered. In the middle of this potential running back renaissance, we'll get to
stupid-ass questions.
Give away 12 Nuggets scratch tickets along with a fact checker next.
Guys, if you're suffering with any form of erectile dysfunction, I'm sure you're probably tired of the frustration, embarrassment, all that stuff that comes with it. Well, what you should do is call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Make that resolution if you haven't done it already for 2025. You want to have a better life? You want to get your relationship back together the best it can possibly be? Maybe the pills are working okay, but they could be better. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. Your initial visit's only $99, includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, well, your office visit's totally free, but it's going to work, and you know it is. They've got an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, man, you could be better right now. So they've got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins to the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, let's quickly go out again to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Welcome in, Riker. Hi, Riker.
Guys, how you doing? I'm pumped to be on the show. It's been a while.
It has been a while. I think the last time you were on, you said the F word.
Yeah, there's a reason for that, bud.
Yeah, that's why Mose calls me now, and I get the heads up a little bit, which is smart.
Hey, Bright Dog, listen, glad to have you on. Great job last night, by the way, between the benches. You were as wonderful
Thanks,
as
bud.
always. Hey, I tried to articulate the best I possibly could, but I can't do it as well as you. Describe, if you will, please, for all those Avalanche fans out there, just how difficult that Nichushkin sauce was.
Okay, I've thought about this, a good analogy, because everybody plays golf, and golf's associated with great hands. So imagine you got a flop shot, but you're 2 feet from the green, and the pin is about 5 feet onto the green, and you got to pretty much do a full swing, like Tiger Woods. But then imagine that you got a drunk 230-pound fan that broke the line where the fans are, and that fan is running towards you, and you got to get that flop shot off before you get absolutely smoked. That's the kind of play that Val Nichushkin did, coming out in front of the net. And here's another kicker. Like, he had to elevate that puck probably up about 4 inches and drop it in a 5-foot span over 2 sticks right on the Mittelstadt, who had a great shot, by the way. The ability to do that, I'm telling you, Moser, I don't know if there's 20 guys in the NHL that can pull that off. And I didn't know Val had it in his toolbox, and he absolutely peered it.
That analogy, by the way, is a horrifying thing to think about. You said a drunk 230-pound fan running straight at you as you're trying to be really handsy with a flop shot?
See, that's hockey, right? Because if you overthink it, somebody's going to run you over and knock you into next week. So you got to operate. You can't hesitate in hockey. You don't have time to think it. You just got to move. And one thing that Val does amazingly, as does Nathan McKinnon and all the great players, they don't hesitate. They get the puck and they move right into action. They challenge guys. And because of that, it catches players off guard, and you can pull off plays like that. I was so blown away at the talent level of Val to pull that off. Big pressure moment too, right? 4 minutes left in the game. God, it was beautiful. It's playing in my head, that sauce pass, how gorgeous it is.
Yeah, It was awesome. We talked to Coach this morning about it, Riker, and about the game overall. It was funny because he came out guns a-blazing last night, right? I mean, he was happy about the win, but he was guns a-blazing, like, and we talked about it all night long. Pucks in skates and, nothing connecting and giving the puck away and so on and so forth. But the sign of a good team is, you know what? You kept fighting through it, and the guys had a positive attitude on the bench, and they found a way to win. That's big time. I mean, you're starting to turn corners here.
Yeah, and players generally don't play as well when they have 3-day breaks in between games. But what's happening right now is guys are gaining rest. McKinnon said yesterday, he's like, you haven't been practicing much. So he didn't basically practice the last 2 days. That's why he pregame skated yesterday. So it's hard to stay sharp when you're not playing every other day or 3 games out of 5 nights. That's what players love. But this soft part of the schedule is going to pay huge dividends as we start heading the meat potatoes here starting next week.
Just one last thing for you real quick, Riker. What did you think of Lindgren last night?
I loved him. I loved the consistent minutes. You almost didn't notice him out there, which means he made no mistakes, and then he would just be a physical terror in front. And I was talking to Johnny Mitchell, and Mitchie's a big 6'2" guy who's a goal scorer, and he goes, I hated playing against guys like Lindgren because every shift I'm in the corner, I'm getting a cross check. He's whacking me on the calves. He's giving me a shot in the chest. He's one of those guys that never gets tired, and every time the opposition lines up against Lindgren, you're like, oh, God, this shift's going to suck.
Yeah.
So I love the guy. It's exactly what you need come playoff time when the game gets tough.
Riker, you're the best, buddy. Thanks for the time.
Man, I'm jacked up.
Hey,
I can't wait for tomorrow, buddy. Get
Me
ready.
too. Hey, where are you?
Oh, I'm at downtown doing drywall repair in one of my.
Okay, so at the Metlo. Okay.
Is there an echo?
Well, yeah. You sound like you're in a dumpster.
Yeah, I'm actually at the gym squatting heavy plates right now. Nobody's in the gym. It's just me, and I'm about to do some heavy pecs and lips and thighs for Kiefer.
Okay.
And a boy. Get that. Yeah. Get that going. I think those are they more like 12-ounce curls? Is that what you're talking about?
That comes later on tonight.
Gotcha. See you, Riker.
See you, buddy.
See you, boys.
There you go. Mark Rycroft, obviously the partner of Moser on television for the Avs and former Av.
But didn't you like that description about the guy hitting a flop shot and
Yes.
the green's running away from you and blah, blah, blah?
It is true, because you got to be so finesse when you're worried about getting killed. It's a very difficult thing.
And to get it over those 2 sticks, I mean, it was a good shot by Mittelstadt. The whole thing was really good. And by the way, that was their only power play of the night.
Yeah, you said your key to the game yesterday was stay out of the box, and Pittsburgh had a couple, but you were able to kill those things off. In fact, the best opportunity, it felt like, on either one of those Pittsburgh power plays was your 2-on-0 coming back the other way on the PK. But let's announce the winner. Again, guys, there are... The winner of the 12 scratchers is Kenny Dingman. Congratulations, Kenny. And these are $5 Nuggets scratchers. We're giving away 12 to one person each day this week with an overall top prize of $50,000 and 25 $5,280 prizes. That deepens that brand connection with Mile High Basketball and provides a high number of high-value winning experiences. It's perfect if you're a Nuggets fan or a scratcher fan, and they are available now.
What do you think if you're on the tee box and a guy's coming perpendicular, running at full speed? He's gonna absolutely stick you. And you got to get that shot off down the middle of the fairway. Could you do it?
No.
You have to sacrifice your body
if I'm going to get
drive
hit,
it three bills down the middle.
No. I'll baby 150 yards and just get out of the way. Think. Just give it one of those. By the way, with the Nuggets back at it tonight, there's a lot of players that are questionable for tonight. AG, Zeke Naji, Jokic. But the good ones that are questionable, if you could say that, are Peyton Watson and Vlatko. So a chance for those guys to get back in the lineup. After,
we haven't seen Vlatko forever.
It's going on almost 2 years. I mean, I know he played a little bit earlier this year, but going back to his previous injury. So it'd be great to see him back in. But that's the concern that I have, depending on how many guys are going to be out tonight. And I don't know what that number is going to be. It's a lot of big bodies. A lot of guys that are like 6'8" and above that are going to be missing from the lineup if all of these things, let's just say they all err on the side of out. I mean, I don't even know how the hell you field a roster. It's going to be what, like DJ and PJ Hall playing? Like, I don't know who the hell is going to be in. So hopefully Joker plays and AG and everybody else. But,
you know, every time I see DeAndre Jordan on the floor, though, I don't mind it.
He's fine.
What? That's exactly why. Why? I mean, should I mind it? I don't mind it at all.
Look.
Why should I mind it?
When it comes to DJ, there are better options than DJ, and I mean that respectfully. But I think he would even agree. Like, he's not the player he was 5 years ago, 6 years ago. But for what he's asked to do in a limited amount of minutes, getting 8 to 10 minutes a night, and it's rarely 10. I think he does a good job. You go out there, you be a big impediment to a layup, and you grab a couple of boards, get a couple of blocks, and throw down a couple of lobs. Like, if that's the role you need to play, DJ can do that. Again, ideally, I think they'd like to have somebody who's got a little bit more extensive game in the minutes that Jokic is out. Mm-hmm. Remember, Jokic is playing the most minutes of his career this year. 36 a night. It's a lot. I think they would, if they had somebody they might trust more, it probably wouldn't be that way. But I think DJ's been fine. Totally fine. And I think that it bears out with how many minutes he's getting, because last year they would just go, screw it, we're going to go small, and our biggest guy on the floor is going to be like 6'8" when Joker's out. So, yeah, he's doing an okay job. But that game tonight, you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 at 7 p.m. For tip-off. Nelly, fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I'm not sure what to do with this information, Brett, and maybe you can help me read the tea leaves and figure out what's going on. Earlier in today's program, Mark Moser referenced a movie from the 80s, and he tied it to a sports take pertaining to a local team, and it actually made sense.
You remember when Cougar encountered the MiG at the beginning of Top Gun?
Sure.
And what happened to him?
He got smoked?
No, it just freaked him out, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Turned in his wings.
Mm-hmm.
Remember? Mm-hmm. Merlin says, hey, Mav, that MiG really screwed him up. That loss to the Lakers screwed me up.
I actually think that worked. I don't know what to do with this info, Brett.
It did work. It wasn't too lengthy either. Wasn't too lengthy. I think you actually did a fine job. How's that sound?
I need that win on, was it the 14th?
Yes.
I need that win on the 14th so badly I can hardly stand it.
I get it. I get it. Game tonight, though, Sacramento, 7 o'clock. By the way, you can always listen to the podcast, including our interview with Jared Bednar, iTunes, Spotify, and wherever you find your podcast. You just search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, including the Altitude Daily. Go to YouTube, search Altitude Sports Radio, subscribe, and get all the best stuff from all day today on the best station in Denver, Altitude Sports Radio. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
That's just like your opinion, man.
And backed up factually. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love
That's
you.
true.
Bye.
McKinnon out in front. They score! We're up all night talking lucky. Crosby hands it off for Ricard Raquel. Shot on target, save made Wedgwood. Crosby a chance! Diving to his left is Wedgwood to make the save! Beam me up, Scotty! Wedgwood has been rock solid. Leaves it for Devon Taves. Nichushkin a power play goal versus Pittsburgh the other night. Nichushkin backdoor. They score! The mighty Casey has struck for the Avalanche. Up top, Carlson a drive. Big save made. Lehkonen off the mistake. Wide open net. You betcha! 2 seconds to go. One. Sound the horn. Colorado scores 3 in the third, and they sweep the Pittsburgh Penguins. Final score in front of a raucous crowd at Ball Arena in downtown Denver, Colorado. It's the Avalanche who hit the magic number 4, and the Penguins won.
I heard a small handful of y'all last night at Ball Arena. A little chant. Didn't quite get everyone in the building. But the Avs 4-1, couple of empty net goals. Casey Mittelstadt, the big power play tally off a beautiful saucer pass from Valeri Nichushkin. About 4 minutes to go in that game. The Avs' first power play chance of the game. In
beautiful saucer pass.
It was a beautiful saucer pass.
Was it as incredible as Mark Moser and Mark Rycroft have made it out to be? I mean, that was a 2.5-hour cliffhanger waiting for Riker to get on the air to talk about the analogy of a flop shot with a 230-pound drunk coming after you.
It was a saucer pass made by a National Hockey League player who received a pass below the goal line. It's a very good pass. Beautiful pass. I don't think it's a play that you look at it and you go, oh, there's only 3 people in the world that can do that, and Val Nichushkin's one of them. I think any player on a power play 1 unit in the league is going to make that pass. A little hip swivel, drop the hands, send a sauce. It's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to poo-poo on Val.
For me, it was all about the Mittelstadt finish, baby.
Mittelstadt finish was great.
Just because it was there. Because it was a finish. Was it the best finish of all time? Not necessarily.
No,
you know what? It was a finish.
I think the finish was more difficult than the saucer pass because Erik Karlsson, right when Nichushkin opens up his hips there on the goal line, Karlsson, you see he immediately vacates Nichushkin, goes, he knows what's happening. You see him cross over twice to get across the net front in front of Alex Nedeljkovic, who was in goal last night for Pittsburgh. And Karlsson gets a stick on it and is right there on Mittelstadt. So for me, Casey's ability to one-time that and to get it just above the bicep of the goaltender, and then it hits off the goalie, goes into the back of the net. I thought Casey's contribution to that goal was the more impressive of the two, but it's a great play.
Also,
it's a great play.
It was a great thing in the sense that a bit of a snooze fest of a hockey match.
Sloppy as hell.
Sloppy, 1-1. It just kind of kept lingering on. There probably was the feeling of an inevitability for the Avs to win this game. But it was a great thing that it was from Casey Mittelstadt and his line 2 partner. Granted, it was on the power play, but his line 2 partner, Val Nichushkin.
The guy who he's getting handcuffed to right now.
That I think it's starting to show some signs that we are going to be able to expect production outside of the first line.
Yeah, and I understand a lot of fans out there very nervous about the prospect of, well, Casey Mittelstadt is worth his contract if he's playing with Val Nichushkin. And that's a really big if, right? Because of Val's injuries this year and certainly because of Val's absences in the last 2 playoff runs back-to-back. I understand there's trepidation there, a little bit of scared thought processes. The only way I can explain that to you is you have to operate like nothing's happened in the past, because if you don't, it's going to eat you as a fan. It's going to eat you alive. They are very good together. Casey is showing up when he needs to be one of the better players on the ice. When Val's with him, he's showing up. And what that allows Chris McFarland to do over the course of the next 48 hours plus is not have to key in on second center. Now you can utilize those $3 million plus to go out and either continue to get another defenseman, and we'll talk about Ryan Lindgren and his 20 minutes of play last night.
Real quick, cliffhanger. Give me a little, just a quick.
No, I'll give it to you in a couple of seconds.
I hate hanging.
He played 20 minutes. The whole team was crappy and sloppy, and Ryan Lindgren was good enough, but also
you're not
going to
make me wait? You're not going to make me wait? I know this is a tactic in radio, and I'm getting used to it. Just to make me wait. I can't wait. I want to know the Raj report on Lindgren.
It's good enough. 20 minutes, 30 shifts.
Physical enough?
Yeah, physical enough in his own D zone. Couple of turnovers early, but bounced back. Solid.
Good.
Solid. Does that suffice?
Thank you. I just didn't want to wait like two or 3 minutes.
I was going to tell you in like 5 minutes.
I mean, when you get new toys, you want to get the returns right away.
What that allows you to do is maybe you can go and supplement the Lindgren acquisition with another defenseman, or if you really want to solidify your middle six, maybe you go out and get a winger now instead of center. And center is always more expensive than a wing player is. I could look at a Brad Marchand. Maybe Boston wants to move on from him. They just traded Trent Frederick to the Edmonton Oilers. We talked about Brad Marchand yesterday on the show.
Said he was 36.
36. Expiring contract. Ratty. I think there's probably around $2 million or so that's left on his cap hit this year. So it's not like you'd have to ask Boston to retain any salary to get him in.
Gosh, I just looked up Brad Marchand. Marchand?
Either one.
Cool. But man, does he have a face for radio.
Yeah, he's got a beak.
Boy, does he.
Big old beak.
I can't wait for him.
He's got a Valor Eagle beak.
Golly, he looks, wow. He's got a future in this space here on radio. He really does.
Yeah, maybe you could go out and utilize that money to go get a winger now, right? Which is something that I think would have been a luxury for the Avs to have spent on prior to shoring up defense. And the data sample for Ryan Lindgren is obviously very small. A bad game against a bad team where he looked more than serviceable. You only have one more data set coming at you prior to Friday, and that's another game against another terrible team in San Jose. So you're guessing at this point. I'll be interested to see what Chris McFarland does.
Anything?
They've got $3 million. They're doing something.
Yeah.
You don't leave $3 million on the doorstep like that.
When we did our show at Open Skate and had Chris McFarland on the air, I could tell that you have a good relationship with Chris McFarland.
Yeah,
he respects the heck out of you.
I don't know how, but that is the case.
Yeah, he was very different around you than me. He thought I was a complete turd. Didn't give me the time of day. But Raj, I mean, Hockey Raj, big deal.
That's not true at all.
Who's this?
Didn't know who you were.
Who's this
That was the
loser?
first time you were meeting him.
Who's this? There's no 6'4" loserville guys hanging around the rink. What are we doing here? But knowing Chris McFarland, do you believe that this is going to be the type of move that has some stank on it? Has some let's go, a little bit of flair? Or do you think it's more like an under the radar type signing?
I think they've used all their flair. They've used all their pieces, right? Like Jennifer Aniston has enough going on the vest at this point in terms of flair.
Mm-hmm.
And
great film.
You've made 2 big time goalie trades. You traded one of the best players in the history of the organization. I don't know if they're going for home run right now. And I know we're having fun
about it. They've done
yesterday.
so much.
Dude, they've made 6 trades.
It's just become part of the team for whatever reason. To me, it's like that just feels like it was like last year.
He's just such a glove.
And the Woods, both Woods and net. I felt like that was like in 2022.
We haven't talked about Scott Wedgwood yet today.
The Wedgie was back.
He was the best player on the ice last
night. How long it has been since Wedgie had been between the pipes?
He had played a game before that.
It just felt like
he
had been a pretty
that.
Combination of the Four Nations. Had he played post Four Nations? I didn't think he had.
That wasn't his. I'm almost positive that wasn't his first start since the injury. His last game was. Oh, never mind. Damn.
Hockey Sanford.
Look at you.
Hockey coach.
February 22. Loss at Nashville, 2-1.
So what was the date?
February 22. So that was the last game before the Four Nations.
No, that was after Four Nations, wasn't it? February 22nd? That was definitely,
that was the last game. Yeah, it was the last game after the Four Nations. Did I say before? After the Four Nations.
You said before, but we
Sorry,
know you meant after.
What is,
I apologize.
wait, hold on. What is the last game after
I
Four
don't
Nations
know.
mean?
You're asking me scheduled.
Last
you do this.
game
Hold
after
on. You
Four
do
Nations?
this all the time. He does this all the time. He's asking me all these like schedule questions of like, who did the Avs play back on February 27th of 1997? Alex, you should know this.
I'm just
you
testing
should understand
you, man.
this.
Just
Rod.
testing you, brother.
I have 9 concussions in my life. You think I understand what's happening on Saturday, February 22 of this year?
I'm starting to wonder if it's more like 15 to 20 conks because you just said
do this to me all the time.
You said the last game after the Four Nations. My brain can't.
Okay, I get it.
Can't even.
The sentence structure was nonsense. I get it. I understand. I'll take that one on the chin. This guy.
When was the Four Nations final? It was like February 18th or something.
Yeah, it was a Thursday night, right?
Yeah,
Thursday night.
So why did
18th or 19th?
Why did Wedgwood get a start pretty shortly thereafter the Four Nations in which Blackwood didn't even compete?
That was a weird game against Nashville.
It was, yeah.
Right? That was like crap.
Yeah.
Just no one was there.
Is it a
There was
back-to-back?
Rusty. Yeah.
That's
back
probably
to
why.
back.
That's what it was.
At Nashville, at St. Louis. She lost
Yeah.
both games against bad teams. Didn't feel like the sky was falling.
Mm-hmm. Here we are.
I feel so confident about this team right now.
Yep, you said it perfectly, Raj, and it came to fruition that there's a different feeling right now watching the Avs and their ability to beat anybody and almost a certainty that they're going to beat good teams. And it just feels a little bit different with Denver right now.
You know what I didn't feel like with the Avs prior to this was if they had a bad game, like they did last night, they had a bad hockey game. They played like crap. And Pittsburgh played pretty well.
Felt like in the past, a bad game.
You lose that game.
You either lose it or it required heroic effort out of Nathan McKinnon.
Right.
And or Cale Makar.
You lose that game. And now I can look at them going, all right, if you play a bad team or an average team and you have a terrible game, you can still find a way to squeak it out. Like even though you lost against Nashville and St. Louis, you played terribly. You had really good chances to win those games despite being awful. And last night you were sloppy and you still found a way to win 4-1 against a bad Pittsburgh team. That's a comfy feeling to have where you don't have that same thought process with the guys who were taking on Sacramento tonight at Ball Arena.
And who the heck knows who's going to be playing for either team?
It is a battle of the sick and the weary this evening. Sabonis out. Malik Monk, game time decision. Nikola Jokic, is he injured? Game time decision. Peyton Watson, is he actually coming back from injury? Game time decision. Aaron Gordon, game time decision. Russell Westbrook, are you going to play? Game time decision.
Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses learning to breathe free.
Yeah, we don't have a Statue of Liberty here. I apologize.
That's what tonight's going to be all about.
Yeah. That game, 7 p.m., right, KJ? 7 p.m. on 92.5.
Yeah.
You can watch it on KTVD channel 20.
He gonged me for that, and he didn't gong you for the last game after the Four Nations face-off?
It really was.
What does that even mean? Gosh. We got to work on your prepositional phrases, brother.
I know, it was a nightmare of a sentence. It was pretty bad.
Wow.
It was pretty bad.
Yeah,
I'll admit that. I still hold that you give me like I expect Raj to know exactly what happened 3.5 months ago just off the top of my head.
It's a perfect role. It's a perfect role for me to play.
Son of a gun.
Yeah, I just get to sit here and just watch you just squirm over there. Squirm when you get asked a question. And I know you're just, this is good.
Chris Dempsey's going to join us coming up today at 10:45 for a Nuggets NBA baseline. But before we get to that, on the other side, the Broncos have been rumored to the top free agent running back in the game right now. We're going to get into Aaron Jones and Tyler Polumbus, our buddy on PhD, every single day here, noon to 3. Tweeted this out this morning. Devontae Adams is a fun conversation, but I would be going ring chasing if I were him. Go ahead and cross him off your Broncos wish list, Broncos fans. My question to you, Coach. If the Broncos were to add maybe the number 1 wide receiver in football, does that not automatically make them ring-chasing contenders? We'll discuss it on the other side. Alex Ryan, Emmy, Coach Mike Sanford. It's the morning sprint. Chris Dempsey joining us at 10:45 today. NFL Notes at 11:15. PhD will take over from 12 to 3. We'll get into Aaron Jones. There is some news coming out from Darren Wolfson about how there's legit steam that the Broncos may be signing what is the best running back on the open market right now. Granted, there is a caveat that comes with his 1,000 yards this year, and that is 5 fumbles, which is the 4th most out of any running back in the league this year, trailing only Ramondre Stevenson, Breece Hall, and Kyron Williams.
Darren Wolfson of the Minneapolis 5 Eyewitness News, an old friend of myself when I was employed. Probably had some bad things to say about me. So I reached out to Darren Wolfson to see if he would join us. We'll see if we can get the inside skinny about where this is all coming from.
We'll get into that in just a couple of seconds, but I want to dive into Tyler's tweet this morning about how if he was Davante Adams, he would rather be ring chasing than coming to the Broncos. And I asked the question before we got to the break. If the Broncos are not a number 1 wide receiver away from being true contenders, what the hell are we doing?
Agreed. You go out and get...
What does last year mean?
You go out and get arguably the most consistently top number 1 wide receiver in the NFL over the last 6 years. Okay, so you could say he's slipped behind maybe Jamar Chase. And then last season, I guess in the 23 campaign, behind Justin Jefferson. But he's still that guy. You bring in wide receiver 1, true WR1, and that's Davante Adams. I believe that if Bo Nix is who Sean Payton says he is, if Bo Nix is who Broncos country believe he is, you add wide receiver 1 with a very, very established offensive line and a ferocious pass rush on the defensive side of the ball with really good corner play. Why aren't you a contender? And especially if you can add a elite running back in the draft.
In the draft is where you would have to add the running back if Davante Adams were to be signed in the offseason. And what scares me about, again, Tyler's tweet there is just screaming one team to me, right? Because if you sign with Denver or if you sign with the Chargers, they occupy the same space right now, right? They're knocking on the door, and adding a true number 1 to either one of those teams, I think you step through the door. Are you the scariest guy in the room? Probably not, but you're in the room.
Raj, KJ, listeners, you're out there driving around. Close your eyes. Actually, don't do that if you're driving. But if you're not driving, close your eyes. Or if you're you're at a red light, close your eyes. And I want you to go to a place of wusa, Zen place. Imagine a football field. We'll say it's at Arrowhead, Giha, at the Giha Stadium. Imagine number 17, Davante Adams, in that puke red and yellow uniform of a Kansas City Chief. Is that not terrifying? And with that information, thinking about Davante Adams in the system with Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes as his new dude, is it worth...
Why even play the season?
Is it worth for the Denver Broncos to outbid KC solely for the purpose of not giving KC another chance to be the, without question, odds-on favorite to win it all? Because I'm telling you right now, Davante Adams in Kansas City would feed Kansas City families, and it would make Denver families famished for years. At least 2 years.
We talked about the contract that it would cost to get him, right? We're thinking the Tyreek Hill deal, $30 million over 9 years. If you could get the cap hit, over 3 years, apologies, $30 million per year, over 3 years, $90 million total. We've already established my sentence structure is horrible today. I'll get better as the show goes on, I promise.
You're coachable. I appreciate that.
I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. The dog threw up on the rug.
I didn't either, but I'm still rolling.
Son of a gun. If you can get the cap hit below $30 million, that would certainly help. Denver's got about 40 to work with right now. So if you bring Devontae into the Aaron Jones conversation, you're not getting both, right? Because Aaron Jones is going to cost you, in terms of cap, anywhere between 8 and 12 this year, is my guess if you sign him as a free agent. If Devontae is your guy, you are not getting a veteran running back. You then must get him in either the first round of this year or in the second round. And that's probably going to be a Marion Hampton, or you're going to have to trade up with future first-round picks to go get your guy in Ashton Genty.
Do you also believe that for the Broncos and their continued build to add proven veteran production while also building for the future, it would be a better move to get either rather than both? Like if you're going to get Davante Adams, you don't want Aaron Jones.
Why not? If you can make it fit, why not? Because Russ comes off the books after this year.
Because are you really solving... I guess running back is a bit of a rental player position anyway. But are you really solving the future of the running back room?
I would rather spend a 3-year deal on Davante Adams in his mid-30s than Aaron Jones at 30. There's more tread on the tire for Davante. He hasn't shown signs of regression. And we've gone
You're talking about Davante.
Right.
Correct. Whereas Aaron Jones...
I don't know.
I have this vision of Aaron Jones being a Denver Bronco and becoming everybody's favorite player in person because he was that for the Green Bay Packers organization. He's incredible. He's an incredible dude, but he's slight. He is not a big dude, and he does have a lot of mileage on his Turpine belt. He's got a ton of miles on it. He has got to... I just have this bad vision of him becoming everybody's favorite 5 games into the season ender. I don't know. And I hate to be the guy. It just feels that way with veteran running backs.
There is something to be said for a veteran running back coming here to Denver who seems like he still has something left in the tank, but is now a notorious fumbler. Like the last time that happened was Melvin Gordon, and it did not work out well. And he continued to put the ball on the ground constantly. And while Jones did have a really good year last year, like a standout season.
How many times he put the B on the G?
5. Again, 4th most of any running back in the league. The only guys ahead of him was Ramondre Stevenson with 7, Breece Hall with 6, Kyron Williams with 6. He followed up at number 4 with 5 fumbles. All the other guys ahead of that are all quarterbacks, like Baker Mayfield fumbled 14 times, and Kirk Cousins fumbled 13 times this year, and he only played like 60% of the season.
Raj, did you play
It's insane.
Did you play any form of youth football?
No.
Flag football?
No.
KJ?
Did
you play flag football?
At this camp we had at Jackson State for like 1 week, so no.
Wow. This is really fun.
No, I got to choose. I got to choose one sport that was like heavily contact and
and high commitment.
Yeah, no shot.
Hockey's a big commitment sport, and KJ was committed to the hoop game, right? Hoop game. I'm just glad to know that we don't have any known fumblers on this station.
I was known for a blue line turnover or 2 per game, so I don't know if I can actually slot into that conversation for you.
Raj, you got to take care of the puck.
Yeah.
You got to take care of the ball. Aaron Jones putting the B on the G 5 times this year. Not a big fan of that.
It should scare you off of a 30-year-old running back. Really good year. 1,100 yards.
If Aaron Jones walked into this
20 first downs, man.
If Aaron Jones walked into this studio right now, he just opened that door, you would be shocked at how small he is. Not just like he's fairly short, he's also very slight. He just doesn't give you the feels of a 30-plus-year-old running back that's going to be able to go for 17 games and take you deep into a playoff.
All right,
run.
so let's blow the doors off of Davante Adams then. Blow the doors off him. $32 million, $34 million a year for 3 years.
Pay that man.
And then make everything else work outside of that. Get a running back in the 2nd or the 3rd round. Get multiple running backs in this draft. You've said there are over 30 draftable backs this year. And that's coming from the mouth of draft evaluators in the league right now.
Where do you think where do you think that the narrative right now surrounding Davante Adams we'd say there's a camp here of the Denver fan base and Denver media members that think he would be a bad character, bad culture guy for Sean Payton. Where is that coming from?
It's coming from him being attached at the hip to Aaron Rodgers. That's exactly where it comes from.
But is that really a culture or character issue? I mean, that was his quarterback that he had unbelievable levels, if not unprecedented levels of production with.
It also comes from he has been unhappy in his situation for 4 straight years.
Where?
4 straight years.
What place?
He was unhappy with what happened in Las Vegas. He was unhappy with what happened in New York because it just didn't work out.
It's really a majority of it, though. I mean, New York is just a blatant dumpster fire. Everything about New York. I mean, there's blood all over the walls for all the people that Aaron Rodgers backstabbed and got fired in that facility.
And he was the one who forced himself out of Green Bay. It has been 4 straight years. Going back to 2021, he has been the guy going, I'm not happy here. Get me to this place. And then he gets to a new place and he goes, I'm not happy here. Get me to a new place. And then he goes to a third team. I'm not happy here. And now he's a free agent again. So I understand the thought process of, oh, that guy's never going to be happy anywhere. So why bring him in? I understand the people who are thinking that way. I get it.
I think Green Bay was more because they weren't willing to give that big deal, that big deal. And instead, Green Bay's made a choice they turned the page on Aaron Rodgers and drafted a young Jordan Love to allow to marinate. And that happened while Devontae was in the facility or near the facility.
Turns out, good decision.
It worked out well, but the problem is the Packers they made the decision also not to pay premium wide receiver $1 to Devontae Adams. And guess what the Packers have to deal with now? Not having anything that resembles wide receiver 1. They don't have it. I think that situation, that's very normal. It's just like what's going to happen eventually with with T. Higgins in Cincinnati. You're not going to pay me. I'm gone. Like, I am out of here. What happened in Vegas, that was a completely unserious franchise in a very unserious time. Like, do you blame Devontae Adams after a couple of years of seeing Josh McDaniel do what
he chose to go there?
Broncos fans know?
He chose to go there and nowhere else. You can't take that off Devontae's shoulders,
right,
man.
But
that was his decision to go to a place that was already a dumpster fire. That was not new.
What did he agree to in terms of the leadership of coach? It was John Gruden. That's somebody who's a serious play caller, a serious head coach, even though it played out that is also a very serious idiot when it comes to emailing people. That's what he agreed to. And then all of a sudden you have Josh McDaniel. How'd all the players, how'd Tyler Polumbus like playing for Josh McDaniel? Is it fun?
Daniels.
I don't know. That's why I call him the wrong name. I don't give respect to people that are complete jerks to everybody.
I always mess that one up too. Mike McDaniel, Josh McDaniels.
That was an intentional Freudian slip. No, it wasn't.
If you're going to kill me about my sentences, I'm going to kill you about yours.
What I believe is that Devontae Adams is a serious football player that if you question his character or work ethic, you're crazy. And yeah, he wants to win. And he wants to win in a serious franchise with a serious head coach and a quarterback that is legitimate. Kansas City, maybe. Would that be terrible? Oh, yes.
Worst case scenario.
Imagine him and Xavier Worthy opposite each other. Are they going to re-sign? Will DeAndre Hopkins be a part of their plans going forward, do you think?
Yeah. He's
Hollywood
cheap.
Brown.
Hollywood Brown, I'm not convinced about, man.
Yeah, I just never really.
He never turned into the guy that he was for a split second at Oklahoma, man. He just never. He never became Tyreek, right? That's who he was supposed to be coming out of college. He never became Tyreek, and I don't think he ever will. I could see Hopkins being a part of that because he'll be cheap. I would do everything in your power to keep him away from the Chiefs. Everything in your power to keep him away from Harbaugh and the Chargers. And I don't think I do think it's a little bit of a slap in the face to say if guys are ring chasing, Denver ain't the place. Because then what are we doing with all the optimism from last year? Is that misplaced then?
You made the playoffs with a rookie quarterback.
Rookie quarterback, made the playoffs, excellent defense, maybe the best defensive player in all football right now.
Cash strap because of the Russ deal. More money comes off the books and more cap is added. You add a piece like this that is proven production at a high level, serious football player, very, very, very intelligent. Will pick it up, will lead the group of receivers. He's opposite Cortland Sutton. And then all of a sudden, Marvin Mims gets a little bit more juice to him.
So let's take it the next step. You lock down wide receiver number 1, Devontae Adams. You get a second-round running back. Maybe it's Marion Hampton at number 20 in round 1. What else do you need to have to then become? All right, so that's it. That's the only piece that you're missing from being that's a team that can not only win the AFC West but win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and I would say game wrecker interior defensive line by way of pick 20.
So then where are you getting your getting your running back?
2 and 3.
And that's a starter.
Yeah.
That's a number 1 back.
Yeah, and I'd say round 2 is a very, very typical place for a modern starting NFL running back.
All right.
Now, elite levels of starters, that's Saquon Barkley. That's Derrick Henry.
There's not many of those guys. They don't grow on trees.
It's Ashton Jency.
Not getting that guy.
I don't know.
Not getting that guy.
I don't know. Did you see the odds came out? Vegas? Broncos are in the top 4.
They're not getting that guy.
Top 4.
You'd have to move up to get him, and I don't want them to move up to the top 10. I don't want to have to give up multiple first-round picks to go get that guy.
I do.
No, we got time, man.
If he's available after 12, you move.
Chris Dempsey joins us on the other side for his NBA baseline report. We'll talk about the Nuggets and the Kings tonight. Ball Arena, 7 p.m. tip, 6:30 pregame show on 92.5.
We got to do a better job of defending without fouling. And down the stretch, I thought we just had some costly turnovers where we didn't get a shot off, and that could have maybe changed the outcome. But you're never looking for moral victories. But I just liked. I walk out in this arena today. I feel really good about our group, and hopefully we can go home, get healthy, and protect our home court for our next game against SAC.
Michael Malone after the loss to the Boston Celtics. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by Altitude TV's Christopher A. Dempsey for his weekly NBA Baseline Report. Demps, what's up, dude?
Not much. Looking forward to getting back and seeing the Nuggets, see if they can bounce back a little bit. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. Bouncing back is something you need to see them do, but this is who the heck's going to be playing basketball tonight? Like, we know Sabonis is out, but there's 5 dudes on the Nuggets roster that are game time decisions. Who's healthy? Who's not? What are we actually anticipating tonight at 7?
Yeah, that's a good question. You don't love seeing Nikola Jokic just pop up randomly on the injury report, so you have to keep a sharp eye out for that. Usually it kind of works like this. If a player was out, right, already previously out, then he pops up as questionable, that player is probably playing, that night. If a player was previously playing without an injury designation and then pops up as questionable, that's a lot more concerning. And so, we'll see who takes the court here for the Nuggets. Seems like they're a little bit beat up right about now, and we still get Peyton Watson back in some form or fashion, and kind of hope it from there. But I'm not sure what to expect. This could be a little bit of a mash unit going into this game here tonight.
Demps, Raj and I have talked a lot about just the overall feel and trajectory of both the Avs and the Nuggets in terms of where they're at heading as they get closer to the postseason. And, as of right now, we would both agree that the Avs seem like they're trending towards an inevitability of having at least a cup run, to be competitive enough and in a good enough space to have a cup run. Can you give me any good feels, any good vibes about the Nuggets and just how you feel about this team? Because to me, it just feels like something's just a bit awry.
That's a good question. I think the most concerning thing for me about the Nuggets is the turnovers. And I think the turnovers, and you guys just played that clip of Coach Malone talking about turnovers at inopportune times in that game against Boston. And, it's the one thing that I think impacts multiple areas that gives the team a shelf life. And, honestly, if I was analyzing another team that wasn't the Nuggets in this area, you get to this part of the season, this late of the season, and, you look at these teams and you go, okay, well then that's just who you are. You're kind of a turnover-prone basketball team, or you're prone to having heavy turnover nights. Let's put it that way. I think that's the best way to put it with the Nuggets. And the reason why that's a problem, obviously, is because you're turning the ball over. The other team gets extra possessions in that respect. And then probably live ball shots, high percentage shots at the rim, which, that impacts your defense, right? So now your defense can't get back set, and you're already having an up and down defensive season overall. But even in these instances where you do play good defense, the turnovers make it look like you don't. And I think if you guys go back to the Indiana game that they did win in Indiana just on this past road trip, that was a quintessential example of that to me. They won the game anyway because they're just better than Indiana is. But Indiana, I thought the Nuggets actually played good defense in that game. But if you look at the Indiana's field goal percentage, it was pretty high. And so then that would just be live. You would look at me and say, Chris, but come on now. I mean, that's 47%. They didn't play that great a defense. And I would just say the issue there was 20-something turnovers that Indiana just turned into dunk after layup after dunk after layup, and those things are what pushed their field goal percentage to where it was. But when they were playing 5-on-5, when the Nuggets defense was set, that was a really good field goal. It was like in the low 40s. So, I think if the Nuggets can stay away from turnovers, I think they'll just fine. They'll be just fine. This is still a basketball team, and obviously health, right? We're just putting that out or setting that aside. But this is a team full of players who have done this before, and they have made this run before. Certainly you want to see a little bit more depth. Julian Strother being out for a few weeks is not going to help things. Guys, I look around at the Western Conference, and I know the Lakers are playing better, and you have Oklahoma City as kind of the specter over everything else. But all things considered, if the Nuggets are just not going to turn the ball over a lot, I think there's not a team that they couldn't go toe-to-toe with in a 7-game series.
Speaking of those Lakers, did you hear the latest from Kendrick Perkins?
No, what did he say?
Oh, I'll play it for you right now. Enjoy this.
Are we sure that Nikola Jokic is the best player in the league? Are we sure about that? Because I would have to argue, and I would have to say right now today, that LeBron James is the best player in the NBA. Here's why I said the best player in the NBA gets it done on both ends of the floor. LeBron James is getting it done at the age of 40 on both ends of the floor at a high level. He could guard 1 through 5 defensively. Offensively, we know what he could do. Damn it, he could damn near play 1 through 5. I would argue if they need him to play the center position, he's the second best center in the Western Conference behind Nikola Jokic.
Demps, I just got to hear the thought process.
Yeah. Raj, you were always good at this, getting me into a space where I'm just generally mad.
Also on the line, Chris Mannix.
Yeah, exactly.
We're joined here. We're joined here on the Morning Sprint by both Chris Mannix and Kendrick Perkins. Come on down,
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
Exactly right. I just parachute in and just start fighting. Look, this is the same Kendrick Perkins who earlier this year said Christian Brown was not giving the Nuggets what they do. He just doesn't watch basketball. And for a guy who had played the game, and I'm going to leave it at that, he certainly doesn't feel like he pays attention to what's happening on a basketball court anymore. And LeBron James, offensively, is having a great season. There is no doubt about that. LeBron James plays defense half the time, if that. Half the time, if that. And what's happening with the Lakers here defensively, their defensive resurgence isn't because LeBron James all of a sudden is hustling. It's guys like Jackson Hayes and Rui Hachimura and all these guys. Jared Vanderbilt just parachutes in after having not played the majority of the season, and he gives them all kinds of defensive energy. And that's why the Lakers are playing much better defense, not because of LeBron James. He's still, even in the game, what's funny is I was going back and watching that Nuggets-Lakers film, and watching while what I was there to do was decipher exactly what the Lakers' game plan was against Nikola Jokic. What I also saw was LeBron James just taking possessions off on defense because he can, and he can afford to do that more now than ever because he's got so many energetic teammates around him that's getting the job done on that end. And so now he can pop in the chase down block. He can pop in, he can get into a gap and get a deflection steal dunk. And it looks like he is doing all these things when, in fact, on a possession-to-possession basis, he is not. And if Kendrick Perkins was actually watching these games, he would know that. Nikola Jokic, meanwhile, fourth in the NBA in steals. Is he not getting that done at all? Does that mean is that indicative of a player who's not doing anything at all on the defensive end, who doesn't play at the level of the screen? You just don't see guys driving right around Nikola Jokic when he plays at the level of the screen. They just don't do it. And the notion that Nikola doesn't get it done on the defensive, it's so antiquated and old, and I just can't stand it anymore. I cannot stand it. Nobody says he's the defensive player of the year about Nikola Jokic right now. But why would I expect Kendrick Perkins to say anything different?
Chris Dempsey, certified Kendrick Perkins Glazer. Appreciate you joining the show.
Yeah, I'm here for you whenever you need.
That's Dempsey.
Does he not, Coach? Does he not make it easy? He makes it easy.
Dempsey, what I hate about media is that famous analysts that say insanely stupid things on large networks get the rest of us to talk about it.
Yeah.
To react. And it's by design. And it's dumb. It's a dumb take. It's stupid. And guess what? We're the dumb victims. I'm stupid for even allowing Kendrick Perkins to be on this show today.
There's these days where you have to go, okay, do we want to give this guy my energy and time and energy? But you know what? Yeah, why not today? I'm game. I'm game. I said my piece about what he had to say. Nikola Jokic defensively is really, really good. That's all there is to it. And here we go again with picking somebody else apart to lift somebody else up. Just say, hey, I think LeBron James is the best player in the league. Just period. Don't say anything else about anybody else. And that's where Kendrick gets himself into trouble, according to me. Like, let's just leave it. Just put a period at that, and let's not tear down anybody else to lift somebody else up. And let me just take this opportunity to say congratulations, Coach, on your appointment to the Valor head football coach.
I appreciate that, Demps, and I'm looking forward to class of 2033 wide receiver, DB, running back, Amari Dempsey. Let's go, baby.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, always be recruiting, baby. Always be recruiting.
He's going to play flag football this year, so it's on.
Demps, we appreciate you, brother. Watch him on Altitude tonight. You can watch the game on KTVD Channel 20. Nuggets and Sacramento Kings. Pre-game on TV starts at 6 p.m., and then pre-game with Birdo here on 92.5 is at 6:30. Demps, have a great show tonight, and we will talk to you in a week.
Appreciate you, my guys. We'll see ya.
That is Christopher Dempsey. There's nothing I love more than pissing off Christopher Dempsey. Hour 2 of the show is coming up next, and where you will find every single day here on the Morning Sprint, KJ's NFL Notes. That's coming up at 11:15. KJ coming back with Big X the Plug. My guy, hour 2.
Big X the Plug. Please educate me.
Use your ears to educate yourself.
What part of the country is Big X the Plug from? Raj?
KJ,
Raj?
educate me. I don't know.
No,
Dallas,
the wife,
Dallas,
you cannot
Texas.
phone a friend right now.
The wife plays this. I'm all about it.
Is he from the? He's from the D.
He sure is.
Big X the Plug from
Big
the
X
D.
the Plug, yes, sir.
Let's go.
KJ's got his NFL notes coming up in about 15 minutes from right now. The Seahawks released a big-time player. We'll tell you who that is in NFL notes. But happy anniversary to the Denver Broncos, who 1 year ago today released Russell Wilson.
Wow. Is it today?
Spicy.
I was angry. Raj, I was angry a year ago. And the reason I was angry 1 year ago, and it's a bad take now, it's aged poorly, was because I truly believe the Denver Broncos could have been a playoff team in the 23-24 season. I thought it was a bit of a tank job at the end by the head football coach. And maybe it was the best thing that ever happened. Maybe it was a great decision. But when you're responsible for more than 60 football players and then staff and their families and all the things, choosing to not make the playoffs always feels like a bad decision to me. But I don't know.
It ended up spurring, obviously, drafting Bo Nix in the first round, and that was controversial as well. But they're in the position where we were just talking about it a couple of segments ago, where if you add Devontae Adams, do you go from really good story, making the playoffs with a rookie quarterback, and this crazy dead cap that you brought on by trying to save $37 million in full guarantees with Russ, you go from being a good story to a true contender if you were to add a guy like Devontae Adams, right? Being a free agent, you'd probably have to overpay for him, keep him away from the Chargers, keep him away from the Chiefs. It all starts a year ago today when you have to, at that point, take on the biggest dead cap in NFL history. And once that happened, man, I remember I was screaming into this microphone going, why are you splitting it over 2 years? You're not going to make the playoffs next year. You've got a rookie. Your depth chart is going to be decimated. You won't have any type of second or third players in terms of your second, third stringers. So why not do it right now? And what do? They turn around, they make the playoffs for the first time since they won Super Bowl 50. Stroke of genius.
Stroke of genius. And if you will allow me, we will take a quick break from the Alex Ryan Emmy glazing session of Sean Payton, and we will jump quickly into rewind 1 year ago. Because this is about Russ today. This is the anniversary that's truly about Russ, not Bo. It's about Russ and a divorce. An anniversary divorce. It's a weird oxymoron, if you will. If a year ago somebody would have told you that Russell Wilson will start for a franchise in a playoff game and the Denver Broncos will be in a playoff game, what in the world would you have thought?
No shot. Because I thought Justin Fields was going to be the starter the whole season in Pittsburgh.
Well, even at the time, we didn't even know that where the future was or if there was a future for Russell Wilson. And there was
Is there a future this year?
I mean,
fast forward.
Tell you what, man.
Where's he going to land? Gardner Minshew just got cut, by the way, by the Raiders. That could be a landing spot for Russ.
And Gardner Minshew's got that. You know, he's not good. Pete Carroll's not going to have Russell Wilson around again.
You don't know
way.
that. You don't know that.
Raj, I will guarantee it. And yeah, you can, KJ back there, you can write this down and bookmark it and be like, oh, I'm going to come back and get coach. Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll will not be reunified.
There's a lure of previous success there.
It will not happen. Will not happen. It ended bad. Really bad. Like interpersonally, it ended bad. Like egos, butting heads. It ended poorly. Don't forget what Pete Carroll really is. He's a defensive guy. The defensive coordinator. Defensive guys always end up hating their quarterbacks at some point in time. Get Mike Tomlin. Still can't find a quarterback post Ben Roethlisberger. And I guess that's the one quarterback he did like.
Avs had a big win, 4-1. This is a 6-game homestand. We were thinking 8 to 12 points was going to be good. You've won the first 3. Now it's 10 of 12 is the absolute minimum.
Keep going.
Jared Bednar was on, as he is every single Wednesday morning, with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. He had this to say about the single player that's turned this all around for the Avs, and it's number 13.
No, it's not. And, I think, it's twofold. It's Val, what he's able to bring to that line for sure. There's no question. And it's the excitement that Mitty has, and knowing that, like, if you even know if it's frustrating night or it's not going great, because there's a history there of like him not producing, over a pretty long period of time now, it'd be easy to like kind of give up on it, right? But he keeps sticking with it. And I'm seeing that a little more here now with Val, knowing that he's got a guy that might be able to help him make a play and be a difference maker. And hopefully that's a good sign. Last night they stuck with it, and it was all the way to the bitter end to try and get that goal, and it was a great play. He comes to the right area. You got to get to the net, and he gets to the back door, and Val makes a play, and it was just a terrific shot. So, he's starting to do the right things more often, and hopefully he keeps getting rewarded for it, and he comes around at the right time here for us.
Val Nichushkin continues to be the spoon that stirs the drink that is Casey Mittelstadt, and that drink was, it was barren, Coach, to the point where I was trying to get 18,000 people at Ball Arena last night to chant about getting Sidney Crosby here. Again, a small contingent of you did it. I love you forever. The vast majority of you didn't. You are dead to me.
I don't think that our listeners just disagreed with the "We Want Sid" chant or "We Want Crosby" chant. I just think that they were so tired of us doing it on the air yesterday. They're like, I'm not doing that. That sounds ridiculous. I'm not going to be a part of that. I mean, how dumb does this sound, Raj?
Coach,
hold on, one more time. How dumb do we sound?
We want Crosby.
Children.
I pride myself in taking childish thought processes to the radio.
So do I. And that's the
outcome. Whole city of Pittsburgh wanted me dead at some point right before the game dropped last night. Like 6 to 6:30, my Twitter was blowing up by people from Pittsburgh that wanted me to stop putting that out into the ether. And a small group of you did it. I'm very proud of you.
How many? Rough guesstimate.
I don't know. A couple thousand.
Oh, really?
Couple hundred? I have no idea.
Couple thousand?
You're asking me to estimate numbers? I don't do numbers.
Oh, hey, my all-time favorite, speaking of trying to get a chant going at a game, after the championship run for the Nuggets, the opening game of I guess it'd be the 23 season, with the banner being hung, opened up against the Los Angeles Lakers. And of course, there was quite a bit of who's your daddy chanting going on. Guess what? My 8-year-old son, at the time he was 6, he started the chant of Vic Lombardi.
So good.
Vic Lombardi. So yeah, that's we actually kind of got that going in our entire section.
You raised those kids right. You got one thing checked off in that book of life. You raised the kids right.
Yeah, they have
very proud.
Unbelievable levels of sarcasm and immaturity. So yes, they're right on track. They're going to be right where their dad is. 30 years from now.
Keeping it in hockey, did you see this story out of Detroit, Michigan? Former NHL player, Ryan Kessler. Really good two-way forward for the Anaheim Ducks. I think he's a Stanley Cup champion. He is the head coach of the Little Caesars 14U AAA team. They're the number 1 team in the country at the 14U level. I believe they won the 13U national championship last year, or they were very close to it. His team right now is 71-2. The only 2 games they've lost are to a 15 and under team this year. They're in playoffs right now in Michigan, and their first round matchup was against Bell Tire. The score of this game was 43-0.
Oh my gosh.
43-0 in a bantam hockey game. And the reason why it wasn't mercy ruled is because it's a state playoff game and you must play every second. There's no runoff. There's no mercy rule that, like, if you're up by 15 goals after 2 periods, it ends. They beat Bell Tire by a score of 43-0. The shots on goal in this game, 141-0. Those poor kids.
What's the worst that you've ever been a part of, either on the winning or the losing side in hockey?
Can't remember off the top of my head.
Is it worse than
Probably in the
18?
teens. Probably right around there.
If you're wondering what my worst losses were, you don't have to look too far back. 2022 Colorado Buffaloes. Just look at the whole schedule.
Oh, no.
So those were the worst score lines that I was a part of in my entire football life. Read a few of those.
I'm in 2025 right now, so. All right. Okay, let's see this. At Air Force. Can you tell me the score, actually? At Air Force, Saturday, September 10th.
Oh, I have trained myself and I am disciplined to forget those types of games.
41-10. At Minnesota, a place that you coached.
Really tough run, return. 38-7.
49-7. The next week, at home against UCLA.
We were giving up so many points. 45-10.
45-17. Close.
Okay, yeah, we scored
very
17.
Close. All right.
The offense was humming.
You kept it to within 23 at Arizona the next week.
Yep.
You beat
Cal.
Cal.
Hold on. What happened after Arizona?
You beat Cal in overtime.
Arizona was the firing of Carl Durrell. So let's hit the reset button.
Win.
What was the score?
20-13 in overtime over the Cal Bears.
All right, then we go downhill.
And then the next week is at Oregon State, Saturday, October 22.
Yeah, I think they ended up being a 10-win team that year.
Coach, it's an ugly one.
What was it?
42-9.
So, I mean, it's a little better than some of the ones early in the season.
42-9 is a butt kick.
Let's talk Arizona State.
Arizona State.
Yep.
You got closer. 42-34 loss.
That's 8 points.
Yeah, you got closer.
We're getting good.
And then it got way worse after that.
By the way, because of all the violations that were happening recruiting-wise, Arizona State vacated that win. So that's actually a win for the old
All
coacher.
Right, there we go,
yeah,
Coach.
Found a
there
win
we
there.
go. We're
right.
covered up in the world.
How about Bo Nix and the Oregon Ducks?
49-10.
49-10, not bad.
That's a big loss, Coach.
Keep going.
Next week is at number 8 USC.
That was close at halftime.
It was not close at regulation.
What was it?
55-17.
17's not bad. Scored 17 in the Collie.
We did not get better the next week.
This was the worst.
At number 17 Washington.
And they were so good. Michael Penix Jr., it's why I glaze him. Read the score.
54-7.
Yeah, it was bad.
That's as bad as it got.
Yeah.
You gave up 63 at home against Utah to end up the season, but you did put 21 on the board.
Yeah. Threw a touchdown to a 6-year senior offensive lineman just to give him a great memory for the rest of his life.
43-0 in a youth hockey game. I don't think you got close to that. That 43-0 is you're giving up damn near 100 points and getting shut out. Like, I don't even know if the other team touched the puck. These poor kids. At some point, you got to kill that game.
Was there a quote from Kessler?
Kessler went on Spit and Chicklets, and he was not at the game. He had something to do, so his assistant coaches were coaching that one, and he was just following it on what's called Live Barn, which is you can go into basically any rink.
It's like Game Changer in a sense.
You can go into any rink live and watch what's happening, and he goes, credit to the other team. Guys didn't quit. Kids didn't quit. The opposing goalie made like 98 saves.
That's a great day.
You can spin that on its head.
That's a historic net minding
98
opportunity.
Saves is unbelievable.
It's a great day.
Never mind the 43 goals that went in, but 98 saves.
It's all how you look at it, man. It's all how you look at it.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, KJ Granderson gives us the biggest stories in the National Football League with his NFL notes. And we did say that the Seahawks have released a big-time player in their franchise history. That's not the only thing that Seattle did, is it, KJ?
It sure isn't. And that particular player that was released is Tyler Lockett, star wide receiver. And that led to their other star wide receiver, DK Metcalf, requesting for a trade per Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. Seattle is obviously shedding salary as they are looking to redo their team. They've cut a multitude of defensive players earlier in the offseason as well. Coach, I'll come to you on this one before we get to which wide receiver we would prefer. When a first-year coach is kind of losing the locker room as early as Mike McDonald is, what do you do there? Like, how do you start to kind of change the culture to get players to re-buy in?
Where is it believed and where are the sources that Mike McDonald is losing the locker room?
It's not a great sign when your number one wide receiver wants to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, star players just don't leave for no reason, Coach.
Yeah, but also, does it have something to do with the organization and the personnel department wanting to long-term Geno Smith and keep him around?
That was always a head scratcher for some reason.
It still feels that way.
I don't get it, man.
And it's like they're in quarterback purgatory. And a guy like DK Metcalf is saying, like, he's looking over at Geno. He's like, this guy's just good enough to throw for a good amount of yards, but he's also just bad enough for us to barely miss the playoffs on an annual basis.
15 games for DK last year, 992 yards, 5 touchdowns. That's coming after an 1,100-yard season with 8 touchdowns in 2023. And that's when Geno had his big-time bounce-back year. Metcalf makes the Pro Bowl. I don't know if it's the head coach. I think I feel you on that, Sanford, that it's not Mike McDonald. It could be ownership. It could be the GM.
Could be just DK Metcalf wanting a change of scenery.
27 years old. Was he an $18 million player?
I don't know.
$18 million in cash, 31.8 in cap. Wow,
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Mike McDonald as a defensive strategist. He's a good defensive coordinator. Frankly, I thought he did the best job of anybody in terms of schematically screwing with a rookie quarterback in the opening game against Bo Nix. And Bo Nix looked like he was playing National Football League for the first time. Mm-hmm. And granted, he was, but I think part of that was the schematics that Mike McDonald employed. I think he's respected as a defensive mind. Being a head coach, well, that's a different story. We saw that here with Vance Joseph and Vic Fangio.
So to take KJ's question, who would you rather have out of those two wide receivers? If DK Metcalf costs $31.8 million against the cap and would have to be traded, which means I have to give up assets to go get that guy, you know what I'm doing with my $32 million in cap space? I'm giving it to Devontae Adams. That's what's happening.
It's honestly, it's not even close.
Stop it.
The problem with DK Metcalf is that he's carrying around as a wide receiver that is a high-speed, violent cutting position, ballistic movements. He's carrying around 235 pounds, Raj.
A lot of weight.
And you're doing it now, and the production's going to start to continue the downward trend. And frankly, it's already done that for Tyler Lockett. The problem with Tyler Lockett, I would actually say that he is a good fit for a Sean Payton, but he's just a widow guy. He's just 5'10", 182 pounds.
You already have that. You have a younger version of that. He's not going to be what Tyler Lockett was in his heyday.
No, 4 consecutive seasons of over 1,000 yards and over 8 touchdowns.
Right, but you have the body type in the room already.
But the last year of that type of production was 2022. I mean, just last year, he played all 17 games. He was healthy. Just 600 yards receiving on 49 catches. Only 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, the best years of his career have come and gone with the 20 teens. I don't know if I need Lockett. I suppose you could kick the tires on him if he ends up being a cheap one-year guy, but I don't think you need him. I think he's redundant in the room, and I would not trade for DK Metcalf because I think you can utilize that money to outbid other teams for a better wide receiver.
The Broncos find themselves in a very peculiar space with regards to the wide receiver room because you are like a baseball equivalent would be you're a 4A wide receiver room. So you're above a AAA, but you're not big league wide receiver one across the board. So Cortland Sutton just below a wide receiver one, a true wide receiver two. You have some good young exciting pieces in Devon Vele that you want to see more of. So you don't necessarily want to add average. You want to either add elite or keep drafting and letting him compete. And that's where I think Devontae Adams is the guy. And if it's not that, then you draft somebody when you get a chance based off the plan.
Keep it rolling, KJ.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
Dane Brugler of The Athletic released his post-NFL Combine mock draft. Dane has Genty going number 6 to the Raiders, Tyler Warren to New Orleans at number 9, and Colston Loveland at number 14 to Indy. So who does he have going to Denver at number 20? He has the running back that Raj has fell in love with, North Carolina's Omarion Hampton. Brugler states that it could be a joker here in the first round, but adding an explosive running back like Hampton could also help quench the Broncos' thirst for a massive upgrade at the skill positions. Is Hampton the best fit at running back for Sean Payton's offense?
I think he's a great fit. I'm also enamored with the extra year on a running back as a first-round player because I think you can just milk those guys for all they're worth, and by the time that they're 26, 27, you go, thank you for your service. Go get your contract somewhere else. We're going to draft the next guy. I think the thought process on drafting running backs in the first round is going to drastically change over the next couple of years, especially with what we saw to Saquon Barkley and running the Eagles to a championship with what I assume is going to be a high draft selection for Ashton Genty and then an excellent rookie year from that guy. I think you're going to see teams go, let's go back to this. You're not going to get the same thing where guys are going in the top 3 unless they're generational. But I think there's going to be more first-round running backs coming up in the next couple of years.
Raj, I am not completely a combine measurement nerd, but
you do love a combine.
I do love me a combine, and there is this statistic called the RAS, which is Relative Athletic Score, and it takes all of the combines since 1987 until 2025, and it gives a relative athletic score for where you as a prospect line up next to other running backs that did compete in the combine. So like Travis Hunter would not be included in this, right? Because he did not compete the combine.
Is it like a Smokey the Bear thing where it goes from like green to purple to
right
yellow? I didn't actually think that was going to be the case. I was making fun of it.
So Omarion Hampton, running back out of North Carolina.
That's awesome.
Has a RAS, relative athletic score, of 9.93 out of 10. What that means is that of 1,909 running backs that have competed in the combine since 1987, he is the 14th most athletic in the history of the combine. That's impressive. That's a freak. That's a combine freak who did have good film going into this. So this is somebody that, to your point, where I'm kind of a bit of an Ashton Genty or bust guy, and certainly in the first round, his combine did elevate his score because it verified some of the things that you see on film.
I hate to put you on the spot here. Are you able to see who the other 13 running backs are ahead of him or somewhere around him in history? Maybe we can do that at some point later on, because I would be interested to see if relative athletic score translates directly to being a good running back in the NFL.
You do have, guess
science is a liar sometimes.
Guess who had a higher or right in the same neighborhood relative athletic score?
I'm gonna need a hint.
Ohio State running back that I've been glazing for since the national championship game.
Travion Henderson?
The other one.
Quinshon Judkins?
You betcha. Just shy of 9.9. I think he's your guy, and you can get him in the second or third round.
All right. I love to hear that.
Second round.
KJ, keep it rolling.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
The Eagles are rewarding Saquon Barkley for his historic season with a 2-year, $41.2 million contract extension that makes him the highest paid running back in NFL history. This also includes $36 million guaranteed at signing, which makes Barkley the NFL's first running back to get more than $20 million per year and can earn an additional $15 with incentives. Do we believe, and this will tell us everything we need to know about Ashton Jeanty, do we believe Ashton Jeanty is the next running back that has the potential of resetting the market for running backs? And if he's not, name a running back right now that's currently in the league who has the potential of resetting the market.
Bucky Irving?
Yeah,
Production,
I don't know
man.
if he can reset it, though. Is he really going to reset it? You know who the guy might be for me is Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah. Yep.
That's my dude. 21 years old. His rookie contract ends in 2027. Like, Christian McCaffrey's not getting another big-time deal. Jonathan Taylor ain't getting it. Josh Jacobs just signed his in 2024. Bijan could be one of those players, but Bijan is yet to kind of punch through. There's some sort of ceiling there, and I don't know if it's just Atlanta.
He was such a high pick, too. 7th overall?
I don't know where he went overall. First-round pick for sure.
Yeah. It's funny.
Maybe Michael Penix is the one that kind of unlocks him.
Could be, but you're going to have to be more accountable for the entirety of the field.
I think it's Jahmyr. Jahmyr is the dude who's going to reset that market when he is 25 years old and Detroit has won a Super Bowl and he gets his contract.
You realize that Bijan Robinson is 2 years younger than Bo Nix?
How old is Bijan? 21?
23. Bo Nix is 25, just turned 25. Bijan is 23. I feel like he's been in the NFL for 5 years.
He could be the guy, Jahmyr Gibbs, because the team's success is going to be the player that resets the market. And then the next player after that will likely be your dude from Boise State.
A lot of it has to do with staying healthy. If you can stay healthy, and that, like even Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving comes off a great rookie year. If he stays healthy through year 2 and that offense is cooking, then yeah, I do think he could reset the market.
Was Bucky a first-round pick?
No, his combine was disgusting. He had a horrible combine.
So if he wasn't a first-round pick, it's tough to shed the non-first-round thing, man. Guys have that held against them their entire careers where they don't make the requisite money because they weren't a first-round pick. Right? Was Bucky a second-rounder? Where was he drafted?
I think he went in the 3rd or 4th. Hold on. His combine really hurt him. I was there. I was like, dude, what's wrong with Bucky today? It was a little bit like Tez Johnson. That's my comp. Is really good football player. Just flat out.
4th round pick, dude. He's
fourth
not.
Round pick.
There's no way. He literally can't do it. It is impossible for Bucky Irving to be the guy to reset the running back market. It won't happen. You got to be a top guy. Has to happen. No shot. Sorry. Jahmyr Gibbs, and it's only Jahmyr Gibbs, or if it's Bijan Robinson, and that means Michael Penix has to have hit his stride as a starting quarterback in this league. KJ?
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
Earlier this morning, NFL Network reported that the Raiders quarterback Gardner Minshew will be released at the beginning of the new league year. Raiders DN Max Crosby hopes that veteran quarterback Aaron Rodgers plays in Las Vegas in 2025, and he said so on his podcast called The Rush with Max Crosby.
The first year off an Achilles is one of the hardest things to do. You've seen it happen with Kirk. Kirk had a down year. It happened with Aaron. I mean, he struggled, like you said, early on, but he got better as the season went. I think with all the doubt and all the negativity around Aaron Rodgers, he needs to retire, things like that. You know, he's getting cut by the Jets. I think he's going to come back and have a – I mean, I know he's 42 or 41.
Are you going to say MVP?
No, I think he's going to have a big year this year, and I hope it's in our town. That would be
Max Crosby, what are you doing? Why are you saying this? Why are you putting this into the universe? Both Kirk Cousins and Aaron Rodgers had bad years coming off of Achilles tendon tears because they're old. They're old. They're washed. It's past their prime career opportunities. The bottom line is this. Aaron Rodgers goes back to the Raiders. What the heck does Davante Adams do? Does he come back with his tail between his legs?
I mean, he's been attached at the hip. He has.
How does that work with like his contract money that was owed him?
I actually have no clue. I knew it would be a recapture.
Because it's not
like in the NHL, it'd be a recapture and you wouldn't be able to get the guy again unless the contract has ended.
Because what he was just cut from with the Jets was a Raiders contract.
I have no idea.
Right?
I have no clue.
So Aaron Rodgers goes back per Max Crosby's request.
And he just gets
wants
two different
Davante
paychecks.
Adams. What do they do?
How does that work from an HR perspective? Like, do I get paid every week instead of every 2 weeks then? That's a nightmare. That's a great question. I have no clue if it's even legal for him to go back to Vegas. I really need Aaron Rodgers to retire, dude.
Because you know that Max Crosby and Davante are boys. They were tight. They had no problems with each other. Those guys were dudes.
The big question is, what does Tom Brady want? Does Tom Brady want Aaron Rodgers there?
No.
He wants to restart, get a young guy, get a quarterback. It's going to be Shedeur Sanders. That's the dude. As much as you think Tom isn't the guy to be in front of the camera, he is. He's the guy to be in front of the camera.
He's always in front of the
camera. He's always that dude.
He's the only guy that would have a roast that was broadcast like it was. And it was yes.
He's getting work done on his face.
Oh, my gosh. What the heck do you,
he looks like a Ken doll. Come on.
He looks like he belongs at the Wax Museum when you see him at the Super Bowl broadcast.
It is kind of weird, isn't it?
I'm like, dude, like show some bags in your eyes like me. Look old. Look 43 or 45, 46 or whatever.
Survive on sunflower seeds and coffee for the first half of your day and then come talk to me, Tom.
I'll tell you what, man. I am 7 hours and 43 minutes into my day, and I have eaten nothing other than sunflower seeds, black coffee, and water.
Also, I got a really interesting choice for a radio show to decide to eat sunflower seeds.
Sorry.
It's not like you can scarf down, like you can scarf down a burrito or a sandwich or a cookie. You can gulp down a coffee.
All the things
Sunflower
Moser
seeds,
does from 7 to 10.
I completely agree, KJ.
I'm just following one of the greats in this market, maybe in the world. Mark Moser is my inspiration.
It is. To bring you inside the studio today, guys, Coach has a literal trash can on top of the desk that we do our show on, and he is spitting sunflower seeds into the desk. It is the most Moser thing I have ever seen. More so than Moser like spitting into a coffee cup and then putting it next to Brett's.
Am I morphing into
You're
Mark
morphing
Moser?
into Mark Moser.
I need to stay on that Peloton so I don't get too soft, do I?
Watch out, Sanford family. I
know. I got to stay on the Peloton. You know what's good, though? Is I quit all nicotine and tobacco products. None of those are... We are 2.5 months nicotine free.
It's very impressive.
Yep, cold turkey, baby.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They're Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. Once again, mountainhighappliance.com. PhD coming up next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6 p.m. You'll have a 30-minute Birdo's Blitz from 6 to 6:30 to get you guys ready for the Nuggets as they return home to Ball Arena, take on the Sacramento Kings. No Domantas Sabonis for the Kings, but there's like a billion Nuggets that are game-time decisions, including Nikola Jokic. This does feel like it's game you
I think he's
kind of have to have. Is he scratched now? Out?
I thought I saw that. Scroll through my timeline on the X machine, on the X robot.
All right. So does that mean it's Zeke Naji time?
Let's go.
Zeke's playing 35 minutes. Why not? Screw it. He's looked good. I'd be cool with that. If everyone's out, also sit Joker. That's cool. Let the young guns get in there. See what Zeke can do in extended minutes. You might lose, you might not. Especially without having, you'll see Valanciunas out there for Sacramento, but I'm not nervous about him against Zeke. Zeke will be fine. Give Joker the night off. I'm cool with that. News coming out of the...
Nothing. It doesn't appear anything officially.
Okay, so don't know yet. I'm sure the guys in the midday will have a little bit more news there. News out of Seattle. Tyler Lockett cut. DK Metcalf has requested a trade. And Coach and I were on this weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks ago, identifying a player that we thought the Broncos could go out and get because he was a cap casualty. He didn't have any guaranteed money for Devontae Adams. And now we're seeing the odds-on favorite by, Sports Betting AG, and that's not my sports book, but it
seems like a really reputable one.
Who tweeted that out? One of our Broncos insiders. I can't remember who it was. Someone tweeted out that Sports Betting AG has the Broncos leading the pack at 4-1. He'd be a perfect fit. A perfect fit. And he would...
Perfect timing also?
Perfect timing. Zach Kelberman might have been it. I can't remember who it was. But 4-1 that's enticing. Free agent Devontae Adams. Bring him here. Appreciate that. Coach, you brought up the RAS, the relative athletic score, when it comes to Omarion Hampton.
Are we an Omarion or Omarion Hampton outfit here?
I like Omarion.
What are you going with, KJ Granderson?
I'm going to go Omarion.
So am I. Yep.
Have to change it?
Yeah, that's the... Where'd you go? You went to... What was the school you went to again?
Syracuse.
High school?
Colorado Academy.
Colorado Academy. That's the Colorado Academy pronunciation of Omarion.
It's a really funny way of putting it.
In the mean streets of Highlands Ranch.
God, that's so good.
Up the road, we say Omarion Hampton.
It's a great way of putting it, Coach. All right, so the relative athletic score. Bring us once again through what it is. It's just kind of a way to show how well guys perform at the combine.
It takes into account the history of the combine.
All right.
And gives a net score athletically and size. So what you actually weigh in, height, weight, hand size, arm length, everything that's been poked and prodded.
As compared to every other athlete that has come through the combine since 1987.
Yeah, and so is it a perfect number? Gosh, no, because there's like Omarion Hampton did not do the bench press. So like that's an omission. That's one of the 12 categories that he didn't participate in. But with all that being said, Omarion Hampton had a 9.93 relative athletic score, which would be 14th best out of 1,909 running backs in roughly 40 years.
So let's look at some of those running backs. An RAS of 10, the best ever. 2 of them have had a 10. Justin Vargas in 2003 from USC.
I remember him. He was a freak.
And Edgerrin James in 99 out of the U. So
freak.
One guy's a Hall of Famer. The other guy is a no-name NFLer. Right? Freak in college, but no-name NFLer. Keep moving it down. Saquon Barkley, 2018, has the 5th best score out of Penn State, 997. Also with a 997, another great running back, Deuce McAllister in 2001 out of Miss.
Sean Payton loves him an RAS.
Breece Hall out of Iowa State in 2022.
Really good player.
996. Then you get Michael Cox, Justin Strong this past year, Chris Darkins in 96 out of Minnesota, Ryan McCants in 2012 out of Oregon State.
Here.
Bunch of no-namers. And then you get to another stud. Chris Henry out of Arizona.
Yes.
In 2007, a 985. Maybe the best combine performance
speed-wise.
In speed-wise in league history.
He didn't quite have the change of direction numbers on the 3-cone, L drill, and the 5-10-5
CJ 2K
shuttle.
didn't need that. I'm just going to run past everyone.
But he also didn't play the long game as an NFL running back.
Right, but his years of elite production are some of the best in
They were great.
NFL history.
But I would argue that his RAS was lower than he wasn't a top 5 guy. He wasn't a Saquon Barkley.
Top 15 guy.
Top 15, which is real. And probably his numbers were skyrocketed as a result of his insane 40 time.
To round out the top 20, Darius Jackson in 2016 out of Eastern Michigan. Curtis Keaton in 2000 out of JMU. Jonathan Stewart, 08, Oregon.
Yep, good player.
Good player. Latavius Murray, 2013, Central Florida. Good player.
Yep.
Latavius Murray, last running back for the Broncos to have a 100-yard game.
100.
David Johnson out of Northern Iowa in 2015.
Really
good player.
God, that was one of those flash in the pan backs too. Boy, he was everything for a minute.
And then fell off.
Yep.
TJ Duckett.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to butcher this name. Is it Kenny or Kene Ngannou in 2021 out of Iowa State? And then Anthony Allen in 2011 out of Georgia Tech. It's kind of a 50-50 thing. If you're above a 9.9 in this RAS score, you're either someone I've never heard of or you are a game-changing back for a franchise.
You ended up having Quinshon Judkins just outside of the 9.9 range, 9.89 relative athletic score. He ended up being the best guy. You know who did not have a great RAS was Travion Henderson of Ohio State at 9.43. Quinshon Judkins is my certified, if you're going the route of Ohio State running back, I'm going Quinshon Judkins because of the film that he put together. Ole Miss was scary good. The production as a pass catcher was scary. I love him with the fit with Sean Payton.
It's an interesting way to look at the draft and the combine. Miles Sanders, a 9.48 guy, but another one like flash in the pan for 3 years. He was kind of the number 1, number 2, number 3 overall pick in a lot of fantasy drafts for a few years with Philadelphia, and then just fell off the face of the planet. I'm happy you brought that stat here.
Well, stats and numbers at the combine matter. And as much as people want to get away from the combine as being important, it's very important for a guy like Quinshon Judkins. Very important for a guy like Omarion Hampton. It allowed both those players to kind of wiggle their way into potentially a first-round pick in the case of Omarion Hampton, as he's mocked after the combine. It's funny because I've had the same conversation with some athletes that I'm now coaching at the high school level. When you're recruiting as a college coach, the only standard that you can really go by for speed, it's track times, because those are verified. Those are sanctioned events, and they are verified. Same thing with the NFL Combine.
Some breaking news out of the NFL before we hand things off to PhD. Max Crosby, who we heard from in NFL Notes. Max Crosby and the Raiders have agreed to a contract extension that will make him the highest paid non-quarterback in the National Football League on an average annual basis. He is staying in Vegas for a long time and a lot of money.
Do we know what it is?
Nothing right now. Diana Rossini tweeted out 3 minutes ago.
No wonder he wants Aaron Rodgers there, because he can just waste his time and collect his check.
PhD's coming up next. I'm sure they'll have the latest on Max Crosby, the latest on the Broncos. Nuggets and Kings tonight, 6:30 p.m. pregame show on 92.5. Avs and Sharks not until tomorrow. Pregame on 92.5 is at 7 for the Avs. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10.
We'll get to the Avalanche here in a second. Also, the Nuggets on the MASH squad. But starting off here, what is happening in Seattle? What is going on there? They are dumping everybody left and right. And we're walking in here this morning, afternoon, lunchtime. DK Metcalf requests a trade. And we'll see what happens with that. And we know Lockett is being dumped after 10 years there. Raymond Jones is gone. They're disassembling there in Seattle, huh?
Well, they're not the only ones. 49ers doing the same thing right now. Brandon Ayuk is available, and 49ers have made it clear that anybody on their team is available. They got cap hell. I don't know the specifics of Seattle. That one's a little bit more interesting, but they are in year 2, right? What happened in year 2 with Sean Payton? With the roster with Sean Payton, by year 2, it's time to get rid of the old guard. It's time to It's time to bring in the new guys.
But
right?
DK Metcalf is part of a culture change?
Justin Simmons was a part of a culture change?
He was. He was.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's remarkable.
DK Metcalf gets about 2 personal fouls a game. You know? Now, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't get rid of DK Metcalf, and I'd take him in a heartbeat right here in Denver. Maybe there's conversation to be had.
Well, it's 27 years old, prime of his career, no big injuries.
Metcalf or Adams?
Metcalf, for sure.
Oh, I'd take Metcalf over Adams, too. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what are we trading for him? I mean, if we get Samuel for a 5th there in Washington, what do you need?
Well, but again, they took Samuel and picked up all of his money. Is Metcalf, does he have money? And
I'm not sure. DK is probably second rounder.
Well, what's Deebo Samuel's if 49ers pick up part of the money, though?
I would say at least a third.
Yeah, so they I think Leggy's. We have Leggy today. Leggy's.
We don't. We had Leggy yesterday.
We should have asked him. But I think that was part of what Leggy's thing was that nobody, they weren't going to keep any of the money, and so that's why it had to go down to a 5th.
But also, you got to understand, DK's entering his contract year, which is why teams make these moves, because they say, okay, you're entering the contract year. He wants a new contract right this minute, and we don't want to do it.
His cap, well, why don't you look up his numbers? You're better at that stuff than I am in terms of settling it out.
Well, I believe it's the last year of his contract. Am I right on that?
I'm looking at it, and he has 3 voidable years.
No, don't count those.
Well, then that's why I told you to look it up.
Yeah. No. I'm just talking it through with you.
So I'm not exactly sure, but I think so.
No, he's on the last year. 2025 is the last year of the deal.
So what's the cost there then? What are we talking about?
Base salary, $18 million.
Done.
No. But understand
wow.
that's very similar to, I think Debo's was a little bit higher, like 20 something.
Okay.
But when you make that deal, you are willing to do a new contract today. Like you're not paying that $18 million.
Would you guys want to do a new contract for DK Metcalf and give up a 2nd-round pick?
Sure.
Well, but here you go.
He's the same age as Debo, though, for the record.
Is Seattle going to trade him and take the $21 million cap hit?
I'm not sure how that works.
No, they won't have that anymore. If you trade him, you get rid of it. You don't have the cap hit.
If you cut him, though, then that $21 million you have to pay.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think they'll. I think they'll get some offers for DK Metcalf. I don't think they're going to have to cut him.
All right, so you've upped the game for me now. All this Adams, which I think I was more in Tyler's boat on that with Adams. If you get him at a great price, fine.
He's 5 years older than DK Metcalf.
But I'd take this cat.
Oof.
Oh, yeah. I do it in a
cat.
heartbeat. And somebody's got to catch me up because I was at a little breakfast deal today. I didn't hear the show in front of us.
With his new hoodie.
But Raj comes out.
I'm looking at the coach. I'm surrounded by coaches.
Yeah. Raj comes out and says, hey, spend half the show on your tweet today. I said, okay.
Which
well,
tweets?
I don't know what they had to say. I mean, all I said in my tweet was Devontae Adams is a fun conversation. But let's keep it real. At this point in his career, this dude's going ring shopping. So just cross him off your Broncos wish list. And I guess the conversation is, if we get Devontae Adams, are we not ring shopping? Look, there's a difference here, okay? Could the Broncos, in theory, compete with Devontae Adams for a championship? Maybe. But that's not what I'm talking about. Devontae Adams is going to the Blue Bloods. He's going to a Buffalo Bills. He's going to the Kansas City Chiefs. He's going to go for a team that is truly in the hunt today. I'm not telling you the Broncos couldn't compete, but they're damn sure not that team that Devontae's looking at as ring shopping.
New rumor is that Purdy's contract is kind of stalling with San Francisco. Then Aaron Rodgers of San Francisco and Devontae Adams follows.
So there's a lot
fun.
of rumor. I've
That's
seen
a
the
good one.
Devontae one. I haven't seen as much about Aaron Rodgers, but
That's a fun one.
Devontae to the 49ers is picking up a lot of steam. He apparently wants to go home.
Okay. Fun time of the year. It's really quick. It's lightning fast, but boy, a lot of big things with people that
would
you know
you trade
happen.
the 20th pick for DK Metcalf?
I would not. No, I would not. So
if you got DK in a third,
I mean,
or fourth?
I'm not saying you're wrong when you say that, but you do dismiss it pretty quickly. Like at number 20, we're getting a player better than DK Metcalf.
I don't know. Here's Raj.
I'm not telling you I would do it either, but I mean, come on, let's think about this for a second.
I would think about
You
it.
would dream about getting a player like DK Metcalf with the 20th overall pick. You can select Luther Burden, you can select Emeka Egbuka and be like, okay, I cross my fingers, hope and pray you could become DK Metcalf, or you could go get DK Metcalf.
Raj, what was the tweet that you were talking about? What recap Raj here real quick, Tyler.
Oh, I was just saying I didn't have a chance to hear your show today, but you told me that you spent half the show talking about my tweet, so I don't know if you guys were agreeing with me or disagreeing with me.
I think that it was a little bit of a slap in the face of the progress that the Broncos made this year to say that Devontae Adams automatically wouldn't come here because you're not a contender. I think if Devontae Adams, if you're going to take the $31.8 million in cap hit that it would cost to get DK Metcalf here, including having to part ways with draft capital, why not use those $32 million to go out and get a guy who statistically, still to this day, may be the best wide receiver in football?
Okay, two things. Number one, I never said I wouldn't pay that money for Devontae Adams. I'm not afraid of that. I would want to do about a 2 or 3 year deal max on Devontae Adams. But I think you're missing the point on what a contender is. Respectfully, you're missing the point. Devontae Adams is going to a blue blood. He's going to a squad. He's going to be looking at a squad. You look at the Denver Broncos like a blue blood.
You don't think him getting onto the roster gets them really close?
I think sure, maybe.
Really close.
No, not really close, but sure, maybe it gives them a fighting chance to go compete for a championship. But Devontae's looking at the Chiefs. He's going to be looking at the Bills. He's going to be looking at teams that are true blue bloods that are right now ready to win a championship. Maybe the Broncos could become that competitive, but in his mind, at this point in his career, I would think, and I'm just putting myself in his shoes, I'm Devontae Adams. I've got a Taco Bell in my house. Now I've got a golf course in my house as well. I don't need that. I'm going to get paid no matter where I go. I'm going after a ring, and I'm going after the teams that are built today.
How did the Seahawks win a Super Bowl in their second year with Russell Wilson and go to another Super Bowl in the third year with Russell Wilson? How did they do that?
Had a Hall of Fame defense.
Yep.
Okay.
And a hell of a running game.
Yep.
Okay, but what were they before they got Russell Wilson? I mean, do the Broncos not have...
We were a playoff team. I was on the team the year before that.
Okay.
Beastquake year.
Are we really?
They went, and also, remember, they got Russell Wilson. They actually went out and paid money for a free agent quarterback because they thought they were close.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they thought they were close already, so they went and got the highest priced quarterback on the market that year.
Wasn't the Beastquake year didn't you guys win the division at 7-9?
We did.
Okay, I guess I'm struggling here to figure out what the difference is between a 7-9 team that took a leap once you got the quarterback and a Broncos team that made the playoffs.
Here's what it is. It's a team that came out of nowhere and did a lot of good things, and it worked. You're Devontae Adams. You don't have that vision. You're not looking for a team that comes out of nowhere. You're not looking for the up and comer. You're looking for the team that's ready today.
And you're saying, Raj, the Broncos are that team.
I think with Devontae Adams, you are very close to being that team, because if you take Devontae Adams off the board, you have your true number one game-changing wide receiver. You now don't have to go find that in the draft. So to get a good running game, you can get a running back in the first round. Number 20, you can get a Marion Hampton out of North Carolina, or you can choose to take a tight end at number 20, which brings me to my big point. If you have then checked off wide receiver 1, maybe the best player at that position in the game, you have checked off either running back or tight end in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
How many more pieces are the Broncos away from being a contender? How far away are they in your mind's eye then?
Linebacker, interior line. I'm not as high on the offensive line as Tyler is.
Yeah, but they're not making any moves there.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll make moves on the D line. They'll
Listen,
get
my no dumb question today was going to be this.
All right.
And I brought this up with Andy last night. Fun year last year. Make the playoffs. Everybody excited. Is that almost bad for the Broncos in this sense? you raise the bar of expectations even higher sooner than they're ready to be raised?
I'd say no.
I'd say yes. I think we've raised the ball. Here's an example right here that we all of a sudden think we're Super Bowl champions.
I don't know if they're champions, but I think they're on the way. And I think in 2026, if they're not competing for a Super Bowl, it's disappointing. So I'd say they're as much of a contender as anything. Because aren't the Chiefs going to at least...
Contender is such a strong word, guys. Yeah. Like tossing contender out there is such... This is the best of the best. Contenders are the best of the best. My point is not knocking the Broncos. The Broncos are in a healthy spot right now, and I don't know that I don't know that I agree with Scott. I'm not afraid of success. I like raising the bar.
I'm not afraid of success either, but I just think that they raised expectations for a lot of people that this team is there.
But if you guys think for one single second that the best players in the league right now, if they can hand choose their opportunity to go chase a ring, if you think they're choosing the Broncos because that's the best opportunity to go chase a ring, you're drunk.
It's not the current best opportunity to go chase a ring. I don't think they're there yet. I think Davante Adams on this team gets them very, very close.
DK Metcalf or Adams? Who are you taking?
Adams, and it's not even a question.
Wow.
Not even a question.
Really?
No, you're one of four in that.
I guess I disagree with you on that one.
For $32 million? Have we looked at Davante Adams' numbers over the past few years in horrible situations?
They're outstanding. He has the most touchdowns of any receiver in the past 5 years.
He's a freak.
Yeah.
Davante Adams, and I don't think twice about it. I spit on the other option.
28 versus 32.
You spit on
it. You're going to get
3 years.
That's going to be 33 next year, by the way, and then by the tail end of that contract, he'll be 36 years old.
For 3 years, I'd take the deal. Anything more than 3 years. No,
I'm not telling you I wouldn't take Davante Adams. I would. But I would choose DK over Davante.
All right. Thank you, Raj. Appreciate it, pal.
Love you guys. Have a great show.
Good stuff. I love it. Man, right into the fire. It's so exciting what the Broncos could do, though. I mean, as opposed to last year when there was just the whole pile of nothing.
Let's have hope.
Last year was,
right there's why. That's why right there.
What's that?
That's just why.
Well, D-Mac's kind of in the same spot as Raj, which is shocking me here.
No. I
don't know. D-Mac's sitting here like, oh, the Broncos aren't contenders?
Oh, I think the Broncos are going to cruise to the playoffs and win a wild card game. I don't think they're going to be the number 1 seed.
Damn,
I think
cruise.
And they're going to win a wild card, and then, then you're in the division finals. And,
okay,
who knows?
fine. And I'll fine.
I think
they go to the playoffs.
Well, I think they're an 11-win team. Well, I guess we're getting into some semantics here. If you can win,
it's not semantics. You know what contender means when you say it.
If you can get to the playoffs, win the wild card, are you not?
You got to hope.
You
got a fighting chance.
What are you then?
What was your record against the NFC South last year?
Undefeated.
4-0, 5-0.
They were 4-0.
4-0.
Yeah.
Who they play this year?
They play the NFC East.
What's their record against the NFC East right now? What would you think it would be?
Well, the Giants are terrible. The Cowboys are unpredictable. The Eagles are the Super Bowl champs. That's probably a loss. And the Commanders are going to be an interesting battle. So probably 2-2. Probably 2-2. But you got to be better against.
So now you're eight wins instead of 10.
All right, so you're 2-2 there. How about give me 4-2 against the AFC West? You beat the Raiders twice.
What was your record against the AFC West last year?
3-3, unfortunately, because you dumped.
You sure you're beating Pete Carroll twice?
I'm hoping.
You're hoping, or are you sure?
When we beat Shadur Sanders twice, or Russell Wilson once, and then Shadur Sanders the second time, it's going to be a sweet time. Am I sure? No, I'm not positive.
I'm pretty sure Pete Carroll's going to get that thing turned around pretty quick.
They were a pinch away from being 4-2. They were a blocked field goal away from being 4-2 against the AFC West last year.
Yeah, because you still count that last Kansas City game where they did not.
Well, you can only play the games in front of you. You can only 38-0 is 38-0. What are you going to do?
This leads to why I think they're a good team, and I loved what we saw last year, and it's a heck of a lot more fun to be excited than to be here we go. Be like a Cubs fan, and you're excited for opening day, and then after that, it's down the toilet. But I think the success of last year maybe jumped a year in the process of what they need to take and where they need to go, and I think overpaying for a high-priced older wide receiver also jumps that process, and I don't think that's good for them.
Well, I tell you what
the Nuggets did so well. They had a plan, they stuck to the youth, and it paid off. Here's my final thought on the word contender, and I'll use one of DMac's favorite phrases that he uses all the time. You know what porn is when you see it. You know what a contender
that's true.
You know what a contender
That's
is,
true.
and don't act like you don't know what a contender is. You know damn well what a contender is.
Wow. All right. Well, we're off to a roaring start here. Listen, man, I think the Broncos go for it one way or the other. I would rather have DK Metcalf than Devontae Adams. I don't know. I don't think I'd give up a first rounder for him, but I'd be open to a talk, and we'll see what the Broncos do, man. And this is what free agency is all about. The Nuggets, are the Nuggets okay? We'll get there. The Avalanche, I think they had a good night despite playing poorly. And Shadur Sanders, we got something to support Shadur Sanders, all to come on PhD. All right, we have all sorts of ways to reach out to us, by the way. We're on YouTube. You can follow us there. You can see us on Twitch. You can follow us on X, the old Twitter machine. We got a poll up there right now. Are the Broncos contenders? That's a lot of votes in a very quick amount of time, just during the commercial break. No has got a slight lead over yes, and if you want to vote on that, all right. And maybe it does contenders in the eye of the beholder, like whatever that means, I guess. And I'm taking some heat from the text line. DMac, have you been smoking today? Respectfully.
Well,
Okay.
put Raj in there, too, because Raj is sitting there in the same pair of pants as DMac.
Tyler killing DMac with truth, crushing with logic and common sense. Thank you, Tyler, from Neil.
I did smoke a cigar last night. That was kind of enjoyable.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Whoa. Still taste it?
Okay. Yeah. Was there an occasion or just
I went with a buddy to a cigar bar.
Oh, we're hanging out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good little thing. Just water and cigars?
That's my life.
Oh, man. I have a hard time with I like a good cigar.
You don't rub me as a cigar guy, to be honest.
I love them. I just don't do it that often, but it's got to be like the
You
total.
got the perfect patio in your new crib. That right there. Now you need to get a little TV put out there.
Thought about it.
In the evenings for summertime?
Yeah, but the out back is not the best part of the house.
No. But I'm just talking about out there.
Well, I got a better front porch.
Summer breeze.
It's front porch,
yeah,
not the
people
back.
sees you.
Yeah, people can see us on the other side. That's we put up like a little privacy thing. It's not the best feature of the house.
No, but it's a great place to smoke.
But
a
I
cigar.
used to, because I used to have Rocky Mountains in my backyard. Back there in Aurora, I had space.
So
I got no more space.
With a bad fence.
Terrible.
You had space with a bad fence.
But it was good with a cigar and a little scotchy scotch. Just couldn't get away with that much though. Anyways, whatever.
Here's the text that this is my theory. Anybody that's voting yes, and all of a sudden yes is winning, and it's bouncing all over the place. But anybody that votes yes, I think they're in the camp of Will. Will sends it in a text. He says the Broncos better be a contender. If they're not, then what are they doing? Okay, I got it. I get that. I get the eternal hope. I get the reasons for optimism, right? As a fan, why would I be a fan if I didn't think that the Broncos were going to become contenders? Becoming contenders versus being contenders is a radically different conversation.
Do you think the Broncos are solidly a playoff team for the foreseeable future?
I think they're a verge playoff team.
A verge playoff team, not a lock playoff team.
I think it's going to come down to the difference of 1 or 2 games for the next 2 to 3 years.
Scott, where are you at with that?
I'm with that.
See, I think they're a lock playoff team. I think they are going to be in the playoffs. Now, listen, I'm not saying they wouldn't have a year like Joe Burrow.
Didn't you also
they
say
got hurt?
The Rockies are going to win 90 this year?
I did not say that.
Okay, I thought that's what you said.
Why would I say that?
Well, because
they still got Bud Black, right?
You said this.
Oh, is anybody even more critical of Bud Black than yours truly?
Let me ask,
I know what they're doing in spring training.
Let me ask you this with the lock their playoff locks.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think the Chargers are going to get better and better with Jim Harbaugh?
I do.
Okay. Do we think the Raiders are going to get better and better with Pete Carroll?
I don't know. That one is a mystery to me. I'm not sure.
I don't know if Pete Carroll's going to ever be competing for a championship again, but I know this. It's going to be better than Antonio Pierce was.
Well,
it's going to be better. It's going to be better in the last couple of years.
I'll give you that.
So when we sit here talking about locks for the playoffs, I'm like, who's getting worse?
I think the Chiefs are going to get worse. For a little bit.
When you say worse, are they winning the AFC West?
No, not next year.
Oh, you drunk.
I'm not saying the Broncos are, but it ain't going to be the Chiefs' year next year. Winning all those close games, it's going to boomerang on them, and they're going to have a hard time getting better next year. 2 years from now, who knows? They got the quarterback and they got the coach, but it can't last forever. Max Crosby, in my opinion, holy cow. This just went down as we signed on today. 3-year, $106.5 million contract extension. Highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history with a guarantee of $91.5 million. Wow. Hello, Max Crosby.
I'm glad to see somebody else that's not a wide receiver finally get paid wide receiver money. I'll put it that way.
Goodness gracious.
I'm happy for Max Crosby. I'm happy to see pass rushers get valued like that.
And in the history of the Raiders, if you go back to the old days of Madden and all that stuff, this guy acts, looks, and plays like he was built to be a Raider for life.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what he looks like, right?
What are the odds of DK Metcalf landing with Pete Carroll, by the way?
Ooh, I think that's pretty good too.
Seems pretty likely to be, or at least like an option.
But the biggest question they still have is who's throwing him the rock.
I think it's going to be Shedeur Sanders. With the Raiders, I think this is what is going on. I think Shedeur might have bristled some feathers with other teams that he knows he's not going to. But he was on a thing with Mike Florio and Chris Sims, and he didn't sound like an arrogant jerk. He sounded like a very reasonable guy. And he sounded like a guy who is heavily influenced by Tom Brady and Michael Vick. But the first guy that he, was asked about, we'll find it in a second if we can. The first guy that he said he was influenced by was Tom Brady. I think this whole thing is a setup for him to be with the Raiders one way or the other. And that's it. And maybe he's not, as polite, I guess, to teams that he doesn't want to go to or doesn't want to be on. I think he's going to be a Raider. And I don't know if the Raiders are going to move up for him, though. I would guess they won't want to. So there may be some shenanigans going on to allow him to drop to 6.
I think you're probably right. He probably does have an idea, and maybe it's the Raiders, and maybe he knows another team as well. I don't know. I don't think Shedeur Sanders is a jerk. I don't think he's overly arrogant. I think he's confident, and I think that rubs a lot of people the wrong way. But let's say in theory he was being dismissive in meetings because he knows about the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
You better be careful playing that game.
It's a tricky game.
And I'm not insinuating that he is, but you better be careful because things change real quick in the NFL. And the Raiders might have said one thing. I had the Seattle Seahawks call me in the 4th round when I'm in the draft. They said, hey, congratulations. Welcome to the Seattle Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
We're up next. We're picking you. All of a sudden, I read the ticker. It says Red Bryant. Like, what? What changed in a matter of 45 seconds, right? Now, obviously, with Shedeur, that's a radically different conversation. We're talking about a quarterback, but stuff changes.
What quarterback to the Raiders would change the conversation, do you think? Who would the Raiders get that would push them away from Shedeur? Sam Darnold for a long-term contract? By the way, the Raiders today, if you missed it, they told Gardner Minshew to pound sand. See you later there. And they signed him to a pretty healthy deal last year, like a 2-year, $25 million deal. But he's going to be a post-June 1st. See you later. Who would be somebody that pushes Shedeur off the table? It's not Russell Wilson. I don't think it would be Aaron Rodgers. Who would it be?
The only one that I could really think of that pushes it off the table, because there's only going to be one quarterback that you would sign to a long-term deal, and that would be Sam Darnold. So everybody else you're looking at it as a bridge.
Right.
You get a bridge, well, you still got to draft a guy anyways.
Correct.
But Sam Darnold would be interesting. Because if you give Sam a 5-year deal, hey, we're in.
Where's Sam going then? Where's all these guys going? Which is a fun game to play, where everybody's headed to. But I think Shedeur is going to the Raiders. So, and I don't think he's a jerk. And I think he can come across as a little arrogant and stuff. But like you kind of pointed out,
he comes off across a guy of his generation.
Okay, fine.
That grew up on TikToks and social media and confidence and has made a little money. That's who he is. He's just a young kid.
If I got a team, you don't think Bo Nix has a certain amount of swag and confidence? Of course he does.
Not like that.
Well, maybe not just like that. But, there's something about being the man that, you're pretty convinced you're the man. I go back to Aaron Gordon a couple years ago, because Bones Highland was on the team. Remember there was a period where Bones was just like killing it. A crowd.
Now he ain't got a job.
And I never, is that right? Is he out? Is he out?
I think he got traded again, and he's still not playing, I think.
Okay. But while Bones was hot, I remember asking Aaron Gordon, can you ever be too confident? And AG thought about it for a second. He goes, nah, not in the NBA. And I'm like, oh, you bristle at that?
No, I'm sorry. I was having a random thought about DK Metcalf. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, what's your thought about DK Metcalf?
You know who's going to get him? Patriots.
Why?
They are desperate for a number one wide receiver right now.
Yeah.
They called the Philadelphia Eagles about A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
They're trying to get Devontae Adams. That team is hungry to go get a guy like DK Metcalf.
First-round draft pick hungry?
I don't know. They're hungry, though.
They're at 4.
I mean, they've made it be known to the entire NFL right now, we're going to do what we got to do. No, they're not giving up number 4.
They're not going to give up 4, but you should give up a 20.
I don't know if you should.
You could.
You could.
Easier.
Yeah.
What do you mean give up a 20?
It's easier to give up the 20th pick than the 4th pick.
They got the 20? Oh, for the Broncos.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
I probably wouldn't give up a 20, but as I sit here and I talk through it in my head, the odds of landing a player like DK Metcalf at number 20 is like probably 2 out of 10, right? So why do we feel so protective over draft picks? Why do we feel so protective over number 20 just because it's number 20 when you know what DK Metcalf is?
Because you get the financial well, if you think the Broncos, I'd say this, if you think the Broncos are a piece away from winning the Super Bowl, I wouldn't hesitate about it at all because winning trumps everything.
Well, isn't that what you are saying?
I think they're a contender, but man, I don't know if they're that close, to be quite honest with you. I've got them
Well,
pegged
they're not
more,
contenders then.
I got them pegged more for 2026. To me, 2025 is a really good, solid 11-win, win a wild card game, and then likely that's when they would probably tap out. Now, but if that's not a contender, I guess that's not a contender. But I got them being that good. And I don't know where the Chiefs are going to go. Chiefs won like a million games by like less than a touchdown last year. And they barely scored 30 points the entire season. Most teams that did that last year won 3 or 4 games.
Guess where they were? Super Bowl.
I got you. I saw them get blown out and embarrassed by the Eagles. I saw it. I got you. It fell apart. The wheels fell off eventually. And well, who's their offensive line?
Do you think Pat Mahomes is going to forget how to play football?
No, but I think you get older and you can't win forever, and Father Time's undefeated. I think Tom Brady went 10 years between winning a Super Bowl, even though he went to AFC Championship games.
Well, but he still put up
Super
numbers.
Bowls. Not just AFC Championship games, Super Bowls.
Well, yeah. I mean, we lost a couple in there. Chiefs. Pat Mahomes is fantastic. I have no doubts that he is one of the greatest of all times.
Andy
Reid's great. But I mean, they've already had a dynasty. How much more of a dynasty do you get? They've already had one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say the Chiefs, like, the day of them being in the Super Bowl year after year after year, probably done. But as long as Pat Mahomes is there, I bet he makes it every 3rd or 4th year, at least.
Well, you know what Brady kind of did?
For Brady, you know the way it worked out? Every other year, he was in the Super Bowl. If you averaged it out, it was about every other year.
Will you be disappointed if the Broncos don't do something significant here in this market with a pretty significant player?
Not really. Because as I sit in here, we were just talking about where the Broncos are at. They're closer to where the Nuggets were about 4 years ago than they are to a Kansas City Chiefs. They're doing things the right way, man. They're managing the books. They just said no to Deebo Samuel because they thought that they could get, Jeff told us they thought they could get a younger, cheaper version in the draft, right? Let's keep it real. To Scott's point, we're not going to go from making it to the playoffs to winning the Super Bowl next year. It's probably not going to happen. So let's just keep doing things the right way.
What are you spending your money on then?
Inside linebacker.
Okay.
But that's not a $35 million deal.
No.
For the record.
You draft that South Carolina safety.
Okay. All right. Keep going.
Get an inside linebacker.
So we just got Greenlaw. He's your guy.
And then running backs and wide receivers. Running backs,
Juwan
tight
Johnson.
ends, wide receivers.
There's the tight end. Then you got a tight end. You
still draft one.
You drafted a tight end in the 2nd or 3rd round. Arroyo, Miami, 2nd round.
Sure.
Okay.
Unless you think you want another younger backup tight end.
All right. Now we're in the 3rd round. We still got money. I mean, we getting a wide receiver or not?
Yeah.
Drafting one or getting one?
Wait, who'd you draft in the 1st?
Well, he just drafted Amara Orwarian, the guy from South Carolina. The freakish safety from South Carolina. The Cam Chancellor.
For me, a wide receiver is definitely in play in the 1st round.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just trying to roll on whatever scenario you present,
Yeah.
One way or the other. You don't have to go safety. You go wide receiver.
All
so
right,
it's...
You know what? Let's see. What do you got? 1st, 2nd, 3rd, no 4th?
No, they got a 4th. They don't have any 5th. No 5th, no 7th, 3 6th.
So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. He and I.
Okay.
Our scenarios.
All right, well, hang on. We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Plus,
I got to write it down. Otherwise,
yeah, no, I get it. But you got to fill out. You don't have to have the specific guys, but you could say, what you're aiming for.
By the way, Bones Highland's in the Minnesota's G League.
Holy cow!
Dropped 39 though in the second game.
Well, of course he did. I get it. The G League's good. Bones going to excel there.
He's going to kill there.
He's going to kill the G League. Wow, he's in the G League, huh?
See Isaiah Thomas crushing the G League right now?
Yeah, because these guys are
36 years old.
They're NBA players.
It is so weird because the G League is high-level stuff. It is. But boy, oh boy, is there that crazy gap between NBA low-level players and G League stars. It is. Those guys go down there. Hunter Tyson would go down in the G League and destroy. Jalen Pickett would destroy. But boy, that jump to the NBA is that a mighty leap. That ain't no joke.
Jalen Pickett may be playing a lot here in the next.
Oh, we'll get to
weeks.
Well, everybody. We may be playing tonight. We'll see. We got to follow up on that. It's PHC on 92.5.
All right, guys, gals, hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, first off, I want you to know you're not alone. I've been there, and that's why I called my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. They took care of me. They did it the right way. Guys, when you call Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best. I had a firsthand experience over there. They did a great job for me. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. It could be as simple as this. Commit to getting your hair back by committing to call Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. And you're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. She's the best of the best. The entire staff, the best of the best. Guys, they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. So pick up the phone, call today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
I think normal wear and tear. Obviously, what Nikola has to face each and every night is just incredible. And that's why when you look at that stat sheet from Boston, it's incredible that Nikola Jokic scored 20 points. He was 9 of 15 from the field, 2 of 3 from the three-point line, and he didn't miss a free throw, which is incredible because he didn't take any.
Shoot any.
You see the pictures of his arms, the blood, but he's a tough cookie, man. That guy he's available, and that's one of the greatest talents you can have as a professional athlete is availability.
We appreciate you watching on Twitch, where you can. It's brought to you by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Start at Safeway.com or on the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Thank you, Safeway. Yeah, we'll get to the Nuggets here in a second. We do have some breaking NFL news. Sort of sideways impacts the Broncos. Zach Bond has signed a 3-year, $51 million contract with the Eagles. It goes back to the Eagles. It includes a $34 million guarantee and additional 1.5 in incentives. So there you go. One-hit wonder, Super Bowl champ, inside linebacker, free agent. There were 3 big ones. Nick Bolton's another one, as was Greenlaw. Zach Bond goes back to the Eagles.
Yeah, not surprised at all. This is what I've been saying was going to happen. The Eagles were going to bring him back. Good for him, man. That's the dude that literally is a one-hit wonder. He's had one season and now gets himself a $51 million deal. So congratulations to Zach Bond. I'm not surprised by it at all. I never really got excited. I never got excited about Zach. You guys know that for a couple of reasons. But the main reason was that I always thought that he was just going to end up in Philly.
Well, there he goes back there. Meanwhile, Adam Schefter, who is joining us tomorrow, I believe he'll be on with us tomorrow, yeah. He's reporting that Justin Fields is, quote, first in the pecking order for the Steelers. That he'll be going back to the Steelers.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it should be that.
Okay.
They don't have a quarterback on the roster right now.
There you go. So I think it opens up an interesting situation for the Raiders to see what they do.
We talk about other teams that have struggled drafting a quarterback. After Roethlisberger, they've gone after some quarterbacks. They've struggled to find a guy, haven't they?
They have drafted guys, but they've always been in no man's land.
And second or third or late.
Well, they've
Mason Rudolph,
done
second
the
round.
best they could. Kenny Pickett was
first round in one of the worst quarterback draft classes of all time. One quarterback taken in that entire draft at 15.
I wouldn't say that they messed up with those guys because it was just the situation that they had. They were a good football team, and it's tough to find a quarterback there. They took a swing, it didn't work out, and they're still swinging.
Okay, Nuggets in a second. You want to go through a little draft here? First round, who you taking?
You want me to start?
You can start.
I'm going to go the Emanwari safety.
Okay.
South Carolina.
All right. Is Tyler now the second pick, or is Tyler get to go first?
Tell me what his first. Or I can just
Your
tell you
first round.
No. Let's go back and forth.
All right.
Now, first off, do I want to do this like Mike Kliss, where I give you 3 different options and 4 different scenarios? Because what if Colson Loveland's off the board? What if this? What if that? Right?
I did that for my second, third. Yeah.
Right. Well, I think you kind of have to play that game a little bit here, or else you're just not playing it authentically.
However you want to do it.
Look, in the first round, my 2 guys are Colson Loveland, number 1, Luther Burden, number 2.
Okay.
Colson Loveland's off the board. I'll take Luther Burden.
All right. Okay.
Burden, take a good position, college.
Missouri.
Oh, the wide receiver?
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Well, so we'll get to some conditions on your second round pick. You took a safety down.
That's a good one.
You're in the second round now, Scott. What are you going?
I take Burton over the other guy.
Okay.
Second round, if Hampton's available.
Okay, Maureen Hampton, yeah, North
But
Carolina.
I don't know if he'll be
running
ready.
back.
Will they pick 40?
He could be, but they are saying he might have jumped up into the first round right now.
Yeah, if he's available, I take Hampton.
Okay.
If Hampton's already been drafted, I take Arroyo, tight end from Miami.
All right.
I too I've got 2 different running backs. I want to take a running back in the second round. That's still pretty high, but I think this is a great running back class. So I think you're going to find a dude that's worthy of it. My number 1 running back I would take the second round is Caleb Johnson out of Iowa.
Okay.
My number 2, and if Amari Hampton's there, I'd take him also. I just don't think he will be. But my number 2 guy would be Travion Henderson out of Ohio State. I think he's got ability to be a joker type of football player.
Would you be doing the same thing if you took Burden So would you go wide receiver, running back?
Either way, but probably my next pick is running back.
So you'd be pushing tight end then if you had to.
Yeah.
At that point. Okay,
Yeah.
Scott, third round for you?
Third round, and if we take him in the second round, then I'm going to try to get Arroyo in that third round. If not, I'll take Arroyo in the second. And if Hampton's off the board, I'm taking Cameron Scattaboo from Arizona.
Oh, that'd be fun, man. That would be fun.
I think that's a good third round pick.
I think it'd be a great third round pick if you're still in that running back need position. Tyler?
So in my scenario, if I get what I want, right? I got Colson Loveland in the first round. I got Caleb Johnson in the second round. So I got myself a running back. I got myself a tight end already.
Yeah.
I'm still going offense. I'm still in.
Yeah.
So give me the best available wide receiver.
Okay.
Get a couple names to keep an eye on in the third round. May or may not be there. Matthew Golden from Texas and Xavier Restrepo from Miami.
Where are you putting the CU guys?
So we're talking about Jimmy Ward. We're talking about
Jimmy Horn.
Jimmy Horn. You've got Will Shepard will be a little bit later.
Yeah.
And then LeJonte Wester, right?
Right.
Jimmy Horn will probably be the highest selected of those guys. But we're talking about role football players there.
Okay.
So,
all right, fourth round.
You might go take them late. I'm going defensive end from the University of Arkansas, Landon Jackson.
He's not going to be there in the fourth round. You're funny, man.
I got to put an Arkansas.
No, that's good.
That's the only one that I didn't. Yeah.
Hey, fourth round.
Who did we talk to yesterday? Oh, it was Leggy. Said Landon Jackson made him some money, so he probably.
Yes, he's a first rounder or at worst top 10 in the second round. Tyler?
Fourth round, I just wrote safety or corner.
Okay, fair enough. Fun. I like it.
Yeah, and if Jackson's gone, then I would go wide receiver.
Yeah, Jackson's gone.
Then I'll go wide receiver. Or I might go Jackson that third round if he's around instead of Scattaboo.
Look, I don't think that mine's actually going to unfold the way that it did because I think drafting three offensive guys in a row, that's pretty damn aggressive. And at some point, you're probably going to have to appease your defensive guys, and you probably take a safety or something.
Tonight, the Nuggets, on paper, when I heard that Sabonis was out, I was like, oh, okay, great.
But then you forget about the trade.
The trade?
Well, they got Levine and
Valanciunas. Yeah, but I was like, hey, man.
Valanciunas pretty good backup center, though.
Listen, they've been playing well. They've won 4 in a row. I got you. But I'm just like, okay, we're good. Then I see
But
yesterday.
You've also had 2 days off.
Okay. Well, you're nervous about tonight.
I don't know.
Right, maybe rightfully so. Rightfully so.
I don't know why they don't play good after a little rest. In our days, if you ever got 2 days off, man, that game back, you were chomping.
You know what's funny? The Avs had technically 3 days off. But you know what Bedsy did to the Avs on Sunday and Monday?
Scrimmage them.
He worked them. He worked the team.
They
played terrible last night.
Especially the first period, they were flat.
They were bad. And listen, I respect what Bedsy was trying to do and all, but it did not work. And they walked away with the win. You know what they're doing today? You know what the team's doing today?
Off.
Well,
I will say this: that pass that Nichushkin made to Mittelstadt,
that was unbelievable.
Great pass, but did you see it? He one-hopped it. You talk about
saucer pass. That's what they call it.
But he one-hopped that sucker.
Yeah.
And he caught that a little bit off the thing and just was awesome.
It was beautiful.
Great stuff.
It was great. They got away with one. We'll get into the Avs and the whole thing. They got away with one last night.
Now they've got 6 of the 10 points that have been available at home.
Yeah.
They're on course to what you and I said they should do.
They got a last-place San Jose team in their division and a last-place Chicago team.
So you almost
but on Saturday, they got a first-place Toronto team coming in. 5 o'clock puck drop. Weird start time. But
so they had 6 home games.
Yeah.
Also, they need to get 10.
Mm-hmm.
They need to get 10 points.
Well, they're on the path.
And you might want to even up that.
I looked at who's injured for the Nuggets tonight.
Everyone.
I can look. I haven't looked.
Well, Strother, we know, is out for a month. AG is questionable. Jokic is questionable. Zeke is questionable. And, Vlaco's Vlaco, that sort of thing. But, and we're hoping Peyton Watson comes back. I know Joker's not going to play in all of these 21 games. After watching him limp around there, I do wonder, is this one where Sabonis out, Joker sits down tonight, and we'll go from there. But I don't love it.
Seems reasonable. I I did ask Malone if he was worried about this injury with Nicola or if it's just wear and tear. And he acted like no big deal. Nothing to see here. He goes through this all year long. But, hey, man, now would be the time. He needed to give some rest.
Well, let's get to it. Coming up next is PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's back for the Rocky Mount Men's Clinic. Yeah, we'll tell you about what's going on with the Nuggets here in just a second. I'm telling you what's going on if you have to deal with the situation of ED, erectile dysfunction. The Rocky Mount Men's Clinic, they're there for you. They are. ED is a relationship destroyer. And perhaps you think, well, I'm doing okay. It's not that bad. And just whatever. It's just not part of your life anymore. It does not have to be like that, guys. Come on now. The Rocky Mount Men's Clinic, they're there when the pills or herbals fail. With success rates well over 90%, some treatments can have you last an hour or more. What I love, too, is how convenient the Rocky Mount Men's Clinic is for you. With 5 locations, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So schedule your visit. It's only $99. You get the consult, the T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Hit them up today at 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. On the text line or the Twitter, are the Broncos contenders? Quite a few votes in. 51% yes, 49% no. Okay, we'll keep that going. Feel free to vote. We appreciate you watching online, on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Twitter machine, whatever you want to do. Tonight, the Nuggets play against the Kings. How concerned are you with the injuries that are out there right now?
Well, it's a lot. It's your whole front court. Joker twisted his ankle on that jump ball and then played 38 minutes after, right?
Mm-hmm.
It has been a couple days. I'll be shocked if he doesn't try to gut it, but who knows? Gordon, he's missed. Did he miss 2 games at the end?
He's missed 2. This would be 3 in a row.
Yeah, and I'd almost think it's about time he would be back. Vlaco told me a few weeks ago they were aiming to get back in March.
Oh, really?
We're in March now.
I haven't really even considered Vlaco.
Yeah, so, well, he's been upgraded to questionable, and that's the first time he's been on the questionable list.
Fair.
Zeke can't be hurt.
That's a bummer, man. That one's a bummer.
But he just can't be hurt.
That's too bad.
Because it's the same thing that's happened the last 2 years.
Yeah.
He gets playing, he's getting incredible time.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden,
He ain't quite done it like this, though, has he? I mean.
Oh, it's probably been the best run of his career right now.
It's been a solid run, but a couple of years ago, he was having a really, really good run. His knees started by. I think he had Oscar Schlotters or something like that, and just missed a month, then was done. And, bad time for him to be hurt, bad time for Stroud to be hurt. I mean, these guys, this is the push. I told somebody this the other day, and it is so much different than football, although if they get to 20 games, football probably will get this also. Tom Brady looked at it this way a little bit. But you can throw games away in the first 20, 25 games.
Mm-hmm.
You can't throw away games last 25.
Right.
Or 20. And they're at 21 left, right?
21 left, yeah.
You just can't throw games away right now.
Even if you can afford to, just the mentality.
And Cleveland can afford to.
Yeah, right. But I mean, even if you are in that position to be at this point of the season, like for us in football, it's always December, right? Mike Shannon used to always tell us, boys, I don't care. We could be on a roller coaster, but we're peaking in December. That's when we're peaking, right? And it's as much as mentally as anything else. You just want to be playing great ball.
Well, he would always start off 4-0 start October, right? I mean, he'd always win October. Then it would be 1-3 or 2-2 in November, and then you're right. December is when you want to start playing your best. But I don't think they were throwing games away.
No,
this one
like best. No,
this one would kind of sting to lose. I'm not gonna lie. And Friday night against the Suns would also sting to lose because you got some Mama Jammas coming up here. 2 of them on Sunday and then Monday in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, you're playing the number 1 team, and I'm assuming the rest of the league, the Western West Conference, would consider those 2 losses. So you got to try to find a way to win 1.
Dude, that is okay. I know it's regular season, but that's a fun one, man. We're going to stay in the same city, and we're going to play on back-to-back nights? Okay. I mean, that doesn't really happen. They do these homes, but usually they throw like a day in between.
It'll be Sunday, Tuesday.
Yeah, well, that's right, usually.
But then you come back
Not this one.
Wednesday and play. Don't you play the Lakers again, or you play somebody?
Not only do you play the Lakers, but then you have the Lakers twice in 4 games. I'll go through the schedule with you here a little bit. Well, no, you play Minnesota, my bad. So, but still
a big game.
Yeah, of course. That's Wednesday. Then the Lakers. So Friday, March 14th. Now, wow, what a week.
Then you go on the road.
Dude, this is a sick week starting on Sunday. At Oklahoma City Sunday. At Oklahoma City Monday. Home against Minnesota. Home against the Lakers. Thank God, the Wizards. You got to win that one. You got to take the profit where you can. At Golden State and then at Los Angeles. So you do play the Lakers twice in 4 games coming up March 14th and March 19th. Wow, man, damn, son, we got some basketball playing.
Well,
here.
that's another long trip too, right? Because you go Golden State, L.A.
Yeah, that's right.
Then is there Portland in there?
That's right. One more for the trifecta. You win absolutely nothing.
And then you go down to Houston.
Correct.
And play
You win
play
absolutely
it back
nothing.
to back against Chicago the next night here.
And then you have the dreaded national TV game on Sunday. Tip at noon, 11 o'clock here, noon. You'll be, I don't know what the hell time you get up for a noon game.
Well,
what time do you get to the arena?
We were on the bus at 10:30 in East Coast time, so we'll probably be on the bus at 9:30.
Wow, it's like back to high school.
Yeah.
Well, college, maybe. I don't know. When did these?
Those are weird games.
Oh, super weird.
Speaking of the Lakers, this is an interesting quote that Dan just sent us. So from Jeannie Buss, she's talking about how Anthony Davis wasn't happy with the trade, but she says,
well,
we always joke, like Vic started the, who's your daddy deal. And we always joke about being in their heads, but man, they're literally just saying it out loud. Jeannie Buss says, well, we've lost the last 3 years in a row to the Denver Nuggets in the playoffs, and we really didn't have anything that was going to look any different going into the playoffs again.
That's it.
And that's
She's
why
right.
and that's why they made the trade.
Well, but
she is correct.
That's great. I'm glad she said that, and they're right. But then you go and get, arguably a top 5 player in the world. You're able to trade an injury-prone Hall of Famer. He'll probably be in the Hall of Fame someday. But you're able to trade him away, who, listen, even when he won the Defensive Player of the Year, Joker averaged a triple-double in the playoffs against him.
But
Wow.
isn't the story now, though, that the Lakers were the second choice to Minnesota in that trade? I
that
thought
right?
I could have sworn, Dan, help me
Well,
out
second
on this.
when you say second choice, for who?
The Dallas Mavericks, I could have sworn we saw this story, went to Minnesota for Anthony Edwards first. And Minnesota shut it down, and then they went to the Lakers.
I mean, of course, they'd rather get Anthony Edwards in return than Anthony Davis.
I'm getting that, Dan. I'm getting that story right, aren't I?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
They reached out to Minnesota for Anthony Edwards.
That's not very surprising to me. No. If you could get Anthony Edwards or Anthony Davis, which one do you want?
Well, what might be a little surprising is we thought nobody else was in the mix here, that, the whole NBA was getting shut out of this deal. And as it turns out, that's not true. And that means Tim Connelly and the folks in Minnesota kept their mouths shut as well. Good for them, I guess. So it wasn't just some sort of simple, let's go to the Lakers and that's it. They were actually the second choice.
Tim Connelly would have traded Anthony Edwards for Anthony Davis. He'd have been fired by the end of the year. So,
but they want to get rid of. They want to get rid of Luka
for Anthony.
Well, I mean Luka. Yeah, I still think he'd been fired.
Ooh,
wow!
I don't know if he gets fired. You did get Luka.
You value Anthony Edwards more than Luka?
For the style Minnesota plays, yes.
Okay.
Luka's perfect for LA because they're a one-on-one team.
The survey that we have on Twitter right now is kind of even Steven here. I'll refresh here in a second. Are the Broncos contenders? We are at 51-49 with just under 300 votes here. In just, about an hour or so. So you can vote on that one. Wow, that's really split down the middle. Are the Nuggets contenders?
Yes. That's an easy yes.
Yes.
You know it when you see it, right? Like the Denver Nuggets, that is the definition of a contender.
Okay. Are the Thunder contenders?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Are the Lakers contenders?
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Are the Grizz contenders?
No.
Not yet.
Are the Rockets contenders?
No.
Not yet. Close.
Is there anybody else in the West that's a contender?
Well, listen.
Minnesota going to kind of rally here and be dangerous?
I'll just say this. I think Houston's dangerous. I think Memphis is dangerous. I don't think either team's going to lose in the first round of the playoffs.
Is Minnesota dangerous?
Yes.
Yeah. Anybody in the East besides the Cavs or the Celtics?
I think the Knicks are dangerous. I think Detroit's dangerous. And Milwaukee, because you got Giannis, is always going to be dangerous.
I think Milwaukee's a bunch of posers. You want to look at a game that, you're going to kick yourself if something comes down to one game. You may have to stare harshly.
Well,
there's a
couple
games. You lost that game against Chicago. You lost the game against the Wizards. You lost that game against Minnesota or Milwaukee when you couldn't hit a layup. There are a couple. I got to give it on this one. There's more like we should have won those games this year than, wow, can you believe we won those games this year for the Nuggets right now? There really aren't a lot of like, wow, what a win. But there are a couple like, you got to be kidding me, losses.
I don't disagree with that.
But they're still contenders.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be painful if they lose this one. But Jokic ain't going to play all the games. He's not.
Well, and again, even when he does play, the non-Jokic minutes is the worst it's been in the last 4 years.
Can you beat the Kings without Sabonis, without Joker tonight? They don't have Sabonis. We don't have Joker. Can you beat them?
How's Murray and Porter going to play?
They gotta play like superstars. They gotta be great. There's gotta be 60 points between the two of those guys.
You sent that audio of Perkins, which once
I got it here.
Once the Lakers beat him, Perkins able to get back on the soapbox.
Yeah. You want to hear it?
But the guy, do you have the guy after what he says?
I'm not sure. I got the whole thing.
Because
Yeah.
the guy after makes the real point.
Here we go.
The Denver Nuggets are not a threat in the Western Conference. The Denver Nuggets are not that damn good. JJ Redick has exposed something about the Denver Nuggets that I'm starting to see teams do. If you make the Denver Nuggets shoot threes, you take away cutters, and you double team Jokic, you're going to win games and win a playoff series against the Nuggets. They're not a legit threat.
It's exactly what JJ did to them in that Saturday night game.
It is, and it's easier said than done, of course. That was one game, not a playoff series with Michael Malone, who can certainly make adjustments.
Boston did it.
I will give you this. Michael Porter Jr. is not the same player he was when they won a championship, and that could be a weak link for him. I'll give you that.
And he has to stop along with the...
Wait a second. What? Michael Porter Jr.? All right, go ahead. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Yeah, I think that's the key. I mean, you lose to Milwaukee, Michael's 5 for 22.
Mm-hmm.
1 for 10 or 2 for 11 on threes. And he's 3 of 9 against Boston, 2 of 6.
Okay, but he also had 3 30-point games in a row. Are you saying Michael Porter Jr. isn't the player this year as he was in the championship year? Because he did not have a great playoff.
I'm saying that because what they've not done as far as bolstering the bench, they can't afford to
What does
have
bolstering
him.
mean?
I don't know.
They can't
not a word.
afford to have him be below average.
What does bolstered mean?
Will you stop using made-up words, though?
He said ing too.
How about improved?
Bolstered,
Yeah,
bolstering.
just
Like nobody knows what bolstering
Bolstered.
is.
This show
It's
is
like Listerine from Bush.
You don't have to show off.
Okay.
You don't have to show off your Arkansas education
You're welcome.
every day.
No, but what they did not do or accomplish to reinforce, make better the bench is more pressure on Jamal and Porter. They're not in the game much. They can't get any traction in the first half against Boston. Second half, Murray comes out and really balls. They got a chance to win it, and that's with Porter being below average. He's the key. If they can win it with the makeup that they got with the bench, but Porter can't, as you said, disappear like he did in the postseason.
My friend, we may see that tonight.
Yeah.
We may see it tonight. Dan's going crazy with polls. Are the
We got
Nuggets,
double polls?
We got a double poll or a double pollaroo. This one's the Broncos one. I anticipate will be interesting. I don't think this one's going to be all that interesting. We're not even debating that amongst ourselves. Are the Nuggets contenders? Yes, is blowing it away right out.
Here's
the
the
door.
third one. Are the Avs?
You can throw it up there with the Avs too.
Are the Avs contenders? Because I think they are too.
Then we get into the semantics of what does it mean to be a contender.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Okay.
What can happen in baseball and hockey that probably can't happen anywhere else?
One player can dominate.
One
the whole
player
thing.
can dominate the whole series. You saw Arizona win a World Series, and they had 2 pitchers. And the only games they won was when either Johnson or Bloody Sock pitched, right? Kurt Schilling. And they won because those guys both won 2 games.
Do you know what?
If we're calling the Broncos contenders, you dang sure better call the Avalanche contenders.
Well,
I mean, if that's how loose we're going to be on it, come on.
And my point with the one player, they improved in the goalie position. Well, I thought Westwood, you want to say the team played Wormwood. I'll call him Wormwood from
Just
Lord
call
of the
him
Rings.
Wedgwood because you call him Wedgie.
Yeah.
His nickname's funnier than anything. Just call him Wedgie.
Wedgie. Let me tell you what. I thought that dude was outstanding last night. I thought he was outstanding.
Well, he won the game for him.
Exactly.
And it was funny. Did you hear him after the game? It was pretty funny.
I didn't want.
Oh, you got to hear. Hang on. You got to hear how he took a shot at his team in a very nice and obvious way. We'll play it for you coming up next.
Hey guys and gals, Tyler here, my friends over at Phil Longford, the best car dealership in Colorado. There's no reason to go shopping anywhere else. I value relations in life and relationships, I should say. And that's why I keep going back to my friends at Phil Longford since my rookie year in the NFL. I know them, I love them, I trust them. They take care of me, they get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. And that's not unique to me, that's going to happen to you as well. And we're talking about one-stop shopping. It's one of my favorite things about Phil Longford. No matter what you're looking for, you're going to find it. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So no reason to drive all over. Just go to Phil Longford, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned. It's on their lot right now, and you're going to get the best price. They've got award-winning service departments. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with my friends over at Phil Longford, and I promise you're going to love your ride for a very long time. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
All right, no dumb questions coming up at 1:45 via Twitch, text, YouTube, skywriting, three-eyed raven, whatever. We're flexible on that. Last night's Avs game, God, man, there was not an overwhelming crowd response for We Want Sid the Kid. I think Raj was trying to get that going. That kind of
that went great. Gotta listen.
Yeah. That being said, that was not a great game by the Avalanche, and we have officially crossed the Rubicon on surveys and polls. Nuggets contenders, Avs contenders, Broncos contenders.
Yep.
Should we do a Rockies poll too?
Yep.
Should we
do
what?
Rockies?
No, you don't need to do the Rockies.
kinda
Although you
funny.
realize the Rockies are having.
Oh, did you guys see my article I sent you last night from Patrick Saunders?
Yeah.
3 teams in the MLB that got an F in the offseason.
Yeah, I saw that. Did you see the reason why?
Oh, well, you think I read it?
Oh, well, the reason why the Rockies got an F in that one is because even the reporter just wrote, well, we didn't really look into it. They just didn't do anything. F. It wasn't exactly the greatest of analysis, but yes, I did see that. So that's going on. You want to vote, have a good time with it. Broncos are, 51% think the Broncos are contenders. And there's an overwhelming amount of people that think the Nuggets and Avs are contenders.
Well, let me just say about the Avs, and it was going to be one of my no dumb questions. They have better goaltending right now than maybe they've had since Varlamov's best year, and maybe even going back to Patrick Wall. Their goaltending right now is unbelievable.
Yeah, and
that gives them a chance, and that's why if you can get the postseason,
that's true.
We've seen goalies, and now you've got 2 pretty good ones that can steal games for you.
You got to listen to Wedgwood after the game. It was pretty funny when he was, because the offense was terrible. Okay, just to keep it real, Pittsburgh's a bottom-dwelling team. I got you. They got Crosby. There wasn't much life or jump. Val, beautiful pass to Mittelstadt with 4 minutes to go in the third. Then a couple of empty netters. And, they did what they should to a bad team. But still, Benzie afterwards, and even the team afterwards were like, eesh, that was not great. But we figured it out. Why? You won a game because of your goalie. By the way, too, Lindgren, not a big dude. Not that big of a dude.
I heard Riker on with the morning show, though, and he was raving about his performance. So I guess so. I guess maybe it's like watching offensive line play. If you don't notice it, I guess they're doing a pretty good job.
Does he say it was a rough game by Cale Makar last night? It was just rough.
Well, their one goal was a turnover that started in the neutral zone, right, by Makar.
It was not great, but they won. So you take it. Here's Wedgie afterwards.
How did this game shake out for you? I know you weren't in the last couple, but a lot more turnovers, a lot more shots against.
Yeah, I think, oddly enough, I actually enjoyed the work. I played the last 2 games with, I think, combined what I worked for tonight and with the Nashville and Boston game. So we had the puck a lot more in those 2 games, and then, I guess kind of unfortunate execution on the offensive side. I think, guys were obviously a little bit, just discombobulated for lack of a better word, but we held ourselves accountable and found a way to win in the third. Going into a third period tied at 1, and they're a highly offensive team, and we came out on top, and that's all you need right now is 2 points.
A goalie said there was unfortunate execution on the offensive end. They were discombobulated.
And he said, I loved the amount of work I got.
This is a riot. That
Actually,
is hysterical.
I do always wonder that about goaltenders, like both in soccer, hockey, whatever. Do you really have fun in games in which you never have to stop anything?
Well, listen, soccer, you got that big net, and if you get too many breakaways on it, goalie stopping a breakaway, God bless him, that was a great play. Wormwood had a
just say Wedgie. He already has a perfect nickname.
but Wormwood from
really? We're not just going to go with Wedgie?
Well, if you want, Wedgie.
Everybody goes. All right, go ahead.
Wormwood's kind of funny.
All right.
But Wedgie, that one where the puck was tipped in front of him down and one hopped it and he stopped it, I thought he was just outstanding.
He
last
was.
Night.
He
was
won.
great.
A goalie won a game for the Avs, and then he called it unfortunate offensive execution. And they were discombobulated. I just laughed at it because it's just a fun way to put it. And I'm thinking back to Georgiev. Here's what's funny
what's different. Here's what's different between football and basketball. You have what did he call the offensive performance?
Unfortunate offensive performance.
Offensive performance. You lose games in the NFL in basketball if you have unfortunate offensive performances. Where the goaltending, you can have that, or in hockey, you can have that, and the goaltender can rescue you. It's the best goaltending they've had. And I always say Varlamov because I know he had one or two really great years, but even his last year was. But this is the best goaltending. This is better goaltending they've had in the last 3 years for sure, right?
You do wonder, has the game changed enough, though? Can goaltenders win series in the playoffs anymore?
Yes.
Can they win games? For sure. Can they win series? I don't know, man.
Tough to do. Not easy.
Tough to do, but all of a sudden you go a couple games and you win 1-0, 2-0. You win that next game 3-1, and all of a sudden them teams are like going, dude, we can't get past it.
But the question is, no matter hook or crook, can you win Game 7? I guess that's what matters. I'm just laughing because I'm hearing a goalie saying, talk about a nice way to rip your team in the nicest possible way. We had an unfortunate offensive performance. They were discombobulated. I mean, technically he's taking a shot.
Yeah.
Except for the fact he was right and everybody agrees with him, including Mittelstadt said the same thing. Bednar said the same thing. Everybody would agree with him. It's just kind of funny to hear a goalie put it that well, that concisely. And then I'm realizing...
A backup goalie.
He's a backup goalie, but he definitely has starter traits personality-wise.
Yes.
And
you got to pay him and keep him around.
He is a lot different than Blackwood, even though they both have wood. They are two different cats.
Whoa.
Blackwood is kind of, how do I put it?
Quirky?
Nope. I don't think he's quirky at all.
Patrick Wise?
Nope, because Patrick, he's like a really super nice, things are just black and white for Blackwood. Just right there.
Why don't you just call him dumb?
Simpleton?
Why don't you just call him dumb? Don't say I'm not calling him dumb. You just called him dumb.
I'm not calling him dumb.
You're not calling him dumb?
I'm not calling him
What are you
dumb.
calling him?
I'm not calling him
What are you calling him?
Plain.
He's just...
Are you calling him a simple man?
He's just... Everything's just right there.
It's black and white.
It's black and white.
He's a simple man.
He told a muggle that because his teeth were late coming in, he was thinking about just screwing the teeth in himself.
Quirky.
Yeah, I don't think it's quirky. Anyways, that's Blackwood. That's that guy. But across and it's literally across. It really is across. They look at each other like across the room. Wedgwood is kind of more,
guy's guy.
Well, DMac is trying to say he's smarter.
He uses words differently than Blackwood. In a
so
very
Blackwood's
effective way.
comments last night said, "Yeah, the offense sucked tonight," and I had to.
Blackwood would never say that in a million years.
So what would he have said to say?
Like Blackwood's really like a sweet guy. He would never ever say that in a million years.
What would he have said?
He would have taken it on himself, or he would have been like, he's a really good dude. He wouldn't have gone there at all. But Wedgwood is a guy he's going to have a little bit more fun with you. He's going to put it in a different sort of way. Listen, I'll tell you this. The chemistry between these two dudes and in the room is spectacular. It's fantastic. It's the best I've seen since Darcy and Francouz. Darcy and Francouz were great, too. Darcy was just like a dude's dude, and Francouz was everybody's buddy, and the two of them got along great. And I see that relationship now. Georgiev was weird with everybody. I'm telling you, he was weird with his teammates.
Mittelstadt kind of took a shot, I think, on Gorgie.
How so?
In the post game when he's up on the couches, he actually went up on the couches.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah.
Yeah, and because said something about past years. I'm not talking about anybody though, and we're like,
okay.
mention names, okay.
Georgie was, hey man, he was kind of a weirdo. I don't know how else to put it. He's an odd dude. And I started in the NHL covering Dominic Hasek, who I don't think there's a more quirky sort of goalie out there than Hasek. So I think you can have a quirky goalie. He's just got to be great. You cannot have a quirky goalie who gives up 4 goals a game.
Right.
And that's the difference there.
Yeah, your quirk becomes stinky.
Did you see the report too about the Avs and what they were trying to do with the Mikko trade? There's a report out there that Miko was step 1 and step 2 was JT Miller. And JT Miller turned it down because he wanted to go back with the Rangers. So step 2, they were trying. I give the Avs credit, man. They had their eyes on the prize. It was a complicated process. They were aggressively going after JT Miller, and Miller shot it down because he had the right to do so. Get himself back to the Rangers for whatever his reasons to be back east, maybe family reasons or whatever it was. So I give the Avs credit, man. They tried, and that tells me over the next couple days, their belief in Casey Mittelstadt has not been great. However, it does fascinate me now with Val back and them seem to be playing a little bit better. Are they willing to let that ride, or will they try to pull something off here in the next couple days? Watch for that. If there's going to be one move, that's going to be it. I just don't know who the obvious choice would be to be that 2C, but they wanted it to be JT Miller.
Well, what if you go back to Miller right now and say, hey, change your mind?
He turned it down. Well, why would he change his mind now? He's with the Rangers.
They lost 3 in a row since he's been back. Maybe he might go,
nah.
Maybe, okay.
No, that deal's done. But look for the Avs. Hey, we got a couple days here. Look for them to make one more move. All right, I got something for you. Little sports, not sports kind of. We don't need the intro, but it's
It's sponsored.
Tyler's been working out. He's bragging about that.
I have 5 days a week back in the gym, pumping iron, baby.
You want to sum up how you're feeling these days about that? You feeling good?
I feel real good.
Strong.
When I retired, I swore off weights the rest of my life, and I stayed pretty good. I stayed true to that for about 9 years. Yep, pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Cycling and yoga for me, but no, I'm back in the gym working out 5 days a week, and it does feel
Check
good.
how big
man.
and thick he is.
Well, I'm sorry, what?
I'm not going to lie. It was humbling to get back in the gym.
Really?
Very humbling. I'm a dude, right? So I'm like, all right, first day back. Let's just figure out how much I can bench. Let's figure out how much I can
First
squat.
day back guys always do that.
Yeah. Well, it was just more just like seeing where I'm really at here. How pathetic is this?
And?
I did rep 225 25 times, I think it was, 24 times, something like that. And then I fell.
Gotcha.
Put that sucker up about 5 times, and I racked that sucker, and I'm like, yep, got to go back to work.
Yeah, I still think that's...
go back to work.
I still think that's pretty good.
No.
In a week's time,
that was a very humbling experience.
So you went right for 225, just right off the bat. Like
first day in.
You warmed up.
Oh, of course. No, I just needed to know what my baseline was.
5 times.
5 times.
Was it sad to you?
It was humbling.
Okay.
Very.
What is it, if you were to do it today, what would it be?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I've been back in the gym about a month. I don't know. 7?
Okay.
Something like that. I don't know.
It
doesn't go up that fast.
This is NFL coaches being asked about benching 225 at the combine. Listen for Sean Payton. Ready? Here we go.
How much can you bench?
Right now, if I put 225 on the bar, I'd struggle to get 1 or 2.
225? I can get it once or twice.
I can do the bar, Aditi. Maybe like a couple 5s
Bean.
on each side.
Not enough right now.
You want to even put a number on it?
No.
Andrew Barry said he could probably get 12 reps out.
Really?
I probably could hit 12 reps at this point.
On 225?
Yeah.
Can you bench?
Yes.
How many reps do you think you can push out?
5.
Andrew Barry said he could get 12.
Prove it.
Might be able to get it a couple 3 times and then spot.
BS.
How many reps can you do?
Sean Payton
That is
said,
such BS. Sean Payton ain't putting up 3 times on 225. I seen that body now. That's a dude that hasn't touched a weight in longer than Tyler.
Sean Payton just said 2 or 3 times at 225.
No.
At 60 years of age, looking like
But
he
I'm
looks.
telling you, as a dude, you do go back to where was I last time I was in the gym, right? And you're like, how much worse can it really be?
I thought it was comical that Sean Payton thinks he could put up 225 2 or 3 times. Sean Payton is a trip, man, on some things. No way, right?
He's getting crushed. He might die.
Right.
Breaking a few ribs.
Okay, so why would
blowing
he?
his shoulder out?
Yeah.
Is that just like who that dude is? Like he just can't.
I watched
your
that.
best friend.
He is my best friend.
He's your best friend.
Best friend's lie. But yeah, I was watching that and I was, that's kind of interesting. I have no idea. Maybe okay. Some guys are pretty honest. I probably couldn't get it up 1. Okay. 2 or 3 times probably.
I just
then he
looked
tried
up-
to be funny. He goes, but then I
Oh, then.
spot.
Like doing 225 is easy. It's not easy.
I just looked up Andrew Barry, who said he could put up 12.
Yeah.
That dude ain't putting up 2.
I don't know, man. When you say it as cool and as confident as that guy, I mean,
No. Pull up the photos.
I saw him. I don't know much about him, but he said it with confidence, no doubt about it.
I was waiting for them to get Dan
Oh, and his
Campbell.
coach challenged him. He said, prove it.
Well, right.
Yeah, you got to prove that. What do you think Campbell could do?
Oh. That dude, he's putting up 28.
Yeah, I would say he's way up there.
I think and they didn't get him. I was hoping they were going to.
Nah, he would be
on
great.
The video. In fact, that was the only reason I watched that whole video was to see if Campbell was.
Yeah.
How many Andy Reid putting up?
Zero. The vast majority of coaches and human beings, by the way, are putting up 0.
What's our guy that's coaching Houston? I bet he could put up a couple.
Well, look at this.
Oh, yeah.
We got a guy. Tyler, I saw you grind into the gym yesterday. Didn't want to bug you, but love listening to the show. Appreciate you. Should have said hi.
There you go. Slightly creepy.
I'd laid down on the floor a lot yesterday.
Why were you laying down on the floor?
Well, I was doing abs.
Stretching,
I was doing abs at the end, but I might have taken 3 or 4 minutes between the sets, and yeah.
Taking a bit of a nap.
Yep. There was a lot of laying on the floor yesterday.
It's a long day.
I've sworn off the bench though.
You know the one I swore off, and I'm so glad I'm back at it. I said I was never going to squat again, like for reals.
Is that when you couldn't walk the other day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I first time I blew out my right shoulder was doing bench,
Mm-hmm.
and it was when I was really strong then, and I think I did. I repped 275 pretty easy, and then I put like 305
Mm-hmm.
because I'd never done 300,
Mm-hmm.
and got 3 or 4, and I went, "Ooh, okay." Put it up a second time, second rep. I just felt like somebody stuck a knife on my shoulder, racked that sucker, and I went, ugh.
That's the end of that.
I've been afraid.
Don't need to do that anymore.
I'll do lightweight. Like I'll do if I want to do close grip, I'll put in, 135, 155, and I'll do close bench. Just
close grip's great
for reps. So that's it. Just do for reps.
But this is the problem with dudes. I start talking about being in the gym. All of a sudden, I get a text. Next swim meet, we're doing a push-up challenge.
Yeah,
oh, okay. All
that's
right.
right, that's
Fine.
right.
Yeah, I'll see. Let's have a push-up challenge at the swim meet.
That's what dudes want to do.
Yeah.
Dudes always want to outdo other dudes. And that's what Sean Payton's doing right there.
That dude would actually probably crush me.
In push-ups?
Yeah.
I did a push-up challenge 2 years in a row. I was thinking about doing it this year, and I didn't. I may wait for April. But I did a push-up challenge 1 year to get 10,000 push-ups in the month. Which turns
How many
in,
days that turned out to?
No, I ended up doing 12,000.
30, 10,000 minus.
But you got to average like 260 a day.
Wow.
Yeah, but you're doing them all day long.
You're doing 25 all day long.
You're doing every break. You're doing 25 or 20 or 15. You're getting up in the morning. You're doing them. I was doing them on the airplane.
You and Russell Wilson.
Yeah,
let's get some calisthenics in here.
Go.
Well, I'd be short.
Let's
I
go.
was short, 50 for the day, and so I might do 2 sets of 25 or something like that. But again, I'm worried about my shoulder. I want to do that again.
Guys got to be guys. No dumb questions coming up next. This seems ripe for the picking here. Lots of news going on in the NFL. And will the Broncos make a move on DK Metcalf or Devontae Adams? Still to come here on PhD.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Got a couple here for you. No dumb question. If the station put together a combine, who has the fastest 40 and who can bench 225 the most? Station combine.
Fastest 40. I'm going to go with Mike Sanford.
Yeah. Sanford or Raj?
Now,
because he's young.
That's a pretty athletic show right there, no doubt.
No, Raj is not fast. He played hockey.
Yeah.
That's not
pretty good shape.
Now, I'm not saying hockey players aren't fast on ice, but it's a radically different training.
He is the youngest and most fit guy here.
He probably runs like this.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Morning show. I guess you'd get
Bench?
Vic.
You know I'm going with bench? Scott Hastings. I'm being dead serious.
Can we count Dempsey still part of the group?
No, he's
out.
He would spoil everything.
I'm strong, but I don't think I could bench much.
Yeah, you're built like a brick house over there.
You know,
I was going to say something rude, but I was going to have a qualifier in there.
Yeah.
The mystery on the bench clearly would be Andy.
No,
he doesn't lift weights enough.
Okay.
He's just got old man strength.
So you think he'd fall apart?
In the weight room, yeah. Endurance.
All right.
By the way, are we talking about one rep or are we talking about like a 225? Because those are also different.
I have no idea. That's I don't know. I just got that one dumb question. That's it.
Dude, I tried to do 100-pound dumbbells the other day, and that was heavy to me.
My money is on
heavy.
my money is on DMac for the fewest bench and slowest. You could be right. I ain't bragging about anything with that stuff. I need an event that is long and slow. Anything that would take cutting it out for like 6 hours.
Drinking a bottle of wine contest.
I might be up there for that.
Mike Sanford, he actually might win both. He might win the bench and the 40.
You think he's got that kind of strength?
Oh, he's a daily CrossFitter.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and now that he's going to be working with high school kids, he'll have to go in there one day and show them.
Oh, well, in the gym at Valor, because I did coach there. I mean, we are talking about a college gym.
Yeah.
No dumb questions. Go ahead, guys. You got one. Oh, Brett. What about Brett? Brett Kane? No?
Brett?
Nothing on Brett?
For what?
Anything? No?
For what, though?
Bench or 40? No? Brett's not? Looks in pretty good.
Base he have in his AAA.
He looks in pretty good shape. I don't know.
He might be okay. He might be okay in the running thing. He's a baseball player. Not named Canseco. I'm not sure how much he can lift.
Love a scrub, Scotty. Imperative that you keep your elbows in if you're having your shoulder problems. Now we're getting advice from guys. This is the guy advice for working out.
Oh, so maybe I gotta go wider. I don't. How do you?
Yeah. Okay.
Elbows in?
Hey, DMac, how are you doing, butthole? This is a no dumb question. I'm fine. Thank you.
How you doing, butthole?
I'm doing okay.
How's your butthole?
That's clean. It's good. Ready to go.
Improved.
I also speaking of Hastings type of stories.
Yeah.
I switched. I'm doing keto here for a little bit. Also, I'm kind of on like a health kick, and so I'm doing keto. I have never pooped so much in my life.
How's that going for you?
It's actually kind of amazing. I mean, I'm talking about 4 poops a day.
But you don't have as much gas, though.
No, and I mean it takes me. I'm in and out in about 30 seconds.
Here's a fun one on YouTube. What do you think you would be worth, Scott and Tyler, if you played college football and basketball in today's NIL world? So not pro, but when you were in college, if you were in college today, based on your career.
I mean, assuming we came out of high school the same way we came out of high school.
I would assume that's true, yeah. So
I think Scott would have been worth some. I would have made much. I got a lot of offers. But you got to understand, my offers were purely off potential. Like I ended up with 30 some offers, but when I graduated from high school playing offensive line, I was 6'8", 238 pounds. I had to gain about 70 or 80 pounds before I even had a chance of seeing the field.
I would just ask for a Mercedes Benz.
I'd take that.
That's what you would settle for?
Oh, I don't know. Today's, I don't
Mercedes,
know.
I mean, if we're playing this out, Mercedes-Benz is what,
Won't you
80
buy
grand?
me? No, they're about 100.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll
how
ask you
much?
a dumb
100?
question that I should know. How good was Arkansas when you were there?
We were pretty good.
What's that mean?
We were always ranked. We went to the tournament all 4 years, which I think all 4 years he only had 32 teams go to the tournament back then. So we made the tournament every year. Lost to Indiana State my freshman year on a last-second shot to go to the Final Four. So I think
you were a college All-American, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's got to be worth a pretty penny.
You think it's worth $1 million?
I don't know what these guys are paying.
I don't know either.
I had a buddy of mine whose kid's a big-time.
What is basketball NIL numbers?
A buddy of mine who has a big-time son,
Mm-hmm.
blue chip. I mean, everybody wants guy.
Okay.
He's getting $4 million.
Okay.
Coming in as a freshman.
So who are you compared to him?
I don't know. I haven't seen much. He could run and jump.
All right, but whatever. So he's blue chip. He's 5-star, whatever.
Listen, if I could play it
he's
today,
$4 million.
Where now they got pick and pop bigs. I'm probably, instead of averaging 18.6, I'm probably averaging 24.
Wow, that's got to be worth $1
Because you
million
get
a
to
year.
shoot.
It's got to be $1 million.
Yeah, anybody over 20 is probably going to make a couple million.
You're in Arkansas. You're in the SEC. Was it the SEC back then or not?
Southwest Conference.
Southwest Conference. Ooh.
No, serious question here.
That was the SMU ban years.
I mean, because SEC's always had NIL. Where you get
so was the
so was the Celtics.
but here's my.
Yeah, but so was his conference too. His
Well,
conference
that's
was
my point.
crooked as hell.
That's where I'm going.
Listen,
I'm asking him a very direct question.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
did you
no.
ever take NIL?
No.
Were you ever offered NIL?
No. Here was my problem. I knew guys that sold tickets and made a lot of money selling their tickets. But I always had people always came to my games. It's only 2-hour drive from my dad. My dad was every single home guy. I never could sell my season tickets. I mean, guys making $5,000 or $6,000 and back then. You're like, pretty good money.
That goes a long way.
Yeah.
On Twitch, did anybody eat the cookie?
Did you look?
I have not checked yet. I tell you what, let's take a break. We can answer that incredibly important question. We had a box. How many cookie boxes? 12?
You bought nine boxes, nine different things. Yeah.
9 different things. I bought one of everything. Set it out for us, for all the hosts.
Did you not take any home to your wife?
Did not take any home. Did not take any home.
You didn't take any Thin Mints home for your wife?
Did not take any home. She said she didn't want it. She's on a bit of a health kick thing herself. She, volunteered it. We came here over the weekend, just, a couple of weeks ago, and I showed her the ice cream. I go, do you want to take a pint or not? The Sean Payton ice cream. She didn't want to take any of the ice cream.
No, she's not a buyout, sellout.
She's not. I am. Although we haven't consumed any of the ice cream. I did accept it, but I haven't consumed it. Am I a sellout?
You're still guilty.
Okay.
You drove the bank robber car, but you didn't go in the bank.
Okay. Because I did put out a little extra effort to get the ice cream.
Oh, you begged for it this year.
Well, because they mailed it to the wrong address.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure you guys have my address.
That's right.
I didn't get my gift.
And they're like, "Oh, we did send it there, but would you mind just coming and getting it?"
Oh, and you were in the car in 5 minutes, weren't you?
Well, something like that. We'll
check.
check.
You're really close there.
We'll check on the cookie, and there's huge news breaking all over the place in the NFL. All that coming up here on PhD. We used Twitter for polls here. Are the Nuggets contenders, Avalanche contenders, and Broncos contenders? And this is, saying, well, would Davante Adams or any of these guys want to come to the Broncos if they weren't contenders? And your contention was, and this started off with Raj and Mike earlier, that the Broncos really aren't contenders right now. And I think they are. So does Raj. Scott, I'm not exactly sure where you're at with that.
No, they're not contenders.
Okay. Well, that is close, really close, with close to 400 votes over the past couple hours, 51%, 52% to 48%. So it does seem like the audience is somewhat divided on what exactly they're thinking about the Broncos these days.
And it probably comes down to what do you define contenders as? Like if you think
Can
a team
you win a championship this year?
If you think a team makes it to the playoffs, does that make you a contender? No, not in my mind. My mind, when I talk about a contender, I'm talking about when you look at it, you know it. When you look at the Bills, you know that's a contender. When you look at the Commanders, you know that's a contender.
Commanders?
Yep.
Okay. Meanwhile, the Avalanche, actually, with hockey fan, they're enthusiastic about the Avalanche.
Surprise.
Yeah, nothing's more sweet than a hockey
That's
fan.
Riker and Keefe voting 27 times each.
73.5%, 26.5%, and then the Nuggets pretty strong as well, with 65 to 34. But the most divided sort of place to be right now is a Broncos fan. We will have the answer to the cookie question, somewhat similar to the trolley problem, in a little bit. Not yet, Dan. Not yet. But in a little bit. Keep watching and viewing, and you'll find out.
Hey, real quick before you get to the football stuff, I just saw something so fascinating on Twitter that I had no clue about. Maybe I've been living in a hole on this one, and maybe you guys are well aware. Do you guys know that Gabe Landeskog has a 5-part documentary coming out on TNT this weekend?
We do.
Okay, they've been following his recovery
For
this
2
whole
years,
time.
Yeah.
Yep. It sounds something like this.
Okay, so where does this story begin?
How did we get here? Complete freak accident.
Potentially that could be a cut on the right leg.
Slices my quad like it's a warm knife through butter.
That's a real cause for concern.
Never had my leg cut before by a skate, but it felt like it wasn't just superficial cut.
It goes on and on like that. It goes for a couple minutes there as the preview. Yeah, it's on TNT.
Watch the preview. You'll want to watch the thing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we know where it is today, so I guess they can't wait any longer to put it out there.
Right, and I'm sure they waited as long as they possibly could because they wanted to have the reward of having him back out on the ice for the other side of the documentary.
So it's going to be a little unsatisfying when you're watching that doc. We already know, obviously, but sure, it'll take you behind the scenes with Gabe.
One of his lines in that, it might have been post one of his surgeries, he says, "I'm a father and I can't chase around my kids," which just kills you right there.
Well, that was at the time. He can now. And he can. He can chase his kids around now.
Yeah.
But
Cartilage go that way, knee go that way.
I mean, I guess we can watch the documentary to see more. But I mean,
so it's on Netflix this weekend?
TNT.
Sunday.
Yeah.
I think it'll be fantastic.
I do too. I agree. The cameras followed around for 2 years, and I'm going to guess they thought there would be a recovery.
Yeah.
Over a 2-year period, and there's not. But we'll see details. The preview kind of breaks your heart a little bit because he talks about how crushed he is, and how mentally it was
his wife
difficult.
does too, right?
Yep. So I'll watch it too. It's just I think it's gonna break our heart a little bit watching it. That's all. Because we don't know where the real answer, where that documentary really. We know where we wanted it to end, but, life isn't always a Disney movie. So that's coming out as well. In terms of football news that's going on, well, it's what is happening in Seattle? Because Lockett is now gone. They got rid of Draymond Jones, and now DK Metcalf is being shopped. Also, we know Davante Adams will be out there as well. We're seeing rumors, by the way, about the Broncos trying to get something together for Zach Allen, seeking a contract extension. Nick Bonito, what are we going to do with him? Then there's some other speculation out there that the Broncos would be the favorites to acquire Garrett Wilson in a trade. How about that? So, yeah, okay. I mean,
look, there's some interesting options out there all of a sudden, right? When we're looking at free agency and you're trying to come up with the reason why T. Higgins would make sense. Well, he got franchise tagged. It never made sense anyways. You're trying to come up, and this, I'll put myself in these shoes, trying to come up with reasons why Chris Godwin would make sense. Probably doesn't. Well, now you've got 3 legitimate veteran top tier wide receivers between Garrett Wilson, Devontae Adams, and DK Metcalf. They're all on the market. What's going on in Seattle? I don't know. I don't think it's as big of a deal as it might feel like. Tyler Lockett's entering year 11, and he's making like $17 million. All right. Tend to move on from guys in year 12 or year 11 that are making $17 million.
Money, yeah.
Right? DK Metcalf, he's the one that requested the trade, not the other way around. So he's an unhappy camper and wants out of Dodge, right? We see this every single year. I don't think Seattle, there's a huge story there, but the story is DK Metcalf's available. And I do think DK Metcalf and Garrett Wilson would both be highly, highly intriguing.
Okay. Who would you pick if you had to?
Oh, God, I'd take either in a heartbeat.
What would you give up?
That gets tough, right? It does. You're a rebuilding football team. How much do you value youth and cheap contracts? I know we're heading in the right direction here, and you and I disagree on whether they're contenders or not, but I think you're heading in the right direction, and you do need to be careful about how much you give away. I'd probably give up a second for DK Metcalf. If I had to guess right now, he goes anywhere from a low first rounder to a late third rounder.
I would give up a second also for him. The Broncos are relatively late in the second round anyway, relatively. And he would be my first choice. Although I'll tell you this, Garrett Wilson is one hell of a receiver too. Like I'm not gonna sleep on Garrett Wilson if that's obtainable.
Tomato. Give me either one. Scott brought up, would you give up number 20 for DK Metcalf? And my gut reaction to that is I don't like giving up first rounders. But then when you really sit there and you think about it, why? So at number 20, we would have to cross our fingers and hope and pray. And if you give it a scale out of 1 to 10, the odds of landing a dude like DK Metcalf at number 20, it's like maybe a 2 or a 3 out of 10, right? So why, really, would I give up a 20? I'd probably think about it.
Got some other interest.
And what you do when you got 3-6. So what you try to do is, okay, we'll give you the 20th pick, a 6th rounder, give us DK and a 5th.
Right.
And then try to get now you at least get up into the 5th round also.
The Cleveland Browns, according to Adam Schefter, who will join us tomorrow, are hosting pre-draft visits today with Abdul Carter, Shedeur Sanders, and Travis Hunter. Welcome to Cleveland, guys. See how that goes.
Dang it, I'm sorry I didn't send this because I actually marked it and I meant to send it in our group chat. But I found some Adam Schefter audio from like a week or so ago. And he said the one thing that he feels the most confident about in this year's draft is the Cleveland Browns are selecting a quarterback.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll talk to Adam about that tomorrow. By the way, with everybody or a lot of people crapping all over Shedeur, this came out yesterday, and it was a snippet of him on with Chris Sims and Mike Florio, not being disrespectful, not being arrogant, and, kind of showing the attitude he may be taking into interviews.
It's a day-by-day process. My most important thing right now is just getting better every day, getting stronger, getting in more shape. That's the only thing I'm focused on right now, and I'm just ready to get to the team.
You stand in the pocket, you want to make throws, you don't give a damn if you're about to get hit. Growing up, who do you model your game after? Who did you watch?
Tom Brady.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm able to see what he has done and mentally how he was able to beat people with the mind. So it's physically. That's why he was able to play to the year he was able to play. I see what he's doing. Okay, I add this to the game. And that's why I know I'm not at my best product yet. I'm nowhere near where I need to be and where I want to be and where I desire to be because it's certain things going into the offseason you have to work on, you have to grow at, you have to be able to indulge in one step at a time. To be able to just debrief and decompress and everything, it was Mike Vick. He's somebody that I talk to because he knows the ups, the downs, and everything about this game. So I'm able to have a conversation with him, and he's able to give me all the insight and the knowledge that he has, that where he did good, where he went wrong, on how he should have did this. So that's why I'm thankful to have a mentor like him also.
What's one thing like in your game you look at to go, I want to be better, right? Like
footwork drops.
Yeah.
That's consistently. Sometimes I know I drift in the pocket. Sometimes.
Sounds like a good composed young man to me right there. Doesn't sound like any kind of issues there.
Yeah, it is funny. You hear that and you're like,
what's the problem?
Could he really sound that different in the interviews?
I doubt it.
Well, that's why when you put out what they put out, say, okay, well, who didn't like him? And if you say, well, the so-and-so at 17 talked to him, and they just thought he didn't really care.
Well, the story was it was 2 top 10 teams that need quarterbacks. Again, here's where I'm at with this. He knows, I think he knows, he's going to the Raiders. And everything else may be just some sort of weird smoke screen,
Well,
and that's that.
If one of the teams are Cleveland, I wouldn't want to go there either.
Yeah, I brought that up a week or two ago. Like, who's to say Shedeur wants to be the first quarterback out the board? You know?
Well, if the Browns had such bad vibes, why are they inviting him for a visit? So I'd say it's
not them. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say it's not them.
Where's the Colts? 7?
Colts are
they're lower.
14. Yeah, they're 14. Colts are 14. Ain't the Colts. Maybe it's the Saints. Like, he ain't going there. They're at 9. They need a quarterback. Maybe they're a little put off. Who knows, man? Maybe it's the Jets. I don't know. We'll see where he goes for visits.
Well,
but it's not the Browns, and the Browns are at 2.
The higher you go, a little bit more money you make, blah, blah, blah. But you also got to think career, and I would not want to go to the Jets or Cleveland.
There is a crazy scenario where
the Giants,
where both Travis and Shedeur end up on the Browns. That was floated out there.
How?
Well, it would have to involve Shedeur dropping like a stone. But the scenario was they take Travis, Shedeur drops, the Browns trade back into the first round to take Shedeur if he fell to the 20s, which is kind of wild that, I guess there would be some sort of scenario where they both would end up on the same team.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that's going to happen either. I think he's going to the Raiders. And the Raiders, by the way, today, some news. Max Crosby signed the biggest NFL contract for a non-quarterback in NFL history. Basically $30+ million a year, something like that along the line. Tons of guaranteed money. And the Raiders also said, we're done with you, Gardner Minshew. We're going to let you go as well.
You know how much Gardner was supposed to make this year?
12?
Yeah, 11.8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot. He signed a 2-year, $25 million deal.
He didn't make that much in year 1, though.
Also, how about this one out there today? Zach Wilson is supposedly a contender for competition for a starting job.
Okay, I buy that.
Okay. That means there will be a team that is willing to have a quarterback competition during training camp.
Raiders.
Quarterback competition?
That's what Pete Carroll's built his entire identity off of. Competition.
Okay. Because Bo Nix was technically a quarterback competition, right?
No.
I know.
No.
All right,
no.
Wait. If Zach
but Russell Wilson's rookie year obviously was a quarterback competition.
Oh,
yes.
No doubt about it. If Shedeur was with the Raiders, do you think we'd still be having a quarterback competition?
Probably not.
I don't think so either.
Maybe. Actually, with Pete Carroll, I'm going to say yes.
Or it's a phony.
I'm going to say yes.
Or it'd be a phony baloney one. Well, okay.
I don't even think it'd be phony. I really think Pete Carroll would play the best quarterback that is ready to play football.
All right. You think Zach Wilson will get a $10 million one-year deal like Sam Darnold to be in some sort of quarterback competition?
I do not. No.
I think he'll be between 5 and 10.
Let me give you.
That's a big difference. Like 5 is Gardner Minshew, right? You get to 10, and now you're talking about why Gardner Minshew's getting cut.
Let me ask you this one: who would you guys rather have, Gardner Minshew or Jarrett Stidham?
Gardner.
Neither. Yeah, Gardner.
I'd rather have Gardner too.
I'd rather have Zach Wilson over both of them.
I got you, but the Broncos aren't going to throw $10 million out there for a backup quarterback.
So that means you think that Wilson will get $10 million.
I do. I think if he's going to be in a quarterback competition, I think some teams will want the Sam Darnold thing, and the going rate for that is about $10 million.
Well, to me, then look at the Colts and Carolina.
Colts are really interesting. Agreed.
Colts for sure.
Yep, no doubt about it.
I brought up the Colts the other day for Shedeur. Like, okay, so he's dropping. He bypasses the Raiders at 6, bypasses the Jets at 7, bypasses the Saints at 9. all of a sudden he slips number 14 to the Colts. They're not going to think about it. Now, they might have PTSD because they might look at some similarities there. But really, like look at all these teams that have to bypass on him. It just feels insane.
The cookie conundrum. Out of 9 boxes of cookies, there's one cookie. It's a Thin Mint that is left. It's sitting without a napkin on a table in the in our green room. Let's look, Dan, to see how that cookie's doing. And you can see that the cookie is still there.
That is disgusting. Weird.
And you guys didn't put a napkin on.
No napkin. As gross as it can be. It's day one of the cookie still being there.
What day do you put the napkin underneath?
I'm not going to put the napkin underneath any day.
Well, I
zero.
Think maybe after day 3, you just throw the napkin and see if that changes somebody's mind.
The napkin probably would change it, but why change that up? I want this as disgusting as possible. Who is going to be desperate enough,
dude,
to take that cookie?
If I was hungry, I'd eat it.
Okay, fine. You haven't eaten it yet. I guess you haven't been that hungry.
They've already all the reports. You know how many chemicals are in that thing? They ain't going bad.
I did go down the wormhole on how bad Girl Scout cookies are.
All right.
Those are like some of the most toxic things you could ever put in your body.
Well, that thing isn't getting healthier sitting out on that desk. But we are 24 hours in. Day one, the cookie counter is on. Let's Football Go comes up next. The guy does have like the snarkiest, funniest nickname to start with. His nickname's Wedgie. How do you get a more snarky, funnier nickname than Wedgie?
Oh, Wormwood.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll update our the Avs, Nuggets, Broncos contenders survey.
He hasn't updated those since 12/20, 116, and 111.
We'll refresh here in a second. Ain't no doubt about it. Dan, what you got, pal?
All right, a couple of Broncos potential contract extension news is coming out today. So Chris Thomason of the Gazette is reporting that Broncos second-team All-Pro defensive end Zach Allen is seeking a lucrative contract extension. One source said Allen seeks a deal in the neighborhood of $25 million per season. Now, SpotRack projects his market value to be around $22.1 million per year. Currently, he's at 15.2 entering the final year of his deal. And also, according to sources around the NFL, it's believed negotiations for Nick Bonito's contract extension will start around $23 million per season on a multi-year deal. So 25 for Zach Allen, 23 for Nick Bonito. Is that a comfortable number for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, if you got to prioritize one, which I know they want both, and I'm sure they'll probably get both done. But if you had to prioritize one, I'm picking Zach Allen. How about you guys?
Oh, man. Well, I definitely want both. Zach Allen over Nick Bonito?
Yeah.
Whew. Golly, man. I guess I have a little bit more desire to keep Nick Bonito around. I want them both, though. I mean, I don't want to have to make a choice.
This feels like a Jackson Wolf kind of decision.
Well, it's tough because
they're going to try to get one that will give you a team friendly, and the other one.
I don't think either one of them are going to give you a team friendly.
One would.
Really? Who?
Nick Bonito.
Why?
Because he hasn't been paid yet. Zach Allen's been paid. Zach Allen is comfortable. He's going to get his no matter where he goes. You know how much Nick Bonito has made in his first 3 years in the NFL? I looked it up, and I probably don't have this exactly right, but I'm pretty close. In his 3 years in the NFL, he's made a little over $2 million. Okay? Going into year 4, it goes up quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
You throw $23 million in front of him, which quite frankly is a discount based off what you just saw Max Crosby just signed for. A guy that hasn't been paid yet, he's still a year out from hitting free agency. He's got to survive it. He's got to stay healthy. He's got to produce again. That guy's going to be far more likely to take the team-friendly deal.
It's a lot of money to turn down, that's for sure.
I mean, come on. You made $2 million in your career. Somebody's offering 23 per in front of you. Yep, sounds good to me.
With $50 million guaranteed over a 3 or 4 year deal.
Yeah, but at what point in your career do you look at the Max Crosby deal and you go, I'm better than him?
Well, and some guys
when you're better than him.
I guess so.
Whether you are or you think you are, what's the difference?
If you are, you get paid like you are. If you think you are, you're on another team.
But also keep in mind like how far you have to go. You got a full year, man. That is a long time with a lot of stuff that could happen.
This is the courage one way or the other. Courage or confidence or stupidity with athletes in the NFL, and that's the roll of the dice. I don't know. Who's Nick Bonito's agent, and who else does he represent? I mean, that might be a factor too. When I heard hometown discount, I thought you were just talking about like I just like it here, so I want to stay here because I'm comfortable here. I was just pointing out.
But remember, Wolf took that, and it was money figures was a lot lower. But Wolf took that kind of team friendly to stay. Jackson said, "I'll go play my last year. That's not enough for me." And then he just cleaned up in Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Malik was probably more predisposed to moving around. He moved around a little bit in college. Malik was kind of funny that year because he always said, "Well, listen, if they offered me to deal in preseason during the season, I would have signed it." And I always kind of like, okay. He said that repeatedly, but I just never quite believed him.
All I know is when you got $20 million in the bank already, it's a little bit easier to play hardball.
Next up, Dan.
All right, guys, we've talked about DK Metcalf being available for trade. According to the Seahawks, Devontae Adams was released by the Jets. But according to Bovada Sportsbook, guys, the Broncos are the favorites to trade for Jets wide receiver Garrett Wilson. So he's 24 years old, former Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's expected to receive a contract extension of $30+ million per season. What would you guys be willing to give up for the Broncos to acquire Garrett Wilson?
Why is this even a thing? Why is this a topic of conversation? I guess I'm asking that first.
Because you got a $30 million wide receiver that's probably worth it, but nobody there to throw a football to him.
I mean, what would I trade for him? I don't know. This is a really weird one because I don't think the Jets are going to do this deal. And I just Googled real quick, and a bunch of articles just popped up. The Jets are not trading Garrett Wilson, but what would you trade for one of the most I don't know, first rounder, I guess, for Garrett Wilson, I guess. I don't know. But I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, in theory, Garrett Wilson might be worth more than DK Metcalf simply because he's 25 years old. DK's 28, right? I don't think production is that much different. I would have to look at the stats themselves. I'd take either one in a heartbeat. I still think I'd actually prefer DK, though.
Next up, Dan.
All right, guys, finally, the Tennessee Titans say they are still unsure if they will take the first overall pick or if they'll trade back. It depends on if they sign a veteran quarterback in free agency. Maybe that will tip their hand on what they're thinking with the top pick. They could also consider one of the consensus top 2 prospects in Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. NFL did a personnel survey by ESPN, and they believe the Titans' preference is to trade out of the number 1 pick. Do you guys think the Titans should make that selection or trade out and gather more picks?
I think it's insane to not trade out of it if you're not taking a quarterback, but the what you can get accumulation-wise to me is invaluable. So it would blow me away if they would just take Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter at 1. I really would be wondering who's running the ship there.
Yeah, I think you're going to look at if 2 or 3 really wants a quarterback. I think you know, and if Ward is your favorite, and that's who Cleveland wants, say for example, and you can move up to 1, you're going to get
no doubt.
You're going to get that swap, and you're going to
you
probably
move
get
from
2
2
of the other
to
picks.
you move from 2 to 1. You move from 3 to 1. You make that move so nobody moves from 9 to 1, something like that.
Then you probably are going to get Carter.
If you move from I don't know, maybe. But is Travis Hunter? You go from 1 to 3. Who are you getting? You trade with the Giants.
Yeah, you're probably still getting your guy.
You're getting either Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter.
Yep, which is pretty good.
Yeah, and you may get your guy either way. And if you're the Giants, what are you doing? You want this?
You probably don't go past 4 or 5 though. I agree with you. I mean, if I could trade down from 1 to 3. Yeah, sign me up.
Right.
I could sign a trade from 1 to 4. Yeah, I got to think about it a little bit. How much do I really love Abdul Carter? Past 5, though, I think that's a non-starter.
Well,
unless you just load up.
4 is the Patriots. They ain't trading up. They'll be fine with whatever they get at 4. 5 is Jacksonville. They're moving on with Trevor Lawrence. They ain't moving up. They're not going to give up draft picks and everything. 6 is the Raiders. That gets a little trickier there. Would you do that?
No, because
would you go from 1 to 6.
You just talked about 4 and 5 don't need quarterbacks, so there's your best player. There's your Carter, or there's your whoever that is.
You're Tennessee. The Raiders are going to give you 6, and they're going to give you the first next year. You going from 1 to 6?
Probably not.
I mean, the Broncos traded number 1 picks for Russell Wilson.
I'm probably not going to 6, no.
Okay, then you just drafted Abdul Carter, I guess, or Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
I think you'd be foolish not to do that deal. You're still going to get a great player at 6. And you're going to have a first-round pick the next year? Come on. I don't think it's that far to go down.
Depends on how much you value these guys. I mean, they said they'd take a generational guy. Generational, there ain't 6 of them.
Yeah, I guess so.
And 4 and 5, you just said 4 and 5 is going to get if it all plays out, you aren't going to get a generational guy.
Is Tyler Warren generational?
No,
he's not.
No.
All right.
I mean, does he have a chance? Sure.
He looks pretty damn good. I'm just telling you, 6 ain't chopped liver. There's
generation
a lot of
is
great
something
guys.
you get once in a generation.
If the Giants moved up, well, see, all right, let me ask it this way. The Giants moved up to 1, would Shedeur still be available at 6?
Probably not.
I'd say no, actually.
Yeah. I mean, because they're not moving to 1 unless they want a QB.
Well, I think they would take Cam, but I'm just saying, I guess Cam Ward goes 1. Like the Giants move up, they take Cam Ward.
And if you believe what Adam Schefter said, he said one of the things he's most confident in this year's draft is the Browns are taking the QB.
And then Shedeur goes 2. And then the Raiders are got Russell Wilson.
Yep.
Or whoever. Scariest spot for the Raiders to be, right? If they love Shedeur. And they know that Shedeur is visiting Cleveland today, so is Travis Hunter. Yeah, man, the more that we talk about this, the thought that Shedeur falls actually deeper than 6 is kind of ridiculous. You don't have to workshop this all that much to see scenarios where teams just freak out and they don't really have a better plan.
I don't think it's that insane, man. I mean, the only team we're real confident about taking a QB is Cleveland. And then you get to 6, okay?
See, and I'm not completely sure that they are because I think they're stupid.
Well, that's fine. Fine. So maybe you're not even all in on that. And then you get to the Raiders, like, yeah, we love Ashton Jeanty, man. We're taking that dude.
Okay. Well, more time is we're getting closer and closer. Next week.
All this scenario you just talked about, you hear that? Ching, 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 ching. More money going in the Sam Darnold pot.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think Sam's going to cash in.
Yeah, he's cashing in no matter what, though, boys.
Yeah.
No, he's going to cash in.
And he's cashing in.
But
guys, he's cashing in way before the draft. The draft doesn't have any effect on Sam Darnold.
Then where Sam Darnold goes is really going to determine, I think, some of the stuff that happens up front.
It could. If Sam Darnold goes to the Raiders, it's really going to
let's
mess things up.
Let's say Tennessee pays him.
Tennessee pays Sam Darnold?
Let's just say he does. They ain't tearing down to number 1 now.
That would be so insanely stupid.
Why? You need a quarterback.
You got the number 1 pick. Man.
But that's what you got to do. Is the 2 quarterbacks available better than Sam Darnold?
It's a complicated question because you get them so cheap, basically for 5 years.
True.
And you can do so much more with your team.
I guess I'd probably rather have either one of those guys.
Well, then why are they not taking a quarterback?
I don't know.
We
talk about this all the time.
I don't know either.
I just can't we're that comfortable with Will Levis. We're that comfortable with our situation right now.
It's so hard for me to believe. I can't. I'm having such a hard time buying that Tennessee is that satisfied with Levis. It doesn't make any sense. I really struggle with it, man. Is if I was running things for sure, if I was Tennessee, I would pick between Shedeur and Cam Ward, and that'd be my guy. The end. If we were doing Tennessee radio in Nashville, which might be fun, Nashville, I'd be screaming about whoever I like better, Cam Ward or Shedeur. I would think it's insane to take Abdul Carter over Shedeur Sanders. Insane. But I don't know who's in charge of the worst team in the league. I don't know who's running the show there. Obviously, they don't know what they're doing.
Well, maybe they don't like these 2 guys, but we'll see.
This is a team that decided Derrick Henry needed to go somewhere else.
You mentioned Zach Wilson going somewhere and being competition. Zach Wilson to Tennessee competing with Levis. Could you see that?
That does make sense. And there you go. There you go. That's a quarterback competition. And only teams that really don't have their shizzle together have quarterback competitions. But there you go. You just listed out a great one right there. Levis against Wilson.
What did Levis do this year?
He led them to being the worst team in the league. He did a great. By the way, they're building a multi-billion-dollar stadium right next to their same joint. It's a cool place to be there in Nashville. I don't know why they fell apart, Tyler. Why did the Titans just fall apart?
Because they fired Mike Vrabel.
They fire Vrabel. They get rid of Derrick Henry. They got Will Levis. What else you got going on there? It's not that tough a division.
Mm-mm.
And they just the bed.
13 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, 2,000 yards.
Played in 12 games.
I don't know. Who was their other quarter? Was it Malik?
No.
Malik Willis?
No. We talked about this the other day, and I'm drawing a blank on it. Hold on.
Malik Willis in Green Bay?
No. It's getting.
Who is it?
Mason Rudolph.
Oh my God! I would have never got that in a million jillion years. Mason Rudolph is who finished off the season for Tennessee.
Mhm.
Holy cow.
He played.
Oh, I get you.
New England beat them. Or not New England. Well, yeah, was it New
How are
New
they
England
not
beat 'em.
taking a quarterback? How?
Well, maybe they're signing someone. Maybe they're signing Sam.
Okay. Golly, man. My Spidey senses on that are just, it's so bad.
Where does Cousins end up?
It's a good one.
Boy, there's
he'll end up somewhere.
You're so sure he's going to get let go or traded.
I'm confident Kirk Cousins is good enough to be playing football somewhere. I'm not saying I'd want him at this point of his career, but there's a lot of teams that are not going to be able to solve their quarterback problems. So, yeah.
We've been surveying, do you think they're contenders? Avs, Nuggets, Broncos. We'll give you those final results coming up next. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Effective treatments for ED are there for you because the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic was dialing that in for years and years and years, helping thousands of men for the better part of a decade. So you're not getting the results that you want. You don't have to stay like that forever. There's something you can do about it, and that's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That initial visit's $99. You get a consult, a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, if medically advised, a test dose. If that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So get together with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs are there to serve you. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Mick Jagger is 83 and was a presenter at the Academy Awards and looked unbelievable. Mick Jagger is one of the. He's just got it all. He looks in great shape.
What's his other guy? Woods?
Keith Richards.
Keith Richards.
Ronnie Wood. Bill Wyman is passed, as is Charlie. Charlie. Oh, my gosh, Charlie. Drummer. Holy cow. How come I cannot do this? Bill Wyman, Charlie. Oh, that's killing me. Sorry. I'm going to have to look that up real quick.
I saw a meme. It was Keith Richards. And
Charlie Watts. Charlie Watts.
Oh, yeah. He just died in the last 3-4 years.
Yeah, Bill Wyman and Charlie Watts have passed, unfortunately.
But Keith Richards, and it was another one of those hard-charging rockers, did a lot of drugs back in that era.
Mm-hmm.
They say, do you ever imagine in 2025 that these two cats would still be alive and Richard Simmons is dead?
That's funny. By the way, I screwed that up a little bit because here's why I thought he was 83. My bad. He came out because Bob Dylan did not show up for the Academy Awards. They tried to get Dylan there. They couldn't get Dylan, so they got Mick Jagger. Bob Dylan is 2 years older than Mick Jagger.
Wow.
Mick Jagger's 81, Bob Dylan's 83. It's remarkable. 81 years old.
You guys watch that movie yet?
I have not.
I have time.
I'm telling you, it's good.
I haven't watched it because
you know what makes me? It makes me want to go back and watch. What's the Johnny Cash one called?
I
forget the name of it, but I want to go back and watch
Walk the Line.
Yeah, Walk the Line.
Yeah.
Walk the Line
with Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah,
that was good.
Yeah, and Reese
Witherspoon,
who was great as June Carter.
That was good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You ever see the parody one with Step Brothers guy there?
No.
Dewey Cox, the Dewey Cox story.
I did see the Dewey Cox story. That's pretty funny too.
It's a parody of basically Walk the Line.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Dewey Cox story?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, it's a fun one.
Yeah.
If you've seen Walk the Line, was it a Hard Walk? The Dewey Cox story, something like that. It's funny. It's done well. Okay.
That dude's funny though.
Final poll results here. Are the Nuggets?
It's not final. It's 12:20.
Yeah, they still haven't been updated.
Well, Dan, refresh there real quick.
No, that's when I tweeted them out.
Oh.
Yeah. I think this is it.
Yeah.
Dan, am I right? This is it?
Yeah.
Stupid, Scott. So stupid.
Okay.
What's wrong with you?
Final results. Are the Nuggets contenders? Yes, 66.5%. Are the Avalanche contenders? Yes, 74%. Are the Broncos contenders with over 400 votes? Yes, 52%. Surprised by that?
No, I'm not surprised by any of it. First off, the Nuggets are contenders. I think the Avalanche are probably somewhere closer to the Broncos conversation, probably a little bit further ahead than where the Broncos are. But in terms of when you're asking fans to say if your team is a contender or not, like, what the hell's the point of me watching next season if I don't think they've got a fighting chance, right? So I think you water down what the definition of contender is as a fan simply because you want to have hope.
Well, I think the Nuggets and the Avalanche are contenders to win a championship this year. I think the Avalanche, and I said this a while ago, have the better goaltending than they may have had at least until Varlamov, at least all the way back there. It's already their goaltending right now is better than it was when they won a championship. I really believe that. And that can win a series. A goaltender can win a series for you. The Chushkin can stay straight. Netchus can continue to grow and be better.
Do you know they brought a bucket on the bench because he was throwing up during the game?
Which one?
Netchus.
Nietzsche.
They brought a
Nietzsche
bucket for him to puke on the bench.
And he still played.
And he, not as much in the third period, only 2 shifts, but yes. He didn't go to the locker room.
Yeah.
They just said, locker room, nah, bucket.
You can rally, baby. Let's go.
You can rally with that just last night. Hockey players, man.
Yeah. I think they're real contenders. I really, really, really do.
I think there's an optimism with the Broncos that is refreshing. And I think it's a reasonable debate about how well they're going to do and where they're at. But they'll have money to play with for the first time in a minute.
Optimism's been that's been well earned. Optimism's well earned.
Yes.
And it's a perfect description of where they're at.
But optimism and contending are two different things.
Correct.
I think the Broncos and the fans were fine because they understood the situation last year. I think the Broncos fans are going to be a little dissatisfied. There's not some sort of sort of splash offensively this year.
That's why I asked that question. I got poo-pooed. Did the success of last year put a little bit too much, raise the bar too quick, too soon?
I would say it raised the bar, but it's not too quick or too soon. I think it's pretty appropriate. It's time to you can do something now. You can do something now, and you can do more next year too. And you can do it because you drafted a quarterback in the first round. You don't have to pay $60 million yet. But you will eventually if things work out.
I'll tell you this. You got Devontae Adams out there. You got DK Metcalf out there. You got Garrett Wilson out there. It would be pretty disappointed if you didn't hear they were strongly in the hunt for one of those guys.
I agree.
And we got the Brandon Ayuk. I guess you got
there you go, Brandon Ayuk. Another one I forgot
By the way,
about.
we found out they did kick the tires on Deebo Samuel, and they just didn't pull the trigger.
Yep.
They thought a fifth rounder or the equivalent of was too much.
Well, they thought picking up all that money and everything was too much.
All right, so that's one that got past them for whatever reason, but they were somewhat interested.
Well, let me ask this. No dumb question. The four receivers Tyler just mentioned, are you going to be disappointed if one of them in Bronco next year?
I don't know if I'd be really disappointed if we weren't strongly in the hunt. Right?
Yeah,
I think there's a breaking point for everything, and you got to use common sense.
I'd have to see. I agree with Tyler. I'd have to see if they didn't end up here, what they ended up somewhere else for before I would be disappointed.
And let's be clear, all three of these guys are not going to get moved.
Yeah. And if you put Ayuk in there, four.
But I mean, you could throw Chris Godwin into the mix too because he's going to go somewhere in free agency.
Or he's going to stay in Tampa.
Yeah, he's going to stay in Tampa.
Well, all right. And Zach Bond, by the way, is signing with the Eagles, so he's not going anywhere. So it leads you to two of the high-profile, Greenlaw and Bolton, as your high-profile inside linebackers. That's another area they got to consider. So we'll get to it. Tonight, what are your expectations for the Nuggets tonight? They got a bunch of guys who are beat up and questionable, including Jokic, AG, and Zeke, as well as now we know we're not going to see Strother for a month. And we're not sure about Peyton Watson, although there's hints that he could be back.
Or John Char.
Yes, Vlatko still remains out.
Well, but listen, if Zeke can't play and Vlatko, they say, okay. And he comes out and does a solid job at that position.
Okay. Hey, I'm all for it. I'm a Vlatko fan if you're telling me he's close. Other than that, it seems to be buckle up, Buttercup, Jalen Pickett, get ready.
Yeah, Pickett's going to have to be really nice, I think, over the next couple of weeks.
Can you win without Joker? No Sabonis on the other side.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be playing without Joker the rest of the year would be tough. And I just go back to the non-Joker minutes. Like they're minus 23 this year on non-Joker minutes.
You know, Michael Malone has said it a million times, but I just want to take a second to echo the sentiment of I don't take anything for granted. I'm happy where we're at. The Dallas Mavericks were in the NBA Finals last year. How's things going for them?
Right.
Kyrie out for the rest of this year, probably a good chunk of next year.
Yep.
Jamal took an injury like that and was basically out for a season and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Kyrie going to be gone that long? Could be.
And he's not getting younger. And Jamal was a lot younger than Kyrie.
They get AD. He's got an abdominal groin whatever thing.
So now
their season's in the total crapper. They were in the finals last year.
All these injuries plays into your thing. Let's move to Vegas.
Well,
it moves all into your conspiracy.
You guys see that in the middle of all this, getting rid of Luka, Kyrie just gets hurt. In the middle of the season, they announced they were raising their ticket prices by X amount of dollars. I forget what it was. That's something that most teams do, like in the middle of the offseason.
They have vowed they're not going to Vegas, but, we'll see. What you got for a prediction tonight?
I think Joker plays.
Okay.
I think Gordon
you
plays, and I think they win the game by 18.
Okay. I'll take that. Why are you so optimistic that they're going to play?
Because Gordon's missed, now it's been, since he hurt himself, it's been 9 days. I think he's probably pretty close to playing, and I think Joker's just a tough SOB and understands where they're at in the last 20-some games.
Tyler,
if he's really banged up and he's looking more of that Oklahoma City series.
Nuggets?
Hey, Joker's playing. Yeah, let's go.
18.
If Joker plays.
I'll tell you this. It seems like there's a lot of reasons to give him a little bit of rest right now.
You don't play again until Friday.
Yeah.
Against a pretty beat-up Suns team. Oh, by the way, did you see that with KD and Bullholzer? Did you see what was going on there? Look it up. He's coming off. The coach grabs him. The coach puts his hands on him.
Budenhauser.
But yeah, what is
Coach Bud, yeah.
Sorry. So he goes and grabs KD's arm as KD's to get his attention. Yeah, KD's not having that. Things are... Why in the world did KD just not go to Golden State, bro? Why in the world did he want to stay there?
Did the Nuggets kick the tires on KD?
Did they?
I don't know. Have you heard anything?
I have not heard that. It's all right. We're good with who we got.
If KD comes to Denver next year, are they contenders?
Well, they're
already
contenders.
contenders,
They're already
so
contenders
yes.
now. Who's not here?
They're probably Porter or Gordon.
Both of them or one of them?
Porter and Strother.
Yes, then you're a contender still.
KD's still pretty good, man. That dude's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, Nate and Andy coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Nichushkin leaves it for Devon Taves. Nichushkin a power play goal versus Pittsburgh the other night. Nichushkin backdoor. They score! The mighty Casey has struck for the Avalanche. Mittelstadt was standing with his skates straddling the goal line. Nichushkin sent it to him from the far side. Better boy, Val!
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
See, Andy, all they had to do was get Val Nichushkin back and then play all their games at home. And if they could just do that, I think they'll win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, man, they need Val to make it all the way to the. We need Val. We need Val, period.
Yes.
Val is.
That's a good take.
Every time you watch Val Nichushkin play hockey, after a stretch of Val Nichushkin not playing hockey, you realize how bad you need him.
The thing about Val Nichushkin is he's good at hockey.
He's really good at hockey.
So you want when you play hockey, you're better off with Val Nichushkin on your hockey team playing hockey.
Sandpaper.
Yeah, he's got sandpaper. That's for darn sure.
And you're not replacing him. He's just not a guy that you replace. So
no,
you don't have another one.
You really don't. That was a nice little pass last night.
Dude.
Nice little saucer over there to Casey
Something that our
Mittelstadt.
sauce needed.
Yeah, the sauce needed it.
I was taking my son to school this morning, right? Actually, he was driving me because we're in that phase.
How's that going?
We're better now.
Good.
We're better.
It did okay.
Still would like to put a blinking light on the car so everybody's aware. Plenty of room. And I was listening to Rycroft with Moj and Kane. I don't know where Vic was, but it was Moj and Kane today. And I mean, Rycroft you thought Dave McCarthy was Canadian. The deep, deep roots of one Mark Rycroft got all sorts of Canadian talking about how sweet that Val Nichushkin pass was. He did have a great kind of just trying to break it down for everybody. He goes, imagine that you're on the first tee at your favorite golf course, and now you got a 225-pound maniac running straight at you that's going to hit you before you tee that ball off. He said that was essentially Val did that with the perfect drive in order to set that pass up. My favorite goal last night, though, man, that first goal to Leckie. That was poetry. That's hockey poetry.
Arturi Lehkonen, heard of him?
That was a nice pass by that number 29. That guy
knows something.
He really
His
does.
name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
I sure have. Also, you know what I liked about that pass right there from Nathan McKinnon last night? That was assist number 69 on the season.
That's a nice one.
It is. It was real nice.
Then you know what? It got the finish it deserved.
Yeah, sure did. By a Finnish man, I should say.
Yes.
Arturi Lehkonen.
Wait, he wasn't. Cale Makar's the best person in the world, right?
He
That
is.
wasn't
Makar.
Arturi.
Yes.
The best person in the world, Cale Makar.
All right. When are
Uh-huh.
we going to talk about that guy?
Yeah, so
And by
Andy,
the way, I want to publicly apologize to Spring. We've had one of those weeks where nobody looks at anybody else's tweets. Now, I didn't mean to do that today.
You're good, man, for real.
I wake up.
Wait. Hold on. Should we?
Let's out everything. Who cares? What do we care?
Let's go ahead and let's let the audience in on something. We're about to pull the curtain back here on the
way back
on the Kreckman
Deep
and
state.
Lindahl show. This does go deep.
Hey, we're in the 8mm basement where he's finding the really trashy stuff, and you just want to take the flamethrower to it.
Uh-huh.
That's how far back we're going.
Yeah, this goes way deep. And also, we should add that we'll get to it, but I'm doing nothing to help the situation.
None of us are.
In fact, I am the one that am sitting there poking at things, watching the world burn.
No, there's literally
I'm
never
enjoying
been a
it.
time where none of us have been not guilty.
Yeah, but okay, so here's what's happening, okay?
We share topics and tweets and matters we want to talk about on a chain.
So we have a show thread.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's everybody when they see things, stories, tweets, information,
News
whatever
items.
It's put onto the show thread, and this is how we share information. Again, believe it or not, this jackassery that you hear for 3 hours every single afternoon, there is a mild amount of planning that goes into it.
It's more choreographed than you'd like it to be.
Yes. So years ago, this goes years back. And Andy Lindahl lost his patience with somebody.
It was 2 years on a Sunday, and the Broncos had lost, and I was not in a good mood.
He remembers the day.
Yeah. Because I felt, was it you? I got pissed at somebody, and then I felt bad because I knew.
Yeah.
Because my wife will tell me later on in the evening, she goes, "Don't take the Broncos out on us." That's her saying.
I like that.
And when I got all spicy with, I think it was Spring, but it might have been you.
No, Spring.
I was like, I feel bad because I'm not really mad. I'm just hacked off that this team sucks.
So what happened was, yes, Andy was the abusive husband in this situation, and Andy got upset with Spring because
I said, do we even look at this chain?
You had posted something on the thread. And
is it still in there? I might be able to go find it.
You could probably go back and find it.
It is. It's multiple years ago.
And then Spring posted the same thing because you both clearly saw it and nobody looked back at the thread. And yes, you got real snippy about it.
I got mad.
Yeah.
I was mad.
Yeah, you got real snippy and you did it in print. However, it should be noted that since that very day, nobody has been more guilty of reposting things to the thread that have already been put on the thread than the guy that got the most mad about it happening, that being Andy.
I'm a hypocritical member of the media. There's no doubt about it.
And then, see, what I do is, and this is a recurring bit because I just kind of enjoy it, is what happens is Spring posts something, and then you post the same thing.
I usually will fire a tweet, the same tweet back.
Yeah.
One day it was a different tweet, but the same story.
Same information. But this has happened multiple times in the last week, by the way. And then I will then take it and post it again, but I will always add like an exclamation of like, "Whoa, did you guys see this?"
But earlier this week,
I enjoy
was it the Justin Lawrence or the Lawrence
Justin
got
Lawrence.
released, and you totally didn't read the thread because you have got a lot of stuff going on ahead of next week. And then Spring jumped in and said, "Hey," and then we literally had. This week was an all-timer. We had 3 tweets in a row.
I know, but I was doing the bit.
No, I don't think you were.
No,
Spring, 100% was.
Spring,
it
was
was
I doing the bit?
Then I missed it.
When
Yes.
I sent over the news that Justin Lawrence got waived,
Yes.
and then Andy did not see that I sent that, and he sent it over.
Yes.
Nate sees that, and his eyes light up, and now he's going to send the same story over.
But then you sent it a fourth time.
Yes, and I was joking at that point as well.
It's all... Andy, we're all having a good laugh at your expense.
This morning, I just had a guy send it to me. I felt like Jim Carrey when I realized Spring had sent the teaser trailer for Landeskog.
Uh-huh.
Literally had a buddy text it to me. And I was like, and then I opened up Twitter and 3 other people had texted it to me. So I didn't even bother to look at our thread because I was like, we've landed on the moon. Realizing you guys already knew
Andy,
we'd landed on the moon.
All I can ask you is, what are we even doing here? Are we even looking at the show thread?
Are we even looking at the thread? No. Now, I will say, normally I get notified. Today, I didn't get notified, or maybe I did, but did you have a power outage last night?
I was in Fort Collins last night.
Let me tell you what is fun about my night last night.
Yeah.
We've got these apps. I've got one of those apps that turns your lights on and off. You could change the colors and all that.
Mm-hmm.
What I learned at 3 o'clock last night is when the power goes out, which happened in my neighborhood, when it comes back on, all your lights are on. So our power went out at 3 a.m.
Oh, that's annoying.
And at 4 a.m.,
yeah,
everything's on. And I'm very sensitive to light. Like, I literally sleep like someone's trying to smuggle me, to suffocate me.
You're one of those people that doesn't like when the lights are on in the middle of the night when you're sleeping. You're very unique.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm more sensitive than most. So it goes on, turns off. Like 10 minutes later, power goes out again, and I'm like, ah, crap. So I tried to go back to sleep. Boom! So like 4 times, it was like on, off, on,
So then-
off, on, off.
Did you just wake up and just read Gabriel Landeskog news?
In the exact same tone that I gave Spring that fateful night, I went and turned all the lamps off and damn near threw some on the ground because I was not going to let the stupid thing. I was not going to get Wiccan up a 5th time. We're going to get a lecture about this. by
We
the way.
are. We are.
You want to get to the Landeskog trailer so we don't extend our punishment?
We will get to it. We gotta talk about Gabriel Landeskog as
Did you read the Peter Boss story too?
I did. Yes, I did. Mm-hmm.
Do you feel bad at all?
Of course.
No, not.
Like it's crushing to read this
Well,
stuff.
it's crushing to look
about an all-time great Avalanche player who also just happens to be great guy, beloved by everybody in the organization, a guy that every single I think I can speak for all three of us, every interaction you've ever had with the guy, he's just wonderful. That's just the kind of guy that he is. He was the captain, and he is as beloved as he is for a good reason, you know? This is not some Kachuk that we're talking about. This is Gabriel Landeskog, and seeing what he's going through and listening to him talk about how frustrating it's been to live without hockey, the way that it has impacted his home life, his mental well-being, and everything else, it's crushing to see that stuff. Because, you know, we know a little bit about the human being behind all of it.
You and I had a number of fun conversations with him when we were locked down.
Yeah.
I'll never forget it. Remember, he came on, he was joking about Tiger King with us. I mean, he's very engaging.
We didn't have any hockey to talk about.
We had no sports to talk about. We were talking about Russian ping pong in someone's basement because that was the only thing going on.
We probably just BS'd with him for like a half hour.
Yeah.
He didn't have anything else to do, too.
And he would come on he's come on the show multiple times. You know, and look, we get a lot of texts, and I'm not going to say that I'm any better than anybody else. I felt the frustration, too. Are we wasting money? You're taking up money we could use for other people. Dude, you read that article, and I remember I actually hit up one of my friends that had sent me the video, and I just told him, this dude deserves any patience you've got. Watching the video and then reading Peter Baugh's story, which happened to show up in my life about 5 minutes apart from each other, I was like, holy cow, all right.
But Andy, there
is a business side, I know.
There is a business side to professional sports, but also but we're all guilty of doing that thing of just like, I'm sick of so-and-so. Guy's never healthy. Oh, what do you know? He's hurt again. Okay. And it's just we all do that thing. Well, the guy doesn't want to be hurt. He would like to be able to play. He would like to feel good. I'm sure Jamal Murray didn't enjoy feeling like crap last year in the playoffs and then have a difficult time getting himself into shape for the start of this year. Like the guy had to go through something. You don't just get to go around that stuff and yet, Jamal's lazy, didn't get himself in shape. He was injured. What did you want him to do? Like what extreme conditioning did you want this guy to go put himself through while his body feels like crap? He has to heal, which then impacts other things. And we do this constantly.
Oh, the minute a guy gets paid, we act like it's literally our money.
Yeah.
You and I talked about this earlier.
You owe us something to get out on the field, court, ice, whatever it may be, and we detest you if you're not there. And some of it is also, and I'll talk out of both sides of my mouth here, we have to talk like front office executives,
right?
Because front office executives do have to think about where are the team's resources being allocated and is that guy actually available to be able to play and perform, and so the team can get the value for what they're paying the guy, because there is a finite amount of dollars by which you can pay the guy. It's called a salary cap.
I know. There is a part of me. I'll tell you the guilt I felt this morning when I was digesting all of this.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was badgering Spring. I'm like, Spring, you got to read the story.
You felt
Is there sound in it? No,
you
read
felt
the story,
guilty
Spring.
for yelling
Please
at
read the
Spring
story.
all those years ago?
No,
you still don't feel bad for that.
No, I felt bad after it happened.
To be fair, I
about it
mostly
today.
forgot about it.
Yeah,
so.
till today.
Yeah, till today.
Now he's going to hold it for another 6 months minimum. And then we'll see if we're all here.
Resentments are back.
No, but,
I feel like the K&L show is in a better spot when we all kind of hate each other by about 15%.
Yeah, it's our game, you know?
Yeah. We do better.
Get a little edge to
never
us.
goes all the way away.
We do better in that space.
Reading the story reminded me, I'm probably a better talk show host for it because, like you said, nobody comes here for empathy talk. But I just remember all the guys I saw in the Broncos basically go do things nobody knew about. Demaryius Thomas was famous for it. You know how many times his hands were jacked up?
Sure.
And he would literally share with me, I can't even bear to grab a football, much less have you fire one at me, but it's your job.
Sure.
Just the play, like, you know what I wish? I wish one day we could get Gabe in here, let him have a whole hour, and just let us all hear it. Just let
Well, I think that's what he's got a documentary for.
No,
Andy.
you're right, but we heard the timeline. Like, I'm getting reminded of the timeline today and when he got cut, but I don't think any of us really knew the pain he or Val or Kadri or Cogliano endured so that we could all have a parade with that Stanley Cup.
Yeah, it's and you hear those tales every single year of, like as soon as the playoffs end and suddenly like 12 guys are scheduling surgeries. Like you hear that stuff all the time in the NHL. It happens in every sport. It's a part of battling your way through the entire thing. Like guys, you don't even know what they're going through physically to be able to do it. The part where Landeskog was playing through a, let's be honest, career-ending injury, fighting his way through it, both for his opportunity to be able to win a Stanley Cup and also, for his organization, his teammates who he loves so much, for the city that he represents. I really do believe he is one of those guys that slips on the jersey and it means more to him because of his commitment, because of spending his entire career here in Colorado. But that's And you also step back for a minute and you go, well, yeah, to paraphrase Don Draper, that's what the money's for.
Yeah.
Like
I get it.
You break the body to be able to do it, but also, a part of it is like not everybody does have the same endurance and wherewithal to be able to sustain it through all of that, and that's what makes the guys that can do it so great and so beloved. But then again, talking out of every side of my mouth, you see the price that Gabe Landeskog is paying for it.
Oh, and he says it in that article. Yeah, I don't regret. I would rather have a bad knee in a Stanley Cup than a good knee and no cup.
Right.
And he said it. That was a direct. Peter Ball wrote a fantastic article.
But then he also added, it'd be way cooler if I could just have both.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. But I guess this is one of those times where I hope we as fans, and I can't wait to see the video. I hope it brings, or the series, I hope it brings light to just because they're rich doesn't mean their life doesn't suck in some way. And I'm sure a million people would trade.
Sure.
You think you would trade your life for it, and maybe you would. But everybody's got something that sucks no matter what the job is. I promise you.
It's the fight that these guys got to be able to put themselves through to go out and do it. And
the mental toughness, man. There's no way his knee wasn't killing him every time.
Oh, every time that he was out on the ice.
He probably tried to push off.
What did he say? It was the opening series that year where
he's like, this is bad.
Where the pain came in, but it was like, okay, I'm just going to push myself through this thing every single day. Do you remember? He wasn't practicing through that whole playoff run, was he?
No. Remember, he was maintenance.
We didn't think
too much of it. Oh, he had some knee thing earlier. No big. You know what I mean? Do you remember? He's just some knee thing
because his cartilage was sliced. Ugh. Yeah.
It was skate blade to the leg.
Pour one out for Gabriel Landeskog. Oh, my God, Andy, we have got football transactions all over the place.
What happened today?
Oh, big.
It was like they shot the starting gun and everybody in the NFL took off.
Big transaction day today in the NFL. New names are on the market. One of them in particular I kind of like here. I'll tell you who that is. There is. There's one that I'm kind of interested in. I'll tell you all about that coming up here in just a moment. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know what? What are your thoughts on love? Are you looking for it? Are you seeking it? Are you in a relationship? Is it being affected at all by erectile dysfunction? Are you not seeking a relationship because of ED? Don't let any of this be the case for you. Certainly, if you're in a relationship and it's causing you to pull away from your partner, maybe some depression, maybe avoiding talking about the problem, and don't let it lead to divorce, because this could be a cause of that as well. Go by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and let them help you. Remember that first time you failed to perform in the bedroom and you probably just laughed it off? No need to laugh it off anymore when you stop by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit's $99. Does include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, they could have you back to your old ways the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit theRockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, coming up on Friday, we're going to be giving away a Rocky bobblehead. That's right. The super mascot Rocky now exists in bobblehead form. He's doing the crane kick pose in this particular bobblehead.
Yeah.
And we're giving away one of these coming up here on Friday. I'm going to try not to break it. I've been accused of being a little too bouncy with the bobbleheads in the past.
What did we just have that you got all
It was the
nutty with
Jokic
it?
one.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was the MVP.
Didn't you break the Jokic figure when we were at the old building?
I don't think that's important. Is today just bring up old stuff show?
It's just Tree of Trust Day.
The airing of grievances today here
I'll
on the
put a poll up.
Kreckman and Lindahl show. Uh-huh. But you can be one of the first 5,000 fans through the doors for the game against the Utah Jazz Friday, March 28th. That's the end of the month at 7 o'clock, and you can win a Rocky bobblehead. Get there early. Don't miss out on this exclusive giveaway. Get your tickets now at denvernuggets.com/tickets. So if you want a Rocky bobblehead, you can go to the game on the 28th against Utah, or you can win one coming up here on Friday from your pals here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
28th, you got a minute to plan, too. It's not like this is going to jump on you end of the month there.
It's get the babysitter, get yourself all set, get some pre-gaming plans ready to go. You can be there in the building. Listen to K&L on your way down there, and then check out some Birdo pregame, and then boom, you are in the building watching Joker and company take on the mighty Utah Jazz.
How mighty?
Not very mighty.
Yeah,
They've been. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They're not.
Look, if you go, you want to see a win, so hopefully that's the night.
They're not good, so you do. Yeah.
I don't want to take anything for granted, man. That Avs game, as you can imagine, had a little of my nerves up.
It's your chance to see Walker Kessler live and in person.
Oh.
Yeah. Your chance to see Kyle Filipowski get minutes.
Yeah.
Any other tall white guys I can name today on this show?
Lauri Markkanen.
Lauri Markkanen. There you go. Tall white guy. Mm-hmm.
I would have thought that was a hockey player. You'd have had me fooled there.
That's you would have been misinformed on that one. Yeah, sometimes the European countries produce basketball talent as well. So Andy, I've got an interesting tweet here.
Yeah, hit me with this. I got to find out who you're interested in. I saw about 1,000 guys get cut free.
Well, that's true. I should pay off the tees.
Yeah, because I'm waiting. I have no idea who you're about to lay on me.
We don't need to have another meeting. Okay, it's
inevitable.
Wait, 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Anyway, here we go, Andy. Kind of like Tyler Lockett in a Broncos uniform. Yeah.
All right. You're kind of surprising me there, and I'll tell you why. When I did see his release, I was like, this would be a good guy that would fit with the Broncos. Although, is he Mims redundant would be my first question to you. But it was maybe 2 minutes after the tweet hit in Twitter or X that it said Lockett was released, and all of a sudden your boy Vinny Bonsignore is like, he's about to be a Raider. Everyone's just making it sound like he's about to go rejoin Pete Carroll.
It very well could happen, and that's an easy dot to be able to connect to do the thing. Ben Johnson just went and got one of his guys. Everybody goes and gets their guy. Sean Payton did it with 1 billion guys. Let me tell you why I like him here, okay? First off, I don't think he's particularly expensive anymore, because here's the thing about Tyler Lockett. He's not really that good anymore. Okay. Now I know what you're saying is like, why the hell would you want a player that's not that good anymore? But this is just the thing. Like last year, his role decreased to being the number 3 wide receiver in Seattle. We know what his price tag got to, but that was paid to him while he was in his prime. You're not going to be paying that for Tyler Lockett today. You don't acquire the contract. If Tyler Lockett becomes a member of the Denver Broncos, if you pay that guy, he's probably going to command something north of the Josh Reynolds kind of contract a year ago. But I think what you're looking at is a guy that wants to carve out a couple more years in the NFL. I think you're talking about a guy that is sort of teetering on the brink of a number 3, number 4 type of wideout, a solid veteran that is good to have inside the building, good inside that receiving room, especially because I think the Broncos have made it pretty clear, like they really like Mims, they like Vele, they like Troy Franklin. Wouldn't, to use the term that Chris McFarland likes so much, wouldn't the sauce be better by adding in a former Pro Bowl wide receiver, a little bit beyond his prime, put him in that room and allow him to kind of help some of this younger group that is going to be the foundation of this offense.
You had me buying in for a minute, but even you admitted he's not that good.
No, he's
anymore.
not that good. Like
so
that,
that's part of the problem.
That's
there.
just it. But here's what I'm talking about, Andy. If he was that good, well, then he would be expensive and he wouldn't make all that much sense.
No, you're
here.
right. But
this is, I have a very specific role that I have carved out for him here.
Here's my question to everybody. Why, if I were to ask you, where are they the most deep offensively at a certain position, what position would you pick?
Tackle.
Okay.
Guard.
What would be second?
It's all offensive
My point
line.
being, they've got receivers more than they've got tight ends or really running backs, in my opinion.
There's no doubt.
Do we really want to go ahead and dedicate resource? I don't hate your idea, but Bovada, for whatever reason, Bovada's out there saying that the Broncos are, the leaders in the clubhouse to trade for Garrett Wilson of the Jets.
Is Garrett Wilson available?
Nobody seems to know.
Or did Bovada just name a guy
right
and then put out odds?
And will you bet on it?
But, the Jets got rid of Devontae and Lazard and Aaron, and Garrett Wilson is, the foundation of that team.
I saw a tweet, again, from Adam Schefter 2 days ago, might have even been Sunday, where he said Garrett Wilson claims, I want to sign an extension and I want to be a Jet.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if he's looking to leave.
I don't know why that.
But here's possibly why.
I think we should ignore that tweet.
I think the word is out there because Aaron Glenn's he's got his Dan Campbell thing going on where if you don't want to be a part of this, and I'm happy to ship you out, so let me know. And I think that's why people are wondering, does Garrett Wilson want to really be a Jet?
See, but this is what's confusing about it. Is you got Quinnen Williams tweeting out oh, we're rebuilding again, and he's big mad because Aaron Rodgers has been let go. Garrett Wilson, I would look at him and be I would think you're the most happy of anybody right now.
You would think. Now, he doesn't know who his quarterback is. They literally don't have one on the roster, if I'm not mistaken.
They got a bit of a mess there.
Yeah, they kind of have a hole at that position.
Also, he would be that's like a multiple first-round pick kind of acquisition, right?
I'm not giving him 20. Are you giving the Jets 20 for Garrett Wilson?
Yeah, I think you'd have to.
I'm asking, would you?
Oh, yes, I would. Yes. But that's just it. That's not the end though.
How about this?
How expensive would that then get? Are you talking about a 1 and a 2? 2 future ones?
I ain't doing future anything.
I mean, Garrett Wilson's he's a star, and we have seen it with that guy before. Clearly, it's better when Davante Adams isn't there, and there's a weird personal beef between the quarterback and the player. But I think Garrett Wilson kicks ass.
Okay, then help me out though. Then what are you doing with Sutton? Is Sutton part of the trade?
No, you pay him.
You're going to acquire Wilson and pay Sutton?
Yeah.
What are we doing as a tight end? What are we doing as a good back?
Warm bodies, my friend. You went to the playoffs without him last year. You just keep on going. Get those weapons on the outside, baby. That's what you would be doing. Now,
okay, let me give you
now if you want a world where you want to be balanced and have a good running back and an okay tight end, well then you can't have Garrett Wilson.
I'm not sure I need Garrett Wilson.
Also, Garrett Wilson's not even available.
Well, and again, let's say he is. Immediately, you're paying him 30-some million.
Is Justin Jefferson available? Can we trade for him?
Listen, everybody's available for a price. Let's say you're interested in this deal. Would you wait to see who's available at 20? Let's say Genty and Warren and all the good pieces go off the board right away. Is that where you call up the Jets and you're let's do this dance?
See,
what if you get to 20 and both Warren and Genty are there? Would you rather have Wilson over those two?
Greg Penner and George Payton are out there just being we're gonna have a nice composed off season. I'm over here going, hey, why don't we add this quality veteran wide receiver who'd be good for the room and can catch you 40, 50 passes at a reasonable price rate? And you're over there trading away 7 future firsts for Garrett Wilson.
I'm not trading anything for Garrett Wilson. You're the one that said you wanted him.
I like Garrett Wilson.
That's fine. I'm not
Yes.
giving him 20.
Yes, I of course want Garrett Wilson.
I feel like I'm
Wait,
being George Payton where I'm overvaluing the pick.
you are.
We get to this time of year, all of a sudden the picks are gold, Jerry. It's gold.
You don't want to give up Noah Fant for Garrett Wilson?
No, yeah. See, that's the problem. The pick is valuable till that's what it turns into.
Uh-huh.
Well, but let me ask you this. The last time the Broncos really paid their wide receiver room, I guess they got a good year out of it with Manning in 2015 because you were paying Demarius and Emmanuel.
They won a Super Bowl.
But it didn't go well after that.
But that wasn't their fault. That was the fact that it was Trevor Siemian and Paxton Lynch throwing them the football. That was the problem there. Like, they forgot that pesky little detail where you have to have a quarterback. It's just one of those pesky football details sometimes.
You calling Bo Nix Peyton Manning? Because I'm not there yet.
He's a quarterback.
He is a good quarterback.
They have a quarterback right now. They absolutely have a quarterback.
But 60 mil on your wide receiver room, 50 mil? Because what if you give Garrett Wilson 30-something, what's Cortland asking for? He gonna want his 25 at least.
Yeah, probably. It's not my money.
Clearly, it isn't with the 55 mil for a couple wideouts. Why not?
They got a quarterback at a rookie deal.
Here's the other problem I think with all of this.
This is the time. Go shopping. And again, I'm over here just being like, and I have old cheap Tyler Lockett.
Here's what you are. You're Richard Gere in Pretty Woman. Go hit Rodeo Drive. I don't care. Here's my credit card.
I'm that, and simultaneously, I'm also shopping at the Ark.
You mean they wouldn't help you out? We'll go in together. Richard Gere. All right.
I take Richard Gere as a compliment, by the way. Hey, Richard Gere was in The Agency. Fassbender, Jeffrey Wright, Richard Gere. Watch The Agency. That show was nuts.
Okay.
This is my TV recommendation of the day.
I got to get D-Mac's...
get some Fassbender in your life.
I'm going to get D-Mac's Casa Bonita show in when I can. That documentary. He said that's good.
Okay.
And Top Gun Maverick.
So you're taking D-Mac's TV Rex over mine? Is that what we're finding out here?
Give me your thing again. I'm already lost in what the story is.
It's The Agency. It's about the CIA, Andy. It's about spies.
Oh, all right.
Granted, they've all been fired in the last couple of weeks, but the show is good.
Maybe
it's a good show.
Maybe maybe I'll take you up on that.
Give me Tyler Lockett and Michael Fassbender all day long. We have an in-game interview that people actually need to hear. Okay, this is an all-timer, chef's kiss. It's near Popovich levels in-game interview for very different reasons. We'll bring you that audio next. Nick Kosmider coming up here, top of the hour. We'll spend all of the Walton Penner Group's money with Nick Kosmider here at 4 o'clock. 5 p.m., Zach Harper of The Athletic. Zach Harper joins us here on the show. I'm doing a Marv Albert saying Derek Harper thing right there. Zach Harper's going to join us here on the program. Remember some Knicks point guards. Zach Harper is going to tell us why the Nuggets and the Celtics are probably on a collision course for the NBA Finals.
And I love it because it's not a guy in market.
Yes.
We're going to go to somebody else.
Somebody
to get
out of
an
town.
opinion. Yeah. This is not 2 homer takes.
Who thinks good things about the Nuggets and isn't just mad about them all the time. Nuggets got Sacramento tonight. Berto's got your pregame at 6:30. Jason Kosmiski will call the action tonight at 7 o'clock. Okay, this audio is too good. Okay, so Andy, today we got some spring training baseball taking place. Okay, Phillies and the Tigers, my Tigers, cuz. The Phillies and the Tigers are matching up today. Spring training action. And ESPN is televising the game, and ESPN has got to fill some time. Therefore, they're like, hey, let's go down to Phillies skipper Rob Thompson and chat with old Robbie Thompson during the telecast. We've all seen it 1,000 times. You put a headset on the manager. They're standing around doing nothing. It just breaks up the broadcast. Hey, tell us about your rotation or whatever, okay? Gives the broadcasters, quite frankly, something to do because they don't have a ton to say about spring training baseball. At the time, Jesus Luzardo is pitching for the Phillies. Jesus Luzardo last with the Miami Marlins, now a member of the Philadelphia Phillies. By the way, not to be confused with rando 90s band The Jesus Lizard. No, Jesus Luzardo is pitching for the Phillies. And this is an interesting interview. It's about 2 minutes long. A lot happened. We broke it up into 3 chunks.
So you could explain the action.
For a very specific reason. Here we go. Rob Thompson getting interviewed today on ESPN, Phillies Tigers.
Number one, and make sure they're ready to go opening day, and keep turn the switch up a little bit every day, and so that we're 100% going into the season, but at the same time staying healthy.
All right, 2-1 on the way to Jones. Swing and a drive. Deep drive. Sosa goes back. It is way out of here. That's a grand slam for Jahmai Jones.
Way out of here.
And you got to give it proper emotion, and you got to remember the manager is still on the headset.
On the headset,
hearing the play-by-play.
To the entire call, watching as his pitcher, Jesus Luzardo, just gave up a grand slam. All right, Luzardo has rounded the bases. The batter rounded the bases, and 4 runs have scored. 4 runs have gone across. Okay, well, unfortunate, but it's spring training baseball.
No biggie.
Low stakes.
Yeah.
It's all right. Let's continue our interview with Rob Thompson.
Jones right now looking good against the lefties.
He sure did. Andy Ibanez sends Sosa back. He's out of room. Back-to-back shots. Andy Ibanez, not as far, not as hard off the bat, but equally impressive. And it is all of a sudden a 5-0 game as Luzardo has given up back-to-back homers.
Again, Rob Thompson's on the headset the entire time.
Yeah, he couldn't get an answer to the question because a home run just got belted again as he was supposed to answer.
On the very next pitch. Okay. Well, again, Ibanez has rounded the bases. He has scored. Let's continue with the interview.
Topper, you're a great guy for A, hanging with us here, but B, in this sort of context of what goes on in the spring training game. As Torres swings at the first one, he sends it to left field. Sosa is not going to get it. Back to back to back.
3 pitches.
My goodness.
Back to back to back. They were trying to get the question in. Hey, Topper, but we want to talk to you about your club. Oops.
And he even was like, we appreciate you hanging with us. We know this sucks right now.
3 consecutive home runs in the second inning have now put the Tigers up 6-0 on the Phillies. By the way, Andy, they would go on to win a squeaker this afternoon, 17-7. Detroit got the Phillies today in spring training baseball. Rob Thompson interviewed for back-to-back-to-back home runs. That was 3 jacks on 3 pitches, all in one managerial interview.
I'm curious how many people even go to spring training anymore. Spring training games are so weird. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like, I guess the first time I got to go there, and I've only been there a couple of times, but the first time that I got to go there, I was expecting something more akin to like preseason football. We'll see the normal team for half the game, and guys are bouncing out at innings. If a normal team's ever, and by normal team, I mean the starters, the actual big league guys. Guys will get an inning here, a half inning there. It's just kind of a weird thing. And so it's a massively relaxed atmosphere. Guys will do interviews during the games. Like, you'll go down, the pitcher gets done with his 2-inning outing. You go down to the bottom, wherever they hold their pressers and talk to the guy while the game's still going on.
You know what the players do? They go to the facility, they get their treatment, they get their workout, they go play a couple of innings, and then they F off and go play golf.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
Like that's the, if you're a major league veteran, that's what you do at spring training. That's one of those things I was saying the other day. I'm just like, why spring training being as long as it is such an outdated concept. Not for those players. They enjoy the hell out of it.
They do.
They get a lot of golf in.
But I'm watching your managerial interview on the replay. Rob Thompson's not enjoying
it.
Like, I mean, he's gritting his teeth.
Yeah.
He just wants to probably fling the headset on. I'm surprised he left the headset on that entire time. That was amazing.
Just stuck with it.
He didn't even get a talk for 2 at-bats. He made that same little grin of...
I was waiting for him to do the Rob Ray and just drop an F-bomb right in the middle of the interview.
Yeah. Was that Carl Ravitch?
That was Carl Ravitch.
Play-by-play?
Carl Ravitch and Eduardo Perez on the broadcast right there on ESPN. Got the big national crew down there to call some spring training ball, and we got to see history.
So this makes me wonder.
Okay.
Man, what do you think coaches would be like if they actually had to listen to the play-by-play of their games? Like in action or something? Because, again, I'm sure the home run's bad enough. Carl Ravitch, who's a neutral party in all this, giving it it's gone again and what a rally. That can't make a manager feel much better about things.
So I've called many a basketball game in a quiet arena with
that's true.
Sitting right next to the bench with a coach standing directly in front of me.
Oh.
And that's one where you're just like, can the band start playing or something?
Can I get a fight song?
Somebody.
Give me a fight song.
Yeah. It's look away, coach. I'm about to read your team's shooting numbers really quick. 2 of 17 from behind the arc here today. No wonder they trail it by 20. Yeah, that's it. It's not all that much fun. You got and it's one of those things where it's like you have to have tact as the broadcaster of like you can't just dig in on dudes all the time. You gotta recognize. I heard a tale a couple of years ago. There was a local broadcaster that got fired because the coach had gone back and was watching the telecast just for the sake of like watching film. And as he's watching it, he's listening to his announcer rip his own
team
strategic decisions in game.
Yeah.
And that guy did not continue on as the broadcaster.
Yeah, for those that don't know, normally they have the coach's tape, at least in football.
Yeah.
And so they don't need to watch. Now, they can get a broadcast copy if they want.
Sure.
But especially in the NFL, it doesn't matter as much. You don't get regional crews like you would for, say, basketball or baseball or hockey. You don't have a Moj or
sometimes in
a Goodman or a Marlowe.
Collegiate athletics, you just go with whatever you have.
Well,
and
look,
sometimes that's the broadcast footage, and they might not like it that much.
I've told you, I've had my fair share because when the Mammoth games, whoever is the home team provides the broadcast for both cities.
You've gotten phone calls,
and so
during the
ESPN
show.
is very. You better not be favored to the team you call.
Oh, yeah, keep it down the middle.
Got to keep it down the middle, and I've had a wife come up and say, "Why do you get so excited for the other team?"
I've seen referees,
get
after broadcasters before.
I'm surprised it hasn't happened with Hastings. If I'm being honest with you. Because he's close to the court.
It's a good thing NBA arenas are loud.
Yeah, but
there's thank God for that. Because
Scott ain't scared. I can see him staring at the guy going, "That's a trash call."
Oh, he does.
Yeah,
but I've heard tales of college dudes getting booted.
By the ref.
Yeah, broadcast getting moved upstairs. I've heard of that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Courtside's cool till nobody's talking. Hey, man, Daniel Schler told me one in a AAA where he was pitching in a AAA game and he could hear them calling the game as he was on the mound.
That doesn't surprise me.
It was so quiet. Or you could hear a conversation down the third base line. He's like, please, someone make some noise.
And the 2-1. Yep, that very much happens. Nick Kosmiter is going to join us. Again, we're going to spend all of Greg Penner's money, and it's going to be great. We're doing that next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction, the next great auction that is going to be available for you to be able to bid at Roller Auction. And again, that website is roller.bid. Go ahead and bookmark it. Proud Souls Barbecue and Provisions. Unfortunately, Proud Souls, local pitmasters, barbecue aficionados, they had to close their doors recently. They're selling all their remaining assets at a public online auction, which Roller Auction is overseeing. Go to roller.bid and check this out. Proud Souls, not just a barbecue supply store, it was a hub for grilling enthusiasts and a cornerstone of the local culinary scene. Phenomenal equipment available that is up for bidding. We're talking about pellet, charcoal, and gas grills, outdoor kitchen cabinets and inserts, refrigeration units, sauces, rubs, all that good stuff, shelving, so much more. Kitchen as well as outdoor barbecue equipment that you can pick up right now at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid and see some of the items that are going to be available for you to be able to bid on. Again, that is roller.bid. Proud Souls Barbecue. Get yourself a great grill and other supplies and get an excellent deal on it. Roller.bid. Hour number 2, Kreckman and Lindahl. The Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page is your video home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily. That's a recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube, and be sure to subscribe today. The Broncos.
The Broncos! He's trying to get Nick on. I'll do it for you.
I thought that was Jim Nance.
The Broncos!
There it is. There it is.
Heard it so many times.
The Broncos, they have, according to Over the Cap, $41.2 million to go spending. Let's spend all of it right now. Nick Kosmider of The Athletic joins us here on the show. Nick, we're drunk with power right now as free agency is nearly upon us. As you wrote today, Penner and Payton have talked about a measured approach. Obviously, that's boring, and nobody really wants that to happen. So how are they going to go out and start spending like drunken sailors?
Yeah, it's always a good thing to say, right?
Sure.
You want to be measured, but then things start happening around you, and the money starts burning a hole in your pocket. No, I mean, look, I do think the way I look at it is, look, they in 2023 spent more than anybody in terms of handing out guaranteed money, felt like they needed to do it to reshape the roster. Last year, they largely built around the margins. I think you'll see something in the middle where they're still targeted, and maybe you're not going to hand out the very top contracts in the market at a given position. And yet I think they're going to be looking for, in a couple different spots, potentially, a starting caliber player, upgrade maybe over the starter that you have. And positions I see like that are inside linebacker and safety spots where, maybe it takes a rookie a little bit of a longer time to develop and become trusted in that role. And so in the meantime, you go out and you get a guy, get a veteran type player who can step in, be an upgrade, and then you still have the kind of flexibility to kind of draft behind them.
Okay, so when you use the word splash, we're not talking like full cannonball here, but also, we're talking about making an impact here on this football team. Give me an example of what a splash could look like in your estimation.
Yeah, so for example, obviously Zach Bond was a guy that got connected to Denver because of the fact that Sean Payton had drafted him. I didn't ever get the sense that they were wanting to be at the very top of the market. You're talking about a guy that just got $17 million in average annual value on his contract that he just re-signed, or the extension that he just signed with Philadelphia. I don't think the Broncos in that kind of market. So then, okay, who do you look next down the list of that position, whether it's a guy like Jermaine Sherwood or Nick Bolton, guys who would be, a pretty good upgrade over what you have, particularly last season with Alex Singleton out, but that you're not going to have to spend, $15 million or more for an inside linebacker. So that's the kind of area where I'm saying, now I think it's splash because you upgrade what you're doing. You get one of the maybe top 50 free agents out there, but you're not going to the top of the market. Like I don't see them being in the top of the market at wide receiver, and I just don't. And I know that that's a position that's getting more flooded by the hour in terms of known commodities that have joined that pool of players. But I again, if you just kind of look at Sean Payton's history, the way that he spent at wide receiver just wouldn't suggest, especially if they're going to get a contract done with Cortland Sutton, like it seems to suggest that they are, that they're going to then also add a high-priced free agent at that same position.
Well, and I read your draft capsule and just what to do. I guess it was a free agency capsule as to what to do around the league. They had your snippet in there, obviously, for the Broncos. And, Nick, what you laid out basically is just fill some holes so that you don't get forced into a draft pick, right? You can do BPA if you play free agency right.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think they're sort of in that position if they fill. Again, I just think when I look at inside linebacker and I see, again, you have Alex Singleton, he's coming back from an injury. You have Cody Barton and Justin Cernat, the guys that played the most snaps for you at that position last year, are both, unrestricted free agents. And I don't know how much of an appetite there is for bringing either one of them back. And, obviously they hope that Drew Sanders can develop here in year 3, maybe on a Zach Bond light type of trajectory in terms of finally finding his home at inside linebacker and allowing kind of the clear physical talents he has to just kind of take over there. But it remains to be seen. It's just not something that they can count on yet. So, again, what you need there then is to get a guy, a known commodity, so that you can say when we're going to this draft, yeah, exactly, Andy, we don't want to be pressed into any position. Now, you also have to balance it out, too, from like where the strength of the draft is. And for the Broncos, the two positions that they've talked about really needing, running back and tight end, those seem to be deeper positions in this draft. So, again, do you want to go out? I don't see them spending big money on a free agent running back. Like, it just wouldn't fit, kind of the way that they've built this team, A, and then B, where the strength of this draft is. So, again, it's kind of like putting that – you're just trying to kind of read the room, so to speak, when you're putting that puzzle together.
Talking to Nick Kosmider here of The Athletic. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. But let's circle back to running back and tight end here for a moment. And you wrote about those positions in particular when it comes to the free agent market. Juwan Johnson is a guy that Sean Payton coached before in New Orleans. He's probably the top available tight end that is out there on the market. Good receiving tight end, which the Broncos desperately need to go and get. Do you see a possibility where Denver could go spending there? And we know Sean Payton likes familiarity and thus give themselves more flexibility in the first round.
Yeah, potentially, but I don't really know exactly what their kind of evaluation of him is. And again, like the because he really is like when you're talking about like pass catching tight ends, like it is like a rough free agency market. And so like, does that allow Juwan Johnson to kind of like
Cha-ching, yeah.
not set his price, but be kind of like the belle of the ball, and the Broncos just say, no, like, again, you go back to the draft, we can get that guy. Because look, they need a tight end. They need to upgrade that position, and they're going to. But like, I still don't think that they're pressed into having to do it in free agency because of the fact that like, you get by with sort of what you had, and unless you're just going to get a guy difference maker that you just say he is going to do exactly this thing that we need him to do in this offense. Like I'm just hard pressed to think that they're going to kind of just go out and get anybody in that market, and there just is not a lot of options there.
Nick, this is not necessarily a top priority, but you don't need one until you need one. What do you think happens at backup quarterback?
Yeah, it's a good question. It all comes down to, I think, how many of these guys that are in this market, hoping to be signed in a place where the team tells them you're going to get a shot to compete in training camp, to potentially be, a bridge quarterback. I think that Zach Wilson is more likely to get that chance than, say, Jarrett Stidham, just because, again, like if you're a team that's not very good, that's trying to kind of like build a roster, like you're going to want to take some, a flyer on a guy with that kind of arm talent. And so I think he's perhaps more likely to end up in that kind of spot. But again, he really liked it here. He's more of a West Coast guy. I think he enjoyed, being in this position. And so perhaps if there's not like a clear, opportunity to compete for a job, he could be back. It's possible. Stidham's obviously been here for 3 years, knows the system well. His family's out here. That group gets along. But he's a guy that's publicly voiced the idea that he thinks he can start in this league and might really want to try to find a place where, even if he's not necessarily getting a starting job opportunity to compete for in camp, that maybe the quarterback situation that he goes to is not as rock solid as it appears to be right now in Denver. So it's a great question, Andy. I wish I had a better feel for what they're going to do. But look, they're going to have choices. We know that they met last year with Carson Wentz. Sean Payton told us that before the Week 18 game. So perhaps he's a guy that they kind of go back to and take another look at after he had a year backing up Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. So, Gardner Minshew now available on the market. So there's going to be those kind of options. And, again, I don't think they'll have three necessarily that they prioritize, but you're right. You have to get one. That having a backup quarterback is a must.
We're talking to Nick Kosmider here, covering the Broncos and NFL for theathletic.com. Nick, Dane Brugler, your colleague over there at The Athletic, in his latest mock draft, has Denver at number 20, selecting running back Omarion Hampton out of the University of North Carolina. I certainly like the idea of cost-controlled young running backs. get the value out of them, break their body, and then have them move on. I know I'm an analytical nerd like that, but I don't think you should pay running backs. What did you think of Dane's latest prediction for Denver at number 20?
Yeah, I know Hampton's obviously a guy that has, as the pre-draft process has gone on over the last month or so, you certainly hear more and more about how scouts are, comparing him, favorably to Ashton Genty. Not that he's, in it the RB1 by any stretch, but kind of, maybe almost a 1B. There's some of that thought out there that you kind of read from the combine, and then of course he went out and put out a great performance, 4.46, I believe, in the 40. A guy that can really move and seems to be sort of that quick twitch athlete who could do some work in the middle of the field. What I'm going to be interested to see if that's kind of their options there at 20. I really do think they would have an opportunity to move back, and maybe you move back and you still end up getting him, or maybe you move back and you get a guy like Derek Harmon out of Oregon to, again, right now you like what you have on the defensive line, but it's going to get expensive quick. You always have to be adding young talent to that group. So that maybe you do that and you pick up another second-round pick to where you can have in the second round your opportunity to go out and get your running back and your tight end. So I like the spot that they're in the draft. I think it's a little bit of kind of an inflection point where they can do a couple of different things depending on how their top offensive targets fall earlier in the draft.
That's Nick Kosmider, everybody. Read his stuff at The Athletic. Subscribe. Also listen to his podcast, the Not Another Bucking podcast, which happy to report new episode this week, everybody. So go ahead and check that out. Get all of Nick's thoughts as he is freshly back from the combine. The notebook is full, and he's spewing it all over you. Obviously, we talk to Nick Kosmider every week here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Nick, good work as always, man.
Yeah, good choice of words today. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm a real wordsmith over here. He was talking about defensive tackle at the very end of that conversation. Andy, I got a report I got to read you.
Okay, yeah.
Defensive tackle may be a bigger priority for the Broncos than we even realized. We'll tell you why next. Yeah, we're just in the waiting room getting ready for free agency. So Nick Kosmider was talking about defensive tackle prospects in the draft, which we expect that to be a strength of the board when Denver is selecting around number 20 in the draft coming up at the end of April. He mentioned Derek Harmon out of Oregon, guy that played with Bo Nix. There's going to be good names available, and you always need health and help along the defensive line for that matter. I want to read a tweet from Chris Thomason of the Gazette here, Andy. He writes this. He pens as much as you can pen on Twitter. Heading into the final year of his contract, Broncos second-team All-Pro defensive end Zach Allen is seeking a lucrative contract extension. One source said Allen seeks a deal in the neighborhood of $25 million per season. The website SpotTrack projects his market value an average of $22.1 million per year. $25 million per year, Zach Allen, as he seeks a contract extension going into the final year of his deal.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just saying this to Spring in the break. It's funny because everybody gets so worked up about projected cap room early on in a free agency period, which I get, but everybody also seems to, a lot of those same people then seem to forget that this is what happens. Your own guys would like to get paid too while the checkbooks are open.
Yep.
And then a lot of that projected cap room you're so psyched about is gonzo, and you're lucky to get enough money for a player or two. And that feels like where some of this is headed.
Okay, so Zach Allen he will be entering his age 28 season.
Yep.
Obviously, he's coming off of a career best year heading into the final year of his deal, so him and his agent are being smart about this. Now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. Life is tricky when you play that position. You never know when the health is going to run out on you, although the guy has played and been available for 33 of 34 regular season games thus far in a Broncos uniform. That's pretty damn good. He is also the kind of defensive tackle that projects to be at the very top of the market because he is good against both the run and the pass. He's a guy that never really has to leave the field, coming off of a career-high 8.5 sacks last season. He's looking at $25 million per. SpotTrack is projecting his value at 22. What was the Cowboys defensive tackle?
Oh, yeah.
Odigizua, who just signed a 4-year, $80 million extension, which that's a very team-friendly deal. If he would have hit the open market, you know that number only goes up. What if you go to Zach Allen and offer him that deal right there? Is that enough to be able to get it done?
You know, I'm going to borrow something from Tyler because I thought it made a lot of sense. Zach Allen has been paid, and it allows you to play a little more poker when you got a little money in the bank.
Yeah.
Okay. Nick Bonito, not been paid. I'm sure he'd like to get a nice contract. Yeah, I would hope it'd be enough, Nate, but I don't know. You know, I think he does love playing for Vance Joseph, but look, Vance Joseph's the DC. He's not the head coach.
But he had Vance in Arizona and in Denver.
He did.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that if you sign on long term,
you know VJ's going to be here.
And will VJ be here?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, look, some of us wondered, is there going to be a blow up and will he get fired at the end of this year?
Sure.
So Zach doesn't have to take and really, what other options do you have? Do you have a good replaceable option for him? I don't know.
Not currently, no.
And he's kind of a poor man's J.J. Watt, and pretty soon that man won't be very poor.
Right.
J.J. Watt? Thank you, Vance. So, yeah, I think you got to sign him. I think you got to get him under contract. I think you got to get Bonito under contract. You know why? You know he works here. See, to me, at least when you've got successful players in your system, you hold on to those guys.
Yeah.
And I'd rather spend the money there than going and chasing someone in free agency that you hope works out or not. Now, 28, that's not too scary, right? He's not quite near the fallout point. I'm probably offering him a 3-year deal. Maybe you allow him to beat, Odigizua?
Yeah.
Go and offer him 22.5 what SpotTrack says he's worth. How about there? We're not going to try to take it, or maybe you give him the 4-year deal and you do offer, $21 million, just so he can say he beat the last tackle signed.
Yeah, Osa Odigizua got 4 years at 80 from Dallas.
How much guaranteed did it say? Probably half that?
58.
58. There
$58 million guaranteed, $20 million signing bonus. Okay, if you're Zach Allen and you're his representative, you simply make the argument, well, we're better than that guy. Okay? 4 years at $90, $22.5 million per. Guaranteed number at 58 on Adigizua, 65 on Zach Allen. Boom. Okay, you sign him to that 4-year deal. Like we talked about, he's entering his age 28 season. He's probably a Bronco for another 3 years. Defensive tackles can still have pretty good value into their 30s. So you keep him at least 3 years of that deal and then reevaluate after that.
Yeah, it's also
Look at
why
this. I just got it done. That was easy.
Yeah, that's fine. Then
No
you
problem.
go try to get, Nick Bonito around $25 million a year if you can.
Yeah. We're doing great.
Get him before the price goes up. But here's the thing is that this is why, even though I think everybody'd love to see an offensive draft to build around Bo Nix, you better go pick these tackles. It's supposed to be a good defensive line draft. Probably going to need one. I'm telling you about that safety, Emin Worry. I would think about him or something up the middle, maybe a linebacker.
I'm here for defensive tackles all day long. You got to be strong at that position. You can get a blue chip guy. The good thing about those dudes is like rookies are plug and play. Just right away, you essentially become a full-time player on that defense. That's the kind of move that you go ahead and make, and boom, you're just kind of done. Maybe DJ Jones walks out the door. Okay, I think DJ Jones is about to cash in. I think he's going to be very valuable. He's hitting unrestricted free agency at a very good point, coming off a year in which he played well, and the Broncos' defense, especially against the run, was awesome. So DJ Jones has an opportunity to kind of break the bank right here. You extend Zach Allen, draft a defensive tackle in the first round. Again, man, I'm keeping this thing strong for VJ down in the trenches.
Are you upset Zach Bond's off the market? For those that missed it, signed a deal with Philadelphia today, and it was a very lucrative deal for him.
No, ultimately, I think he's a better fit in a Vic Fangio defense than a Vance Joseph defense. Not necessarily as bulky of a dude. I think Nick Bolton would be very good right here. I'll be really interested to see if Kansas City's going to let him walk out the door or not. But Bolton is the linebacker name that I think makes a little bit more sense here in Denver. It's just, again, we're talking about free agency. You got to pay these dudes. And as you know, in free agency, everybody's value is a little bit inflated. But guess what? Cap's going up. It's okay. And this is another cool thing about where the Broncos are really at, Andy. I was thinking about this today, okay? And I still think this is generally true. But one of the pillars of football is you have to be strong at the most valuable positions, okay? Well, the four of them are quarterback, offensive tackle, edge rush, corner, right? Those are the four premium positions in the sport. Quarterback, Bo Nix. Boom, you're good to go. Rookie contract even. Tackles, Garrett Bowles, Mike McGlinchey, locked up, good to go. Quality veterans. Edge rushers, Jonathan Cooper, Nick Bonito. You're going to extend Nick Bonito, but he's here already. Corner, Surtain and Moss. And Jaquan McMillan's a good player as well on the inside. You're pretty damn good right there. What the Broncos really have to go doing this offseason is you're supplementing around and just trying to turn weaknesses into strengths. But at the most important and most expensive positions, you're pretty damn good across the board.
You are. It is interesting you laying out those pillars again, because I'm looking at Daniel Jeremiah's top 50. There are a lot of tackles.
Yeah.
See, to me, this wouldn't be the worst time to draft another tackle for development and another defensive lineman for development. Mm-hmm. This is why when Sean Payton said at the Combine, we're looking to build the best team. Yeah, I want to find a joker, but the best thing I can do for Bo Nix, the best thing to help him is have a complete team around him.
Yeah.
This is the kind of stuff you got to do. These are the kind of plans you got to have these guys in place, because you're right. Right now it feels like you're good with Bowles and McGlinchey, but who knows? Either one of those contracts, and right now I'll maybe aim towards McGlinchey's been really good. He's been really solid, but he's getting paid an awful lot of money.
Sure is.
Is that a contract you want to live with in a couple of years? Heck, Bowles may fall back into that situation.
I mean, there's going to come a time in our life where the Broncos are going to draft a tackle again. It's going to happen. And I believe, Andy, you and I will live long enough to see it happen.
I hope. A lot of queso over here. A lot of queso and ice cream.
Let's not get too optimistic, but
yeah.
But yes.
We should see that happen. But these are the things you have to have in place. Look, it'd be nice. See, again, I don't mind you. You talk about overpaying for guys in free agency, you're right, but I don't know that you're overpaying for guys when they're already on your team. We know what Zach Allen brings. You know what Nick Bonito looks like in your system.
Absolutely.
That's why I would put a premium on keeping them before I go shopping in the marketplace.
Without a doubt. So, I just, again, 4 years at 90, I just extended Zach Allen and, Nick Bonito.
You're spending money one way or another.
I sure am.
You really are.
It's burning a hole in my pocket.
What are you giving it? What are we giving to Cortland?
I'll give Cortland. I'll give him 3 years at $70 million.
How much guaranteed?
3 years at 70. I'll guarantee 50 of it. So I'll guarantee most of the first 2 years of the deal. In year 3, he's going to be a little bit older. You'll take a little bit of a dead cap hit, but you'll be just fine. Or who knows? Maybe the guy's healthy and takes great care of himself, and you keep him around because he's a good culture guy, and you give him a little haircut, and that's the end of his career.
I mentioned this to Spring in our little chat that you probably missed. DK Metcalf, he's out there.
Yeah.
But he wants a new contract.
He sure does.
Anybody in Denver signing up for trading for a Seattle superstar that wants a new contract? Too soon? Too soon for that? A little too much?
Yeah.
Huh?
We'll let that be somebody else's
Serbian
problem.
guy, what are you upset about? I'm telling you, there's not a... We already are hearing about how you never should have extended Russell Wilson to begin with. You're not taking... All right. How old is DK Metcalf? I meant to look that up.
He's 26, isn't he?
Is he only 20? There's no way. Is he only 26?
26, 27?
What, did he get drafted at 18? It feels like he's been there forever.
Not been in the NFL that long. When did he come in? 2019 or so? Okay, I'm saying he's 27. That's my prediction right now.
That feels more comfortable.
Pro Football Reference puts him at 27.
Well,
there you go.
La-da-da.
Look at me.
28 when the year starts, though? Yeah, good for you, pal.
He will turn 28 on December 14th, 2025.
You trading for DK Metcalf?
Nah, I'm good. I'm good on that one.
See, when we lay out all these other needs,
because that's top of the market kind of stuff. Like DK's going to want to get paid like a top 10 wide receiver. Like I'm interested in Devontae if I'm paying him like a top 25 wide receiver. I'm interested in Tyler Lockett. Spot Track projects his value at like 1 year, $7.5 million. That's fine. Great. Tyler Lockett, boom, I'll take that.
See, again, if you're trying to get something done with Allen and Bonito, because I don't think you want Allen holding out, I don't know that you can afford to pay Cortland Sutton and another receiver.
Oh, sure.
I think it's either or.
Cap's going up, baby. You got a rookie quarterback. Again, we're good, man. Let's spend like drunken sailors. We don't need to have any kind of caution right now. It's Walmart money, baby. Come on. Nikola Jokic is questionable to play tonight.
Yeah, what's going on? DMac and Scott were talking like he's out tonight.
He's questionable with an ankle injury. He doesn't get listed as questionable all that often. Him and AG are both questionable to go this evening. Now, Domantas Sabonis is not playing tonight as he has been out for Sacramento. It's a different-looking Kings team now that they've got Zach LaVine in there and De'Aaron Fox is long gone. So this is a different version of the Sacramento Kings, not the one you have seen earlier this year. We've seen LaVine have good games against the Nuggets already this season. But, yeah, Joker is questionable with that ankle. Might not be the worst idea in the world to give him a night off. You should be able to get this game at home anyway. AG is questionable. Zeke is questionable. Vlatko is back in our life and questionable. Peyton Watson is questionable with his knee. Hopefully he's going to be able to return. He tweeted Ocho back. Obviously, we know Julian Strother is out tonight.
Is this one where you dress Joker, put him on the bench, and break glass if needed? You don't really want to lose this game.
No,
mate.
He either goes or he doesn't. Like you don't put him through warm-ups and then sit him on the bench and have him get cold. So he's either in or he's out. Is the decision the team is going to have to make. But there's a good possibility he may not be going tonight. I was surprised to see questionable.
I was too
when I saw that earlier today.
He's not going to tell you if he's hurting anyway, but he's downplaying it. Let's see. They're still at number 3, but only a game ahead of the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
They're one loss off of the Lakers. The reason why the Lakers are number 2 is because the Nuggets simply have one loss more than they do.
Yeah, there's also that thing where the Lakers don't stop winning games right now.
Yeah, they're on a 7-game heater.
Yeah, they're rolling a little bit. It turns out, again, I don't know if Nico Harrison ever considered this, But trading one of the best basketball players in the world away is going to help that team and hurt your team.
Who do the Nuggets play? They go Friday again? Is this the every other day week?
Yeah, they got
who sits at 29 and 33.
Yeah, they got the Suns coming up here. I believe is the Friday matchup for the Nuggets. That's at home against the Suns. They're terrible before they head out for 2 against Oklahoma City.
Is there a world where you're trying to survive both these games without Nikola?
You might. You very well might. And try and get him right. You certainly saw it the other day against the Celtics, especially like in transition situations where normally he is pushing the tempo as hard as he possibly can. You could see some of the start-stop wasn't there as much. Sometimes he likes to push tempo and then, slam on the brakes in the high post and then go to work right there. Like there was just there were uneasy steps to get to that place. Maybe tonight's a night that he doesn't go. Or who knows? Maybe he gets to the arena tonight, he starts to warm up, he says, I feel fine, and he just plays.
And you hopefully handle your business.
Yeah. And you beat up on the Sacramento Kings. Mm-hmm.
And you let him rest in the fourth quarter.
That would be ideal.
One of those from pre-All-Star break where you were whooping so many teams that you could just let them rest.
That would be certainly ideal. That's what you want to do. Kings, by the way, have won 4 games in a row. They last played in Dallas on Monday night. That was when Kyrie's knee exploded, but that was where they last played. They are on the 4th game of a 4-game road trip there tonight. So Nuggets maybe take advantage of a team that is looking past them and just ready to get back home.
Anybody really excited to get back to Sacramento?
They miss the beam, Andy. They love to light the beam.
Sure. What is Sacramento known for? I don't even know, other than having the Kings.
They're the home of the Oakland Athletics.
I was going to say, isn't there a baseball team renting a building there?
They are.
What's their top food? If I wanted to go get me some good Sacramento eats, what am I getting?
I believe it's probably the Chipotle. I'm guessing that's probably the best thing you can get from Sacramento.
Let's see here. I'm going to look because I'm that invested.
Okay.
Why won't it tell
Planning
me?
a family vacation to Sacramento this year?
I'm looking at, I know there's probably not a lot of great. I Googled it, and it just wants to offer some restaurants. It does not want to tell me what its top food
I'm sorry.
would be.
Wichita, Kansas is out of our price range. We're going to Sacramento this year,
We're going to go to Sacramento. We're going to California. Yay! We're going to Sacramento. Oh.
Wah, wah.
Scott says avocados with a Z. What's avocados with a Z? Are they punkier avocados? Are they spiced up a bit?
The last time that I drove through the Central Coast of California, you see these roadside signs. I'm sure it's not the case anymore, but this was 5-6 years ago, and it was like avocados 7 for $1.
Well, I'm in.
And I started doing like the Seinfeld math, with Kramer and Newman when they were doing like the bottle deposit scam in Michigan. I'm like, how can I ship avocados? How can I drive avocados from here to Colorado and then resell them and just clean up and make a profit? Couldn't make the math work.
Nate Kreckman on Facebook. You need avocados? I got some.
I'm a Picado guy.
Have you seen that Nate Bargatze sweet skit where he talks about his wife selling stuff on Facebook and he goes, at best, we make $5.
This is what I'm saying,
that
Andy.
Would be you.
I already
at
have.
worst.
I've got the guacamole
murdered.
Song from Fridays. I already got a jingle. I'm good to go.
Oh, would you make your avocado and just sell it like street side?
I am ready to build my own avocado
I've been to your
empire.
neighborhood, and I'll tell you what, if I'm looking for guacamole, not in your neighborhood.
Not over there? No?
Not in your neighborhood. No.
We're not exactly South
I'm
Federal.
cruising Federal if I want good. I'm not going to your area of town. Not trying to totally give away your area of town.
Hey, Jose O'Shea's makes a mean guac.
Sheridan, I will take some guac. Wadsworth, I'll take some guac. Kipling,
Too far west.
Did you get that sweet green chili? You said it was under the Sheridan and I-70? Under the viaduct?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good stuff,
Not
too.
going to Nate Kreckman's house for guac because you got a deal on avocados in Sacramento.
It's a good deal. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Jared Bednar has got a Josh Manson update that you will want to hear, plus the value of Val Nichushkin. We'll hear from Bedsy coming up next. Terry Lekkonen gets the first goal for the Avalanche last night. Casey Mittelstadt scores on the power play. Boy, he's a lot better when Val Nichushkin is around. We'll hear from Jared Bednar on that very topic coming up here in just a moment. Ryan Lindgren made his Avalanche debut last night, played over 20 minutes. But what's going on with Josh Manson? Jared Bednar this morning appeared with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, or some assembly thereof, and talked about the latest on the health status of Josh Manson.
I think so, except with the exception of Landy. I think, and it certainly has gone well here in the last week. Manson's been pushing hard, wants to get back in the lineup. He's feeling better. And so I think there's a chance that he could play tomorrow. Like they're waiting on, he's been pushing hard the last few days. How does his body respond? If he feels good today, and he'll go in for some treatment. It's a team day off today. And then, like, if he comes in tomorrow morning, skate goes well, there's a chance that he could be in the lineup tomorrow. So, and that would be a big add for us. Obviously, we know what he can provide on the back end for us, and it'd be nice to solidify that position, especially after a game like the last one from our decor.
Yeah, sure would. Another stay-at-home guy back out there. You're a better team when you've got the physicality of Josh Manson available to you on the blue line. Okay, this is good, Andy. Val's back, and that's working out. You get Manson back. You're bigger, you're tougher, you're more complete. Cool.
Your sauce is balanced.
You got sauce.
Something that our sauce needed.
Yeah.
The sauce.
Much better sauce going on right there with 3 games left in the homestand. That's good.
They need it, and they're going to get it. I'm glad they're going to just start playing every other day. They just get, I think Rycroft talked about this too, they just get weird with the 4 days off. You know what I mean? I don't know why. I think I take it back. Moser was talking about it this morning, but they just seem to almost get a touch rusty. I guess Nate hasn't practiced a lot. Obviously, the last couple days, he put in a full workload during the Four Nations, so it was good that probably he got a little bit of time off. But, it was like they had those 2 weird games right after the Four Nations in Nashville and St. Louis, and then they finally got their stuff going again, and they took these 4 days off, and then last night was just a sleepy game. I'm not real sure why.
Hey, got the victory nonetheless. Wedgwood was terrific. And Casey Mittelstadt scored for the second time in 3 games. What has been the impact of Casey Mittelstadt's sudden goal surge coming with Val Nichushkin back in the lineup?
No, it's not. And, I think, it's twofold. It's Val, what he's able to bring to that line for sure. There's no question. And it's the excitement that Mitty has, and knowing that, like, if you even know if it's frustrating night or it's not going great, because there's a history there of like him not producing, over a pretty long period of time now. It'd be easy to like kind of give up on it, right? But he keeps sticking with it. And I'm seeing that a little more here now with Val, knowing that he's got a guy that might be able to help him make a play and be a difference maker. And hopefully that's a good sign. Last night they stuck with it, and it was all the way to the bitter end to try and get that goal, and it was a great play. He comes to the right area. You got to get to the net, and he gets to the back door, and Val makes a play, and it was just a terrific shot. So, he's starting to do the right things more often, and hopefully he keeps getting rewarded for it, and he comes around at the right time here for us.
Terrific shot, amazing pass. Mittelstadt, again, 2 goals in the last 3 games. Prior to that, he had not scored since January 18th, Andy.
Oh, it'd been a minute.
Yeah.
He'd been in the doghouse. He'd been on all sorts of different lines.
That's a long time.
It almost felt like it was a given they would trade him. Now I'm not so sure anymore. And I thought, again, talking to Dave McCarthy Monday out of Toronto, he made a lot of sense. Where are you going to weaken yourself? You got to have centers, and they can't trade a center for a forward and not have enough centers.
3 left on the homestand tomorrow night against the Sharks. Maple Leafs coming on Saturday, and then Chicago on Monday before they are at Minnesota on Tuesday. Quick peek at the standings here, Andy, and the Avalanche are even up with the Wild in terms of 62 games played, and they are 2 points behind Minnesota right now as it stands. So go get that victory against them. Continue to solidify the standings.
All right, let me bounce this off you. I will credit Alex Ryan Nemi for this. So spring, did you guys talk about this? What path would you rather have? Dallas and Winnipeg, which would be the path if you overtake right now Minnesota and move into the third position.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you stay as the top wild card, you're playing Vegas and then Edmonton likely.
Is Edmonton healthy? I'm assuming they will be in this hypothetical.
Probably, but Edmonton plays your style of hockey.
Uh-huh.
Remember, you beat, what was it, 6-5? You beat them right before the Four Nations break?
Yeah, give me Connor Hellebuck in a playoff series all day long. I'll take it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you'd have to get through Dallas first.
You would, but I
Now,
like
look,
an opportunity.
Vegas hasn't exactly been your best friend either. But
to go and get Connor Hellebuck, absolutely, yeah. It's, again, all that guy does is lose big games. So go and get that guy.
Well, you're pretty confident about that. You're pretty cocky.
I sure am.
You're feeling yourself a little bit.
I
Not so sure Vegas and Edmonton isn't the way to go.
I disagree. Give me Connor Hellebuck all day long. All day long, my friend. Nuggets tonight take on Sacramento. Again, Jokic is questionable to be able to play this game. If Joker doesn't go, and again, like AG is questionable, Zeke Naji is questionable. Let me give you, speaking of hypotheticals, here's your hypothetical. Jokic, AG, and Zeke all out.
Wow.
What's your starting five tonight?
I have no idea. Who is your size?
DJ? DJ's got to start now.
Sarge has got to play then. Sarge has got to play. He won't start, but you got to play him.
Maybe he would in that hypothetical. Maybe he would.
Does Malone go old school, and I'm talking like 20 years old school, get Jalen Pickett doing some true point guard stuff, try to set somebody up on the block.
Uh-huh.
The hell with the three-point game at all.
Start MPJ at the 5.
Start MPJ at the 5. Yeah. No, Sarge. Sarge and Pickett. Little Jamal is your shooting guard.
Okay.
Peyton Watson is the 4.
Okay, he's playing. So first game back from injury, we're just giving him starters minutes.
Well, you're down dudes. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? Do you shock the world and go with DJ and Sarge in the starting lineup and really go size-wise?
All right, so I'm going to start Jamal.
I feel like we're doing a trade tracker inside a Madden game.
Jamal, Russ, CB, MPJ, and Sarich with DJ coming off the bench.
Yeah, here's why I would do that. We talked about it the other day. DJ's legs. I have said it all year. DJ and Reggie Jackson to me are fighting the same thing.
Right.
You're older. The legs start to hurt, I'm sure, by this point in the season.
Yeah.
He's played more than any of us thought he would play. So now you're going to start him tonight?
I'd keep DJ in his rotation and try and get Sarich minutes.
Try to milk that coconut however you can.
Oof. Puke.
Maybe goat's milk, but
puke.
Trying to milk it anyway.
No good. No good.
What else has milk? Don't worry about it. Just let's go.
I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me?
Somehow, I knew Meet the Parents would come up. Seriously, I don't know. Jalen Pickett's got to be in the mix, though. Right?
Yeah, he would play. Yes, he would play in this hypothetical. I guess I'd go Sarich.
You know what you got to do? You got to go full Paul Westhead, the heck with defense, and just try to score 200 points.
That might be what tonight's game looks like anyway. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL to hit at 5:20. But first, Zach Harper of The Athletic stops by to tell us why we are on a collision course of a Nuggets-Celtics NBA Finals. I can't wait for this conversation. That's coming up next. Hour number 3, Nuggets and Kings tonight. Kaz has the call at 7 o'clock. Berto has your pregame starting at 6:30 this evening as we're still awaiting final injury updates on Jokic, Aaron Gordon, etc. ahead of tonight's game. Right now, both of them are listed as questionable to be able to play. Boy, we all got excited when we read this headline in The Athletic yesterday, Andy. Here we go. Is a Nuggets-Celtics NBA Finals as inevitable as we have long hoped? We did not get it 2 years ago. We did not get it last year. Could this be the year? Joining us right now to discuss is the author of that very piece at The Athletic, Zach Harper, NBA columnist, reporter extraordinaire. Zach, welcome to the show. How you doing, man?
I'm excellent. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. Zach, we're very close to the situation. We live and die with every Nuggets game. Obviously, we did a show on Monday wringing our hands about a poor first-half performance against the Celtics and an inability to be able to finish that out. And then we wake up the next day, and you're writing about the Nuggets and the Celtics meeting up in the NBA Finals. You clearly are believing in Denver at the moment. Why is that?
I mean, a few reasons. One, yeah, their depth is an issue, and they've had injury problems all year, but they're still, third in the West and still really good. Their defense could be better. Their offense has taken off. Jokic is the best player in the world. You know, I think as long as they're healthy, I still think their positives outweigh the negatives. And outside of that, there's a lot of good teams. The Warriors have emerged with this Jimmy Butler trade. I think they're super dangerous. Obviously the Lakers have been really good for about a month and a half now. The Thunder have been historically good. But the problem with those last two is the Lakers still are starting Jackson Hayes as their center, so the defense looks great, but that changes when you face Jokic, and a lot of things change for the Lakers when they face Jokic and the Nuggets historically. And then with the Thunder, as great as they've been and as complete as that team looks, they still don't have any experience. And I think that's something that's very underrated. Even this season, they've been in 4 games that have been a one-possession game at the end, decided by one possession. And they've lost all 4 of those games. They give me a lot of Bucks vibes from before the Drew Holiday trade of, yeah, this team looks great, but they're not in close games. They don't get those reps. And we know the Nuggets are tested. We know they have the best player in the world. I just think they have a slight edge over everybody right now.
Do you still like the chemistry, Zach? Because here in Denver, read your article, great in-depth reasons for your belief in the Nuggets, but
we always want to hear about why the Nuggets are going to go to the finals.
Well, we do, but it's also glad to hear someone outside the market say it because, like you said, we feel close to it. Do you still like the chemistry, though? Because at times it feels like the chemistry isn't quite what it was a couple years ago.
Yeah, I'm with you. It doesn't feel like that. They haven't replaced KCP, even though Christian Brown's been really good and I think should be in line for at least consideration for most improved player. He's been excellent, but it's always about, all right, who do you then replace behind him? And Strauther's been nice. They've got some good players. I still am a big Peyton Watson believer, but I don't know. I don't know if it's the lack of depth. I don't know if it's just that guys have been in and out of the lineup all season. But you're right. The chemistry isn't what it was a couple of years ago. But I think that's more a matter of availability rather than a lack of players who like playing together or know how to play together. So I think if they can get a healthy month, maybe a month and a half leading up to the first round or maybe even the second round, I don't think they have to sweat the first round too much. I think they'll be fine. I don't think that's a long-term concern in terms of a playoff run for them.
We're talking to Zach Harper of The Athletic. Zach, I think the biggest thing that happened last year in that series against Minnesota and really down the stretch was that we saw a compromised version of Jamal Murray. The player that we watched throughout the month of February, really, let's be honest, since they lost that game to the Wizards inexplicably, Jamal has been magnificent. He has been shooting the ball wonderfully, and he was a huge reason why they came back and ultimately almost were able to pull that thing out in Boston. What have you thought of Jamal's game here of late? And what are the biggest differences that you see when he's cooking for this basketball team?
I mean, it just opens everything up, right? Jokic is going to deliver. Jokic is going to be great every single night. It's rare that he has one of those off nights, and even the off nights for him are career nights for most other big men. But when Murray's also clicking, now you can't. It sounds so simple, but you can't just focus on Jokic. You have to. Those dribble handoffs become so deadly, and it's not just that Murray can score; it's that he can make that pass, and they start swinging the ball, and that offense it starts looking historic again. And so I'm with you. Like, I was real worried at the end of last season, the way he looked against Minnesota, the way he looked in the Olympics, the way he looked to start this season. I thought, oh no, that extension might be the worst contract in basketball. Like, you had to worry about how he looked, and then. It's funny how losing to maybe the least serious organization in the NBA wakes everybody up, right? Especially on a night where Jokic had a career night.
56.
56, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, maybe we should get our act together. Maybe we need to be champions again. Maybe we need to play like this. And I think you've seen everyone respond. Jamal's been fantastic, and at least you do have to worry about his injury history because it's extensive, but I at least don't have those concerns of, oh no, this guy may be cooked at this point.
Zach, this is my first time rooting for Russell Westbrook, let's just say, and it's been because he's the league heel, right? When he's not on your team. Now you love him when he's on your team, but my God, the shooting is quite the experience. Are you worried about that come playoff time? Do you have to? Is there such a thing as survive the Westbrook minutes with the shooting at times? What do you make of his addition to the team?
Yeah, I mean, ideally those Westbrook minutes would kind of, in a way, make the non-Jokic minutes look better, right? Like, that's the whole thing is just don't crater when Jokic is off the floor. And you do have a former MVP. Like, he's not nearly the player he was, but he's still capable of being impactful in a very positive way. But, man, like, even if he hits – I think the worst thing that can happen for him is him hitting the three. Like, that's literally the worst thing that can happen because then he starts thinking, I should take these. He's a historically bad three-point shooter. Like, it's not just, oh, he's not good at it. He's historically bad, like Charles Barkley level of bad three-point shooting. And so as long as he's not taking contested jumpers or quick jumpers, I don't mind him getting to certain spots on the floor. I don't mind him trying that bank shot of he misses the rim and just an unbelievable amount of times on that bank shot. I think for me, as long as he is taking shots within the flow of the offense, it's fine. You live or die with it. That's what the script says for the Nuggets to do. The problem is when he starts trying to kind of freelance and freestyle what he's doing out there. That's when I worry about him taking away. But yeah, I mean, it's always going to be an adventure. What you need him to do is get into the middle of the defense, and then hopefully some good things happen. That's where he's most impactful.
Yeah, we're talking to Zach Harper of The Athletic, and specifically you mentioned a Boston and Denver NBA Finals, and we saw what Boston did to the Nuggets the other day, which was to look right at Russell Westbrook and say, please shoot. And again, Russ acquiesced and took a whole bunch of three-pointers, and I think he was 2 of 8 from behind the arc in that game, which was absolutely miserable. Christian Brown's shot is hit or miss. Teams are always going to give Aaron Gordon his threes. Peyton Watson is always going to be left alone in the corner when he is out on the floor. Zach, I think we're starting to get a little bit of a preview, and I think Boston showed it the other day of how they're going to defend Denver, and that's make the non-shooters shoot the ball. How can the Nuggets overcome that?
I mean, it starts, I think, with an aggressive Jokic because I know he likes to feel things out, but there are times where I think we've seen this with the Serbian coach. I think we've seen this with Michael Malone. Like, we've seen things where they're like, hey, it's great you're a team guy, but you're so much better than everybody. Could you just go dominate for a few minutes, right? Like, and if he can get into that mindset, if he starts out games not trying to get everyone involved, but just the first 3 minutes, he's like, none of you can guard me. Like, absolutely none of you can guard me. There's nothing you can do. You're going to get in foul trouble. You're going to get in foul trouble. Like, it's over. I do think it sets a tone. And then at that point, the defensive rotations are going to be more frantic, more chaotic, trying to get to him to take away shots. And that's when he can work that water polo magic of slinging the ball around the floor and getting guys easier looks. I think that's the way to go. I also think that they just shouldn't try to go match teams shot for shot. I thought that was the biggest mistake in the first half against Boston. It was like, oh no, they're taking threes, they're hitting threes, we better go do that. And like, no, you just kind of slow it down or speed it up. You get them out of their pace, whoever the opponent is, and you play good defense, you play sound defense, and you become physical. Because to me, that's where Denver is at its best. And it starts with Jokic, obviously, but they're at their best when they're a quick physical team. And then they can get to the free throw line. They can get to whatever shots they want. And that's how you kind of counteract that, is you just change the style that the other team wants to play. And then they start rushing shots. They start second guessing and questioning what they're doing. And that's, I think, how Denver just gets everybody off kilt.
All right, Zach, you like the core as much as we do, but I'm going to ask you the tough question that we all wonder. Let's say it's a second-round bow out again. You then have to start recreating this core around Jokic. Is this the summer where – now, it's tough because I don't think you can trade that Murray contract until March, and that's if there's any takers. But do you have to start thinking about giving him kind of his second cast to try to chase the championship with?
Yeah, I mean, I think if it looks a lot like the loss last year, then yes. If it's a better loss, I don't know I don't know how to describe that. But if it's a less concerning second round and out exit for Denver, then maybe you stick around. You try to get some good values, maybe some shooters on the open market who are looking to go compete for a championship with Jokic giving them the ball. But I think, like, if Murray looks good and they lose, I wouldn't worry about him. I'd then maybe look at Michael Porter Jr. and say, can we turn him into two good role players? Can we move him and get two good role players? Because at that point, I'm guessing if they lose again early enough in the playoffs, it's due to depth. It's due to guys not being able to step up the rotation. And at that point, you have to just start building that out. Well, they can't just go outright sign guys and make it easy. So then I don't think you trade Gordon. I don't think you trade Murray unless it really just blows you away. I think Porter is the guy that can maybe turn his contract into two good role players.
Zach, I want to give you the take that I dropped the other day. And again, this was, I think, even before you wrote this piece. I think the Nuggets can win the West. I don't think they can beat Boston or Cleveland in a 7-game series right now because there is just such a deficiency and a math problem behind the three-point line. Give me a world where I'm wrong about that.
Let's start with Cleveland. I think the Cleveland thing is interesting because assuming they make the finals, that means they most likely got past Boston, right? Like, and beat Boston. And at that point, that takes a certain level of understanding they haven't shown in the past. That they've been great this year, but I do still have some questions about them, crunch time, and how they're going to handle that playoff pressure and playoff expectations this time. So I would still think that despite their size, you can just bully them. They're really good. They've got good size. They've got good depth. But I think that you can bully them. I think you can out physical them, and that's how you beat them. So I wouldn't say that they're a definite loss to Cleveland. I would give them the advantage over Cleveland. I would give Boston the advantage over them because of that math problem. But one, and you can't bank on this, but one, they've got some real injury issues right now too. And then secondly, I do think. I mean, they've gotten this championship understanding, and that's a big step in being able to take down teams like Denver in the postseason. This is still a team that, 8 of the last 9 years, we've seen extremely rattled at some point in the postseason. And I do think Denver can cause that mental anguish, like skill set, depth and everything. I don't think they can match up with Boston, but I do think they can outthink them. They can get them out of their groove. We've seen Boston, if those shots aren't falling, they don't really have another mode. So I think if you can disrupt their rhythm, which I think Denver's defense can do in theory, I do think that they can beat Boston. But, yeah, I'd give the advantage to Boston right now.
Yeah, outcompose them. I know what you mean. If that game would have been 2 minutes longer the other day, I think the Nuggets ultimately win it. He is on Twitter at TalkHoop, Zach Harper of The Athletic. Zach, man, great stuff. And, again, anytime you want to write about the Nuggets going to the finals, we'll have you on the show, okay?
Appreciate it, guys. Maybe I'll see you in June.
All right, there we go. Zach Harper of The Athletic with us right there. It's so true. I said this to you, Andy, the other day when we saw this piece, and it's fresh off of that conversation right there, is we're so close to it.
We are.
And we live the roller coaster of every single game. And somebody like Zach Harper, who covers the entire league, who writes about the entire league, who doesn't watch every second of every single Denver Nuggets basketball game and can look from more of a macro lens and can say, hey, I'm looking at what this team basically has been in the calendar year 2025, and that's one of the 5 best teams in the NBA who, oh, by the way, has the best player in the world, the best two-man combination in the NBA since Jamal Murray has found his game, a group that has won a championship, knows what they're doing. The stage is not going to be too big for them right there, and if they get into the playoffs and they're healthy, can absolutely beat anybody.
Yeah, what's funny when we have the conversation, he basically says the whole league is wondering how do you stop Jokic. Here in Denver, we wonder who's going to support Jokic.
Right.
And that's ultimately the answer. To your point, when Murray is the second part of the best two-man game in the NBA, yeah, it's a problem, and they win a lot of games.
Yeah. There's also, and he kind of brought up like Westbrook in the non-Jokic minutes, and have you like looked at what the numbers look like of Russ when he plays with Jokic versus when Jokic is off the floor?
You've told me in the past, it's unreal the difference.
And I know that's every basketball player, right? But like that's what sucks about it is like Westbrook is here to stabilize when Joker's on the floor, and when Jokic leaves the court, Russ is just at his worst.
He kind of needs to go with him.
Right. But also
they kind of need to be tied together, right?
Kind of, but also
But that wasn't the
so
role.
Christian Brown also needs to be tied to Jokic.
Well, the whole
Jamal is also the best version of himself with Jokic, as is Aaron Gordon, as is Michael Porter Jr., as is any basketball player in the world. Spoiler alert, they're better when they get to play with Nikola Jokic.
You just need
You need a world where Jokic can play 48
Well,
minutes.
you need a guy that's a dead cold 3 shooter. You need like that Jordan Clarkson or someone that can just come in and rain threes while Jokic is out.
Yeah.
But if that guy was easy to find, they would have found him. And they haven't.
And we would like a world where Michael Porter Jr. resembles that guy more. He just hasn't been playing well of late. By the way, is anybody pining for Colin Gillespie back in their life now? He had a great game last night.
Sure. I don't know. You laughed at my Hunter Tyson request, so does Hunter Tyson get a look tonight if they're as depleted as it could
Well,
be?
the funny thing about Colin Gillespie is, like, he was here last year, and anytime he played, everyone was just like, the hell is Malone doing? Why is this guy on the court? And then he goes out and plays a great game against Phoenix, and it's like, Malone should have played him more. Can't win if you're Michael Malone. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. So much defensive line. We have been talking a lot about big, gigantic interior defensive linemen today here on the show. We will certainly talk more about that as there's a lot of news items regarding all of that. Plus, coming up on Friday, we're giving away a Rocky bobblehead. That's right. The super mascot Rocky's doing the crane pose, the crane kick pose. And you can get a Rocky bobblehead and win it from us here on Friday. If you don't win with us, you're a loser, but you're only a loser for 3 weeks, okay? Because Friday, March 28th is your opportunity to get back on the winning side. Be one of the first 5,000 fans through the doors for the game against the Utah Jazz, Friday, March 28th at 7 o'clock, and you will get your own Rocky bobblehead. Get there early. Don't miss out on this exclusive giveaway. Get your tickets now at denvernuggets.com/tickets. We got football news next. Thanks again to Zach Harper of The Athletic. We were talking hoops top of the hour. Now we talk football with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, what do you got for us?
Let's talk defensive line to kick off the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. So Zach Allen is entering the final year of a 3-year contract that he signed with the Broncos in 2023. Today, Chris Thomason of the Denver Gazette tweeting out that unsurprisingly, Zach Allen is looking for a contract extension as the offseason gets underway. Now, he's more of a defensive end. The Broncos are looking for a defensive line upgrade, a defensive tackle upgrade. Maybe they'll look at Jonathan Allen. The Commanders have been shopping the former first-round pick who is entering the final year of his contract. Reports are that if they cannot find a trade, they will release him.
All right, so we talked about this last hour on the show. To me, the Zach Allen thing is quite easy. Osa Odigizua just signed a 4-year, $80 million deal with Dallas. Sounds good. Zach Allen's a better player. 4 years at 90. Give him $22.5 million on average annual value. That way he doesn't have to worry about you get the extension done right now. You buy back some value on that. Allen doesn't have to be worried about injury issues or anything else this year. He just knows he's going to be paid, so he can give a little bit back on that. I don't think he's going to get to the full $25 million per. DJ Jones walks out the door. Derek Harmon of Oregon is certainly an option for Denver at that part of the draft. Kenneth Grant from Michigan, $340, Andy. That's a big boy down low. That's somebody you could think of. Jeff Legwald has mentioned Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss, who would also be available right around that part of the draft. Obviously, Denver's not going to be in position to draft Mason Graham, the other defensive tackle out of Michigan, but get younger at that spot, re-sign Zach Allen, keep a strength, keep one of the best defenses in the entire NFL, kick ass, win a Super Bowl. How's it sound?
Yeah, that works. There was a lot of words and a lot of you really went fast there. I thought you were auctioning something to me. I feel like I bid on something. I didn't realize that I just did.
Can I put you in a Lombardi trophy today?
Oh, yeah. Yes, you can.
Good.
Hey, with the Walmart money, yes, you can. Yeah. First, I got the question. When was the last time we heard somebody was going to get traded, and if not, then he'll get released that actually got traded? Has anyone ever, been traded? I think there's, did the Broncos do that last year where they're going to release a guy and then they got a 7th-round pick for him or something maybe a year ago? Right maybe at the tail end of training camp or something. Everybody this time of year that is going to get traded and if not get released, they always get released.
I'm good on Jonathan Allen. We don't need him.
Not for $15.5 million. You got to pay Benito. So
yeah, I'm set.
Got to pay Casa Benito. You got to get Zach Allen.
Extend Zach Allen.
Go ahead and draft a couple guys in the draft. Away we go.
Yeah, extend Zach Allen and draft a defensive tackle in the first round.
You knew
of the
this
draft.
was coming, though, right? At what point, I don't know about you, I figured that Zach Allen would probably be looking for a new deal at some point as he was close to getting all pro.
Oh, he's 27. It's another. He's got another opportunity to be able to cash in. And by the way, he had an all-pro season right at the time for when it was time for him to cash in. So good on Zach Allen. But I think the guy has absolutely earned it. Again, 4 years, $90 million. Deal is done. I just fixed it. I fixed it for everybody. Get me at the negotiating table. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, I got Seahawks news. Let's start with this. Yesterday, they released a handful of players to clear $27 million in cap space. One of those players was Draymond Jones.
Aww.
So that Russell Wilson trade's looking better, isn't it, right now? Tyler Lockett.
Didn't they still get a starting corner and a starting tackle?
But they didn't draft a quarterback. They didn't draft a quarterback. Now there's rumors that Geno Smith may be next, too. Look, I'm with Spring. I don't know. The win, they still got a win, but it's becoming more by a squeaker than the blowout it was at the beginning of this sucker.
You're forgetting the most important part. They didn't have Russell Wilson on their team anymore. That's the win. That's where the win comes in. Oh, by the way, they also got Witherspoon and Charles Cross, which would look good in a Broncos uniform. So, yes, they still won and won by several touchdowns. Go ahead, Spring.
I don't think so.
So today, the Seahawks released...
You miss Russ, don't you?
I don't miss Russ.
They released wide receiver Tyler Lockett. They wanted to wait until today to release him, to give him his own day, his own send-off. And then DK Metcalf requested a trade from the Seahawks, and the Seahawks are reportedly upset that Metcalf did this on the day that was supposed to be Tyler Lockett Day.
That's hilarious. Oh, yeah? I don't want to trade.
Also, you're releasing him.
Yeah.
Ultimately, what you're telling him is you're not good enough and we don't want to pay you anymore, so you can't be on our football team anymore, but he was supposed to have his moment.
That's like putting the guy in to get his first NFL snaps and he takes a knee, doesn't even get a throw. You know what I mean? Quarterback you put in there, Chad Kelly finally makes his debut as a Bronco quarterback in the regular season, and he took a knee before the half of the Rams game.
So DK he's looking to stay amongst the highest paid wide receivers in all of the NFL. DK is a good player. Generally pretty damn durable. We know that. Still pretty good. He'll be 28 in December. So DK Metcalf, there's good value right there. I think that'll end up working out for Seattle. We know that Jackson Smith-Njigba is the guy up there. As for Tyler Lockett, Spotrac projects his value at 1 year, $7.5 million on Tyler Lockett. Probably lands with Pete Carroll with the Raiders, but I made the case earlier in the show. I like veteran guy stepping into this offense, solidifying a few things, catching 40, 50 passes. Broncos kind of tried this with Josh Reynolds a year ago. Didn't work out. I got a feeling Tyler Lockett might be a little bit more dependable. Again, he may just simply choose to go play for Pete Carroll with the Raiders. I wouldn't mind him here.
Yeah, here's why I'll push back on that, and I got another option for you.
Okay.
That just kind of made itself clear.
Drop an option at me.
Well, here, the first thing about Tyler Lockett, if you're going to sign him, tell me how he doesn't take snaps away from Mims. How are they not the same guy? Or maybe even Franklin.
Well,
I don't want him getting in the way of those two.
Here's the problem. Doesn't Mims only get like 20 snaps a game?
That's why I'm saying. So now you're going to put Lockett snaps in there? I mean, they're kind of the same role, aren't they?
Similarly, I think that Lockett is a more dependable slot kind of threat than Marvin Mims, who's more of a Swiss Army knife, but your point is noted.
All right. Also, this from Adam Schefter. GM Les Snead on whether there is a scenario in which Cooper Kupp returns to the team next season. There is a scenario, but when you get into the probabilities, it would be the least likely.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to tell you no today and then next week he's a Ram. You see what we're trying to do. We're working to try to find a partner and a next chapter for Cooper and ourselves. If we're kicking the tires on receivers that have already spent most of their prime years with another team, I'd probably look at a Cooper Kupp before a Tyler Lockett because I think he could fill a role that they don't necessarily have a guy filling on this team, which is reliable third down target who's always open in the middle.
He would probably cost you double what you would get for Tyler Lockett. That's the kind of the one trick there.
And the problem is both those
Cooper
guys
Kupp
have pretty good injury histories building up here in recent years.
It's starting to catch up with them a little bit. So, yeah. But Cooper Kupp would be the pricier of the two. I also wouldn't hate him.
See, I feel like you and I have gone to Target for some groceries, but we keep ending up in the grocery aisle picking out a G.I. Joe we don't need, which is the receivers.
For me, it's the Lego aisle. I always get distracted by the Legos. Yeah. I always got to check out. Ooh, look at that. Look at that X-Wing over there. That thing is rad. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, I got Max Crosby Raiders news. Today, Crosby agreed to a 3-year, $106.5 million contract extension with the Raiders, making him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. According to The Athletic, Tom Brady was heavily involved in the Raiders' overall decision-making process when it came to Max Crosby and really a lot of their decisions of late. Also, with Max Crosby, he, on his podcast yesterday, The Rush, was talking about Aaron Rodgers just a day before he signed this big contract extension. Here's Max.
People are sleeping about Aaron Rodgers, too, because I know the competitor. He's an ultra-competitive human being. But it's the first year off an Achilles is one of the hardest things to do. You've seen it happen with Kirk. Kirk had a down year. It happened with Aaron. I mean, he struggled, like you said, early on, but he got better as the season went. I think with all the doubt and all the negativity around Aaron Rodgers, he needs to retire, things like that. You know, he's getting cut by the Jets. I think he's going to come back and have I know he's 42 or 41.
Are you going to say MVP?
No, I think he's going to have a big year this year, and I hope it's in our town.
All right, I want to tie a couple of different things together right here. So Tom Brady is there when Max 66 Crosby signs his extension.
Because he said, hey, good player, let's keep him.
Sure.
Thank God Tom's there to speak sense to people.
Sam Darnold, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, Shedeur Sanders. Of those 4 names I just gave you, which one of those guys do you think Tom Brady would want the most?
Well, Tom has that relationship with Shedeur.
He does.
Let's not pass on that. I thought you were going to ask me Max Crosby. As a veteran guy, it's Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Tom? I don't know. What do you think Tom thinks of Aaron?
I would think of that group that I just gave you. Who does he want to be a starting quarterback in 2025? He would go Rodgers number 1.
Because he wants to win.
Very much so. I think he likes Shedeur. I think there is a relationship right there. I am not discounting the possibility that the Raiders do pull the trigger on Shedeur at number 6. I don't see a planet in which Tom Brady wants Russell Wilson anywhere near his team. And some have pointed out Brady had a couple of Vikings games later in the season, and he was pretty harsh talking about Sam Darnold. The Tom Brady may not be the biggest Sam Darnold guy, so maybe don't go connecting those dots quite yet right there. To me, the power ranking would be Rodgers 1, Shedeur 2. And I don't think he wants the other 2 guys.
No, I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree. I didn't think about him calling games for Darnold.
Right.
You know what he probably would have had? Did he have the Rams and the Lions at the end of the year when they were smacking him around? And Darnold,
right.
Frankly, those are the 2 games he struggled twice against both those teams.
Yeah.
So,
and it's he's going to get a Baker Mayfield type of deal from somebody.
Oh, he's going to.
Yeah.
He'll be $35-40 million.
Yeah.
You watch.
He's going to do well for himself, but very well may not be there in Vegas. Or who knows? Maybe Tom Brady was just living in the moment right then, but in the bigger picture, he likes Darnold more. It's hard to tell what that guy is
Let me ask
thinking.
you this. Do you think he would sign Aaron Rodgers and then force him to be the overstudy to a Shedeur?
That'd be interesting, right?
Well, it'd be interesting, but we all know that Aaron Rodgers was not too psyched about having to deal with Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, this could also be like one where you go to Aaron and be like, your job description's a little bit different now, you weirdo. Yeah. You got to hang out with the kid and try and help develop him a little bit, and we'll give you an NFL paycheck for another year.
Yeah, but Aaron could have other options. The Giants are said to be interested. He wouldn't. I'm sure he's rented a New York apartment.
Does he want to stay in New Jersey?
I don't know. I don't
longer?
know why he would. He ought to.
I don't know anything that Aaron
Listen,
Rodgers
to me,
thinks.
he ought to just
I don't
go,
want to climb inside that head.
Go back to the Bay Area. Go play for San Fran. Go get close to home. And I bet you Devontae would follow.
And finally, Spring.
High five.
In other Raiders news, and hey, the Broncos might need a backup quarterback depending on what happens with Stiddy and Zach Wilson. According to Tom Pelissero, the Raiders have informed Gardner Minshew that he will be released when the new league year begins next week.
Oh, Gardner Minshew, not on the Raiders any longer. I suppose he's an option. I assume Stiddy is back as the Broncos backup next year, but if they needed to, they could go and get Gardner Minshew, I suppose. It'd be a good quote. He'd be fun to have for training camp, right?
There's no way Gardner Minshew would not drive Sean Payton nuts. Gardner Minshew would get the Russell Wilson treatment, and I don't think he...
Wait, if Bo Nix is Ferris Bueller,
yeah,
then what is Gardner Minshew? Joe Dirt?
Uncle Rico.
I actually would sign up for that. Get Denver on Hard Knocks for that. They made the playoffs. They don't have to. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Every man needs a vice.
Brett Kane.
I have many vices, but if Kendrick Perkins says something stupid, I got to talk about it. I have to. Who's the best player in the NBA? And Kendrick Perkins still thinks that there's a topic to be had on this. What I think is insane is the idea that people think this is debatable. Nothing has been more clear-cut. And if you're still having this discussion right now, then you're a moron.
Wake up with Brett Kane at 6 a.m. Then it's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane at 7. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Here with Jerry Jones. Jerry, you got everything anybody needs for winter spring and beyond.
Got another couple months of winter. Remember, you need floor mats, mud flaps. Camping season's going to be upon us real soon. Get those hitches, those fifth wheel hitches. Stop in, see what we have.
And you're a Colorado business that's been here a long time.
Yes, we've been around for almost 20 years. Remember, we can get you what you need for the Colorado climate.
It is Colorado Off-Road, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, 303-761-1264 or cooffroad.com.
The Denver Nuggets are on 9 News and KTVD Channel 20. Tonight, the Nuggets host the Sacramento Kings. Watch on 9 News, pregame at 6:30, tip-off at 7, then tune into 9 News after the game for the latest news and weather.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable. Mary at Bet365. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Colorado. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. T&Cs apply.
This ad furnished by Nesmataju LLC. Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to 45cash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
45cash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to 45cash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to 45cash.com. That's 45cash.com. 45cash.com.
In the Johnson Auto Plaza world, buying a vehicle is not exhausting. It's not overwhelming, not intimidating or miserable. It should be exciting. You're getting a new vehicle. I'm Alan Roach for Johnson Auto Plaza, where they make the customer's car buying experience a great one, so that customers want to come back. Complex business plan, huh? The Johnsons carry beautiful new GMC, Chevy, and Ram trucks, as well as tons of SUVs, Rubicons, Blazers, Durangos, Tahoes, Hummers, Yukons, and Denali's, all in one place. That's what we like to call the power of the plaza. Check out their inventory of new and used online, johnsonautoplaza.com. Or stop in, take a test drive, and feel the power of the plaza firsthand. They're a great family, and they want to help yours, where first-time buyers become lifetime customers every day. Johnson Auto Plaza, north of E470 on Highway 85, johnsonautoplaza.com.
Stay tuned for more Altitude Sports Talk.
In any sport, you have to entertain me. Colorado weather can be unpredictable. Sunny one day, snowing the next, and when that happens, the last thing you want to worry about is your heating or plumbing. Hey, it's Moj. My partners at Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air have an awesome deal for you. Right now, take a cool $50 off any HVAC or plumbing need when Mother Nature does her worst. You're saving money. Over 24 years, Rock has been in business getting the job done right. So book today online at rockheating.com. That's ROCK heating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
It's Berto for Window Nation. Don't miss out. Take advantage of a great offer. Buy 2, get 2 free, and pay nothing until 2027. This offer ends soon, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Okay, so get your texting figures ready.
Text Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on the Shop Mazda text line.
At 303-504-0925.
Are you feeling like a taste of the ocean? Well, then stop in a Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's light and flaky. It's a whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. I got some Good Times news for you. You ready for this here, Andy? Vinny Benedetto of the Gazette tweets, Nikola Jokic is headed out to the court for his regular pregame shooting session. That's typically a good sign.
Good.
All right.
Yeah, look, try to let go full Jokic on him for about a half, and let's rest you, big fella.
Peyton Watson, Zeke Nagy, and Vlatko are available. Jokic and AG remain questionable. So we haven't gotten a firm decision that Jokic is going to go tonight. But like Vinny tweeted out, he's going out to the floor to warm up. It's a good sign.
All right, let me throw one more at you then.
Okay.
We've been, as we should be, so focused on Jamal Murray getting his game back. But for this core to look like what we're used to, Aaron Gordon's got to be part of this mix.
Sure does. Yeah, sure does.
And it feels like every time he takes a calf rest, and look, I don't want them pushing it. I don't want him tearing an Achilles or whatever could else be going on there.
Mm-hmm.
They're clearly concerned about something with how much rest he gets. But every time he's had to shut this thing down, it's been weeks. It's not been days. How concerned? I mean, I'm to the point where I'm pretty concerned about this thing.
I don't think he's going to be 100% the rest of this year. I think he's going to be fighting this calf thing, and it's going to be nagging, and they're going to have to manage it all the way. And it's tricky. It's a tricky spot to be in because you are trying to make sure that you have him so you can win 16 games coming up here in April, May, and June. It's going to be tough. There's nothing simple about it. And games like tonight at home against Sacramento where you look at it and say, okay, if Joker's going to go, you can live without AG and you can get this win. But you're not winning an NBA championship without him.
No, and frankly, Michael's got to get right too. I'd love to make it as simple. We had that great conversation top of the hour with Zach Harper from The Athletic. But I'd love it to be as simple as long as Jokic and Murray are going, you're good. If you're going to win the title, AG, Jokic, Murray, and MPJ, and frankly, Christian Brown all need to be what they were in the original championship run.
Yep.
And then two other people have to surprise you. Two other people have to play the Brown off the bench and both Browns off the bench roles, right? And frankly, if somebody gave you a little of the Jeff Green minutes too, I feel like we always forget about the few minutes Jeff Green would go in there and sometimes just help restore order in the midst of a bad run in the non-Jokic minutes.
After Russ, because clearly he's 6, who are the next 2 in the pecking order in a playoff rotation? Because I don't think Malone's going any deeper than 8.
Right now, if he can get back and get the trust, it's going to be Strother.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say DJ at this point. Unless Sarge gets some chance. Well, I kind of forget about Peyton Watson.
I know, right? He's been out for a little while.
He's been gone. Well, and
he's available to play tonight. That's a good sign.
No, you're right. Look, Peyton Watson is a big part of their energy, so I don't want to dismiss that at all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he probably gets in there. I just think you're going to need spot duty from DJ at some point.
What's so tricky about the Nuggets, and especially that 8-man rotation right there, is everybody's just a kind of a one-way player.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the issue that you run into right there. But the Nuggets are, when clicking, basically the best or one of the very best offenses in all of basketball, and that's what they're going to have to be if they want to be able to go deep. Let me give you a stupid sports note that I saw earlier today. So Duke, they're pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're quite good. That's an impressive outfit right there. Cooper Flagg's about to be the player of the year, and they're going to get a number 1 seed. They're currently the second-ranked team in the country. Duke associate head coach Jai Lucas has signed a deal to become the head men's basketball coach at the University of Miami. Sources telling ESPN today. Now, I knew that this had been in the works for some time, but according to the agreement, Lucas is expected to leave Duke and join Miami at the conclusion of the regular season, which is this weekend, sources tell ESPN. So John Shire is going to lose his number 1 assistant going into the ACC tournament and eventually the NCAA tournament.
Wow. Bold.
Portal opens up on March the 24th. If you're taking a new gig, you got to be there.
Yeah.
You're
right.
You don't have time to be hanging out on the bench during the NCAA tournament. And now, look, is this ultimately going to cost Duke an opportunity to be able to win an NBA championship? I don't think so. But, God, Andy, we talk about this all the time. We talk about it off air all the time, how freaking broken college athletics is right now. And you're telling me that the portal is going to open up on March the 24th. We wouldn't have even gotten to the national champ. We're not even at the Final Four by then.
No. The 24th, because next week's the
rating
conference tournaments.
Yeah, we're rating the staffs of 1 seeds.
We're Sweet 16 when that opens up.
Yeah.
Nate.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah.
Because the 17th is when the play-in stuff starts, right?
And if you want to put a new staff in place, you have to have them.
And let's be honest, Duke's probably telling Lucas, I need you to go. I don't want you around these kids now, unfortunately.
There's that part of it, too.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Because, again, the portal's dirty business.
Not that.
How many guys are in the back part of the rotation that Lucas may be going, hey, you know what? Why don't you follow me?
There's probably,
There's at least 2 or 3 players
Without
I'm sure
a
you
doubt.
wouldn't mind. And they probably like playing for him.
Hey, look at this. I'll get minutes if I go to Miami.
And I know the guy, and
Right.
he knows me.
I'm comfortable with him, and he knows my family, and he knows my agent, and boom, I just got paid. Man, college athletics is just messed up.
Oh, it's beyond,
It's
yeah.
so messed up right now.
Yeah.
What a friggin' mess. Yeah, and free agency starts in a few weeks here, Andy. It's literally what it is. Don't even call it why do we bother calling it the transfer portal?
Isn't it
It's free
crazy that it
agency.
starts? Because this is what happens. This is what happened during college bowl season.
Mm-hmm.
At least all the other leagues start their free agency once the season is done. College isn't even having this. This thing starts before the season's done.
No, and it's what's dumb about this too. It's a little bit reminiscent of the NFL, and then it's like, okay, you're getting ready for a playoff game. If you're a coordinator, you're getting ready for a playoff game, but also it's like I've got to do a bunch of 6-hour interviews with these teams because I'm in the head coaching cycle on this whole thing right now. Like why is that? And with the NCAA and with college basketball and with college football and everything else, like I know why there's no oversight. Okay, but. These are bad processes that ultimately lead to diminishing the product on the field, on the court.
There is no reason in any sport, any league, pro or college, that you should have players transferring or coaches getting interviewed until the entire season is complete.
Done.
All of it.
I completely agree with you. Completely agree
and how
with that point.
everybody can't get together and say, if we're in that position, again, hey, so funny. Kellen Moore. He's got to wait to interview with the Saints. Really? You've let every other coach get hired and you're comfortable waiting?
Yeah.
Huh. There's no agreement in place prior?
I would like to add, just as one more bookend on this conversation, screw Duke, and I don't want to act like I feel bad for Duke. I just am using this as an example of how messed up college athletics is here at the moment. I can go take a gig right there in your conference, by the way.
Yeah. Before our tournament.
Right. So I can start loading up my new roster once I get to that place. A buddy of mine did Miami, Georgia Tech last night. He said they had the two teams combined to have 15 total available players. I went to Fort Collins last night. I saw CSU play San Jose State. Tim Miles Spartans, they had 7 dudes. They had 7 dudes.
You were telling me that was so interesting that San Jose State didn't even send a radio crew.
Didn't have a radio crew.
Pretty much unheard of.
Didn't have a sports information director, and CSU ran him off the floor. Uh-huh.
By the way, real quick.
Yeah.
And I saw the odds. Brad Marchand. Odds of where he goes before the deadline.
Colorado was on this list. Where were they
Number
at?
3.
Number 3.
Now, they're behind Vegas. And just staying in Boston was top of the list.
Yeah.
But could Colorado use, I feel like Colorado's looking for pesky, kind of a little bit of a jerk.
I mean, he's
looking for a little bit of the sandpaper again.
He's
all of it.
He's an all-time great.
Oh, yeah. And he gets under the opponent's skin.
Yeah, he's
sandpaper.
Claude Lemieux, man.
I honestly wouldn't mind that. They need a little of that.
They do.
They need that guy.
Yep. Yeah, nobody's going to be mad at that guy. Nobody, since Nazem Kadri departed, nobody has filled that role in Colorado.
Yeah, where you kind of I don't want to deal with this guy all night.
Right.
John Mitchell was talking about that yesterday on the postgame show with Lindgren, that he's the guy that eats up minutes, as we heard in the cut, but he's always there he's always whacking you with the stick or trying to get a little shot in or just, I don't want a whole night of this dude in my grill. They need a couple more guys like that.
Got another update from the Twitter account of Vinny Benedetto of the Gazette. Standard warm-up from Jokic, including a walk-off dunk before he went back down the tunnel to go back to the locker room. So,
get out the hot chicken because I'm feeling some big honey.
Well done. Well done.
By the way, what's a hot honey? Have you heard the hot honey now?
It's everywhere.
You gotta have hot honey.
You gotta have hot honey.
Why I gotta have hot honey?
There was a great sushi place that was at the Cosmo, and I don't think it's there anymore. But our friend Mitch Moss, his insider tip was go to the sushi place, order the fried chicken. They had a fried chicken appetizer, and it came with this like wasabi honey sauce. Oh my god, all I would do was I'd go into the sushi place. I didn't order any sushi. I just ordered a bucket of fried chicken, and I was like, give me extra honey. It was so good.
Can't do
so
that
good.
next week?
I won't. I'm not going to get over to the Cosmo next week. Are you kidding me? I'm going to be eating granola bars, working 14 hours a day, unfortunately. So hopefully Jokic is going to go tonight. That's what we're hoping for.
They need it. Let's get this win.
Sure do. By the way, Zach Harper in his piece, he did call him Big Honey.
Big Honey.
He did call him Big Honey once, which I was glad to see.
Big Honey's still the deal, right? I know that it was given to him by Will Barton, who's
Will Barton
no longer
gave
on
it to
the
him.
team, but
He's still Big Honey, still the dad bod god. He's got it all going on. I found maybe we should go through some of this the other day. I found a Reddit thread that had all of these insane nicknames for Nikola Jokic.